What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, February 8th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on today's show. National Signing Day is in the rearview mirror. Steve Sarkisian held his annual NSD press conference yesterday down on campus. What did Sark have to say about the lack of action for Texas yesterday, but also the recruiting class as a whole, some of the new coaching staff hires that he's made, and just the state of the Texas football program in general? We'll let you hear from the coach here momentarily. Plus, 3 days out from Super Bowl 58, we're going to have some fun with Super Bowl props today. I've compiled a list of some of my favorite props for the big game on Sunday. We'll talk about those. We might even get a 5,000 unit gold star lock from the Buck today as we continue our preview of the Chiefs and 49ers. We will also have another classic Throwback Thursday video today.
Yeah.
It is Thursday after all. We've got a couple of other videos to get into. We've got all sorts of fun to have over the next 2 hours right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on this morning, Buck?
Yeah, just another beautiful day. Another beautiful day yesterday. Should have another beauty here today. And very excited about the weekend, Super Bowl. No partying for me, just chilling on the couch. But you know what? I will not do, BK. I don't spend that 2 or 3 hours watching pregame Super Bowl. I'm about 40 minutes in, and then that's good enough for me. I don't like to spend all day on all the history and all that stuff. If it's a nice Sunday, I'm going to get out there, and I got some trash to burn. Not trash, but wood and stuff from the cleanup around the trees. I keep saying I'm going to get to it. I think Sunday morning is probably the best day for me to do it. Smoke out the whole entire neighborhood on Sunday morning when they're getting ready. You know,
your property's going to look like a Jewish fraternity house on April 20th. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, man. I'm ready. I'm ready for a little smoke out here on early Sunday when the sun comes up. Now you've got to go at least an hour, on sunup. You can't burn in the dark, and you have to do it, I think, an hour before, dusk, before you have to put a fire out. So I'm ready to go. I got things to do. It's almost, hey, spring is just around the corner, brother. I got a lot to do this year around this property here.
Do you have to get permission to burn a bunch of stuff at your place?
Well, you got to let them know. You got to find out what the weather's like. There's a certain, at certain times, if there's a burn ban, you can't do it, period. You can call all you want, but you can't. And when they have burn ban up, you can't do it. But if you're going to do it, you just have to find out what the winds are like and everything else. There's a certain mile per hour that you can't burn. I think it's like 28 or something like that. You can't burn when it's past something like that. So you just have to let them know. You can call and leave a message that you're going to be burning in this area. But
am I allowed to do that? Like, could I call my apartment complex and just be like, hey, I'm burning a bunch of shit outside today.
No, and you can't.
That's all right.
You can't burn like trash. You can't just like put shit in there and burn it up like trash and newspapers. No, you can't do that. Not in the city limits. You're in the city limits there. I'm out here in the country.
Yeah,
I'm country folk.
The dirty drip.
I'm in the dirty drip. Yeah, and I got to do some stuff. The dog goes today. Dog goes to get his preliminary blood test before they cut his sack off.
Come
Whack. Goodbye. And then I've got to go get ready to make my lawsuit against that damn Kevin Hart and his group. If they don't leave me alone.
What? You're suing Kevin Hart?
What is wrong with his company, Fabletics? They won't leave me alone. I can't get out of I don't understand this. We've been talking about this. They told me in November, that's the last time you'll see a bill from us. We don't even have your credit card number. Well, I just looked this morning, and it's Feb 6, and yes, we've taken $59.95. It's in processing right now. I'm like, that shouldn't come up anymore. So I'm going over to the White Mall today and talk to those folks, because I talked to the general manager. She said, I've called the company. We don't even have your card on file anymore. I'm like, okay, good. So I won't see anything. In February, she said, absolutely not. If so, come see me. Well, I'm coming to see you today. And then I'm going to Bank of China or Bank of America or whatever the hell it is. I'm going to say, why do you even let them do this? I've told you I don't want. Can't I tell my bank, do not do this. Do not give this to this group.
Are you buying clothes from them? Why do they keep charging you?
It's a membership that and I don't have a certain amount of time I had to be. I canceled the membership because for $59.95, I'm not going there every month. I'd go there maybe twice a year to get some, a couple garments there. But to be a part of the membership, you got to pay $59.95 a month, and they take some prices off. But they act like I go there every month. Dude, I told the people, no, it's too much. This isn't this isn't a Costco deal. This membership you don't have to be a part of you have to pay all the way for a year. You can get out anytime you want to. So I said, dude, I'm not doing this $59.95. I don't need it. I'm not going there. I'm going there twice a year. So I'm pissed at Kevin Hart. I can't get out of his deal.
Kevin
I don't know
Hart.
what he is. What is a member?
I don't know if that's his company or if
he's got some.
Is that his company or is he just on the commercials?
He's a part of ownership of that deal.
Okay, and you got to pay $60 a month just to pay for clothes?
And I don't even go there every month to get any clothes.
Why did you even sign up for that in the first place?
I don't know. I thought it was something that I would get this huge amount off, but no, it's not. It's just to say I'm a member. So he's getting punched in the nuts when I see him. Kick him right in his nuts. Are you kidding me?
Are you taller than Kevin Hart?
I'm so much taller. I'm almost a foot taller than that dude.
You're like 5'4", so I don't think he's 4'4".
No, Kevin Hart is 5'4". I'm 5'9". Why does he need my $59? What is that deal with that dude? He's got enough money.
Dude, they just probably hope you're not going to notice, and clearly you noticed.
Oh, yeah. I keep noticing. I've noticed since November when they said that's the last bill you're going to get is in November. It is now February.
Kevin Hart is listed.
Wants to get after Kevin Hart. That's what I need, a lawyer that wants to get some celebrity status.
Get Tony Busby, the guy out of Houston.
Where's Jackie? What's his name? Jack. What's his name?
What, from Seinfeld?
Yes. Where's Jackie when you need him?
I don't know what he's doing right now.
I haven't seen him on anything. He needs to get a gig.
Get the guy from Friends. Didn't he play one of the lawyers in the OJ remake? David Schwimmer.
Yes.
Get Ross out there to help you sue.
Oh no, man.
Kevin Hart.
I'm going over to the store again. I'm showing it on my phone, and we're calling up headquarters right there from the store. And while I'm in there, I'm not buying shit.
And you say, I want to talk to Kevin Hart directly.
Yes.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Yes.
Hit him with one of those.
I want to get him on the phone today.
buck off to Fabletics and Kevin Hart.
Yes.
Making the Buck take a trip to the White Mall, a.k.a. Barton Creek Mall.
Yes.
What's the so you've got the White Mall, and then what's the Alien Mall that you used to say?
That's up in Killeen. That's
in Killeen.
That's where everybody's eyes are really close together. They got big foreheads. That's the Killeen Mall.
I got to get to the Killeen Mall. I've never been.
Only thing you have to be careful of is how you say the word alien. People get all offended.
What do you mean when you say alien?
Yeah, aliens, like out of space. I have to let the people know that, yes.
Out of space, not out of country.
Not out of country, not going to Fiesta, no.
Okay.
Not at that store. You don't find that. No, I'm talking about the Killeen Mall.
On a random start to today's show. Are you going to burn your Fabletics as a part of your weekend?
No, the hell no. That's some good stuff. I'm not burning it. I got good stuff.
Not out of protest?
No, I'm not protesting. I just want them to leave me alone monthly. And they can. They don't need me.
Dude, it's the worst thing ever. Like it's obviously you're getting conned more because you're paying $60 a month for this, but I can't even tell you how many email lists that I've unsubscribed from in the past, and I still get their emails all the time. It's the worst.
How do they do that?
You can't unsubscribe from anything in this life. Like once they get your email or your credit card or any of your information, like you are locked in forever. It's a lifetime contract that you sign unknowingly with any of these companies. It's terrible. Terrible.
So it's just amazing. I mean, this is This one doesn't seem to be that difficult to do. Just go in the store, like I'm going to do today, have the manager call up the head company. I'm right there. And then for the 15th time, they can say, okay, we don't have, last time they told me, BK, we don't have, your information is not on file with us any longer. Your card number is not on file. And if you have a problem, the manager said, you come in and see me. Well, guess what I'm doing? I'm coming in to see you today. And I may grab something off the rack and run out too.
That manager's going to see you walk in and she's going to run and hide.
Oh, gosh. I'm telling you, this sucks. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. I know you'll be working on Super Bowl, but I'll be working to get the people. I know you're keeping us safe, but I'll be keeping the kids in college come Sunday. Super Bowl Sunday. Thank you very much. Be careful out there, y'all.
All right. Well, the first text this morning on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Come on, 5'6" Buck, 5'9". You're saying you're 5'9"? Be real.
I'm 5'9", and I've got change on that too, on the 5'9". I just went in there barefooted the other day and had that done. Remember, I've been in the doctor's office for the whole damn month of February, so I know. I've been probed. I've been, I don't even know why I have any blood left. I mean, isn't there a certain amount of, that's coming up in March. I made that for March 27th. So I got the hook 'em horns in me on March 27th when I see the urologist. That's a difficult maneuver,
Yeah, I feel like they just need to put one in there, but you're saying they're going to put two.
And they're going to go hook them.
I got to try that at some point, see if that works.
I hope that doesn't offend anybody when they go hook them in there.
Do you have don't tell Rodney Terry. Don't send him a video of Dr. Jelly Fingers going in there.
Yeah.
God, I mean, how do you have two holes down there? What is wrong with you?
Oh, they just squeeze them together and they go all at once.
Oh, is this a gender test they're doing for you out there?
I've got a great urologist. He's one of the best in the business.
Yeah, I'm sure you like him. It sounds like you like the way he inserts himself into you.
No. I'm just trying to get some tests done. I'm trying to. It's not like living pain-free at Relax the Bag. Just a little different than living pain-free. I don't have any pains, but what I don't want is to start getting any either.
Right. That checks out. All right, you teased it, so we could jump right into it here before we get into what Steve Sarkisian had to say at his signing day press conference yesterday. You mentioned that you might be ready for a Gold Star lock for Super Bowl 58. So a quick update on where things stand. You did go up 5,000 units during Conference Championship Sunday, despite missing your first game of the playoffs. You had the Niners covering the 7 against Detroit. They did not. They still found a way to win, but they did not cover the number. But despite that, you went up 5,000 more units. So on the year, you were up 78,000 units.
Wow.
Is a season high. At one point, you were down 52K, and now you are up 78K.
I know how to please the people. 78.
You please them like this, Buck. Please them like this. This is it. This is the end of football season. So you've got a chance to end on a high note, or you've got a chance to turn that one loss into a losing streak to wrap up the year. This is big. You already said you have 5,000 units on the coin toss on Sunday.
Tails. 5,000 units on tails.
So 5,000 units on tails. Now do you have a pick on the game itself?
Yeah, the pick on the game itself, I am going to take the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
And little Brockington.
Okay. Now, you told me right before we went on the air this morning that you were not going to bet against Patrick Mahomes. And then literally 15 minutes later, you are betting on Patrick Mahomes or against Patrick Mahomes.
Sorry about that, Mahomes. This is the 49ers game. This 49ers defense will come to play, and they won't come to play in spurts. I think they're going to play all day. And Patrick Mahomes has found a way so many times, especially when he's an underdog. But I think San Fran will show their power. I think they will run the ball, and I think they'll run. Christian McCaffrey will be the first to score a touchdown in this game. That's right. That's a prop. Yes.
You going to put any units on that?
Oh, I'm putting units on that one for sure. That goes with my cousin, though. That's the one. Well, unless somebody really wants that. Yeah, McCaffrey will score the first touchdown in the game.
You putting 5,000 units on it?
Yeah, 5,000 units. That's a 5,000 unit play. Put that down for the
Okay.
people.
All right.
And I'm going to put 10,000 units on the 49ers.
10,000 units.
Yes.
Literally 20 minutes ago, you told me you were not even betting on them, and now you're putting 10,000 on them?
Yes, 10,000 that, 5,000 Tails, 5,000 McCaffrey, and another 5,000 punt return for a touchdown by either team.
You want to put 5K on that.
Yes.
Okay.
There will be a punt return to the house.
That's a waste of money right there.
No, it's not. And if that's in the real world, 5,000K, you know how much I'd get on that?
You know what? I'll hook you up right there. Okay. If there is a punt return touchdown, even though you're putting 5,000 units on it, I will give you 25,000 units worth of credit.
Wow. Thank you very
hits.
much.
Yep.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay. 5-1. That's good.
Give me 5-1 odds, which you could get much better odds in Vegas with your cousin or on BetUS.
That's right.
We usually don't do that here. We're usually even money, 1-to-1 types of bets. But I will give you 5-1. Yeah, that's a bold call. So I'll give you some props for it. Okay, so 5,000 units on Tails.
Yes.
5,000 units on Jewish McCaffrey being the first touchdown score.
Yes.
5,000 units on a punt return touchdown by either team.
Yes.
And 10,000 units on the 49ers minus 1.5.
Yes.
Okay. Locked in. I love it.
Too much partying for Kansas City and Vegas. Too much going on for that group.
You don't think the Niners have been partying in Vegas?
No, man. They need to win a Super Bowl. They're in their hotel rooms. Nobody's hanging out. Nobody's walking the strip. Nobody's looking for another Elvis. Those dudes they're serious. Kansas City thinks this is just another trip for us. No, not this time. You're playing against Brockington Purdy.
Yes. Lee Harvey Oswald?
It's happening this time. This is a big deal here. Although Andy Reid is one of the greatest coaches of all time. That scares me too now.
Have you heard the comparisons, by the way? People are saying Brock Purdy looks like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Come on, man.
Here's a little side by side.
He's just a kid. Ooh.
What do you think?
Lee's got just a little bigger forehead.
Somebody even asked him about it. I got to cut that up. I'll maybe have it for tomorrow's show. But literally someone at Media Night the other day asked him.
I realized Lee Harvey Oswald had a head like Pam Oliver. Wow.
Like Pam Oliver?
Yeah, that is a dome.
Like the sideline reporter for Fox?
Yeah, ever see her forehead? Look at that thing right there.
You're saying it's a big forehead?
Oh, yeah. It's like the spear in Vegas.
My God. I mean, I searched Pam Oliver, Lee Harvey Oswald, and did not get anything.
Search her forehead. It'll come up.
Okay, I just searched Pam Oliver head, and here's what that could be a scary search.
Whoa.
Make sure the safe search is turned on for that one. All right, here's a picture of Pam Oliver, who does a great job for Fox.
She's fabulous.
You're saying she's got a giant forehead.
Oh, yeah. Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's like a roller rink.
A whole roller rink?
Let's get on top of that forehead and skate. Come on, y'all.
You could skate in circles on that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
That is,
wow.
I've never heard anyone's forehead described as a roller rink. That is phenomenal.
It's like the Coliseum for NASCAR this weekend.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they will be out there at the Coliseum, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, so Brock Purdy Oswald is he going to win MVP?
Yeah, of course he's the MVP. Oh, yeah. Can I go ahead and get 5,000 units on Brock Purdy being the MVP of the game?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Okay. 5,000 on Brockington Purdy.
You guys are going to get 100. You guys are going to get 100,000 units from me this year. And that ought to be able to send your kid for the second semester at least. Right? I mean, depending on where they're going.
Second semester's already started, so dues, I'm sure, have already been paid. But
yes.
That's money for summer school. Hell, that's money if you save it up.
Summer vacation and summer school.
Well, summer vacay right there. If you've been listening to the Buck, it's been a wild ride. You went down a lot of money. You might have to have taken out a loan at some point in November. But
believe, man, you got to believe. I'm hot when the playoffs come.
If you stuck it out through the entirety of the season, then you are being rewarded with a lot of money.
Yeah, college basketball is just get me all back though. It's just ugh.
You can make 5,000. Oh, you're giving it all back.
Yes, it's not a good.
No.
These aren't good plays right now.
Did you bet on
Everybody,
Texas the other night against Iowa State?
don't put any money on Texas. Don't play
No,
that game.
never.
Don't do it. You can't trust them.
How about our guy Johnny this morning with a nice $20 super chat for your Kevin Hart fund?
Thank you, Johnny. If you know a good lawyer, let's get after them. Let's go. Yeah, I think there's somebody else that belongs. I think Jennifer Garner is part of that too.
Capital One, Jennifer Gardner?
I think she's a part of Fabletics. There's somebody there's one of those famous. I mean, yeah, I think Jennifer Gardner may be part of the Fabletics. There's somebody else besides Kevin Hart. There's another star that's a female, and I think she may be a part of that.
I don't know if it's Jennifer Garner. She's too busy slinging that venture card from Capital One.
Yeah.
And I'm too busy watching those commercials 30 times in a row because she's gorgeous. I don't think it's Jennifer Garner, but I don't know who it is. I don't know what to tell you on that one.
One of these mullets will come up with it.
We're not suing her. We could sue Kevin Hart, but Jennifer, she's okay with me.
Yeah, Kevin Hart. I'm a little upset at him. That's it. I don't like his comedy act anyway.
Now you're taking shots at his career too,
He's
huh?
not funny.
He's not funny. He's funny.
He's not funny.
Is it just because he's short? You're taking it out on him because he's small?
I just think because he's little, he thinks he's funny, but he's not.
Okay. Interesting.
Kyler's funny. Kevin Hart is not.
Have you ever heard Kyler Murray say anything funny in his life?
He's just funny.
I mean, watching him show up to State Farm Stadium is pretty funny.
Come on.
That will always be funny, but he's not talking here. I don't know if him himself is actually funny.
Is that how he gets on the subways in New York? He just doesn't even have to pay. He just walks under them.
Oh, it must be nice. I guess there are benefits to being a small fry or whatever I'm supposed to call it.
I don't know. I didn't know if they mind being called a small fry. That's nothing wrong with that, is there?
What is it? Is it better to call them little guy or big guy?
No, little people, not guy, not little guy. Little guy can be like a little dog or a little camel or something. Just call them little people. They're people.
Okay.
Just call them little people. That's what they prefer to be called.
Should probably call them by their name. I think that would make the most sense.
If you knew their names, you could do that. But when you talk to them as those people, refer to those people as little people.
What do you say when you first meet them, though? Like,
yo, what's up? Oh, not you. Oh.
You can't hit him with the "What's up, buddy?" Like that just sounds humiliating, right?
Oh no, you can't. No, I've been humiliated. I humiliated myself once, and I'll never do that again. Almost as bad as the "When are you due?" I'm not. Are you trying to say I'm fat?
You hit somebody with the "When are you due?"
No, I've never done that. Never will. No, never done. I've always stayed away from that.
Apparently, Kate Hudson is the Fabletics woman, by the way.
Okay. Kate Hudson,
she's hot.
Okay, Kate Hudson is part of that deal. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Does she happen to look like John Wilkes Booth or something?
Can she give me my coin back?
She owes you. You could sue her too.
Why can't I do that with the bank? Why can't I say just don't do that any longer with them? Why do I have to get the bank?
You can. Or you could just cancel your credit card and get a new one, and then it's over. That's probably the easiest thing to do. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass to cancel a card and wait for a new one to get to you. But, like, if you really want to stop this thing, just cancel the card.
Like new numbers?
Yeah. I mean, if hopefully they could solve it without you doing that. But if this thing keeps going on, then there you go. That'll take care of it.
November, since they said that's the last time?
Yeah. If you're really done with it, you don't want to go to the white mall because you hate white people.
No, that's not true. It's okay to go. I go to the white mall every once in a while since they got rid of the black mall and made it ACC over there. So, no, I don't mind going. I'm not a mauler. I don't walk the malls. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm not a mall walker. I know some of those people think, Buck, yeah, you do. You go with your sweatshirts, you got your Adidas gear, and you go walk in the malls. Never have done that. No.
How about Steven's comment? I'm going to go pop some popcorn and head to the mall to watch an old man yell at a young lady. today. It's going to be you.
I'm not yelling at her. No, I've had a nice discussion over the phone with her, and she said, if this doesn't happen, come over and see me. We'll call headquarters right from here. We'll call Kevin Hart right from the mall. I'm going there today.
Direct line. All right.
Do with the bank. That's what ticks me off. Like you said, I may have to but they've told me they don't have. It's like my credit card number is erased at Fabletics. Only to see this bill though. I'm like, wait a minute. But it's like pending. Maybe I should wait to see if it actually goes through.
Yeah.
It's going through. They have something over people. I don't know. Once you become a member of anything, you can't get out of memberships.
Can't get out of memberships. Nope. All right. Quick programming notes. Our guy Noe is asking about Lee Sterling. Lee Sterling will join us tomorrow to give his Super Bowl picks for the big game on Sunday. And also, I think we're going to be speaking with Texas baseball coach David Pierce.
Awesome.
Tomorrow morning at 9:30. So Lee will be a few minutes after 9, and then Coach Pierce should be joining us at 9:30. Got to finalize that with the folks down on campus. Of course, Texas baseball opening day is 1 week from tomorrow. I think we're going to be doing a pregame show out at the Dish for opening day next Friday. I think Kevin Dunn and myself will be out there with the Occupy Left Field guys, which means as soon as the show ends, I am going to get blackout drunk out there partying with those jabronis in left field. Nice. Should be a great time there. All right. Let's get to some Steve Sarkisian audio.
Absolutely.
He spoke yesterday with assembled media down on campus. Of course, he holds the annual signing day press conference every national signing day. That makes sense. Texas
it is the
Texas
and the late one, right?
Yeah. I mean, Texas did not sign anybody yesterday, and that wasn't really disappointing. Like, I think anybody who's covered the team has known for the last few weeks that nobody was going to sign with Texas during the second signing period. You know, there were a couple of guys that they were going after between December and now, but the writing's kind of been on the wall that none of those guys were going to ultimately put pen to paper and choose to come to Texas. So it's hard to even call yesterday a disappointment. It just feels weird because we're so used to, this February signing day being such a big deal, but it was kind of a non-story for the Longhorns yesterday. But hey, credit to Sark. He still wanted to meet with the media. He had a lot to say. He spoke for about 45 minutes. And we'll start with this one. I mean, this doesn't really have anything to do with signing day itself, but I thought this was the money quote from Sark yesterday. Somebody asked him, hey, you're 3 years in. I'm sure you had goals for the first 3 years of your Texas career, but now you've got 3 years in your rearview mirror. What are some of the goals for your next 3 years as the head coach for Texas football? And here's Sark talking a little bit about that.
Like I said before, I didn't come here just to be a head coach again. I didn't come here to say that I'm the head coach at the University of Texas. Like, I came here to win a championship, and then if I can get one, I want to get two. And I'm borderline obsessed with it at this point. I know what it tasted like last year. I know how close we were, and I couldn't wait to get back. And hopefully that's what our team really starts to exude, is this obsession with being the best.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, you won a championship. You won the last Big 12 championship. You're on your way. You made it to the Final Four. So that taste should be in everybody's mouth going into 2024. It shouldn't stop. I mean, that's just the way you should be feeling about what your season should look like. It's not looking for numbers. Are we gonna be an 8-win team, a 9-win team? No, we're in we want to be in the national championship hunt. That's what their goals should be now.
I'm ready to run through a brick wall after hearing that. I mean, I love when my coach says he's obsessed with winning, because I just think of the last time Texas had a successful season, and that wasn't what the coach was talking about, right? After Texas beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl in 2019, I was like, it almost felt like Texas took its foot off the gas, and Tom Herman's attitude was, we're good. We're set.
Yeah, we're
Obviously,
back.
You heard Sam Ehlinger. After that game against Georgia during the post-game trophy presentation, he announced to the world that we're back. And that was like the mindset. That was the attitude that Texas carried throughout that following off season. It's almost like, oh, the hard work is done. Like, we just beat Georgia. We just won a New Year's Six Bowl. Like, we're set. This is going to be easy moving forward. And Steve Sarkisian's like, no, like I got a little taste. We got close. We were 2 wins away from a national title, but
Yes.
it wasn't good enough. Like we
No,
got to
they got to
do
work
more.
harder.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, when I win one, it's not going to be just winning one. I want to win 2 or 3. I mean, he almost went LeBron James, not 2, not 3, not 4. So that was the coolest thing that I thought Steve Sarkisian said yesterday. He's like, dude, as soon as we lost that game to Washington on January 1st, I've been chomping at the bit to get back after it. And he's ready for spring ball to start. Because right now it's just the strength and conditioning staff that gets to work with the kids, right? They can't have actual practice. He sounds like a guy who has been putting in work behind the scenes, but a guy who is ready to make sure that work can come to life here very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, he can't take a step back. He has to keep moving forward. And I think you can hear it in his voice that that's what he's ready to do. I mean, he and the rest of his coaches and the players have to feel that way too. They can't be satisfied by what they did, a Sugar Bowl, going to a Sugar Bowl, winning the Big 12 championship, because the stakes are different now. The teams are different. You're playing the best conference there is in college football. And you have to be on top of your game, and you got to be mentally on top of your game. And everything physically, you've got to be there. You have to have the right personnel on week to week, because in the teams that you're playing, there's a bunch of them that can beat you if you're not on the top of your game. And Sark sounds like he wants to be on the top of his game every week now, and he wants his players on the top of their game. He doesn't want all that stuff that used to happen in fourth quarters or have leads and give them up. He doesn't want excuses about, well, if we don't have this player or that player, because they found ways to win without key players on their football team last year. I mean, they won 2 games without their starting quarterback. They still won a Big 12 championship. Another guy stepped up. His expectations are that everybody will step up. Not just the first guy, but the guy who takes the first guy's place, whether it's for a series, a down, or 5 games, that guy's going to be good too.
Yeah, that's well said, right? Like, it's one thing if the head coach is obsessed with winning, but everybody in that locker room needs to be obsessed with winning. Like, every single person involved with Texas football needs to have that same mindset that Steve Sarkisian has,
No
right?
doubt.
Like, that's got to be priority number one. Last year cannot be the anomaly. Like, that's got to be the norm. And hell, you got to do more than what you did last year. I mean, you look around the country, you look at all of the top teams that lost their head coach and or lost their starting quarterback. Like, Texas is in a rare spot as a contending team from the previous season who returns both head coach and QB. And this is a team that might be the number 2 team in the country to start the 2024 season. So that's telling you right there what the expectations are. That's not just, burnt orange Kool-Aid drinking Texas fans who are high on the Longhorns. That's like the national folk are telling you, no, this should be a team that is very much competing for not only a conference championship, but a national championship.
Yeah, well, the nation's got a taste of what Texas was like last year. And, as the season went on, they started to really believe also. It wasn't one of those, oh, Texas is just okay in the Big 12. They'll be in a championship game. They won't win the championship. They'll get close, but they're not really there yet. Well, they got a real taste of it last year, and they saw what the Longhorns were about with offensively, defensively, special teams, the head coach doing the right thing. And they're going to want more of it too. And that's what it looks like. Now, are the Longhorns ready for it? I mean, they gave the nation a taste. Are they ready to compete on a yearly basis with some of the best teams in the country?
Yeah, the success flu has been a problem around here. It's something that Trey has touched on a lot over the last decade or so. Anytime it feels like Texas tastes an ounce of success, they let it get to their heads and it just messes with their psyche and things start to fall apart. Well, they're coming off their most successful season since 2009. Can they find a way to not let that get to their head? Because they've been getting pats on the back since the season came to an end. Once again, they're going to be getting a ton of love in preseason polls when we get closer to the fall. They got to make sure that they still have that underdog type of mentality.
Absolutely.
Whatever they did that worked last year, they've got to keep that same passion and drive and energy and motivation for next season. All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian. We've got a few more from Sark, actually. But he was asked about Arch Manning, and it's a big national storyline that Quinn Ewers decided to come back. And, of course, Arch Manning is still on campus. You got a lot of folks around the college football world who are foolishly assuming that Arch Manning might hit the transfer portal now that Quinn Ewers has decided to return to Austin for a 3rd season. Here's Sark just talking about the development of Arch right now.
I think for Arch is continuing on the path that he's been on. I referenced it last year, kind of middle of the season, about the growth that he really started to take there in the second half of the season, all the way up until the Sugar Bowl there. So, again, my idea, especially at the quarterback position, I just don't want to hurry up and get a guy on the field. I want to make sure when he gets on the field that he plays great football, and that's a little easier to do as you start to move and you get into year 4 of your program, as opposed to year 1 and you're just trying to get the best guy out there to give yourself a chance. But I think Arch has got an extremely bright future. We're very fortunate to have him on our roster. He's got great leadership skills, got a great skill set. So those two guys are going to be big for us next fall.
Yeah, I mean, he's very fortunate that he's got a player that's, big, strong. He's got everything that you want in a quarterback. But quarterbacks these days, they only need 2 years. They don't need to have, they may only need to have 1 year to move to the next level, because for all intents and purposes, this guy wants to be an NFL player. I mean, it's in his blood. So, but he doesn't need to be in a rush to get there. He's going to play next year. If you think Quinn Ewers is going through a whole season in the SEC without somebody taking a shot on him and him missing some time, I haven't seen it so far since he's been the quarterback there, that he's made all the games. I expect that somewhere down the line he's going to take a hit and he's going to be out.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, right? Like, we will see Arch Manning. We saw him a little bit last year in that Texas Tech game. But, now that he is QB2 with Malik Murphy transferring to Duke, we will absolutely see Arch Manning probably multiple times this fall. But Sark gave a very short answer. There was a follow-up to that question about who the starting quarterback is going to be, right? Is it going to be Quinn? Is it going to be Arch? Sark basically put any sort of debate about that to bed with this.
No, Quinn's our starter.
And that's it.
Who won you a championship? Who won you the Big 12 championship? Who was the quarterback who started in that game? Yeah.
Be Quinn Ewers. Yeah, no surprise. I mean, any Texas fan knows that, like, this is Quinn Ewers' team right now. So, I mean, obviously both of these guys you feel like have NFL potential. Hell, Arch Manning, because of his name, that guy doesn't have to play a single snap of college football, and some NFL team would still draft him.
There's no doubt about it.
Like, that's not what's going to happen, right? I mean, Ewers will be the guy this year, and then Ewers will leave, and then Manning's going to be the starter for 1, 2, maybe 3 seasons at Texas. And then, he's hopefully going to end up being a very high first-round pick when his college career is over. But just having that name, I mean, obviously that's why this is such a big national storyline. Everybody wants to see him play because he is a Manning. He's got a very, very bright future. And I love, in this era of nobody being patient, it's not just college football players. We pin it on the kids. Like, it's college kids. They don't want to compete. They don't want to have to earn stuff. We're all like that. We all are so instant gratification right now. We want our cake. We want to eat it, and we want it right now. It's cool in this world that we live in where nobody seems loyal. Arch Manning is staying loyal and is actually willing to sit a couple of years when he could go to 50, 75, 100 Division I football teams and be a starting quarterback right now.
Yeah, and he's getting paid for it.
He's getting paid for it too. Yeah, well, that helps. But he'd get paid anywhere else. Like, if he hit the portal.
That's what I'm saying. If he hit the portal, he'll make more money. I mean, it's just a matter of how comfortable he is with the coaching staff and how he feels like Sark is going to help develop, and his family, he's going to be developed. And right now, after what we saw last year, we saw the starting quarterback get developed well enough. We saw a backup come in for 2 games that was good enough to get you 2 wins. So why would Arch Manning take off, and why would he leave a place where he's going to get developed? Like I said, he doesn't need – like you said, he can not even play it down and somebody's going to draft him or figure out he's a Manning, we got to take a chance on. We just got to take that chance. But if he gets 1 or 2 years under his belt, he should be just fine. That's what junior college players used to do at the University of Miami all the time. They didn't play for 4 years. They played for 2 years and they were done. Some play for 1 and were done.
Right. Yeah, and I think the biggest reason why Arch decided to come to UT was Steve Sarkisian. So
yes,
he's still learning from Steve Sarkisian in practice every single day. He's still getting developed by one of the best QB developers in recent college football. I mean, he's not leaving, which is great news. It's rare to see nowadays in the era of the transfer portal, especially with blue chip quarterbacks. I mean, it feels like 50%. I think the stats actually back it up. Like 50%
Oh yeah,
of 4 or 5-star QBs end up transferring during their college career. That number's probably even gone up since
I
the
think it's
last time I
higher. Yeah,
looked at it. Yeah. But Arch, people were shocked that he was willing to sit for 1 year. Remember last offseason, it was like, dude, this guy better start as a true freshman. Otherwise, he's leaving. And the fact that he is seemingly willing to do it for a second year, kudos to Arch, kudos to the Manning family. And they're good on money. That also helps too. Like they don't
they're
need
good.
that
They're just fine. Yeah.
NIL money at all. All right, let's give some love to some sponsors before we get into more of what Steve Sarkisian had to say yesterday. Buck, some shout outs to some of the folks who allow us to do this every morning.
Our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and, of course, our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, trauma care, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Christopher Daney and, of course, Chris Stockton, they're dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into that good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. For more information, go to txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, once again, go to txortho.com. If you now they're not going to push surgery on you, but when it comes to that point, believe me, it came to that point with my right knee. txortho.com is the place for more information.
Absolutely. And Trey is a big proponent of Texas Orthopedics as well. He's been going there for the last few weeks, and he's got nothing but positive things to say about them. Definitely go check out txortho.com. Shout out to Cover 3. If you're looking for a place to watch the game on Sunday,
that place will be nice and hopping, won't it?
Come on. It's the best sports bar in the city. Unbelievable food, too. When you think sports bar, you're like, well, they've got TVs, but the food's probably going to suck. No, that's not the case. Cover 3 has elevated the sports bar menu. Of course, they've got the classics. They've got the wings. They've got the nachos, all of the stuff that you're accustomed to getting at sports bars. But they've got a steak. They've got fish tacos. They've got salads. Their burgers are some of the best in the city. They've got something for everybody. A nice chicken fried steak, too. I'm telling you, the menu is next level. Of course, a full bar and tons of TVs everywhere at every Cover 3 location. There's not a bad seat in the house. And they've got those comfortable booths, too. A great place to catch the game on Sunday, but really any game all year long. They've got the Anderson Square location. That's my personal favorite. They've got the Round Rock joint, and they've got Cover 2 off of Lakeline as well. Go see them. Dining Spirit Sports. It's Cover 3. And if you're trying to go to the game on Sunday, good luck. CentexTickets.com has tickets for you. If you're trying to buy Super Bowl tickets, on a whim, you want to get out to Vegas for the weekend, they've got those tickets for you at CentexTickets.com. Realistically, you're not doing that. If you want to be at the basketball game at the Moody Center on Saturday, Texas and West Virginia, they've got those tickets for you right now online at CentexTickets.com. Any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live, you can get seats right there at CentexTickets.com. Don't buy from the national folks. Support local. Centex Tickets, their office right there in Westlake. Great people over there. Shelby's the man. He will take care of you. CentexTickets.com. That's where I bought my Game 5.
Championship tickets. You get championship tickets there?
World Series tickets. Yeah, don't forget about that, by the way. Do not forget that the Texas Rangers are the world champions.
Oh, is there spring? Is there spring coming up there? Do they have to get ready for spring?
Very close. Yeah, pitchers and catchers are reporting, I think, next week for most teams. For the champions.
Huh?
For everybody. Yeah, they'll raise a banner in Arlington.
Oh, boy.
Not for the Cowboys.
I'm pretty sure you'll have to be there.
I'll have to be there. I'll be crying like a baby, dude.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, well, I don't play. There's crying when you're a fan. There's not crying when you play. But, I sports cried on November 1st, 2023. That's a day I won't forget for the rest of my life. That will be the best day of my life for the entirety of my life because the Cowboys won't ever win a Super Bowl. So that's what I've got to go with. All right.
Let me jump out for just 1 second. Just hold on. Go ahead. Start talking. I'll be back in less than 30 seconds.
Very intrigued about what's going on over there Well, you guys don't want to hear from me without the buck, so I'll let you hear from our great friends over at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right.
The floor, yes.
Now we have to know what's going on. Are you okay?
Fell off the desk. He fell off the desk. You think that guy ever cried at the champ? How many championships he's used to having? And this team, you think that guy ever cried? Get it over. Get it over to first base, G. There you go.
That ball's not leaving his hand, dude. It's glued on there.
He fell. He fell off the desk.
Oh, is that why you needed 30 seconds? You had to go get Jeets?
Well, what if he got hurt? Somebody's got to help him. I mean, what if I didn't need him to go to Texas Orthopedics right now? He's driving those cool cars and picking up his wife at the airport and stuff. Yeah, he's good.
Good luck getting an action figure and appointment at Texas Orthopedics. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to call them on behalf of Derek Jeter. They're going to be like, yeah, who's coming to see us? I'd like to make an appointment for Derek Jeter, please. And they're all like, oh, shit. Derek Jeter's coming in. And then you show up and you roll in there with that tiny little figurine.
Can you fix my guy's knee? Come on, Dr. Danny. Can you fix the dude? Hey, Stockton, fix Jeter's knee, will you?
They're kicking you right out of that office.
They think something's wrong with me? I don't.
They're never talking to you again.
First of all, the folks haven't seen him in ages. Look at that physique. Look at that. He's down on one knee, making an easy play look hard like he did later in his career. It's not that hard, Jeets. You don't have to dive for every ball.
He's down on his knees a lot, huh?
He had his faults at the end, but that's okay. He also kept your cell phones out of his place. He knew what to do with the cell phone.
Such a great bit right there, isn't it?
I need him to call Kevin Hart and get this done for me. That's what I need to do.
The non-disclosure that he made his women sign when they left his place the morning after. I'm
gonna say that's not for real.
No, that's for real. It's proven. Somebody posted about it a few years ago. Like they posted the contract or the statement or the agreement, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Never been in trouble. What a smart guy.
Smart guy. That's thinking with both heads right there.
Absolutely.
That's impressive. All right, more from Steve Sarkisian here. What about the new hires? Of course, 2 new coaching staff hires for Sark. Johnny Nansen is coming in to be the co-defensive coordinator and linebackers coach for the Longhorns, of course, replacing Jeff Choate, who took the head coaching job at Nevada. And then Kenny Baker, a big shock, was sent through the Longhorn football program late in the offseason when Bo Davis decided to leave Texas to take the same job at LSU. So pretty recently, Kenny Baker was hired. This is the first time we've heard Sark talk about those 2 guys. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about his 2 newest defensive assistants.
Trying to find the best coaches that fit us culturally, but also that can develop players and have proven to develop players and that can recruit at a high level. So to bring in Johnny Nansen from Arizona, who was their defensive coordinator at Arizona in a heck of a turnaround that they had last season, a guy that has worked with me in the past at Washington and USC is a huge addition for us. And then to go identify Kenny Baker from the Miami Dolphins to come and coach the defensive line, a guy that every person I call to ask about can't rave enough about the quality of coach that he is, the way he can relate to the players and be demanding but yet still relate to them so that they can continue to grow. And whether you want to call Mike McDaniel, Chris Greer, all of guys that I respect in the profession, couldn't be more excited to have Kenny on board for what he I think is going to bring to us not only on the field but also from a recruiting ranks.
Yep. I think that's it right there. I think what Sark said at the end about Kenny Baker is the biggest reason why he hired Kenny Baker, right? Like Kenny Baker's going to recruit. He's young. He's energetic. He's passionate. He's trying to work his way up the coaching ranks. Bo Davis, pretty old, been there, done that, already established. He didn't love recruiting. Like he didn't recruit all that much at Texas. Now, you didn't have a question about his development. Like, that's what Texas is going to miss, and we'll have to see if Kenny Baker can develop talent anywhere close to the way Bo Davis was able to develop. But I think a big part of why Sark went out and got Kenny Baker is he knows that he's going to recruit relentlessly and probably even better than Bo Davis was able to.
Yeah, it's tough. You always have to be careful because I think people understand that. I mean, it takes a special guy. You can be a fantastic coach and not be a good recruiter, and how you relate to folks away from the football field. And it sort of kind of goes hand in hand, but people get a bad rap when they talk about you as not a bad recruit. You recruit your ass off. You try your best. You just are a better coach than you are when you're outside of that realm. When it comes to talking, or like a salesperson. You know what I mean? You can be the best guy in the world and you're great for your company, but you can't sell. And everybody loves you around the company, but when it comes to you going out and talking with other people, it doesn't mean you're a bad guy or you're not that important to the company. It's just that's not your forte. And
I had no problem with Bo Davis, right? Like a lot of Longhorn fans, I think, are dunking on him a little bit.
Surprised that we found out that he wasn't a great recruiter, because you think of him as, hey, just get him there, let that guy coach him.
Yeah, I think the best coaching staffs have a good mix of recruiters and developers, right?
Sure.
Like, obviously, in a perfect world, every single coach you have on your staff is an elite recruiter and an elite developer. Like,
not everybody's an elite recruiter. They're not.
Right. That's not how it goes, right? Some guys are better at recruiting than developing. Some guys are better at developing than recruiting. And Bo Davis clearly fits into that latter category. And it was fine because Texas was recruiting incredibly well. PK and Sark and some of the other guys on that defensive staff were able to bring in enough talented defensive linemen to where, okay, even if Bo Davis wasn't out there 24/7 on the recruiting trail, like, Texas still had enough bodies in there. So it was fine. I mean, this team won 12 games last year. This coaching staff was clearly a huge part of why this team was as good as it was. Now we'll just have to see. I mean, Kenny Baker, once again, I feel good about the recruiting. Texas is going to have to recruit really well in 2025 because they don't have a ton of young underclassmen defensive linemen in the program right now. Maybe it goes to show you that Bo Davis wasn't the best recruiter in the world.
I need you to
develop. Can he develop? Exactly. Like Alfred Collins. This is it for Alfred Collins. I think it feels like everybody can keep coming back if they really want, but this is year 5 for him. He decided to return for another year. Former 5-star. This guy has all of the potential in the world. At least that's what we've heard about him since his days coming out of Cedar Creek High School in the Bastrop area.
Yes.
Like, Bo Davis couldn't really figure him out.
No, he couldn't. No, you're absolutely right.
You talk about Kenny Baker being able to make a first impression. If he is able to turn Alfred Collins into an all-conference caliber player, which we felt like he's had the ability to maybe be every year he's been on campus, if Kenny Baker can unlock that potential, then all right, that is a big-time gold star for Kenny Baker. And I think every Texas fan is going to feel like, oh, we might have something pretty special here with this dude.
Absolutely. I would agree 100% on that. If you can flip that guy into a tremendous player, which he has all the ability to be, then you've already done a fantastic job in year 1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I can ask of you. I don't know what you do on the recruiting trail. Let somebody, and not everybody recruits the players. The defensive line coach doesn't just recruit defensive linemen. He recruits in the area. They recruit areas. They recruit wide receivers in that area. They recruit quarterbacks. He gets in on that. I mean, for me, I wasn't the first one to recruit Ricky Williams. I mean, somebody else was in the California area that saw Ricky Williams. All I needed to do was see him on film and say, I'll take it from here and let me go from here. But I wasn't the first one to go to Ricky Williams' house. I didn't even meet Ricky first as a coach from the University of Texas. I was the second person in on Ricky. But after I met him and I'm the position coach, then from that point on, that was my recruit. But that happens with Priest Holmes too. Those are guys, I didn't go to their house originally to see them. I wasn't the initial recruiter on either one of those guys. I just took over the recruiting after that. And guys recruit. I mean, so if another guy recruits a defensive lineman, then you bring him to that coach. That coach has got to be able to recruit that guy, because when it's all said and done, I mean, that coach has got to be able to help that guy become a better player. When it's all said and done, it's how he plays when he gets here. It's not how he's recruited. Once he's here, what is he like once he gets here? So It doesn't matter who recruits him. There's going to be somebody that's got to got to make them better for sure.
Did you say that Cooch or that coach?
Coach.
Okay.
Coach.
Just making sure I heard that right.
Coach.
Because that could be a good recruiting tactic as well. You know that.
Coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no,
that's interesting. You've got the wrong figure behind you. You should have a Mariano Rivera action figure because you're the closer. Yeah.
Oh, I was the closer now. I could close the deal.
Getting Ricky and Priest on campus, even though you weren't the first guy to talk to them, that's big time right there.
No, that's the closer. I was the one who spent the time, the second amount of time. You know, I didn't meet Ricky's mom first. Steve Bernstein met Ricky Williams, and Ricky Williams.
Oh, you put a Jew out there?
He was awesome, man. Steve Bernstein, he could recruit. Now he recruit all those defensive back, Westbrook and all those dudes. Yes.
Wow.
You know, because it's different for me. I had the Arlington area. I recruited Mike Adams. He wasn't a running back. He was a wide receiver. So somebody had to take over that. After I said, this guy is good enough. He's a good player. He wants to come visit. You take it from here. I mean, that's just the way it goes. So you have to, it's what you do once they get here, because everybody has different areas that they recruit, you know?
Yep. Oh, yeah. You put your ace recruiter on some of the top guys that you're going after, right? Like Jeff Banks is one of Texas's best recruiters on staff right now. He's tight ends and special teams. Well, guess what? If there's a DB who is between a couple of different schools and you know Jeff Banks is the guy who can get him here, all right, hey, we don't care what position you coach. You go close this dude for us,
That's
please.
right. That's exactly how they do it. Yeah.
That's how it works, and that's a good thing. So I've got no doubts about Johnny Nansen. Like, that guy recruited very well, and the turnaround that Arizona's defense had with him as
that was quick.
Head defensive coordinator, right? He was there for 2 years, and in year one, things did not go well. It was a new coaching staff. They were taking over a program that was kind of at shambles, and then boom, year two, this past season, they won 10 games. They beat Oklahoma in the Alamo Bowl. Sorry about that, Sooners.
They also played the Alamo Bowl. That's right. They played down in San Antonio.
They forced 6 turnovers in that game with Johnny Nansen calling the shots on defense. And, I mean, that defense improved by, I think, 14 points per game.
Wow.
Over the span of one season, which is remarkable. So, yeah, Nansen I feel good about from a recruiting and a development standpoint. That was a great hire. Anytime you can get a guy to really take a step back. He went from DC to co-DC / position coach. Anytime you could do that, it's like, all right, that feels like a great get. So, Nansen, very confident in. Kenny Baker, it's going to be a little bit more wait and see. I know we've touched on it. We talked about it when Baker got hired. It's like, Sark deserves the benefit of the doubt because he has crushed it with his assistant hires to this point. But, the resume, when you compare it to Bo Davis, it ain't the same. So we got to wonder until we actually see what it looks like, what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, Sark's comfortable with him, and that's all kind of all that matters for outsiders. If the head coach is comfortable with him, he's been around him before, then you just got to go with it. Sark hasn't made very many mistakes when it comes to the coaching staff. And there's not a lot of guys leaving him, you know?
Yeah, he talked about that yesterday too. I mean, he's going into year 4. He's had the same coordinators all 4 years. That's pretty rare, right? And I think, I don't know if Pete Kwiatkowski wants to be a head coach, which is good news for Texas. Like, he can stay as the DC, especially if the defense continues to be amongst the best in college football. Kyle Flood, too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he has aspirations of being a head coach. He's been a head coach before. Maybe he wants to be one again. But, yeah, it's a rarity when, you're at a place like the University of Texas. You're able to have the same coordinators for 4 straight seasons. Usually it's either this guy sucks, we got to get rid of him, or it's, hey, this guy's doing so well, a bunch of other teams are trying to poach him, and we got to replace him.
Well, the young guy that's going to get some looks at. I mean, and it's hard to be a running back coach and then become a head coach. Let me tell you, he's going to get some looks because he can recruit and he can coach, and he's young.
Yeah.
And offensively, he understands what's going on in this offense. Probably with the pass game, he has to. He doesn't know what's going on with the offensive line, the pass game. He understands what Sark is looking for. So he's a young enough guy that there are going to be some schools, maybe not big schools, but there are going to be some schools looking at Coach Choice to become a head coach too.
Agreed. He's done a tremendous job here in Austin. How about this? PK, the longest tenured defensive coordinator at Texas since Carl Reese.
Wow.
98 to 03.
Yeah, not everybody wants to be a head coach. Not everyone needs to have their own program. They just want to be a part of something that's really good. And to live in Austin, Texas, and to make the kind of money he makes good money.
He's in the 7 figs. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame him if he wants to stay, and I hope he does want to stay. So there you go. We'll get back into Steve Sarkisian a little bit later. We've got more. He talked about some of the transfer portal players who are coming into Texas, and also an interesting answer about the wide receiver rotation and what that could look like in 2024. But I want to get into some Super Bowl props too. But before all of that, Buck, how about another shout out to another great sponsor?
And that would be Relax the Back. I looked for that right support for years for my back. You know, I had thoracic back surgery. I had my whole thoracic back reconstructed. And believe me, I looked everywhere. But then I discovered Relax the Back, and I'm now living pain-free. Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. That's just not a fly-by-night company. They've been around for a long time. And they understand what can make you feel good, and they understand the benefits of having a sturdy, really good chair for your back, for your lumbar area, for your thoracic area, for your shoulder area. But it's not just about chairs. They've got pillows, they've got beds, they've got the great massage chairs, they got the perfect fitting pillows just for you. And there's great savings over there. Believe me, they'll have some spring savings. I want to thank Relax the Back and Jason because they're a part of the 23rd annual Mullet Open, as they always have been. They will give a chair. They're not giving him my chair because I have a chair. I have a roadie in my garage that's ready to go on the road. So that chair stays with me. Obviously, it stays with me in the garage right now.
How often are you just sitting in the garage by yourself?
But when I go out there and just sit out on the front and listen to watch the people, the neighbors go by, I'll be sitting in my really relaxed with the wheels on it, rolling down the driveway, checking everybody out. That's good. I never thought of that, BK. Thanks for the idea. Relax the Back, folks. 2 great locations at BK at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and of course in Austin up north at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. No, they've got stores in Canada. They've got stores all over the place. Now, I'm not talking to the folks in Canada because we're trying to get everything straight around here, the San Antonio, Austin area. But they got places in Canada. This is a huge place, Relax the Back. I was over there the other day, and that place was packed with people sitting in the massage chairs just humming it. So I'm like, dude, buy the chair. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, bum.
That's like going into a mattress store to take a nap.
Oh, yeah. Bring your own pillow. You bring your pillow in the mattress store.
You have no intention of buying a mattress. You just go in there. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Shout out to Relax the Back. Don't pin your creepy stalking hobby on me, all right? I am not promoting you sitting on your front porch in a Relax the Back chair just creepily watching people as they walk by. No thanks.
Waving at the folks, their dogs. Yeah.
Stranger danger right there. That's what that is.
I can roll that all the way to the gate out front there. You know what I mean? Just roll down there, stop at the gate and talk to people.
Don't fall, please.
Oh, I can put the dogs on a leash and have them roll me around the place, up and down the driveway. Great idea. I'm into it now. That chair is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Your dogs are going to knock you over and then eat you. Those average Pyrenees.
Yes, and then, of course, I'll be seeing Dr. Daney, of course, over there at Texas Orthopedics soon.
There you go. All right, shout out to Relax the Back. Shout out to 7-Eleven as well. I saw our guy Sheesh in the comments earlier. Want to give him some love. Want to give our girl Wendy some love as well. They own and operate a few different 7-Eleven locations here in the Austin area. I was there yesterday, actually, stopping by 7-Eleven.
And I'm sure you are sugar-free like I am going into day 3.
No.
Yeah, you are not sugar-free at all.
I also not only do I go to 7-Eleven to get gas for my car, not only do I go to 7-Eleven to get snacks for me, that's where I make some deals. I'm closing deals at 7-Eleven.
Nice.
What kind of deals are we talking about? TSU deals, drug deals? I don't know.
Around the dumpster there, because they had a nice big dumpster around the corner. Are you making deals around the dumpster there?
It's a big parking lot.
It is a big parking lot. You got that right.
And our guy Ashish is not a snitch. We know that.
That's right.
The kids, that's not a tip for kids in the car
no,
line.
It's not. It's a bad tip.
Love 7-Eleven, the great snacks, the Slurpees. Man, I was there. I watched, it was like right after school. There's a middle school right by that 7-Eleven.
Well, those kids come there.
Oh, dozens of them, dude. Just all getting Slurpees.
You got like a 5-kid limit in that place. You can't bring them. There's too many of them coming there at once.
Oh my God. No, it would have been Epstein's dream in that place yesterday, dude. They're everywhere getting those Slurpees. But hey, you're never too old to have a Slurpee. They've got all the great snacks. They've got coffee this morning if you need a little pick-me-up.
Got rolling papers. If you're
Yeah,
rolling your own cigarettes, yeah.
Yeah, they got, I guess they have papers. They have Swisher Sweets, I'm sure. You could
Swisher Sweets.
roll a little blunt out of that deal. You ever done that before?
I've never had a Swisher. No, I've never done anything that way. No.
You never had like an OG Swisher Sweet, let alone what I'm talking about?
No, I've never dumped anything out and then stuck the other stuff in there.
Okay. All right. Easy on the hand gestures there, guy. What are you doing over there?
I'm Tops or whatever those papers are. I've never been doing Swisher Sweets. No, I don't need a filter. I'm like my old man, Pall Mall, non-filtered all the way.
Gross. Nasty. All right. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Love them. Also, some love to Woods Comfort Systems.
Yeah, man.
Your AC's probably kicking on. Your heat's going to be kicking back on. They both need to work. You live in Austin. Yes. Like, it's a mess, but you got to make sure your AC and heaters are working at all times, and Woods Comfort Systems can make sure that your home will be comfortable all year round. They also do plumbing as well. Wags. You always like to call out Wags for whenever you talk about plumbing. Yes. But check them out, woodscomfortsystems.com. That's the website. Nearly 70 years in Central Texas, providing the top HVAC and plumbing services out there.
Yeah, ask Dave. BK, ask Dave and Travis if you've got a Woods Comfort System and you're thinking about sticking a generator there just in case, the lights go out, and you got to ask them about generators and who can service you with the great generator. They know all the generator folks around, so Woods Comfort Systems will help you with that too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. Let's get into some Super Bowl props, Buck.
Yeah.
So the beauty of the Super Bowl, there are many beauties of the Super Bowl, of course, but you can bet on literally every single aspect of the game, and not just the game, of the broadcast itself. I mean, it is insane how many props there are for Super Bowl 58, and it feels like we get more and more every single year. By the way, if you're looking to bet on any of this stuff, go to BetUS. Just click the link in the video description below. Or if you're listening on the app, click Explore Our Socials and click the link to BetUS there. Deposit $50 or more. They're going to give you free money, and you could bet on all of the stuff that we are talking about right now. All right, so Super Bowl props. Of course, you're a big coin toss guy. You've already put 5,000 units on tails.
Tails never fails.
Tails never fails except when it does. I believe that's the full quote.
Yes.
What about the national anthem? Reba McEntire, the legendary Reba McEntire, will be performing. The current over-under is 86.5 seconds. So that's what, a minute 26 and a half. You leaning over or under for that one?
I know she wants to stretch it out, but I don't know if her lungs are going to be able to stretch it out. I think she may want to get this over with in a hurry.
Okay, you're going under.
I'm going under.
By the way, Lee Sterling will join us tomorrow. His daughter's a Broadway star.
Yes.
She's gotten 11 straight over-under predictions.
That's correct. History. Whatever she says goes.
Yep. So you might want to take her advice. Tune in tomorrow and get that pick. Well,
yes.
You can also bet on the length of the word brave. The final word of our national anthem. Over under 3.5 seconds for just the final word.
Like I said, older lady, not going to be able to hold that note a long time when to get that over with.
Okay. Under. You can also bet on whether or not she's going to forget or omit a word during the national anthem. You get good odds. If it's yes, it's plus 900. No is minus 3,000. So if you get a little slip up there, you could get a little coinage in your pocket.
Well, I don't know about that one. I'm going to say she's going to know all the words. She's done this before, and she's practiced this. She's been practicing since Monday. 15 times a day she sings the national anthem somewhere, somehow.
Oh, she's been practicing for longer than that, don't you think? Like, they've been choreographing this deal for a minute, because I'm sure it's not going to be her. There's going to be not just her. It's going to be somebody with a guitar behind her, or maybe a choir behind her, or something like that, right?
Taylor Swift playing guitar. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that one.
You cannot bet on that. We will get to some Taylor Swift bets that you can make, because, of course, you can. How about this one? I know you'll be locked in for this. Will Reba McEntire show cleavage? Yes is plus 300. No is minus 500.
I'm going to say no.
Okay. You can also bet on Post Malone, who apparently is singing America the Beautiful. Yes, that Post Malone. Dallas's own Post Malone. You can bet the over-under on that. I don't even know if I know the words to that song. Sorry about that.
That's going to be over because he's going to try to, he knows Usher's going to be there. He's going to try to go long. That's over.
Is he going to rap that? Is he going to sing that?
Can he sing? Can Post Malone sing, or is he just a rapper?
No, he's got a pretty good voice.
Okay, well, it's going to go over.
Okay, taking the over
He's
on
going
that.
to be heard, yes.
All right, on to the halftime show.
Yes.
Usher headlining Super Bowl 58. You can bet on whether or not other musicians will appear on stage with Usher during the halftime show.
Of course. It's Vegas, baby.
The favorite, and I've made this prediction since the Super Bowl was announced in Vegas, Lil Jon, minus 200. There is a 100% chance that Lil Jon will be on the stage with Usher during the performance on Sunday. 100%. Like, take it to the bank. I'll put 10,000 units on that right now.
Wow.
Because Usher's most famous song features Lil Jon. Lil Jon is a Vegas guy. He's at every Raiders game at that stadium. He will be there on Sunday, and he will be a part of the halftime performance. That's easy money. That's like betting on Amanda Nunes in UFC. She's going to win, okay? Lil Jon will be there. Ludacris, minus 160.
Luda shows up.
Luda might show up. He's also in that song with Usher and Lil Jon. I'm not as confident in that one, but that'd be cool if all three of those dudes were on stage. Huge Ludacris fan. Alicia Keys, minus 150. That's minus money on those three. They've got My Boo. You familiar with that song, Buck?
Yes, together, yeah.
Can you sing it?
No.
Okay. Doesn't sound like you're very familiar with it.
I'm familiar with it, but I'm not singing it.
All right. I tried, people. And then fourth, highest odds for musician to show up on stage with Usher. T Swizzle.
She's showing up. That's going to be a lot of money. Somebody's able to make a lot of coin there. I'm going to throw some units on that one. What is it? What kind of money can I make?
Plus 1,000.
Wow.
It's a waste of money, my friend.
No, it isn't. Go ahead and put a hundy on that.
You're going to put a hundy on it?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to put a hundy on it.
I'll make that bet with you right now.
I'll make 50.
50 bucks?
50 bucks.
All right, so I owe you 500 if she shows up. You owe me 50 if she doesn't?
Dude, that's like stealing from you. I feel horrible doing that. She's going to get herself on that stage somehow. She's coming down from that booth and she's going to be on that stage. She may be dancing in the background, but she's not going to be upstairs. She's coming downstairs for that.
She's going to be exhausted. She's flying in from Tokyo, doing a show the night before.
She doesn't have to fly down from the upstairs there. She can take the elevator to get down to the stage.
She's going to be like nervous about the game because her man is playing in it.
She ain't worried about that damn game or that damn man. She's not worried about that dude.
Oh, it's not worried about Travis Kelce?
Dude, that thing's about to come to an end here this spring anyway.
Wow. Once football season's over, you think the NFL's gotten enough money out of her and you think she's gotten enough money out of the NFL that they're about to break up?
She's looking for old man Brady now. Come on. It's time.
Brady?
This thing is over with here. This little fun and games with her and Travis Kelce. That thing is, I know it's nice and it's a nice courtship and she's probably going to write a song about him and it's all going to be nice, but this thing's about to come to an end.
You're saying that Taylor Swift's next boyfriend is going to be Tom Brady?
I'm not saying there's a possibility they'll come into contact, close contact, but it's over with Kelce. What are they going to do? What's he going to do? Where's he going to live? He's going to live in Philly or something with her down in the Susquehanna Valley or something. This is over with. This has been a nice little courtship, but it's done. It's time for her to move on. I'm writing her a letter and telling her to move on.
Why would the world's biggest pop star live in Saskatchewan Valley, whatever the hell you just said? They ain't living anywhere in Pennsylvania, I can tell you that.
No, they want to go there with the Kelsey family and the brother and all that stuff. Be on YouTube. No, man, it's over with. It's done. Time for her to move along.
You can also bet on, speaking of the Kelseys, you can bet on whether or not Jason Kelsey will be shirtless like he was in that divisional game against Buffalo.
No, his mom's already told him, do not embarrass the whole family on Super Bowl Sunday. Keep your clothes on.
You can bet on Justin Bieber being on there. Beyonce, DJ Khaled, Jay-Z, 50 Cent, Madonna, plus 5,000. Madonna be up there? Why would Madonna be up there?
Maybe those are all the people that are still doing something in Vegas that week. You know what I mean? Or have been doing stuff in Vegas.
Those are sucker bets right there.
Yeah.
Anybody outside Lil Jon and Ludacris and maybe Alicia Keys is a waste of money, I think. You could bet on the shirt that he's going to be wearing. You could bet on the first word that he says. The favorite is yo. Second is Vegas/Las Vegas. And it's what's up. I mean, it's ridiculous. The type of stuff that you could bet on here. All right, here's a good one.
Taylor Swift is the moneymaker.
Which, yeah, for Vegas, absolutely. The casinos will happily take your money. Which Las Vegas landmark will be shown first? The Sphere is the favorite. The new guy. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas. That sign is number 2.
That's number 1.
I'm with you. That feels like a winner, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's always first. That's the first thing they see is that.
That's plus 200, but the Sphere is new, man. Like, this is the first major sporting event we've had out there since.
Nobody gives a crap about the big eyeball.
They're going to have like the logos of the teams on there, and the Super Bowl logo will be on there.
Welcome to famous Las Vegas.
That's what it should be, right? That's plus 200 right there. That might be worth a little bit.
And then Hooters.
Hooters?
The Hooters Casino. The Pyramid or whatever that. What is that? Lexor. Then show a picture of the Lexor Hotel.
Yeah. I was like,
please tell me that's not in existence anymore. They have now rolled that thing over and built a real hotel there.
I think the Luxor is still there.
It can't. The puke stains on the floor. It's still at that. Really?
I'll be in Vegas in a month. I'll report back.
Please don't tell me it's there. Please tell me it's gone. No windows. What a piece of junk that is.
Yeah, that's not something you can bet on for which landmark will be seen first. The Bellagio fountains are on there, 3-1.
For sure.
The Eiffel Tower at Paris, Las Vegas, 4-1. Yeah, the Sphinx/Luxor Pyramid, that's 5-1. I beg your pardon, it is on there.
That's not going to be seen. They don't embarrass themselves. That's good the other way there. No way. That they don't want that thing to be seen.
You might like this one. How many the over-under of Elvis costumes that will be shown during the broadcast? It's 2.
Ooh, I'm going to say over. Yeah, because that's what I look for when I go to Vegas. How many Elvises can I see in the course of an hour walking the strip?
You could see hundreds of them.
They're everywhere.
Elvis and titties. Those are the two things that you just see nonstop, and you usually don't want to see them either.
And Elvis is always trying to marry people. Hey, I'm a reverend. I can marry you. Thank you, Elvis.
You can bet on which will be higher, Buck. Joe Biden's approval rating on March 1st or Christian McCaffrey's receiving yards?
McCaffrey.
Which will be higher? Donald Trump's age on Super Sunday, 77, or Travis Kelce's receiving yards?
Kelsey.
You going Kelsey over on that deal?
Yeah, they're going to try. They know what they have to stop, and he'll catch about 8 balls. He's not getting double figures though.
And they've got so many cross sports bets too. I'm obviously not going to read all of these, but the Waste Management Open for the PGA Tour is going on this weekend. Starts today, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's out in Phoenix. Yes.
Yeah. So if you like watching fake golf, you can check that one out.
The party. This is where the party begins for the PGA right here.
Actually, yeah, this is the coolest PGA tournament. This is like the only PGA tournament that I really want to go to. Like,
I've been there. It's a great event, man.
And that's where you told Emmitt Smith his wife is hot.
I didn't say she was hot. I said she's so attractive. And he goes, I get that a lot. I'm like, yeah, I bet you do there.
I'll be locked into the CW watching Live Golf in Vegas this weekend. Just get
Only
ready.
they would try to upstage the Super Bowl, which isn't going to – that's going to be just a blip on your screen. That's nothing.
By the way, I'm here to tell you that the wheels are in motion for a TSU Live Golf partnership.
Oh, it's open? Is it open?
I am working on it.
Who, it's Sergio?
I've got a contact.
Oh, no.
We're working on it here. So we're all about to be rich, and y'all are going to be thanking me later for this.
There you go. They have – you talking to Greg Norman now?
Yeah, you know, I've turned down some investors for TSU. I won't turn down the Saudis if they want to invest in this. We'll go ahead and take their –
What if they want to pay you in straight up gold or oil?
Cool.
Wow.
I'll go to one of those places. WeBuyGold.com.
We buy gold. They'll be truckloads.
Oh, man. Which will be higher, Buck? Cross Sports prop bet. The highest round score at the Waste Management Open or Travis Kelce's total receiving yards in the game on Sunday?
I'm going to say Kelce again.
Okay. Which will be higher, the total number of holes in one at the Waste Management Phoenix Open or the number of fumbles lost in Super Bowl 58?
There will be no fumbles lost in this game, so. And there's always a hole in one. No, not always, but boy, last year they had one. The year before they had one. They got that. They got the stadium deal set up on I think it's Saturdays to make it a little bit easier for a hole in one. Hole in ones aren't easy anyway. Speaking of a guy who's had two of them, so I'll let you just know that. But I've had two of those, so I'm thinking that I'm going to say hole in ones. There's not going to be any fumbles lost. Did you say fumbles or fumbles lost?
Lost.
Okay. I'm going to say Waste Management's got a better chance. And a hole in one.
Which will be higher, first half combined points in the Super Bowl or California Senate Democrat margin? I mean, that's who bets on that shit?
Somebody with a lot of money.
I guess. Like, how do you, that's just a total guess. I don't know anything about politics, so maybe that's a good bet. Maybe you could find a good cross sport / political bet there if you want to take that. All right, let's get your T Swift bets here.
Okay.
By the way, you can also bet on the color of the Gatorade. You got a lean on that. Somebody, my buddy Jack Settleman, works for Underdog Fantasy and Snapback Sports. He asked Kyle Shanahan in Vegas this week what his favorite color of Gatorade was. He said orange.
Thank you very much.
So that actually shifted the Vegas odds, and orange is now the favorite to be the color of the Gatorade poured on the winning head coach.
Because the 49ers are winning.
All right, here are the Taylor Swift ones.
Yes.
You could bet on the color of shirt she's going to be wearing when she hops off the plane in Vegas.
Red.
Black is actually the favorite at 2-1. Then red is plus 250. You could bet on what she's going to be wearing, the color of the shirt she'll be wearing at the game, and red is the heavy favorite there.
Of course, red and white.
Minus 500. You can bet on whether or not she will wear a Travis Kelce jersey during the game. Yes, that's pretty close to even money. Yes is plus 150. No is minus 200. Bet on the lipstick color.
Red, always.
Will NFLshop.com offer a Swift Chiefs jersey before week 1 of the 2024 season?
No, they won't have to. They will be broken up by then. They're not going to do that.
Because they'll be broken up.
Yeah.
You can bet on whether or not they'll show Taylor Swift during the national anthem. There's an over-under on her plane arrival time in Vegas. You could bet on whether or not her flight gets delayed from Tokyo.
Oh, no, they'll make a mid-air switch if they have to for that.
Mm-hmm. Which will be higher, Taylor Swift live shots or Travis Kelce catches during the game?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see a lot of Taylor Swift in this game. Be a lot of shots of her up there.
You can also bet it's Nance and Romo on the call. You can bet on who's going to say Taylor Swift's name first.
I'm going to have to say it's going to be Romo because he's a miracle.
You I mean, there's hundreds of these Taylor Swift related props. You can bet on whether or not Kelsey's going to propose after the game. Any chance?
No.
No.
I mean, they've got a relationship that nobody knows. I mean, I'm just saying that I wish them well. If that thing end up being serious, that's great for them, because it doesn't look phony. It just looks like they're having fun. Now, people hate it. Swifties hate it. Other people hate it because now they hate the Chiefs. The Chiefs used to be the beloved team now, and now they're the hated team. Swifties hate the fact that they're taking away their precious Taylor Swift. The NFL's doing that. So I just hope that their deal is the real deal. And if it's real deal, that's great for them. I just don't think so. I just think it's going to be gone.
You think it's fake news, huh?
I think I don't want it to be. I truly want it to be what it appears to be to me. So, But I just got a feeling that it's time for both of them to move along, and especially for her. That dude is probably crazy about her. I mean, because once again, he's a sports star that stuff will fade away. 4 years after he's done, his whole deal will be gone. 4 years after she's done, they'll still be talking about Taylor Swift,
Yeah. All right. So he's dragging her down.
Ooh, I didn't say that, did I?
You're insinuating that.
I guess.
She can do better than him, is what you're saying.
For Swifties, yes. For the Swifties, yeah. They don't want her hanging out with meathead football player.
We're talking about a future Hall of Famer. I mean, look, she could find somebody richer than Travis Kelce, but he's pretty damn successful, That's obviously a good pull for him, but doesn't feel like a bad pull for her. Man, the album that would come out after a breakup would
if it's a bad breakup.
I mean, all of her albums do incredibly well, and she's got a new one coming out in a couple of weeks that's going to crush it, of course, because she's Taylor Swift. But yeah,
he'll be a part of that album. He'll be mentioned.
Oh, is he going to feature? He's going to sing?
No, but he'll be something about him, and her deal in the NFL this year will be a part of one of these songs.
Oh, guess what? You can bet on that too. Whether or not she'll make a Chiefs/Travis Kelce reference in this new album. That feels like a lock, doesn't it?
It does. Yes.
Yeah, I think it does.
You get some money on that. That just seems like yes for sure.
Mm-hmm. Karma is a man on the Chiefs, Buck. I believe that's Socrates who once said that back in the day. I'm not sure about that. All right, there are your props. If I find more ridiculous ones, we'll have them tomorrow. We'll talk more about the game itself tomorrow and really break down the matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes.
We've got some fun we've got to have, though. I got a couple of videos I got to show you before we wrap things up at 10 o'clock.
By the way, we need to know what type of flight Taylor Swift is. She on Delta? Because if she's on Delta, she's not getting there on time.
There's no way Taylor Swift is flying Delta, right? Like any commercial airline. There's no way.
She's flying Swift Airline. Is that what it is?
She could have her own airline if she wanted to. Let me see.
She may be first class Delta.
American Airlines.
American Airlines?
Well, one of the props is will AA flight 1989 or 87 be delayed? 1989, that's one of her albums, and 87 is Travis Kelce's number.
American Airlines? I don't know.
Yes is the favorite that they'll. I don't know if those are actually her flights. Those are not her flights. Those are just random flights that have to do with. My head hurts.
Yeah. When you talk about I'm just going to say I bagged American Airline before I did Delta. So
you bagged a stewardess?
No, I was off of flying with them, and then I jumped back to Delta. That was my original, and now I'm not down with Delta. So I don't know what else. United now. So she's flying American. I'm not getting on Alaska either.
She's not flying commercial. That prop bet is two random flights that just have something to do with the numbers of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Yeah, first class. It's nice up in first class.
She is nicer than first class.
Nicer than first class?
That's peasant stuff for her, dude. Dude, she cannot get on a plane with all of us.
Why?
What a disaster that would be. Everybody would be stopping, taking pic. The plane would never take off.
Well, I mean, you think she would have the nerve to fly with the condom lady or the crazy lady that's seeing things? She's not going to be on that flight, is she?
Exactly. She ain't associating herself with the heathens who are getting on normal flights. There's no chance.
The ones that see things.
You think
she's not
Taylor
gonna
Swift
be-
wants to be a part of this?
But I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And
She would elbow that lady so quick. She would give her the elbow.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
she's not. She will not be flying Southwest or United or Delta anytime
She will
soon.
not be wearing a condom outfit on any of her flights, no matter what she's flying. She won't dress like that.
No, probably not. If she is, we'll never see it because we won't be on the same plane as her. But
Okay.
Longhorn fan from Denton asks, "What's the over/under on how many times Romo says, 'Whoa, Jim'?" What do you think?
That'll be 10 times.
10 times? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom McKay has texted in. Bucky may have been 5'9" when he was 20, but now he's about 5'6", and he walks hunched over like he's 5'2". He could be the little old grandma from Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, I don't think so. I was upright at 5'9" the other day at the doctor's office with my shoes off, just in my socks. Tom.
Some below the belt stuff from Tom there.
No, I did all that stuff with my shoes off. I wanted to. You go to the doctor's office, they want you to leave. They let you leave everything on. Now, women take all their stuff off. Guys, when you jump on the scale and you go to the doctor now, they're like, no, leave your shoes on, leave all that stuff on. It's good.
You kept your shoes on at the doctor?
Yeah, I mean, no, I took mine off.
Yeah,
I
I've
was
always
good height. I was over 5'9". I was still my Doug Fleet 5'9 3/4.
Wow,
That's me.
Without shoes, huh?
Without shoes, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see some documentation on that deal.
Now, I did the weight deal with my big my hoodie on that helped out a lot. And my
Big man.
pockets full of change. The big man was weighing it at 156. That is horrible.
The big man, huh? 156.
That's horrible, man. You don't understand how disappointed that is for me.
What do you want to be at?
165.
Was that your playing weight?
My playing weight was, closer to 170.
You got some work to do there, Chief.
Me and Xavier Worthy.
And you're
He's
giving
telling
up
us-
sugar.
Huh? And I'm giving up.
That's not gonna help. You put on.
That's not helping?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but I got to have my toes and my arms and my legs and stuff. I don't want that other stuff that I keep selling on pre-whatever.
Well, what would you rather be? Fat with no toes or skinny with yes toes?
But you can still be a diabetic and be skinny, I believe.
Yeah.
Because aren't we all pre-diabetic? Aren't we all that close? When it comes to the numbers, we're all right around there, I believe. That's what it seems like I hear since 2018. Oh, you're a pre-diabetic. Okay, now it's 2024. Can I just be a diabetic? Oh, no, you're just a couple numbers off. I mean, how long does that last? What's a pre?
You want to be a diabetic?
I mean, I just want to know, when can I start eating my stuff? When can I get back to my candy? Never?
You're acting like this is a club here. Like they're just leaving you outside and you want to walk in. It's diabetes, dude. You don't want that.
Am I pre-pregnant? Almost pregnant? What is the deal? What is the deal here? It's been going on for years. You're just pre-diabetic. You're a couple numbers away. Okay. I've been eating the same amount of candy and shit for the last 5 or 6 years. Am I there yet?
Yeah, you should stop eating shit, by the way. Like, I don't know if that's going to help you out too much. I don't know. I
got off of Twizzlers. I've been off of Twizzlers for 2 years. I haven't had a damn Twizzler in 2 years. That was my go-to. I mean, big bags of Twizzlers on the rides to Dallas and stuff. I haven't poker nights, bag of Twizzlers. I have not had a Twizzler in 2 years. That was probably the safest stuff that I was eating. Although it's just plastic with some sugar on it.
I was going to say, I don't think Twizzlers were the best things you were eating when you were eating those. I don't know, pre-diabetic, just watch out for Jardiance, man. I'll be locked in the next Jardiance commercial. If I see you.
That's the postman.
part of the flash mob by the Bellagio fountains.
You think they'll show up? Why don't they show up? That would be awesome.
You think we'll get a Jardiance commercial at the Super Bowl?
Oh, right there at the fountain. That would be awesome.
Oh, my God. That'd be the greatest thing ever. All right, before we get into the TBT video of the day, we've got to let you hear from our man, Tom McKay of AV Consultations.
It's Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Hey, kid, you want to hear a dad joke?
Sure, old man.
A guy walks into a flat... Oh, that was terrible. A guy walks into a store and buys an 85-inch flat screen for $2,500. I wasn't done with my joke yet.
Yeah, you were. Here, I got one. What's worse than paying for one overpriced surround sound speaker?
I don't know what.
Paying for two overpriced surround sound speakers?
All right, well, here at Audiovisual, we do like to laugh. And by calling 512-255-8678, you can share in that laughter. Stop paying extra for lesser quality and visit avconsultations.com today.
All right. You got me going now. One more.
All right, here we go.
A guy walks into a bar, and then a speaker, and then a projector.
All right. I think they get it, kid. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or see us online at avconsultations.com.
And all jokes aside, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call, 512-255-8678.
By the way, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Camilla. I'll also be having my Big Hat mocktail on Sunday. Oh, yeah, non-alcoholic drink while everybody's slamming down All Stat and some of those Big Hat wonderful drinks that they have. I, myself, do non-alcoholic drinks. You know what I'm saying? I used to do alcohol drinks a lot. But now that I've found this mocktail and I've been sober it's not like I was just sober for like 3 or 4 months. It's been, going on 23 years of no alcohol for me. And I'm going to keep this thing going because I have to keep it going. But Big Hat has a mocktail that's absolutely delicious, BK. And I've tried it and I didn't know if I would like it, but I do like the ginger taste in there and the lime and the orange. They've got everything that I want in there. And it does quench your thirst. And it, as I said, you'll be around. There'll be a lot of people around with drinks in their hand. And if you're just starting on the same path that I've been on and non-alcohol drinks, this may be the way for you to feel like you're socially involved with everybody that's around you. You don't have to do it. Believe me, you can do it without it. But while BK has a 6-pack of All Stat in his hand over here and some other kind of drink in this hand, enjoying his day, doesn't mean he's going to get loaded, but he probably will. But yeah. While he's doing that, you can have one of those nice mocktails from Big Hat. And they're in HEBs, and they're doing well in HEBs right now. And it is tasty. Drinks like that, people are wondering, do they have a good taste to them? Well, let me tell you, this ginger taste in this mocktail is delicious. Add a little water for me and a little ice to it. I used to not have drinks with ice because I didn't want to waste the ice, by the way. And that was Jack Daniels. So I didn't want to, why waste ice? You know what I'm saying? But now the mocktail from Big Hat, delicious. And it is everywhere now. And the HEB stores love what they're doing right now too. And you can too. You'll enjoy that drink, believe me. And there are other drinks too. If you have to have an alcohol drink, I always say just because you drink alcohol, it doesn't make you an alcoholic. It doesn't. There are people that are social drinkers that can have some drinks. There are those that can get drunk and still have some fun because they know what to do. They always have a designated driver for them. But there are others that truly have to watch what they do. I am that other. Yeah. I am the other. I'm on the other side of it. So, and I'm very appreciative that I've been able to do it with the help of people that have been around me like yourself and others. And through my radio experience of 24 years, there have been so many people that have helped me stay sober. It's just not me. It's not about me. It's been about other people that have helped me. And I want to stay that way. And this mocktail is a way for me to do it. So I appreciate Big Hat and what they're doing.
Absolutely. Sam says, I thought y'all be slamming down some Olipop. I'll be doing that.
Well, that too. I do that during a regular weekday. Mm-hmm. But if I have a workout, I will go and I'll have one of those mocktails. Because I like the ginger in it. I love that taste.
You're drinking a mocktail while you're working out?
After I work out. Ginger, because I like ginger.
Yeah, you do like the gingers. I know you're past.
Yeah. And I still won't grab that ginger root in the store and slice little pieces in my salad. No, I'll take it in a drink. Yes, for sure.
There you go. Shout out to Big Hat. Shout out to Olipop as well. Great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. You can pick that up at HEB as well. Also Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries, you can get that Olipop. Tons of great flavors. We're believers. Texas Sports Unfiltered. You will be too once you try it. It is a game changer. It got me back into soda. It will do the same for you.
Might as well. You better get you your HEBs because don't try to get there on Saturday or Sunday of this week. And don't
No.
try to get into Costco's after today, brother.
Any
Wow.
week, dude. Anyway, I don't do grocery stores on weekend. Well, I don't do any grocery stores. I want to make sure we have that.
About baggers.
No glory holes in there. No, I've never sexually assaulted a bagger like you have.
I didn't assault. I just got help from a bagger. There's a difference between assault and someone helping you put stuff in a trunk.
You forced her in your trunk, and then you closed the door, and then you drove away with her in the trunk.
No, I just think being in the trunk first and having to take the bags from her or having her get in first, there's a difference. She wanted to get in. Okay, hold on. I'll put the stuff and you hold it right there. I didn't shut the trunk door down.
And then you drove away. Yes, you did. The story has changed over the years. You know, since the Me Too movement started, all of a sudden this story is not what it used to be. So I'm calling BS on that, dude. You bagged that bagger. And that's
You bagged that bagger somewhere in Austin.
yeah, still hasn't been found.
Wow.
All right. It is Thursday, which means we've got a little TBT video for you. Another hilarious viral news clip. This is from 2017. I got some help with this one today. All right. So it's not good. You can't get mad at me, but I do think it's hilarious. We go to Portland, a local TV news broadcast in Portland, Oregon. It was snowing up there. Don't think that happens all that often, but hey, big deal. So you've got a woman on the street doing a little reporting, and all of a sudden she stumbles upon a couple of joggers, people like running in the snow. And she does a little interview with these two, and boy, it does not end too well for the joggers.
I caught up with Chelsea and Michael, who were jogging by and were nice to just stop for a quick second. And I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow, so your feet don't get wet.
What have you seen while you've been out running?
It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of other runners and more skiers than runners for sure. I think they've got a little bit of the advantage with the whole stride and glide thing, but it's too nice to not be out here.
Keep on the run. I'm sorry to have kept you, but I appreciate you guys talking with us.
Stay warm.
All right, thanks. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops, that can happen, unfortunately. Looks like Chelsea's okay. You okay? Yes, okay.
No, she's not. She hurt her back. What do you mean? Are you okay? She gives you the thumb. That hurt.
Dude, how great is...
Hey, Chelsea, if you go to my fall school, you'll never fall like that. What is wrong with her?
How was she supposed to fall in that situation?
She was still supposed to go onto her side a little bit. She landed dead square on her back part of her butt cheek, back there at the crack part. And then she almost, I don't know if she slammed her head. I didn't see that part of it. Come on, Tua. You can do better than that. Why doesn't your boyfriend help you learn how to fall? Hey, but it's a good day. Low impact. That didn't look like a low impact fall right there.
Yeah, how hilarious is that? She's so smug when she's talking to that reporter, like, oh, it's the conditions are actually great. Like, it's perfect to be out here right now. And you're an idiot if you're not running.
It's like somebody stuck a tray of ice exactly right there where she was going to make that step. Great job.
And then she just eats it here. Let me see if I can, I got to find, I got to try. Okay. I'll work on getting a soundless version of that video. I'll show you it one more time with sound. I'll see if I can find one without sound that allows us to talk while it's going on. But here it is one more time, this viral news clip from about 7 years ago in Portland.
I caught up with Chelsea and Michael, who were jogging by and were nice to just stop for a quick second. And I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow, so your feet don't get wet.
What have you seen while you've been out running?
It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of other runners and more skiers than runners for sure. I think they've got a little bit of the advantage with the whole stride and glide thing, but it's too nice to not be out here.
Keep on the run. I'm sorry to have kept you, but I appreciate you guys talking with us.
Stay warm.
All right, thanks. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops, that can happen, unfortunately. Looks like Chelsea's okay. You okay? Yes, okay.
Well, it was Wednesday, and she thinks it's Friday because her head did hit the ground. So just ask her, how many fingers do I have up? She hit the back of her head. She didn't just hit her back. She slammed her back of her head into that. So she's probably in concussion protocol and not being able to jog on the wonderful texture there for at least 2 weeks. She's out of commission.
You think she's on a CTE watch right now?
For sure.
Is that a big problem with joggers these days?
Did you see her head hit that ground? That was the
did.
back of her dome. That's where all the smartness is, in the back.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me
Trying to get a slow-mo. Can you get a slow motion play of her head hitting the turf?
I can't do slow-mo, but I'm working on, I know. Here's it without sounds so we could comment. But all of this is so great. There are 7 things that I wrote down that make this phenomenal for me. Number 1 is the smug attitude, right?
Yes.
So when she's talking. All right. So here's it with without sound so people can hear us while we're talking right now. Obviously, you can't hear how smug she is, but just the face, the look, what she says, like everything about it is like, I'm better than you, right?
And Michael's pissed off because the skiers are out there too, running on his running area.
Dude, that guy is like he's just doing this because he likes her for some reason.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it.
No, and the jog away is hilarious, of course. She looks ridiculous. And then boom, the slip and fall.
Her head hit the
And then the hand goes on the lower back, which is funny. Yeah. And then to me, the funniest part is like the woman on camera, the reporter, that's what we call them. She's like, "Are you okay?" And
like
she
I really like I care.
Chelsea won't turn around. She's so embarrassed. She knows she effed up and she knows she's been caught on TV. Like she won't even turn around to acknowledge what just happened.
Dude, I hope she had her pillow in the back of that hoodie. That when her head slammed down.
You keep a pillow in the back of your hoodie?
No.
What do you mean? Hopefully she had a pillow in the back of her hoodie.
Our special type of hoodie, because it looks like she's fallen before. She just hit her head so hard. And if you come to my fall school this summer, I can teach you how to fall without all of that. Impact right there.
Yeah, I'm surprised she doesn't reach for the head. Look, yeah, the husband reaches up. She's grabbing her back. She gives the thumbs up, and then she starts jogging away.
She's going to pretend like she's going to run that off. No, she's not. She's going straight to the emergency room and wonder why there's birds flying around in her head.
Oh, my God. She gets up. She gives the thumbs up. She won't turn and face the camera, but she gives the thumbs up. And then, she starts jogging away as if like, oh, we didn't all just see you bust your ass right there, Chelsea.
No, BK, you can't go square on your back like that. You've got to be able to, while you're in the air, turn that body and land on one of those ass cheeks.
What do you mean?
Yes, that's a part of my
land on her ass cheeks. And
that's a part of the look. Now you got to be able to turn. You can't do that. You can't throw your head. She's throwing her head back. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think she tried to. She slipped. It all happened pretty fast. She didn't.
I'm going to try. Hey, you can be a member of fall, like I have to be a member of that stupid monthly club, $59.95. I won't even charge you that much. You can join my fall school and have a membership straight on through the year. And I'm going to charge you $20 a month, plus the cost of if you do actually get hurt at my fall school.
Oh, you're paying for it. If someone actually does get hurt, even if they do follow your advice, you're going to pay the medical bills?
If it's at my camp on my property.
Okay, not like if they leave your school after graduating.
Oh, that's your dumbass fault if you fall after you've been in my school for months and months, and then you go out in public and you fall out of a porta potty like I did once.
Yeah, you still fall. The falling is not the problem. You just have to know how to fall, right? That's what your school is about.
People fall. Yeah, you're going to lose your balance. It's going to happen. She should have, while she was in the air, she should have got her body turned to the side where she landed on a cheek and not square on her back, spinal. That's spinal right there.
Where are your cheeks? The cheek is on the back. How do you turn your body and land on your cheek, but not land on your back?
Side cheek. Cheek.
That's more the side than the cheek. That's like landing on your hip.
No, I even keep my hips out of it. I can get part of my cheek. I don't have big cheeks back there, but I've got a little portion with some fat in it on my ass. I've seen in midair, I can turn where I can hit that piece.
You just said you weigh like 150 pounds. There's no fat anywhere on you.
Oh, right on my butt cheek, there's a fat section that I know how to hit. And if you do it time and time again, when I bring the mattress out of my house and put it in the front yard when we do some falling, you can learn how to do that also.
No, she slipped on a black guy's.
She didn't slip on black guys.
I got a new black guy's in my car.
That's black ice.
hanging up there. It's that new smelly thing, you know?
She was trying to be so cute and jogging on that because the texture, screw the texture. There's ice underneath that. Come on, lady.
It's so good, man.
That hurt. Oh, that hurt. That hurt me. Do you know what my back would be like? If I fell like that, I'm done for 6 months.
Dude, your life alert. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
And if I hit my head like that, you can go ahead and cancel Christmas on that one.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting gifts on that because I won't remember anybody for at least 6 months.
Oh, man.
That's a half a year fall for me right there, BK. If I didn't know how to fall right there, if I fell like that with my back and head, that may kill me right there, as a matter of fact.
God.
That's not enough to just hurt me. If I slam the back of my head that hard, that could – and I love the way she kind of like she's going to go and run some more. You're not running anymore, lady. You're done.
Rub some dirt on it. Jog it off.
No. They're calling Uber to get them back to the house right there.
Ain't no Uber's driving in that ice.
Gosh.
She's on her own there. She's got to walk or ski or snowboard back to her crib. It's a
great time to be out here. It's a perfect time. No, it's not there, Susan.
She is absolutely not okay. I love how she's like, yeah, I'm okay. No, she is not okay.
You don't hit your head that hard and walk away from that thinking that you're okay. That was her head slamming. That's all ice where she hit.
Yeah. I'll show with sound one final time here. Sounds like you're a fan of this video. You're
very much. Not quite. It's not to the airplane deal, but it's close. It's close for those that are interested in learning how to fall.
Yeah, this is what you should use if you ever make a commercial for your fall school. You should use this clip. Like, here's what not to do.
Tried to have their permission to use that.
Probably.
Yeah.
Here's what you don't do. If you come to the fall school, I will teach you what to do if you're ever in a situation like this.
Yes.
Hopefully you're not a dumbass running in the ice, but here it is with the sound one more time.
I caught up with Chelsea and Michael, who were jogging by and were nice to just stop for a quick second. And I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow so your feet don't get wet.
What have you seen while you've been out running?
It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of other runners and more skiers than runners for sure. I think they've got a little bit of the advantage with the whole stride and glide thing. But it's too nice to not be out here.
Keep on the run. I'm sorry to have kept you, but I appreciate you guys talking with us.
Stay warm.
All right, thanks. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops, that can happen, unfortunately. Looks like Chelsea's okay. You okay? Yes, okay.
No, I'm not okay. That's my medulla oblongata, the part that I just hit that slammed on that ice. No, I'm not okay.
Oops. I love that from the reporter. The best part, she's like,
I could see that back from the camera. That looked like the spot you don't go over.
It's the perfect texture, though.
Yeah, yeah, for my head to hit the ground. That texture was just perfect.
And my feet won't get wet. Well, now your head is wet, and it might be bleeding internally.
Yes. Oh, my God.
Yeah, she said that's low impact. Nah, that was pretty high impact.
That was high impact there.
We saw that impact, Chelsea. Why do you keep calling her Susan?
I don't know. She looked like Susan going down there.
Yeah, it is a pretty stereotypical white name.
Good Lord, she hit her head hard.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I can do I have a bad back, but my back can take a lot of that, and my cheeks can take a lot of it. I always worry about, you're going to break a hip, because I always hear about that. And that's if your bone density keeps getting that as you get older. But my head is what can't take that, BK. That makes you fuzzy for a long time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hits right there. That one hit right there is a whole game's worth right there. So you imagine those guys that play football and they play for a whole game and you get all that kind of stuff going at you. Then they do it again at practice, and then they do it the next practice, and then the next game you get smacked. Very seldom do you get hit like that. That is, wow.
Yep.
It's almost like she threw her legs up in the air so that she could land on her head.
No helmet either.
Come on, Katarina Witt. You ought to be able to work your way around that ice a little bit.
Oh, now you're calling her a man?
That is so sad. That's serious. I mean, she could have really seriously got hurt. And I guarantee she had a concussion because Michael had to go call Uber, get her into the Uber, lay her in the back seat. Don't let her fall asleep. Wake her up every half hour. Flash a flashlight in her eyes.
No Ubers, man. I'm telling you. That's why they were running in the middle of the street, because the roads were iced over. Most people were like, I'm staying inside right now. And they're like,
this is what people are like in Portland now anyway, falling
yeah,
down.
I guess. Yeah, there's some weirdos out there in Portland.
Wow.
For sure. Looked like Tanya Harding knocked her out. Jeff Galooly come in there with the switch and just boom.
Her legs went flying. Those
So
hurt.
good.
Those
So
hurt
good.
badly.
All right, there's your TBT
Poor lady.
on a Thursday. Fantastic stuff right there. Speaking of
Where'd you get
fantastic,
that one from? That is fantastic.
it was recommended to me. I've got to give her some love for this.
I love the whole texture thing. That is like,
Yeah.
what the hell are you talking about?
Everything about it is so good. It's so good. You hadn't seen that before, have you?
No, and I hadn't seen the others out there jogging. Oh, there's a lot of people out. Where are they? I only see you two idiots out there doing it.
Oh, man. So good. All right. Altstat, the best beer that you could find. We've given them some love already. I'll give them another quick shout out. That's what I'll be drinking during the Super Bowl weekend. That's what you should be too. If you've got a watch party that you're hosting or going to, if you bring the Altstat beer, you will be the life of the party. Everyone's going to love you. And you're going to enjoy it too. It's the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Get ready. Go to HEB, Specs, Total Wine, Twin Liquors, wherever you buy your beer, you can get you some of that award-winning Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Also, a shout out to Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. I saw our buddy Brandon yesterday.
Getting ready for spring, baby.
Oh, man, they've got everything. The new location down in Buda. Check it out. If you've got some stuff you want to take care of this weekend, maybe before the Super Bowl, should be another gorgeous one here in the ATX. They've got all the tools you need for rent or for purchase. The biggest brands, the best prices, great service. Go check out the new Top Gun location. They're still up there in Anderson Square up north, but down south in Buda, they've got the brand new state-of-the-art, ginormous spot. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. You can check them out online as well. It's topgun.net. They will shoot you straight.
Big shout out to the Cohen family. I'll be down to see the Cohens. My wife having a birthday next week, so I've got to get by there. You know, I double dipped over there during Christmas, so I'll be ready to go for her. Every birthday is a big birthday when you get to our age, but yeah, I'm going to go by the Cohens and make sure that I get that free park and get her something really, really special next week.
Yep, 6th and Congress. We'll tell you more about the Cohen family tomorrow because Lee Sterling will be joining us, and the Lee Sterling segment is brought to you by Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers downtown, 6th and Congress, the best jewelry store in the world. Great stuff. All right, some final signing day thoughts here. Texas finished with the 6th ranked class.
Okay.
According to the 24/7 Sports Composite Rankings. And of course, the composite rankings compile all of the recruiting ranking services and average them out. So Texas finished number 6, which, man, it used to be easy. They used to be like, you'd compare yourself to the Big 12 schools, and it's like, well, it's either Texas or Oklahoma who's number 1, and whoever's not number 1 in the conference is going to be number 2. But now you got to start looking at the other SEC schools. So even though Texas is number 6 in the country, pretty damn good. They are the 3rd ranked SEC school. Georgia brought in the top ranked class again. They are the premier program in the sport right now. Alabama, despite the coaching change, Buck,
Roll Tide, yes.
Number 2 class. Roll Tide continues to roll. Oregon number 3. Miami number 4. That talent will be wasted.
Yes.
The Ohio State number 5. And then Texas comes in at number 6.
That's a dip down for Ohio State all the way to 5.
Feels like it.
3. Huh?
Yeah, it does feel like it, doesn't it? I mean, Oregon's spending a lot of money. They are taking advantage of the NIL. They also crushed it in the transfer portal as well. So did Texas. Texas has money or spending money too. But Oregon brought in a top 3 class this year. Miami, they've got their NIL stuff figured out, and people want to play for Mario Cristobal. He's a horrible game day coach, but he is a very good recruiter. He was doing great at Oregon when he was there. That is translated to the U now that he's in Coral Gables. So
yeah, boy, they're talking their guys into staying there for the cash.
Yeah, for sure.
Coral Gables area, they really are, because he's not doing jack over the last 2 years. This is a big year for him coming up.
Yeah.
But they weren't doing jack before he got there. So, you know.
They want him to succeed because he obviously played there, was a great player there, and he's
was there, yeah.
They love him, but at some point he's got to win. He wins on the recruiting trail. He says what he's supposed to say, but the results on the field, even at Oregon, like they're not where they need to be. So at some point, Cristobal's got to find us some W's in the fall, but he did a great job with this recruiting class. And once again, they did well in the transfer cycle too.
ACC. They got to win a championship in the ACC, correct?
They got to get close. They haven't been close. I mean, they should be in the mix, right? Clemson's still there. Florida State obviously was the ACC champ this past year. They're probably not.
Wake Forest has been better than they are. They're like North Carolina State. North Carolina State's been better numbers wise.
Yeah, 6 SEC teams in the top 10, by the way. LSU number 7, OU number 8, and Auburn number 10. So yeah, welcome to the big leagues, Texas. Wow. And it's not just one other school that you have to worry about in your conference when it comes to recruiting. You got to worry about all of them.
But you can now go into their territory and recruit too, playing against them. You can go to that Atlanta area, get the players that you want. You can you've been taking players from Alabama. Now you can go there and recruit against them, the high schoolers there. So this is great.
100%.
This is off a perfect year.
100%. Yep. Keep the wins coming on the field, and the recruiting wins will follow for sure.
I believe so.
Texas could be even higher than number 6 next year. All right. It's 10 o'clock. I see the fellas in the waiting room ready to roll. It's Double R. It's Wags. It's Chaos Theory. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up? What's up, boys? Hey, is that 22 4-stars and no 5-stars?
For
Oregon? Is that accurate? Am I seeing that right?
That is what the composite rankings that I'm looking at say too. So I guess that is accurate.
I'll take the 4 stars. I'll take that many.
Yeah, I mean, hell. That's jack of all trades, master of none, right, Brock?
Yeah, I wish you guys were here because I've got to go and put the dog in the back seat of the car. He's going for his blood test before he gets his thing snipped off.
Oh,
and I still haven't found out why they have to take those off. They didn't take mine off. I got treated that I couldn't have any more kids, but they didn't take my balls off.
No, I still have mine.
Did you ask the dog if he wants that to happen? Bucky, that's up to him.
I know the dog doesn't want it. I know the dog doesn't want that to happen.
So who's making the dog go through that?
I don't know. The doctor says it's better because then they won't go.
It'll calm him down. It'll calm him down, so they say.
Oh, it will calm him down, and also to prevent some things with dog cancer and all that. I've lost 3 Great Pyrenees to cancer at the end, but they've lasted a long time. They lasted 10 and 15 years. So
that's great. That's a good life, man.
He was young, but I'm just thinking, I'm like, why you got to take the nuggets away from them? Can't they just walk around with their nuggets? You don't have to take them off.
The Denver Nuggets are the champions, man. Come on.
I don't know why.
What was that? What was that lady's name that wiped out that y'all were just showing? What was her name?
Did you see her? But the text, did you see how hard she hit her head?
I saw that. What was her name?
Chelsea. Was it Chelsea?
Chelsea. Yep.
Chelsea. Okay. Well, I saw some footage of Chelsea. This is found footage of Chelsea after the fall. There she is.
Quit your crying. Quit your crying.
I heard the Tanya Harding reference, so yeah.
Wow.
Dude, she tried to get up and play it off, Rodney, like she was going to get off. She was going to get up and start running again. She was going to run to the nearest spot where they could get an Uber and get her to the hospital. That's what she was going to do.
Where are you going? Nowhere. She's going nowhere.
There she
Wags,
is.
watch her head, Wags.
I saw it. She hit the back of it, and then she tried to get up nonchalantly, and he's going to be a dickhead being like, oh, she's fine. We're going to go run another 3 miles.
Dude, that had to hurt her head. That hurts my head just looking at her head. And you know her melon's soft anyway. She's got a soft melon anyway.
Yeah, soft melon. Here she goes. Watch. See you later. She's like going to text her friends in a little bit. I was on the news. I was on the news. Oh, fuck. Oops.
I can see the ice right there myself.
You can see it right there, and she stepped right in it.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Damn black ice, man.
You know what?
Wags.
She's grabbing her back. She can't feel her head.
Wags, that's Portland.
Yeah,
isn't that where Nancy Kerrigan?
I'll never go there. You'll never find me in Portland. I'll never have the flu.
That's right. I'll never go to Portland because if I'm going to fall like that. All right, boys, have a great day.
Boom.
Right,
Slam it down. There he goes. 1 half's out. 2 halves out. Boom. Full show's back to us. What's going on, Rodney? How are you doing, sir?
Good, man. How are you doing, Wags? What's shaking today, man? It could be worse. We could be out running in the ice, but of course, there's no fucking ice here. It's hot.
A little bit of drizzle. A little bit of drizzle on our day here on our Thursday. Welcome everybody to our Thursday on this February 8th. It is Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Wags. That is Double R. You can find me on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. You can find Double R at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _Rodney R. On Instagram, I'm at the Wagner Wire. Make sure if you are mobile, you follow us on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. And make sure you're smashing that subscribe button already if you hadn't done so. Tell 5 friends like our man Harge already does. And hey, man, hit that subscribe button like we already just said, and then get that. That way you can. Do you have to subscribe to be in the comments? I think you do. We're gonna make it. You know what? It's a test.
I don't know.
You have to. You have to subscribe to comment.
Yeah. I don't know if you have to or not, but it's a good idea to do it. I mean, because the thing is, you know, you get those guys starting the morning out, and then here's Wags and I. Then it just keeps going and going and going. You got It's Only an Hour. Then you got the midday show. Then you got Longhorn Misfits. You got Zip and Che there in the middle of the day, right there.
Zip and Che.
I mean, Chip and Zay.
That's it. That'll work. Hey, man, both of them work. Bring them too. Bring them with us. Well, we got some sound from Sarkisian. We do have signing day. I mean, BK and Bucky just gave you the rundown of the recruiting classes, but we got sound from Sarkisian that we'll hear from as well on the progression of the offense, where the offense is going to go, and the defense. We'll hear a little bit about the Baker hire and also who the quarterback's going to be. Going into the season. I think a lot of people have already got some questions to that. Maybe not questions, but hopes, I guess. Hopes. To me, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I think you'd be kind of foolish if you wanted to dismiss Quinn and make this a quarterback controversy already going into 2024 when the Longhorns have a chance to really do something special. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Double R, how are you today, sir, on this fine Thursday?
Man, I'm doing good. Getting Super Bowl primed up, man. Getting into all the Super Bowl stuff.
Are you going to stay home for the Super Bowl? You going anywhere?
Yeah, we usually do. I was actually going to text you a little bit later on today. We usually do a little gathering here. It's usually a small thing, but just kind of eat, watch a game, watch halftime, do all that stuff. It's kind of one of those things where I've told my wife, you know, since we've been married 17 years, it's like, okay, if the Cowboys ever get there, I don't want anybody around because I just want this to myself. Yeah. Never have that problem. You know, I haven't really been concerned about that, but yeah, you know, hey
man, your time will come. I swear to God, you will have peace in solitude one day. I promise.
It's kind of one of those things.
Next year. It ain't going to be next year, though.
Well, yeah, they still can't get their shit together over here with this yet. It's just kind of one of those things where you hang out and you just enjoy the day. You know, you can't. I mean, even if you don't have a dog in the fight, it's just one of those exciting things. And I've always said it too. It's somber as you get towards the end of it because it's like, okay, this is it. Yeah, I mean, there's no football for a while. I mean, I guess we got the UFL, but it's like, man,
yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually excited about the UFL, honestly.
I am too. And I'm excited about Texas baseball. So there's lots of stuff. But I'm still excited about Texas basketball. I guess we can touch on that and beat that into the ground a little bit more. But yeah, you know, it's just a cool thing. Hey, speaking of Super Bowl, so you know, you've had all the Taylor Swift and all that. Did you see who's going to be in the Sports Illustrated? I thought they closed that thing down, but did you see who's going to be in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue coming up?
Are you messing with me? I thought they did close that down.
True story. Brittany Mahomes. So Mrs.
Get the hell out of here. Are you serious?
Yeah. Saw it today. Mrs. Mahomes is like, watch this. Pretty good little video.
No, wait. So for some reason, I thought that you had to be an athlete to be in Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, but I guess you don't. So
now they just said that she's a 2024 rookie, and saw a little bit of video of her doing a photo shoot in Belize in a.
You would. This is why I love you. You find everything. Let me see.
It popped
not
up.
Not that I wanted to see it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, she's an athlete. Wasn't she an athlete?
Do you have it? I thought you had it. Are you gonna play it?
Oh, I can play it if you want to. I can find it.
Tease. What a suspense. You're sitting here talking about it.
I'm just
everybody
team,
else is wondering if you're going to play it or not.
Everybody wants to see it.
All right, chat. One in the chat if you want to see the video. Two in the chat if you just want to sit here and be curious. I mean, I like curiosity. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, let me
Chat's
find
coming in. Chat's coming in with it.
Let me find it. We'll track this thing down. Of course.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Ike. Good morning, Ruse. How are we? We just walking in the clouds, or we walking on sunshine? Either way, it's going to be a great day. You know what I'm saying? All right. Currency Zero, and of course, Chris Bennett, the best producer of all producers in the land.
That's right.
Sam Vincent. What's up, Sam Vincent? Nice to see you. Should I put my glasses on? I'm struggling to see a little bit of I can see me squinting sometimes when I look over. When I look over here, I see me squinting in the damn air. I think it's time to put the glasses on, Rodney, and endure the pain of the glare.
It's all right, man. It's okay. I may have to put on my my Bono glasses here in a little bit as I'm trying to find
That's
Brittany.
the thing too. I'm getting ready to get new glasses. I just got my new prescription, so I'm deciding on frames. Should I go with the basic black bottle cap or Coke bottle glasses, or should I actually go with like some color or whatnot? I was thinking about actually having how the Wagner Wire new color theme is. It's kind of like cayenne blue or cotton candy blue, and then like the electric. But it's like the Miami Heat alternate jerseys, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about getting some glasses like that, but I don't want to look quirky and I don't want to look like a dork. But I want to be kind of fashionable, but I want the polarized prescription blue lens glasses so I don't get a headache from staring at all these damn screens here at my house.
I actually bought some like fake glasses that have kind of a tint to them, to where I put them on and it's not a prescription anyway. I can wear them with my contacts in there, and I kind of put those on, and it's like I'll go to the grocery store and wear those. I think Harge does that. I think that's where I got the idea from. So
what, they're not. What, they're fake with their prescription?
No, they're not prescription. They're not prescribed at all.
Why the hell would you wear the glasses anyways if they're not prescription?
Just look cool, look sophisticated. Now that I'm getting older, now that I got gray and all this shit, it's like I put those on just to kind of go, walk around the grocery store and all that stuff, just kind of look cool, man. Maybe a midlife crisis that I'm going through here, for crying out loud. I don't know what's going on here, Wags.
All right, my guy, you got that video? Let's see that video real quick, and then we'll get into some.
Yep. Here we go.
Then we'll get into some football here.
Hang tight 1 second. Here we go.
Oh boy, this is suspense, Rodney.
This is Brittany Mahomes as she heads off to get ready to do her thing in Sports Illustrated. Here we go.
That is not Brittany Mahomes. That is Brittany Mahomes.
Let's see if I can get this thing started here. Oh my goodness! Now it's taking us to all different things. Here we go. Oh man, come on,
Rodney. I'm never going to ask you to get a video again.
Oh. I tell. Well, what this does is it takes you to a different link. We'll dive into this.
Shut it down.
We'll get
Shut
her
it down.
We'll get her done before we're all said and done.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
All right. Here we go.
All right. So Brittany Mahomes is going to be in Sports Illustrated. Fantastic. I could go into a slew of my favorite Sports Illustrated cover girls. So I think probably Elle is number one. Kathy Ireland up there. But I mean, was Kate Upton was an SI model as well, I believe. So she's top 3. But yeah, they're the pantheon of it. All right, man. Let's talk a little bit about. I mean, we can talk about the Super Bowl, but we have tomorrow to talk about that. I would like to talk about National Signing Day.
Sure. Yep.
Your first off and foremost, your thoughts, my guy. We will hear from Sarkisian on National Signing Day about National Signing Day as well. So.
We pretty much knew, going in yesterday that it was going to be a quiet day, because it looked like everything had already happened.
The action was already done, right? And Hank and Jordan were talking about that yesterday as well. So
yeah, everything had already happened right there. So with the class that Sark had already hauled in, and of course the future's bright right there. So nothing really surprising. I mean, kind of looking around, I saw A&M, nailed a 5-star and so forth. But it was one of those things to where it's that your program's in a very good situation. And we can play the sound from Sark. You're in a very good situation when you get to National Signing Day, when you have that, and you've already gotten your load. Ooh, that's
well, you haven't blown your load, you've gotten the load.
you've gotten your load, and that's really the case right there, and that really is, where the bigger story coming out of signing day is just the stuff that Sark was talking about. I mean, we can play that sound where he's talking about the future of Texas. If that doesn't fire you up as a Texas fan, I love it. I mean, just look. I mean, you've got a lot of good pieces in place, and the future is very bright. And it's nice to have that leverage for a change where you're sitting in a really good spot right now, and you don't have to count on National Signing Day to be waiting.
Yeah, you don't exactly. You're not kind of curious of what the hell's the recipe for success is already kind of laid out for you, and the path is kind of laid down for you for your success to kind of come to fruition. Right here is Sarkisian on goals moving forward going into 2020.
Like I said before, I didn't come here just to be a head coach again. I didn't come here to say that I'm the head coach at the University of Texas. Like, I came here to win a championship, and then if I can get one, I want to get two. And I'm borderline obsessed with it at this point. I know what it tasted like last year. I know how close we were, and I couldn't wait to get back. And hopefully that's what our team really starts to exude, is this obsession with being the best.
Well, to be the best, you got to beat the best, my guy. And the best, in my opinion, is not Michigan. I'm sorry, it's going to be Georgia. Georgia racking off the recruiting trail again, number one in recruiting land. Alabama, despite the exit stage right of Nick Saban, retains their role or retains their rank in number two for recruits landed here going into 2024. Any surprises there? You think there'll still be some more fallout for Alabama?
No, I think it's one of those things to where when you talk about the elite, I mean, just the program status of those schools. I mean, it's the rich get richer right there, and the move that Alabama made. I mean, with Kalen.
Are people really buying into DeBauer?
I think so, man. I mean, because you really look at what he's done, and he was. I know even after especially after the loss there with Texas to Washington, where it's like, that guy, no matter what he's done, he's been a winner, and he just seems like a program builder. And the fact that he goes in right there, and he's going to continue. I think he's going to continue the tradition that you have there in Alabama. It's going to be a different style. That's what I'm curious to see, because you had Nick's style, and then you had Kalen DeBoer style. To where DeBoer is he's not quite that fiery, in your face, polarizing figure just yet. He's just a winner, and they say that the team, the program takes the identity of the coach. So that's where I'm curious to see the transition with DeBoer going there to Alabama, because it's definitely going to be different for them.
Yeah, there's the ferocious in your face, I'm not going to do it, so stop asking. That's gone, you know what I mean? Or the real short leashed or real short tempered. I wouldn't say short tempered, but I would say he never held back. Saban never held back. Yeah. You always knew what the hell Saban was thinking. He never left you curious, right? You got everything you wanted out of Saban, even if you didn't even ask the question, right? He might have given you a little bit more. I'm feeling a calm subtlety to DeBauer. All right.
It's a very quiet transition, isn't it? I mean, you don't have
all
this whatever going on. Yeah.
Retention was still there for Alabama, which does. I am curious. I'm literally intrigued on how well this guy has been received with the fallout of the greatest coach of all time. I won't say fallout, just exit stage right or knee-jerk shock. Some can call it shock, but if you've been reading the writing on the wall for the past 2 years, especially with the whole evolution of NIL, Saban's kind of been hinting at, hey man, I'm losing a little. I wouldn't say losing the grasp or losing, the hold on this thing, but we kind of got to reel it back a little bit before it blows up and gets crazy. And before that happens, I'm out of here. So, the writing has kind of been there, but yeah, to see him go exit stage right and then have DeBauer come in here and do I guess we'll see if he does fantastic, but he's had one hell of a welcoming reception. So, and with, the ability to, maintain or retain the second recruiting class in all the land, I think things are looking bright for Alabama. They might have some quarterback questions, quarterback concerns. Apparently the Longhorns do not, Rodney. Coach Sark addressed yesterday who their quarterback's going to be, and here was his answer.
No, Quinn's our starter.
That's
Simple
all
as
you
that.
have to say.
Simple as that.
All you have to say.
All you got to say, man. Quinn is the starter, but here was some sound and some thoughts on Arch Manning moving forward as well.
I think for Arch is continuing on the path that he's been on. I referenced it last year, kind of middle of the season, about the growth that he really started to take there in the second half of the season, all the way up until the Sugar Bowl there. So, again, my idea, especially at the quarterback position, I just don't want to hurry up and get a guy on the field. I want to make sure when he gets on the field that he plays great football, and that's a little easier to do as you start to move and you get into year 4 of your program, as opposed to year 1 and you're just trying to get the best guy out there to give yourself a chance. But I think Arch has got an extremely bright future. We're very fortunate to have him on our roster. He's got great leadership skills, got a great skill set. So those two guys are going to be big for us next fall.
Yeah, there's really no question why you're
speaking to the choir, Sark. Yeah. You're speaking to the choir, sir.
Yeah, there's no reason to where you would even go into camp and make this like an open competition type of thing, to where, I mean, it's Quinn's job to lose. And here's the other part of it, Wags, for the folks. I mean, we all know, watching Texas football as long as we have around here, we all know that odds are, I mean, you hate to say it, but odds are something's going to happen to the starter at some point. We've watched it year after year,
even if it's one game, or even if it's a half or something like that.
Yeah. So
this is very hard to go clean, man. It's very hard to stay durable.
And the thing is, what we're going to see this year, I mean, I truly believe that at some point you're going to have Arch Manning come into a ball game for whatever reason, most likely an injury or whatever the case is going to be.
Hell, a blowout, Rodney, a blowout.
Well, I think if you get Quinn going down, then we get to see Arch Manning where he comes in a pressure cooker situation. Not so much, in cleanup time, where he comes in and he has to do what we saw last year.
I don't think I want to see him in cleanups or in a pressure cooker situation.
Well,
I think I like the scenario of Arch coming in cleanup mode or getting some reps that way.
I mean, ideally that's what happens. But I just think at some point here, especially because here's the thing: now you're going into a different league. I think the intensity is going to ramp up a little bit, and for sure, you don't want anything to happen to your starter. But if it does, and you get that pressure cooker situation, get the young dude in there, then you really get a better feel of how ready he is. And look, man, I think this dude is pedigreed to be ready. This dude being Manning, he's ready to go. You're going to have to use him. You're going to have to use him. So, folks, don't worry. But we don't need a quarterback controversy. There's no reason to disrupt what you have going on right now with saying open competition, best dude's going to be the starter. There's no need for that shit.
The flow, we'll call it the flow. Yeah. So for me, this has been the path, right? The path for Arch the entire time. Sure. And we'll get that picture. I think there's a picture of Malik, Arch, Charlie White, and Quinn Ewers, and they're all flexing in the weight room. And dude, Malik was clearly just jacked up. But I mean, Arch has got some pop to him too, man. So, but yes, to your point, Zedek, Quinn Ewers can put some mass on, that's for sure. Get those lats going, guy. Get those lats going. Make sure you can throw that sling. Well, actually, he doesn't need any help slinging the rock. Maybe he can throw for like 80 yards if he gets those lats going. I don't know. But yeah, no quarterback controversy is needed for me. If you continue on this path, right? And you're not hearing anything from Arch or anything from Arch's camp sitting there saying that, all right, well, we kind of want instant gratification here. If we're not going to be, QB1 and moving forward and taking this, institution of higher learning wherever we're at to the national championship, we're out of here. You're not hearing nothing like that. I think that's also because the Mannings knew going in that Sarkisian was the key for development for professional play, right?
Yeah.
Also, why would you? Sure, you want to see your son or your
nephew, whatever the hell
nephew, or if whatever Manning you are, or your grandson, go out there and take Texas to the national championship. But don't be so hell-bent on election for it to happen right now, right? Even with this, this season going by, if Arch elects to stay all 4 years, he'll have 2 years to take the Longhorns to the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Did I do the math right?
Well, yeah,
because he redshirted, so he'll have 3 years to take the Longhorns to the national championship if he really wanted to. So,
And I think it was always a plan for him to sit 2 years. I mean, I think that was always the plan. And here's the part of it, Wags, with the
it's the fandom, Rodney, that is asking for the birth of the greatest. Oh, I can't call him that just yet. I think it's going to happen, but I don't want to go out on a limb just yet. But if he stays all 3 years, there could be a chance that
to be determined. But I mean, and then you had to know that part of it, with Quinn Ewers coming back. I mean, that had to be part of the thing.
VY, I love you, but there's a chance, baby.
I mean, you never know. But the beauty of this with this situation, to where there's not any controversy or anything going in, is exactly what David is talking about right there. This is the offseason where Quinn can dig further in, number one, into that Sarkisian system, get into the fundamentals, get into the head of that quarterback guru, get in there and learn how to run a pro style offense. Number two, that's where you can work, get yourself, I mean, add some lean muscle to that body right there, and get yourself physically ready for when it's your time. And like I said, friends, don't worry. He's going to get a chance this year. I mean, it's not something in the plans. I know it's not all drawn out right there, but I guarantee you Sarkisian wants him as ready as possible, because he's going to get thrust into a game at some fucking point.
And at what point do we ask the question that hasn't Quinn earned the right to be QB number one? Like, why are we so quick to give him the axe, or quick to give him the hook and tote out Arch Manning, when I've always thought it was smarter to keep the older quarterback on the field as much as you can, or as long as you can, and let the younger quarterback get the tutelage, right? And get the knowledge from him. That way, and you also preserve the body, and you preserve the years and length of success that your program can sustain, right? I don't know. Yeah. I just thought it was a no-brainer, man.
Isn't it a great problem to have that you don't need Arch Manning? You don't need Arch Manning right now. I mean, you've got a proven leader, you've got a guy. I mean, just and I gotta say, man, it would be a damn shame if this thing was opened up as an open quarterback competition, just simply because not just on the field, but the personal gains that we saw last year from Quinn Ewers. This is a totally different guy. Forget the haircut and all that other stuff. The mindset, everything else was completely different. This guy became a team player. This guy became a guy that his teammates are going to walk on water for him. Whatever he asks them to do, they're going to do it. They're going to play for him. You can't just shove this guy aside. He hasn't done anything to lose the job. I mean, remember when Quinn,
and that's where I'm at too. Like he's still QB number one. He hasn't lost it to me. So
and plus the other part, remember when Quinn transferred here? I mean, he was the shit. It's like, oh my God, Quinn Ewers, he's going to be. I mean, you don't take that away from the dude. He hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, and
everybody likes the new toy, though, Rodney. Everybody likes the new toy.
Yep. That and exactly right. If Quinn would have gone, and quite frankly, if Quinn would have gone pro, I would be more concerned right now, because Arch Manning has a lot of just gifted tools that are God-given, whatever you want to say, but he's not. I don't think he's ready for that yet. Just let him sit there, let him get some reps, let him get some real in-game experience. When the fire's really hot, then he's going to be ready. And Quinn can go do whatever the hell he's going to do, after post-Texas.
Here is Sarkisian on Nansen and Baker hires.
We're trying to find the best coaches that fit us culturally, but also that can develop players, that have proven to develop players, and that can recruit at a high level. So to bring in Johnny Nansen from Arizona, who was their defensive coordinator at Arizona in a heck of a turnaround that they had last season, a guy that has worked with me in the past at Washington and USC is a huge addition for us. And then to go identify Kenny Baker from the Miami Dolphins to come and coach the defensive line, a guy that every person I call to ask about can't rave enough about the quality of coach that he is, the way he can relate to the players and be demanding, but yet still relate to them so that they can continue to grow. And whether you want to call Mike McDaniel, Chris Greer, all of guys that I respect in the profession, couldn't be more excited to have Kenny on board for what he I think is going to bring to us, not only on the field but also from a recruiting ranks.
That's huge.
Yeah. So I was surprised with the Baker hire. I didn't even think that it was in sight. Like I thought that for sure. And you heard Sarkisian, right? Like he's worked with Nansen before, so I thought that maybe Sarkisian would bring in some familiar blood, right? That being said, he's worked with Roach from Alabama. I thought Roach would be able to get poached and come over, but no, I love the Baker hire. I just did not think it would be possible, and to get that pro talent or to get the knowledge of a professional defensive line coach and have that be taught to your defensive line. Look, man, like Alfred Collins, the size is there, man. The potential's there to be taught. If you can get I'm curious to see what Baker can do with Alfred Collins. Like when the news broke that Collins was going to be able to stay that might not be, eyebrow raising for most fans of the Longhorns or people that watch the Longhorns, but here's one thing that you retain size. All right. Yeah. You can't teach size, and what size does for that defense, not only but in particular, the linebackers, right? As a linebacker, size is, you want a large defensive line in front of you so that you can get off of your blocks, or hell, hopefully you don't even get blocked, right? You can scrape freely and make the tackle, unimpeded. To me, I think it's tremendous to have a talent like Baker working with Alfred Collins. The sky is the limit for me. I have tremendous hope and tremendous just outlook and thinking that there will be fantastic play from Alfred Collins.
Yeah, and I think that really goes back to, we can talk about signing day, we can talk about, draft classes, sign classes and so forth. But, like we've talked about during the year, I think one of the things, if you're a Texas fan, that you really look at, when you look at those other programs, when you look at the Georgias and the Alabamas and Oregons and some of these, that are usually right there with draft classes and the elite of college football. I still think that is so dynamic in the fact that Sark has been able to keep the majority of the meat of his coaching staff together, because that cohesiveness right there, when you have to,
you can feel it. It's so close, right? Why would anybody want to leave this? You can feel it coming. It's not this year, it's next year. You know what I mean?
And what we've seen in the past is that there's just been so much inconsistency, to make a reference to Texas basketball, with the coaching staff, where you're constantly chasing or changing OCs or DCs or linebacker coaches, whatever the case is. And I mean, you really are, you're starting over. And when you get a lot of these coaches that come in, I mean, maybe that's not the particular player that they want, but when you have that cohesiveness in your coaching staff, what that does for you is it allows you to learn your players. It allows you to bring out the best in your players. And that's what I see so often with high school football. I mean, if you look around, even in our area, you've got the same coaches that hang around in these elite programs. They're the ones that are always elite. And it really is finding the strength, finding what's best out of your players. And I think that that's where Texas is in such a really good spot right now, Wags, is that finally you don't have fucking coordinators leaving every year. You
get to keep that continuity. You get to keep that flow. That's for sure. And so there's a really good conversation going on in chat right now. If Arch Manning was even ready last year to be the starter. Look, I kind of agree with Dave here. I think he was ready to play. I think it doesn't matter if he had I don't think it matters if he had like a watered down, low talent opposition when he was at high school. Like, everybody knows that Newman's fantastic. I mean, how are you going to use that same argument for OBJ? OBJ went to Newman. I mean, I know it's a different wide receiver. I know if it's a different position, being wide receiver and quarterback, but still, Arch Manning is talented. You can see the mechanics. You see all the skills that he has. The high level of skill tree that he has, right? You saw that flourish in 5 minutes of game tape, in spell of Quinn Ewers. So, it was Quinn Ewers. I don't know if Malik Murphy was back or not, or I don't know if Quinn was back or not. I don't know if it was Malik. Anyways, you got to see him go in there. So to that point, I don't think it matters what the opposition or how low the opposition of talent is. If you have the talent and you're surrounded with the skills around you that has tremendous talent to make you ascend even further, I don't think it matters what the opposition was in high school. To that point, I also think that Arch wasn't ready to lead the Longhorns all season long. I think him coming in spell of Quinn was tremendous building aspects and growth, but no, I don't think he was ready. But I also don't think that the opposition in high school makes any
No, not at all. Not at all. Because we've seen that.
Pointing out that Eli and Peyton were also 4-year starters.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
to that point, there's no rush for the Mannings to get to the NFL. Do you know why? They live a comfortable lifestyle.
He's going to be fine.
They're comfortable. They are if Arch Manning does not get into the NFL, Arch Manning is going to have a comfortable. I'm presuming that Arch Manning would have a comfortable life. And surrounded by NFL talent. So
yeah. And here's why I want the program to develop. Here's why I want Texas. I mean, obviously, I want them to address secondary issues and all that because we want them to win. But I mean, sure. the other part of it is, I mean, think about this. We've heard Rod Babers, our man Rod Babers, talk about this so many times. When in those days, then I mean, look at the 2005 days, and again, you go back to that. When Arch Manning or Quinn Ewers or whoever the hell it is, these running backs, whoever it is, when they're practicing against your own defense, you're practicing against some of the most elite players that you're going to find.
Correct.
And that's why as this program
now the ones usually go against the twos, right? But in 7-on-7,
well,
actually not even in 7-on-7, the ones are going up against the twos as well. So
yeah, but it's even when you get in a situation like that to where you look at Alabama, you look at Georgia, all the ones that we're talking about. I mean, those twos are plenty capable of being a one at a lot of schools. So that's really where this thing really comes full circle, is to where you have that cohesiveness in the program, to where you're constantly supplementing and building all these players in there, man. It's only going to make you better. I mean, because a lot of times, I mean, I've heard some of those players talk about in those Texas elite years to where it's like practice was a bitch. We got to the game and it was like, okay, practicing against your own dudes. And that's why as this continues to mold itself, the program is getting better. A lot of folks say, well, the team's going to be really good. I look at it more as the program because, next year should be great. Next year should be really good. But 2-3 years, what's going to happen then? And that's where Arch Manning falls right in.
It's not. I mean, listen to the conversation that we're having right now. Who would have ever thought that we would have positivity talking about culture going into the next 2 years? I mean, this is something that I haven't experienced in 10 years.
Oh.
Has anyone else?
How great is it?
Talking about how good the future. Talking about no quarterback or no coaching change in sight. You know what I mean? Not even a whisper, not even a hint of it. Do you know how refreshing this is?
Yeah. Yeah.
The culture has changed, ladies and gentlemen. The culture has changed.
It has. It's a winning culture now.
What the hell was I going to say? Here we go. Wanted to pull this up, all right? So Longhorn Bear agrees with the sentiment that, Manning wasn't ready to take over the entire year and lead the entire year. But the Manning name would intimidate some defensive players. Maybe to an extent, but here's the other sum, right? Like there's some players that would be intimidated, but my character, right? I see that name and I'm like, oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh yeah. I'm coming at I want to make you, for every day that you had it great, I want to bring every second of pain to your life. I don't know why. I'm a nice guy, but that's just when I'm on the football field, I get different. All right. I don't know why. I think I would think that most people are like me, but I don't know. I mean, that's the only type of mindset that I have is murderous intent when you're on the gridiron. So maybe I take things a little bit too far, but again, you're talking to a guy that almost threw temper tantrums if my team didn't win in gym class, or if you didn't put, oh my God, if I saw you didn't put out in gym class, I'd let you have it. You know what I mean? But again, I'm wound a little differently than a lot of people. So someone, even the doctor that I just went to said, most people aren't like me. So I don't know what he was trying to say, if I was nuts or something like that, but I didn't know how to take it. I didn't know if it was a backhanded compliment or what.
And I think that's why it's even a bigger thing now is that with the first year going into the SEC, like we talked about, momentum is going to ramp itself up right here. So if you get him quality time in there in pressure situations, I want to give. I would have hated for Quinn Ewers to leave and then boom, you're thrusting Arch Manning into the first year of the SEC. It's going to be different. I mean, it's going to be different because the SEC has that mentality. We don't give a fuck what your last name is. Watch this. We are the best football conference in the country. And that speaks for itself. All you have to say is SEC. Yeah, it's a little down. But still, I mean, I don't want him going in first year starter, first year into the SEC, because it's going to be extremely different from what you've been dealing with in the Big 12.
Yeah, and also you keep continuity in place if you roll with Quinn Ewers, and you have a backup plan. You have the same backup plan to roll out in the event that something does happen to Quinn Ewers again. And I say again because I mean I'm not going to say that he's prone to injury, but something you usually get to knock or something like that. Hey, the SEC might be the best conference in all the football land, but there's no might when you talk about audiovisual consultations. They are indeed the best audiovisual automation company in all of the land. They've been setting a standard in the industry since 1988. That's 35 years. So if you don't know what you want, go to the gallery of projects that they have on their website right now, and maybe you'll get your idea. If it's not the 2 flat screen TVs that I have, or the arcade cabinets, or the Dream Theater system, or the 4 televisions that BK has, maybe you put your Dude's Den to a new measure, or your Princess Palace. Who knows, man? The sky's the limit. No job's too big, no job's too small. Golf simulators, talk to them about that. Baseball simulators, talk to them about that. They can do anything. They got contractors that know how to do audio-visual automation stuff. Anyway, that's why they're the best. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Speaking of Princess, how about a word from our great friends at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Great folks right there. Covert BK. Also, Wags, got to remind you that Super Bowl is coming up. Heard the guys talking a little earlier about prop bets and so forth with Taylor Swift and all that. Or if you just want to lay some money down on the game itself, the over-under, whatever it is, BetUS is the best online sportsbook and casino out there. You want to dive on there, game lines, props, over-unders, you name it, they've got it. And it's not just NFL, it's NHL, it's NBA, Major League Baseball's coming up, NASCAR. It's all right there for you at BetUS. Check them out. If you're on the YouTube link, as most of you are, you can click that link right below the video description. It's going to take you right there where you need to go. If you're on the app, click down below to where you hit this thing to go live. Explore our socials, and the BetUS link is right there. Set yourself up an account, $50 deposit, and you're ready to go for Super Sunday and beyond. Once again, the best place to bet on sports is BetUS.
BetUS. Bet your ass, it's BetUS.
Bet your ass.
So, Longhorn schedule came out a couple of days ago. What are your realistic expectations? Can everybody see that well?
A little small. Just a little small.
That's what she said. Anyways, you walked right into that one, Double R. All right, after the orange-white game, we get the season kicked off with the Rams. Colorado State. How are we feeling about that? Dub?
Win.
Do you got the whiskey? Everybody, chat. If you got the whiskey, drink whiskey if you think you got a dub coming up here.
Win. September 7th. Let's talk about that one.
God, do we have to? All right. Drink vodka if you think you're gonna lose this one. Anyways, you're gonna be drunk by the time you get to the end of the schedule.
Hey, if you think it's a good game, I'm
calling. Look here, I know that Michigan's gonna have to have some rollover, some turnover with that roster. Gonna lose their quarterback. Gonna lose a few other studs, but here's the thing: gonna lose their backfield. They're going to reload rather quickly and rather well. And this will be, I don't want to call it the Alabama game of last year, even though it is, kind of lining up that way, being week number 2 or whatnot. If Michigan wins this game, or excuse me, if the Longhorns win this game, there is a chance. There is absolutely a chance that they can go undefeated, because I feel good about going up against Georgia more than I feel better going up against Georgia than I feel going up against Michigan for some odd reason, even though I think Georgia's got the better program. I mean, clearly they just were the number 1 recruiting team in all the land again. So I don't know. For some reason, I just feel like we have a better chance of beating. It's also, later in the year, so we'll know. We'll see all of our new acquisitions and new pieces actually start to galvanize and gel together and congeal. The beginning of the season scares me just a little bit, because it usually takes the Longhorns a couple of weeks to figure it out and get on all cylinders and fire on all cylinders. So the Michigan game is a little bit luring to me. I'm gonna put an L right now. Penciled in L right now. I got to see the orange and white game. All right.
You know what I envision.
My first thoughts on the schedule, we take the L for Michigan.
I envision this game to the year. Remember, Texas looked like they were about ready to win a national championship. They go to the Horseshoe and they beat Ohio State. That's what this game is going to be right here. Texas goes into Michigan. If they go to Ann Arbor and they win, dude, this feels.
Do you know
like,
how tough this is? Do you know how tough that is to do?
That feels like, well, how hard was that to go to the Horseshoe and beat Ohio State? Same scenario. I mean, you had all this. Boy, I think Texas is on the go right here.
Hold on.
I'm
very curious. I'm very curious. Chat, please participate in this. Rodney, if you can monitor the Coda text line real quick for this, I will monitor the YouTube channel. What are your realistic expectations for week number 2 against the Michigan Wolverines at Ann Arbor, in the Big House? Are we really thinking that we're going in there with take your fandom and your burnt orange heart out of this thing, please? Because I need sanity here. I need sanity. Okay. Are we doing this? Are we actually going into Ann Arbor and winning? This should be a W. Should be a W. Guys, you're going to walk me off the ledge here, guys. Come on, man.
Go to text line 512-96.
Doesn't take money line. You guys
10-point Texas win.
31-17, Stu? Are you 31-17? The cojones on Stu here.
Yeah. 10-point Texas win on the Coda text line. So I mean it and
Who said that?
It's a 964 number. I'll see if I can. But look, man, it's everything that we're talking about. Everything that we're talking about.
I'm going lost, guys. I'm sorry. I'm penciling in an L right now.
Yeah. And this goes to the explanation for the 10-point win. Returning production. I mean, look at this. I mean, because like when you look at the offensive side, like I heard some folks saying, well, Jonathan Brooks, running back room, we've been talking about that, wide receiver, and this is the beauty of the portal and the transfer and all of that shit. Yeah, you lost some folks, but man, you're bringing in some folks. You're going to get them with Quinn and with Arch.
No,
I mean, it's
UTSA Roadrunners. I think that's a dub. Warhawks, sign me up with another dub there. Mississippi State, I think we can take the dub there. Oklahoma, sorry, Sooners, your ass is out. What time is it? Right now it is 10:48, and OU still sucks. That's how bad my eyes are. I thought that 4 was a 1. And I know damn well we've been on the air for longer than 16 minutes. You know what I'm saying, Double R? Then we got the Georgia Bulldogs. So here's the tough part, right?
There you go.
You get Georgia right after Oklahoma, okay? Yeah. And I guess the good thing is that they're coming here. You don't have to worry about going over to Athens or whatnot. You get to take the Georgia Bulldogs, who could be number 1 at the time.
Yeah.
But if all goes well, if we take care of business, week number 2, you'd like to think that we would get propelled up a little bit higher, from 6, taking down the 1 or whatever Michigan's going to be in week number 2. But anyways, or excuse me, Georgia starts off preseason number 1. But you take down the number 1 going into Georgia. If Georgia just still happens to remain number 1, you take down the number 1 at home after Oklahoma Sooners. I don't think there's any question after that on how successful and how solid the Longhorns are. It should be a decent path going into, I guess, the latter part of the season. Of course, the Florida Gators are on the schedule. We got to talk about that. Are they going to be the Florida of old, old tradition, or are they going to be the Florida of last year? So,
yeah.
That's all. Whenever you see the Gators on your schedule, that gives you a little bit of, air of caution or room for caution. Texas A&M, we finish off the season before we get into the SEC championship there. I think that we'll beat the Gators. I think we'll beat the Razorbacks. I think we'll take care of Kentucky. I think we do take down Little Brother. After all that said, Rodney, I think we drop 1 game next year. 1 loss.
Georgia.
I see. I got us losing to Michigan over Georgia instead of Georgia for some reason. And I'm more worried about Georgia than Michigan. I'm more worried about Michigan than Georgia for some reason.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. I don't know why either. I'm asking myself the same damn shit. I don't know why I'm more worried about Michigan. And is it because they won the national championship? I don't think so. I mean, hell, and they're losing their damn backfield too. But for the life of me, I just feel like we're going to lose that game because it's in the earlier part of the season. It's not so much the personnel or the talent. It's the part of the year that it's happening.
Yeah, and I'm more the opposite. I think Texas wins that game because it is early, like Alabama last year. The Georgia one concerns me because, I mean, not only I see the Red River, but Mississippi State is not going to lay down. They're coming to Austin. That's going to be a hell of a that's a 3-game stretch right there between Mississippi State, the Red River shootout, and then Georgia. And I just think that you have already won the Michigan game. The expectations are going to ramp themselves up that much. You're going to go on a gauntlet right there. There's going to be so much after Oklahoma, especially after losing that game in the fashion that you lost it last year, to where the Georgia game, you're going to come in there. They're probably going to be number 1, like you mentioned. They're going to come in. It's going to be tight, but that Georgia one, man, and we're going to get into that same scenario we were in last year where it's a 1-loss Texas team, but it ain't a 4-game playoff anymore. So that's the beauty of this happening now. Let's say you drop 2 games. Let's say you lose to Michigan and Georgia, or Michigan and whoever. The playoff system's different now. That's where looking at the schedule, it's going to be so fucking badass next year because it's man, I can't wait for this shit. I can't wait for this to get going.
Here's you spoke about it. You kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. Here is Sarkisian on the offensive transfers that we have coming in for 2024.
Obviously, Isaiah Bond is here from Alabama, an electric receiver for us, a guy that we recruited hard out of high school, Buford High School in Georgia, went to Alabama, really had a tremendous year for them this year, great deep ball player, deep threat, elite speed. We think there's more to his game than just that, and so we're looking forward to working with him. Amar Niblack is a tremendous pass receiving tight end. That, with the loss of JT Sanders, how do we fill that void? Had a tremendous touchdown against us, where I think kind of opened a lot of our eyes to what he was capable of. And then Silas Bolden is the other one who is still at Oregon State. He's going to end up being a grad transfer. He's going to graduate this semester at Oregon State, and then he'll join us in June. Another elite speed receiver for us. Veteran player, had a great year last year at Oregon State.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Michael C. Come on, Wags. No Harbaugh and no J.J. McCarthy. It's not Harbaugh. Like, Sharon was fantastic.
He was the fucking coach anyway.
He was basically the coach for Michigan all damn year. You know what I mean? Now, of course, Harbaugh probably relaying information and giving, game plans or whatnot. But Sharon's the OC, or was the OC.
Yeah.
Maybe they bring back Connor Stallions. I don't know. No, but
they've got holes to fill.
It's not roster. It's not personnel. It's the fact that we got them early. That's all. A really good team early, and I don't think I don't think Michigan has games where they aren't ready. You know what I mean? Or I actually I need to walk that back. They have looked lethargic in games. So recently too. I don't know. It's or in the beginning of the year, I feel like Michigan just has their shit together a little bit better than Texas does. But that's also me being, pessimistic, burnt orange dude, and hopefully,
past history. You've got that UT PTSD that we talk about.
And I mean, but I get like this about all my team. Every team that I follow. You know what I mean? That I have interest or love or skin in the game, so to speak, and investment. An emotional investment into them. I usually feel, I feel like the opposition's better. What do we got to do to build up and be able to take down the opposition? And I don't know. That's just how I am for some. I'm not pessimistic about it. I just, I want to feel like they're more, so we build ourselves up to be better. I don't know.
That same thread there, and you guys on the Coda text line, feel free to drop your name if we don't have it, so we can, because I know at the other place we would like pop the names in that way.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, or we'll make up names for you. We'll call you Ship Brains if you have a stupid comment or something.
This one, Wags, kind of wondering, the atmosphere. It's going to be a tough atmosphere in Ann Arbor. Kind of about your apprehension right there. Michigan ranking 128th in returning production, losing their head coach, obviously. Texas ranks 25th. So. Again, I think that's where a lot of the questions for Texas are going to be answered in the offseason. In offseason,
apprehension's one thing, but I mean, how much of the program do you have in succession or is ready for succession? Right? How many studs are available to come right in there and take over for the absence of the personnel exiting stage right?
Yeah. That's a whole thing to where I think when we get to week 2. When we go to Ann Arbor, I think Texas is going to be in a much better position to where they have put the pieces together that they need to put together from what they've lost. And Michigan's not going to be in a spot where they've done that.
I hope so. I hope so.
And I think that's the real difference right there. But I do think that steamrolling off of that win is going to be, that's going to be a lot. And then that Georgia one is just the one where
I'm not worried about OU. I'm not worried about OU.
I don't worry about OU either. No, I don't think so either.
And that's a good feeling on in the off season. I'm just like, man, how we get past OU this year, right? I don't have that question. Now it's how we get past Michigan, how we get past Georgia.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anyways, here is Sarkisian. Here's Coach on the defensive transfers that we got in this year.
Savea, defensive lineman from Arizona. Guy Coach Nansen coached at Arizona, 6'4", 305 pounds. Naturally, again, you have the void at the interior defensive line. You get a veteran player to fill that. I think Trey Moore is the next young man, a guy who, we've been talking a lot about. How do we improve our edge pass rush ability? I think we did a lot of that in the high school ranks, Colin Simmons, Zena, those guys. But to get a Trey Moore, a guy who 13.5 sacks last season, conference player of the year, guy who we played against 2 years ago when you could really see the physicality and the intent of which he played the game. So love having Trey and his veteran experience. And then Kendrick Blackshire, coming back home from Duncanville. Big physical inside linebacker where we got a void at that position. Jalen moved on to the NFL. Jet Bush moves on. We had a couple transfers. We signed a great class a year ago of 5 high school linebackers, but you still want some of that veteran leadership on your defense. And so to bring him on board was big.
Mm-hmm.
This defense is going to be fucking lights out.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm more excited for the defense than I am the offense.
Yeah, I agree. And that's just where I think, when you go in, man, you're going to fire out of the box here, dude. This Michigan game. I'm telling you, dude, they're going to win. Texas is going to win that game.
So what Sark spoke about was the size that I was mentioning a little bit earlier, right? When you have the interior defense just loaded and beefed up to the fact that they can't get to the second wave, they can't get to the second level and block your linebackers and get downfield and block your secondary. I don't like seeing it at all, but the secondary can come up and help and be there for run support, which was a big reason why Texas was so great against the run this past year, right? Mm-hmm. We don't take a step back. I had a little bit of concern with all the talent leaving after this year.
Yep.
So, and also, there was some vulnerabilities that got exposed as well from the secondary. Let's be real about that. Let's keep that shit 100. But with all the acquisitions coming in, it feels like free agency.
Yeah.
It does. It feels like
does.
free agency. So like, all right, pick of the litter here, pick of the litter there. All right. No, you're getting stalwarts of their conference. That are now coming in and being a big part of the success or going to be a big part of the success on this team. We spoke about edge rushing, right? Now you have a rotational system for edge rushing. All right. You constantly keep fresh edge rushers going after the quarterback. They don't get a break off. They don't get those downs to recover like they did last season. All right. That was there. Let's be real. That was there. There were times where third down, we needed to dial up the pressure and we couldn't get to the quarterback because we're too gassed. All right. Now you have high talent edge rushers that can get sacks on all 4 downs now, right? Or if it's 8 plays down into the drive, into a long drive, and the defense needs to get off the field at that moment, you have a edge rusher that can come in there in spell and still be able to get after the quarterback and either throw him off his spot or create a turnover. So, again, fantastic stuff for the Longhorns moving forward. Sky's the limit, guys. Sky is the limit. We will break this down a little bit more next week. But again, we got to get ready to get out of here. It is 11. And before we get into anything else, I kind of wanted to just put a bow on this bad boy and talk about it tomorrow, right? We'll kind of stop it here because I don't want to come to a break or go over into it's only an hour into their time. But I thought about a name for It's Only an Hour that I got to run by Jeff. I think it would work well. I think it will work fantastic with Jordan and Jeff and the crew that they bring on from Horns.
The Young and the Restless?
No, it's definitely not Young and the Restless. That would be a lie. That would be a bit of a lie. What do you got going on for the rest of the day, bro?
Oh man, solid work. Hey, I got Brittany. You want to see her?
Sure, might as well now. Yeah. Brittany Spears.
Go
ahead. Let's hear.
Brittany Mahomes. All right, here we go.
You've been sitting here. You haven't been listening to me this entire time. You've been trying to get Brittany Mahomes up on your damn screen.
Damn right. Here we go.
Oh, I'm not in. Oh,
keep watching.
Oh, cute.
She's cute.
Yeah. I don't. Maybe it's just the ugly faces that she used to make when she was cheering for Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. But yeah. Pat's a winner.
Yeah.
God, I hate him even more now. Oh. No, I can't. I mean, hey, good job.
I'm telling you, man, through this whole Taylor Swift thing, it's been like, man, I have found a greater appreciation for her. Not that I didn't like her before, but anyway. So, yeah.
Thanks for no sound, Double R. That's what they're saying. Well, hell, man, you don't need sound. You can just take a look at the gander or take a look at the picture there.
Who cares? We'll play the sound tomorrow. We'll get that better. Say no to that.
Say no.
Come on, man.
Butterface. Everything looks good. Butterface. Everything. Come on. Everything looks good. I mean, no. For some reason, it might have been the ugly cheering that she was doing for Patrick Mahomes or whatnot. But she looked very damn good there. So that's
all right. All right, Mr. How we doing, brother?
Man, y'all seen this Gary Patterson news yet?
No. What? Oh no. Shit! What happened?
Gary Patterson's new job, and TCU fans are losing their minds. It's bad enough that he worked at Texas for a year. Gary Patterson is taking a job as a senior level strategic consultant. That's a mouthful. At Baylor University. Oh.
They need help, Jeff. They need help tremendously. I don't know if they can right the ship in 1 year, but if they're looking for a guy to do it, to be a consultant, GP's the dude.
Statues coming down.
I'll tell you this, man. When he took the Texas job, I'd heard from some people in Fort Worth that are still pretty close to him that the idea of helping Texas get ready to go into the SEC really intrigued him.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that he'll never come out and say it, I think he really wanted to beat TCU. I think he wanted to beat Sonny. And what better way to get back at that administration, that program? You talk about Texas and TCU are rivals. You talk about a rivalry. Baylor and TCU hate each other. I mean, there is deep-seated hatred for Texas Christian University and Baylor, the ultimate Baptist university. I've been to a Baylor TCU game. It's one of the most unchristian football environments I've ever been to. Right?
But it's all in the name of God. It's all for the name of God.
Thankfully they go to church the next day, man, because they got to atone for some stuff that goes on in the stands and in the parking lot and everywhere else. But
yeah, they stay there all day.
This is like getting stabbed in the back for a lot of TCU fans.
Man.
Hey Jeff, I know that you guys have been talking about National Signing Day yesterday or whatnot. Well, hell, Hank and Jordan did a really good job yesterday. But I never got your thoughts on the schedule or the strength of the schedule that the Longhorns have, or that we saw over the past couple of days. What are your realistic expectations? We toted with it a little bit here in our hour of conversation, and I got the Longhorns. One loss on the year. What are your realistic expectations for the Longhorns next year?
I don't think 10-2 is a stretch. The Michigan game concerns me just because it's on the road. That roster is going to look completely different, right. And it's a physical style of game that Michigan plays, and it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace for Texas. Not to say that Texas can't beat Michigan. I would have loved to have seen Michigan's offensive line against that Texas defensive line this year.
This past year.
I would have loved to have seen Sweat and Murphy against that Michigan offensive line. Now at this point, I don't know what that Michigan roster is quite going to look like. I would give Texas the advantage.
Guys, I got to jump. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Rodney. I would give Texas the edge, not only in terms of the head coach advantage, just because Sark's been there, done that, and Sharon Moore. It's one thing when you go from being the interim to now you're the guy. You're in charge of the program. You're not the caretaker anymore. And obviously Texas has the quarterback advantage with Quinn Ewers. And you got those two advantages. I'll give you the edge more often than not. So that game and then the Georgia game, man, just because that Georgia roster is so freaking talented. The thing that I do like about the Texas schedule, though, is the bye week where it comes, which I think they have a bye. Is that they play Oklahoma and then get the bye and then host Georgia?
Right, correct.
Yeah, so I do like that aspect of it. I think if you're Texas, though, I think the one thing you've got to avoid, we've always talked about this with Texas and the Big 12, can you avoid one of those pitfall games losing to a team you probably shouldn't lose to? Right. But I think for your first year in the SEC, the schedule's pretty favorable, and your road trips are Vanderbilt, which maybe that's a stumbling block, maybe it's not. I don't know. I doubt it because you should have more talent than Vanderbilt does. But, you know what you're getting into going to Fayetteville, and you know what you're getting into going to College Station. So I think the fact that they're,
I'm worried about Ann Arbor. I know that's out of conference, but that's the only one that I'm worried about.
You always talk about rivalry games. I hate that throw the record books out. But, you get and at some point that thing turns into just a football game. But, man, going to College Station and going to Fayetteville, that's, you're already starting from a deficit just going to those places because it's going to be raucous, it's going to be rowdy, and everybody wants, 95% of the people in attendance hate you. They feel the same way about Texas as Baylor feels about TCU and vice versa. So, Jordan, I know you're jumping on late. Did you see the Gary Patterson news that's getting around before you jump on?
What's up, Jordan? How are you doing this morning, brother?
I'm good. All
right, gents. I'm gonna get out of here, man. You guys take it away. Great show stuff.
C-Wags. Yeah, it's only an hour. Jeff out, Jordan Scruggs. Jordan, normally we're dumping on Baylor, man, but this is dude. TCU fans apparently feel like they've been just stabbed in the back at this point. I mean, it's one thing for GP to take a job at Texas, but for him to go to work at Baylor, man, Baylor. I know he's got a relationship with Dave Aranda, but man, dude, you've been in that Baylor market, man. You can back me up. That rivalry, there's some vitriol there. I mean, Baylor people hate TCU people and vice versa. This is just going to add to it, man. That thing's going to be charged up. I think the game, they playing Waco this year. I think they play in Waco this year.
I think, I think it's in Waco.
Yeah,
it is. It will be.
Yeah, it'll be charged
in
up.
2022, Baylor would have ruined TCU's perfect season.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
Just like TCU ruined Baylor's perfect season. But unfortunately, TCU was able to get down the field in time and get a field goal. I just think it's hilarious that Gary Patterson and Ed Orgeron are basically on this staff, and they're still going to win maybe 6 games, 7 if they're lucky. I don't know. You know what? It's that time of the show. Let's pull up their schedule.
Okay. By the way, I like Daryl saying Patterson is just getting in at Baylor so he can slide in the head coaching job when Baylor fires Aranda. Hey, man, that's not an insane theory, you know? And look, I know Gary taught Sark staff some things. I know that staff took – that's a poor way to phrase it. I know the Sark staff took a lot of things from GP, took some things from GP. But I think looking at the way Sark's recruiting department ran and the way it runs, I think GP's got a really good handle on if he were to get back into it, kind of how he would set it up and what the right way to set it up is. And then it's actually weird that this happened, Jordan, because there's something I want to go over. I want to go over this with you here in a little bit, but let's run down this Baylor schedule and see what the Bears are working with.
Okay, Tarleton State, that's a win. Utah, that's a loss. Air Force, they actually lost them in a bowl game like 2 years ago, but we'll give Baylor the win this time. So they're 2-1. Is that
game in Waco or is that in Colorado Springs?
It's in Waco.
Okay.
The Utah game is in Salt Lake though. So they're rolling into versus Utah is technically Big 12 play, but there's not a Big 12 logo next to it. So I guess they're going to count that as non-conference. I almost said non-district. But Colorado, honestly, who knows? We'll give it to Baylor though, just because I don't know. We saw how Colorado was last year. I don't think Baylor, as much as I shit on them, I don't think they'll be as bad as they were last year. So I'll give them the dub versus Colorado. That's 3-1. Versus BYU, shit, we'll give them the dub. 4-1 at Iowa State. No, not happening. 4-2. Tech in Lubbock, not happening. 4-3. Oklahoma State, not happening. 4-4. TCU, man, I'll give the Bears a TCU game. That's 5-4. West Virginia and Morgantown, still probably the hardest place to play in the Big 12. 5-5. Houston at Houston. I think Fritz could actually do better than people think in year one. I know they don't have a ton, but I think he's a great coach. So what? That's 5-6.
Hey,
and then Kansas at home last game, 5-7.
You think Morgantown's the toughest place to play in the Big 12? I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily.
I'd say Morgantown, the new Big 12 is the hardest places to play. I'm just looking at Baylor's schedule, so I'm gonna miss.
I think Utah is going to be the toughest road game.
Yeah, it's got to be like Utah, Oklahoma State, and Westby. I think just because how Oklahoma State has their fans are 10 feet from the field. You know what I mean?
I know.
They're right on top of the bench and everything.
When things aren't going well, especially the closer you get to the start of the NBA season, when the Thunder gets started, the Oklahoma State's attendance numbers can dip a little bit. But when it's full, when they're in contention for something, and they're, the thing that's always weirded me out about Boone Pickens is there really is no room on the sideline. Like if you go down to those sidelines, man, it's like you either have like 2 steps from the wall to the boundary, and when they're beating those paddles on the sides of the walls, it can be an intimidating place to play just because it feels like that crowd's right on top of you. But I want to talk some Big 12 with you, Jordan. I was going down the top 247 this morning, just kind of looking at some of the numbers and then doing some different things, and I'm planning on a couple of different articles around it. But I was looking at it, man. The top 247 guys in the state of Texas, which there's exactly 40 of them. There's only 7 of them going to Big 12 schools, and actually let's make that 8. And Texas Tech has half of those. Texas Tech has 4 of those. One of those is Draylon Miller going to Colorado. So that's none for Baylor, none for Oklahoma State. And Gundy's always recruited kind of weird anyway. But, man, you look at this list, it's none for U of H. It's really hard for me to see even in an expanded playoff, it's hard for me to see a Big 12 team being able to stack the amount of talent that you're going to need to deal with teams out of the SEC or the Big 10. And look, you can look at records in bowl games. I think anybody will tell you, I think TCU will be the first to tell you, there's a big difference between facing an SEC team in a bowl game where maybe they've got some opt-outs or whatever, and it's kind of an exhibition, and playing an SEC team, a top-tier SEC team, when there's something on the line, which we saw what Georgia did to TCU 2 years ago. So I say all that, Jordan. I kind of worry about the Big 12, just their long-term viability as a league to have a team that can contend for a national championship. We saw TCU do it and saw how that ended. I don't know, man. You can add through the portal, but the root of if your base is high school recruiting and your primary recruiting, the battleground, so to say, is the state of Texas, it's only getting harder for the Big 12 schools to land top tier talent.
Yeah. Man, with the Big 12, they're always going to have at least one team, obviously, in the playoff. Whoever wins the conference. Probably every other year, I'd assume they'll get a second team in. But, like you said, man, like the stars, like that shit does matter. It does matter, Look at everyone who's won the college football playoff, their blue chip ratio or whatever. Different metrics you use to measure it, all that aligns. And it all does mean something. And it also, of course, means something for, producing draft picks. You have a higher rate to produce draft picks if you're recruiting better players out of high school. I mean, 1 + 1 does equal 2. But with the Big 12 in the college football playoff, like, I'm so interested to see with the 12-team playoff, like how much just different things are now, because you have to do so much more to get to the national championship game, where it could be shit. I don't know. Texas Tech gets hot and they're playing like the best team in the country the last few weeks. It's like the NFL. Any given Sunday, like anyone can lose any game. So it's really going to be interesting to see if these teams who are at such a disadvantage, at least on paper from a talent perspective, if any of them can get hot and, have a Cinderella run, kind of like in the basketball tournament. I honestly doubt it, just because, a 16 seed upsetting a 1 seed is much more likely than like, a number 12 Oklahoma State, who finished second in the Big 12, upsetting Georgia, who's a 1 seed. I know they wouldn't play right away in the first round, but
right. I think
y'all get what I'm saying. So I don't know. I think it'll kind of be the same-ish Final Four teams as it used to be without, you get a free entrance because you won the conference championship. It'll be probably 4 SEC teams or 3 SECs and 1 Big 10. I'd assume something like that. Just because I think people are going to realize how important depth is for the 12-team playoff. You're playing a lot more games. Guys are going to get hurt. And if Tech has 24 stars and 2 5-stars, so 22 starters, and Georgia has 14 5-stars and 8 4-stars, and then 10 more coming off their bench, Georgia's likely going to win that game. And as the season goes on and injuries happen, you're going to need to have a stable of dudes at each position. And, that's when the rich will continue to get richer and, the poor will, I guess, continue to get poorer. But yeah.
Yeah. What you said about depth, really where it comes into play is lines of scrimmage. I go back to 2017 and I'll look at that Oklahoma team that probably should have beat Georgia in the Rose Bowl. And Georgia in 2017 wasn't the Georgia that we've seen it become. They had NFL guys. They had a lot of talent on that roster, but Kirby Smart hadn't started stacking one top 3 class after another. Like you look at their 2021 roster, their 22 roster, it's a completely different animal than Georgia was in 17. But the other reason why Oklahoma was able to compete, all 5 of Oklahoma starters on the offensive line, I don't know if all 5 were drafted. I know all 5 played in the NFL. You go look at Oklahoma's defensive line, they had a decent amount of guys that got a chance to play in the NFL, and they were deep too. Oklahoma had depth at that point to where at least they could somewhat compete. I think what you've seen, when Oklahoma got into the playoff after that, whether it's Alabama the following year, especially LSU in 2019, it's especially with your defensive line talent, because O-line, you're not rotating guys that much. Offense, you can mask your deficiencies. If you got a great quarterback and or a great scheme, you can mask a lot of your deficiencies. But, man, if you don't have guys on defense, which usually means if you're going up against a Georgia or Ohio State or an Alabama, if you don't have a deep defensive line where you can rotate and keep guys fresh, so that way your best guys are ready to roll in the fourth quarter, at some point you're going to get exposed. And Oklahoma, that was, to me, was the theme of that LSU game when LSU just curb stomped them in the Peach Bowl. Oklahoma defensively just finally got exposed. And I think
Kyler can only do so much when he's playing one of the greatest college football teams of all time.
Yeah. Like, you think Lincoln Riley went to the playoff 3 straight years with Baker Mayfield, Kyler, and Jalen Hurts as quarterbacks, and they didn't win a playoff game because they had shortcomings on the lines of scrimmage. And I think we saw that with TCU. TCU was able to outpace Michigan in that Fiesta Bowl. I go up against Georgia, and dude, like, I felt bad for TCU. Like, you're watching somebody just get mud-holed, and it's like, all right, I really didn't want to see TCU win this game, but dude, it's like you just want somebody to wave the white flag. Like, it was a massacre.
Yeah, and I felt bad because everyone was saying that was what was going to happen, and that's exactly what happened. But with OU and Lincoln Riley, I mean, dude, those games aren't lost the day they're played. Those games are lost in the years the team is built to construct the program to be in that position. You look at the problem Lincoln Riley's teams had at Oklahoma for 3 years. Like you said, he had 3 Heisman quarterbacks, and he went 3 years in a row, and he didn't win jack shit. USC, what is the reason they haven't been to the playoffs? What does that lead back to? It's the same problems, right? You can have the best quarterback in the country. You can have some of the top receivers in the country, a top line, but like none of that shit's gonna matter if you have Alex Grinch calling your defense and you're gonna give up 50 a game. Like it's the same problem. So I think one thing that really isn't being talked about just because of all the other crazy stuff that's gone on in college football this offseason, like portal, NIL, Saban retiring, that whole thing. But if USC won their quarterback situation, I forgot, who have they gotten in the portal?
SC.
Yeah. But their QB situation, and also USC's replacing their whole entire defensive staff, pretty much. So, and the hires they made weren't too bad either. So, I'm interested to see if Lincoln Riley is going to develop a defense, and if so, and he can keep his offense just as potent. It's going to be one of the scarier teams. So,
yeah, USC was supposed to get Will Howard, and then he ended up going to Ohio State.
Yeah, let me see who they got in the portal.
I mean, I know it's a bowl game, and you can only take away certain things from the bowl game. Miller Moss had a good bowl game. I don't know if he's long-term the guy, but.
Oh, they had the kid from UNLV, the quarterback from UNLV. That's who transferred in.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Is that the only that's the only portal edition they got at quarterback?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but Jordan, I was looking at the top 247 on the offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are, I'm trying to count the blue chip offensive linemen in the country at the top, as far as top 247 guys. There are 39 of them, tackles or guards. Only 5 of those guys are going to Big 12 schools. Like, you can't. And like, you just start running it down: South Carolina, Texas, USC, Wisconsin, Penn State, Georgia, Michigan, Oklahoma, Tennessee. Other than Notre Dame, it's all SEC and Big Ten schools that are getting all these top-notch offensive linemen.
Yeah. And And, I know Texas fans aren't wild about them, but, man, because of what you said, that's kind of why I think Tech is going to be the best setup or potentially the best setup to kind of be that team in the Big 12. The way they're recruiting, I know everyone just sees how Tech is offering pretty much any kid who can breathe in the state of Texas nowadays, but a lot of that is because Joey McGuire's taking the same model that Matt Rule had, where they're finding guys with tape that have proven and verified track data, and they're not going to offer unless they have data on the guy, unless it's just the film is that good. So that being said, they're finding people. No, I'm not saying everything will run through Lubbock. They're finding kids before other schools are, and they're offering them and building relationships before other schools are.
Where it gets worse, Jordan, of our blue chip guys at 24/7, 54 blue chip defensive line prospects. That's interior D line and edge. You got 2 of them going to Big 12 schools. Deshaun Warner, who's going to Kansas, not even a kid from the state of Texas. He's a kid out of the state of Arizona. It's a really good get for KU. And then you have one going to Texas Tech, Cheeto Feely out of Saxe, going to Tech. That's it. Like, dude, it's just you're going to have to try to load up through the portal on defensive linemen. Like, hope some of these guys that, if honestly, man, if like I'm Joey McGuire, I'm telling, James Blanchard, Brian Nance, whoever's in my player personnel department, I'm like, the minute any Texas offensive lineman hits the portal, we got to be on him like in the next 5 minutes. Like, because Texas is going to lose some of these offensive. It's like Georgia, man. In Alabama, like Texas is getting to the point where your roster is so loaded. You're going to have guys transfer. We talked about it. You'll have guys transfer to look to play somewhere else. That guy that couldn't get on the field at Texas, he might still be a damn good player that could start anywhere else. He's going to be a hot commodity and still end up getting to go to a power conference school. So that's where you've got to try to hope. And dude, Jordan, like, unless you get one of those guys, and more often than not, if a big-time offensive lineman enters the portal, he pretty much knows where it's going. Dude, portal recruiting for linemen can be such a crapshoot, especially when you're talking about, like, FCS guys. Like, a lot of the time, man, you have no idea. You could end up getting Jared Verse, or you could end up getting a guy that's worse than one of the backups you had. Like, you just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and with Tech, I guess what I was saying why I think they'll be successful is because of who they have to compete against, like Texas's and A&M's or Oklahoma's or whatnot. They have to be early on kids, and that's what they're doing. And they're building relationships with them. And obviously that's not going to win you every recruitment, especially when NIL is something that the recruit is considering. But what they're doing is they're saying, okay, we know we can't get these guys. Let's go get the 6 fastest receivers in the country and offer those guys and see what we can do with that. And then it's, okay, he kind of sucks. He's not playable, but he runs a 10.42 and is 6'2" with a +4 wing. I don't care if he only had 300 career receiving yards. We're going to take him. We're going to coach him up for 3 years. He's going to play 1 season, and he'll be all conference. That's Texas Tech's kind of model. Mm-hmm. And they're that's literally what Rule did at Baylor, except Rule was more of just, they have elite track offer. It wasn't elite track. Okay, they have to have good film as well. McGuire is doing more of, checking to make sure the football player is also good as well, not just the elite athlete.
Yeah.
And, with what Tech is set up with, that's probably the best approach to this scenario, I think. Taking gambles on players like that, you have to when you're in Tech shoes. Like that's kind of what you have to do. You have to hope that it works out and that you have guys on your staff who are comfortable enough with taking these dudes who their career and playing time is relying on getting developed.
Yeah. I think sometimes we look at, the last Big 12 team to win a national championship was Texas in 2005. It's hard to believe that was the last Big 12 team that won one. And you look at that Texas team and you think, oh yeah, Vince Young, they were kind of a finesse team. Dude, four of the starters on the offensive line played in the NFL, and Will Allen probably would have played in the NFL as be the 5th starter, but I don't remember what happened to him in New Orleans, but he just kind of decided the NFL wasn't for him. And, Tony Hill's got drafted. He was a backup on that team. Your entire two deep on the defensive line played in the NFL. So it's no this game. We can complicate this game as much as we want to, Jordan. It's still about, do you have people that can move the other guys against their will, either moving the line of scrimmage because you're moving a ball or getting into the backfield being disruptive. And the other thing Rule did, I know we dump on Baylor and we do it in jest because of your time covering the program and some of the frustrations I know you went through. But dude, I love me some Matt Rule, man. I've been to clinics and heard that guy speak, and you get to talk to him for a little bit. And I'm like, dude, this dude, if I had a kid, I would send him to play for Matt Rule. I just think Matt Rule's that kind of dude. I think he knows football, what he values in players. I think it works. The other thing he did, he took guys that had tools, guys that, whether it's wingspan, speed, whatever it is, or he took guys that were high floor football players. Mm-hmm. Like a guy like James Lynch out of Round Rock was one of those guys. Like, you don't know where his ceiling is, but he can come in and play for you right now. And you feel like, hey, the floor is so high. He's at least going to be a serviceable football player, because you need both. Like, I think.
Yeah, and Tech is also doing a good job of incorporating those.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's to the degree that kind of Matt Rule's model is and what he's currently doing at Nebraska. But I'm just as big a fan as Matt Rule. I've listened to probably like a dozen podcasts. I'm on there. I love him too. And I like his mindset and his approach to just recruiting and scouting. I think when he brought it to Baylor, it was kind of the first of its kind. And then Joey McGuire obviously saw it, coached it, and kind of took it, created his own. And once more people grow out from McGuire's staff at Tech and more people grow out from Rule's tree, I think it's going to be popularized across college football just because it's a smart way to do things. And it wins games. It's won Matt Rule a lot of games. And, with Joey, he hasn't had the best first 2 years, but, that like what I described, they're a long-term developmental program. So, next year, the year after, I think is really the year you can judge there. But yeah.
I look at Matt Rule when he was at Temple, and the thing that I looked at Matt Rule. I mean, Matt Rule was producing first-round picks at Temple. I know he had Hassan Reddick, and I think he had one more, but he was getting guys drafted out of Temple and taking guys that Penn State really didn't want to have anything to do with, and then going to play Penn State and kicking their ass. Like that's what Matt Rule did at Temple. So I was a Matt Rule fan even at that point. I thought he was going to be really good. And for the Big 12 schools, like I said, at some point, if you don't have the horses on defense, at some point you're going to get exploited. But I do think, man, Tech is doing the best job. I mean, go look at everybody else's quarterbacks. I think of the Big 12 schools that took quarterbacks, Jordan, unless I'm missing somebody, I may be missing what Kansas or Kansas State or something like that did. Man, I really like Will Hammond out of Hutto as a prospect going to Tech, and I know they offered him really early, but I feel like Tech probably has the best just because Joey McGuire's got that Matt Rule plan. I'm backing up what you're saying. I think Tech's got the best chance to do it. Maybe Utah does. I don't know. I'm not that familiar. I know they recruit the state of Texas pretty heavily. Kyle Whittingham always has. But yeah, it's good. I'm really interested to see who comes out of the Big 12. Who's the team year in and year out that's going to be in the playoff and fighting for it. I'll say this though, between Chris Kleiman and Matt Campbell, Kyle Whittingham, dude, pound for pound, Mike Gundy, I still think pound for pound, you've got the best coaches in the country in the Big 12 because they have to do more with less.
Yeah, it's going to be some great coaching battles. And what you're saying about the quarterbacks with Will Hammond, being a top 247 guy, I think the only other school that signed a top 247 guy in the Big 12 was TCU with Hoss Haney out of Aledo. I got to cover Hoss a lot because, I mean, he was always going to TCU once they offered because both his parents went and played sports there.
Yeah.
But up until that point, Baylor was recruiting him pretty heavy. So, I got to go see him play a lot. And I mean, you know me. I don't like to do too lofty of comparisons, but based off play style, I truly do think Hoss Haney could end up having similar Johnny Manziel type of play style, type of that. Not the off the field shit. I'm not calling him a Heisman winner. I'm not calling him a partier. The way he plays, the type of build he has, just the way he throws the ball, and man, he's maybe 5'11", 5'11 and a half, something like that. Like, he plays like he's 6'6". And he has a cannon for an arm. He's fastest 100-meter speeds of any quarterback in the top 247. And he also had like 12 offers to go play slot receiver as a sophomore. It's not just because he's a quarterback, but he is one of the best athletes in the state of Texas. I mean, he went 10.62, or I think he went sub 10.6 like twice as a junior.
Yeah,
he can fly, and he can spin it. And all he's ever done in his career is win at Alito. I know obviously it's a great program. It's not like he has to drive the ship a ton, but he's still going out there and winning games, and he has 2 state rings to his name. Not a lot of other kids can say that.
Yeah.
Another thing about him too, like he has the perfect mindset you want. I know, like, I can't really describe that too well, but he is the perfect kid to be the face of your program and to be just the face of your program, and to wear that captain's patch on your chest. And honestly, as much as I like Will Hammond is even a juice quarterback. A lot of people don't even know that. I was actually who found Will Hammond. I like Hoss Haney more. Just the ceiling's higher. I think right now, honestly, I might even take him over Will. I really do like Hoss, and how much our scouting team hates quarterbacks under 6 foot. If you're a quarterback under 6 foot and you're in the top 247, it means you're a straight motherfucker, and that's what Hoss Haney is. So, TCU, you got probably the best quarterback you've signed since Sonny Dykes has come to town. Josh Hoover, surprisingly, has been a lot better than anyone who ever saw him and play in high school thought he'd be. But it looks like he'll be their starter. But if Dykes is going to let him compete, I would never rule out Hoss Haney, and I'd expect him to make that pretty competitive. So, TCU, they have a quarterback in their system now, and it might take a year or two before we see him in action, but he's going to be legit.
Max Duggan was a top 247 guy back in 2019.
True. But he wasn't a Dykes guy.
So. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. He was actually our scouting team liked Max Duggan more than the industry did. He was 124 overall in the top 247 and 211 in the composite. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking about the Big 12 this morning because, like, you start looking at signing day stuff, and it's always like it's always kind of been a mind F for me. Like, you can have like a top 20 class in the country, but if you're in the SEC, that might not even be in the top half of your conference.
Yeah.
Like, it's just always been crazy to me. And then, like, really, other than like Miami and Notre Dame, when you look at the class rankings, other than Miami and Notre Dame, it's pretty much all Big Ten SEC.
Yep. I'm just waiting for one day to get the ESPN notification or Schefter notification that there's a new mega conference and NCAA isn't governing it.
I mean, really, when you look at the top ranked classes, you've got Miami at 4. You've got Florida State at 12, Notre Dame at 9. You don't hit another non-SEC or Big 12 member till you get to Tech at 24. So of the top 25 classes in the country, only 3 of them are not from the SEC or the Big Ten. Like Kentucky's got a top 25 recruiting class. They're number 25, right? That's 13th in the SEC. You did okay. We signed a top 25 class. Yeah, but it's dog S.
Mark Stoops walking dogs off meat trucks.
Man, hey, that's not bad for a guy that was the head coach at A&M for about 35 seconds.
Yeah. Hey,
what was your favorite? What was your favorite moment of the Mark Stoops era at A&M, Jordan?
You know, I'm not gonna lie, the whole part, but what I was most surprised by, I really did think Bill O'Brien was gonna get the same treatment, and that maybe Ohio State fans are gonna have a chance to get their way and not have him as OC. But honestly, don't think they just committed to the bit enough, like A&M fans did with getting Mark Stoops up out of there.
Mark Stoops got straight up Shiano'd. I mean, no Jerry Sandusky stuff mentioned, but dude, yeah, like a fan base pretty much made you change your hire. I think my favorite moment was probably when the plane landed and Mark Stoops probably never got off the plane. It was just Ross Bjork getting on, like, yeah, you might as well just turn around and go home. This ain't happening.
Yeah. And now Ross Bjork is in Columbus, Ohio.
Two bad hires for Ohio State. You hired the AD. A&M fans were ready to run out of town, basically chased him out of town with torches and pitchforks. And you hired Bill O'Brien. And like the sad thing was, man, I went to the Bucknuts message board. I'm like, okay, I got to see how they're taking this. Dude, they were like talking themselves into this being a great hire. Like, have you watched anything Bill O'Brien's done in the last, I don't know, 10 years or so? Outside of that
recruiting
Penn State.
He's not recruiting nobody.
No. No.
He's going straight back to the league right after this.
Was it you that told me? I don't remember if it was you that told me or somebody else told me that they had seen Bill O'Brien. He was there to watch Arch Manning throw, like on the same day the Texas staff was. It was okay. I don't remember who told me that.
Must have been Mike. I never went to go see Arch in person.
It might have been Mike, but I digress. But the point is, like, they're there to see Arch Manning, right? Texas is there, Bama's there. There's a couple different schools there, and like Bill O'Brien could not have looked less interested in being there if he tried. Like, it's like you're watching the number one quarterback in the country and you look like you'd want to be anywhere else other than, doing your job right now.
Yeah. Nah, he's just like me. I'll pull up to Duncanville practices and just look grumpy on the sidelines. The samples can come yell at me. No, that was a joke, by the way, for those who don't understand sarcasm. Poor Stoops didn't even make it to Northgate, sat on tarmac at the tiny airport. Shame. Bro, Northgate, so me personally, I don't really party. I'm not a partier at all, but Northgate just seems so boosted. I'm only really ever in College Station whenever it's a state 7-on-7 tournament in the summer, so it's a ghost town. Yeah. But like just looking at Northgate, I'm like, this is y'all's king? Like,
yeah,
I don't know, like I know it's College Station and probably isn't a ton to do there, so you got what you got, but it's like, I don't know, I always expected more from it. But yeah, do you see
the Dixie Chicken still there?
I don't know. I don't remember, to be honest. I didn't go over there this year. That was last year, the year before. But yeah,
apparently the Dixie Chicken is still there. So I'll be honest, Jordan, I haven't been to Northgate in where we're 2024. It's seriously been about 15 years since I've been to Northgate.
Wow.
Yeah, probably about that long. Yeah. That's been a minute. So I can't tell you what's there and what's not.
Yeah. You ever had to go there for a recruit? Texas ever really try to recruit anyone out of there?
No. Probably the closest, and it's not really that close, would be Huntsville.
Yeah.
Well, Tavondre Sweat. I'm just trying to think.
You never,
because Consol never had anybody. The College Station kids, I would see them if there was any on the radar. I'd see them at State 7-on-7. But no, man, I hadn't really spent a ton of time at Brazos Valley. Brenham's not Brenham's a little further north.
Hey,
so.
Brenham's got a 26 running back. The 26 running back class in Texas is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
There's probably like 6 to 8 kids already with offers in 26, like Power 5 offers. Usually that's not the case around this time of the cycle for them. I mean, they just finished their sophomore seasons. Wow. Damn, voice crack.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. I guess that's back. I remember for like a week there, I had it bad after I lost my voice.
Jordan just hit puberty on the air, so congratulations, bud.
Yeah, thank you.
No, it's just now the College Station comments are coming in on the chat. You guys keep those coming. I even forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Your voice cracked, and I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, you're talking about the 2026 running back class. It's been a minute since Brenham has had a prospect, so they're probably due for another one.
Shit, who is the last one to go to Texas? Was Malcolm Brown, and then before that, it would have been Brandon Collins, huh?
Malcolm Brown and Tim Cole were in the same class. Yeah, and then you had kind of that run where you had like Luke Pellman, Ryan Roberson, Brandon Collins.
I actually know Brandon Collins.
Oh yeah, where is Brandon Collins right now?
Coaching a 7-on-7 team in the greater College Station area.
Is it really? All right.
Yeah, he actually has some dudes. I don't know if y'all remember what Brandon Collins exactly did at Texas, but it seems it's pretty much in the past. Yeah, he has some guys. He's a Keith Martin. He's a 25 receiver at Rudder. He's probably got about a dozen offers now. He's got Terrence Lewis. He's a receiver at Bryan High. He's probably around 10 offers. And then he's got a bunch of kids that are great players. They're just not good prospects, undersized or whatnot. And I mean, that's kind of what you need to win 7-on-7 games. The teams with kids who are all 4 stars with offers, they never win shit because they'll get destroyed by some 5'7" receiver who's like 120 pounds, but is the twitchiest kid you've ever seen in your life. It happens every weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah. Who's Texas basketball next game?
Tomorrow or Saturday. I was just trying to think of like even guys that have been on the radar, like College Station, Consol or Bryan High or Rudder or any of those. Oh, I didn't go see him, but probably the last guy Texas signed from that area. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would it be Keith Ron Lee?
Yeah. Oh my God, Keith Ron Lee, not doing too well.
Yeah, I think it would be Keith Ron Lee.
Not doing too well. I actually went and looked him up about a month or two ago.
I remember you telling me about this.
Yeah, he's been arrested like a dozen times and got face tats and stuff now. He's currently locked up. So it's very, very unfortunate, very sad. But I don't know, it happens.
As excited as everybody is about their signing class, that's the stuff that you can't account for.
Yeah.
You're going to have some guys that run into legal trouble. You're going to have guys that run into academic trouble. You're going to have guys that get homesick. Mental health is going to be an issue for some guys. You're going to have some guys that, man, you were just wrong about. And that's the fun of it, to go through and like look at a top 247 or look at a state rankings like 5-10 years later and see what happened. Like, man, I was thinking about this earlier today, and I haven't done this, Jordan, so I wanted to do this on the air. So I was like, I just want to be surprised. I don't want to have, I don't want to have, cheat or anything. But I was thinking about that Texas, the state of Texas in 2014, and I'm like, you know what? That class, I think, turned out pretty well from the top. Myles Garrett. It's like it's really weird how you go from like, and a lot of these guys were factors in college, but like you look at that, just our top 247, Myles Garrett, Tony Brown out of Beaumont Ozone, Solomon Thomas, KD Cannon, and Arion Springs out of San Antonio. Those were the top 5 in the state. And dude, all of those guys were anywhere from like frontline guys to just starting caliber guys in college. But then like you keep looking down and like, okay,
Except Myles Garrett.
Yeah, you got Jamal Adams. Yeah, Myles Garrett was number one in the country, number one in the state, number one in the country, and ended up being the number one pick in the draft 3 years later. But that's one of those deals. Like I remember, he wasn't on the radar, and I think this would have been the summer before his junior year, so he's just coming off being a sophomore. And I remember that's when like Texas was so secretive and selective about camps, like. Very few people went. It was like an invite only deal, even though I don't think it was supposed to be, but very few guys went.
Mm-hmm.
And I get a call from a parent during the camp. And he's like, "Do you know who Myles Garrett is?" I'm like, "Doesn't ring a bell." It's like, yeah, apparently nobody's heard of this guy. And all I knew about Myles Garrett was, his sister went to A&M on a track scholarship. His brother played in the NBA. And but he is a freak. It was like, this dude is just out here in one-on-one, just wrecking everybody. Like he's a freak. And I remember kind of following him after that. And then that winter, I'm making my rounds around DFW. I go to Arnold, I go to Martin, and it's one of those days in the Metroplex, man. You'll get some of these. It's like 20 degrees in the morning and it's windy, a bad front had just blown in. Nobody wants to be there. Myles Garrett is by himself doing like sprint work on a turf field during the athletic period with just like shorts and no shirt. And I go out there and from a distance, I'm like, oh man, I wonder if that's like an NFL guy or a college guy coming back to get working. Like, no, it was 16-year-old Myles Garrett just looking like he's fresh off the yard, like just all yoked up. I'm like, dude, Myles Garrett's maybe the most like freakish specimen I've ever seen at the high school level, just in terms of he had a grown ass man body at 16.
I'm trying to think like who are the most physically intimidating high school players I've seen. Avosik during his senior year was a scary looking mofo. Yeah. But he didn't really get that look till his senior year because he was a late bloomer, just like Burke kind of. So Anthony Hill was scary as fuck. Anthony Hill, holy shit. Y'all should have seen, if y'all can, go back and find Anthony Hill's offensive highlights. God damn, bro. Literally 6'3", like 6'7" arms, just like stiff arming people into the dirt, man. I actually had a video my friend took. It would have been his senior year. Denton Ryan actually lost this game. It was versus New Braunfels. Week 1 at UMHB, and they were down like 2 scores in the fourth quarter, and they handed the ball twice to Anthony Hill, and he scored both times to tie it up, and both went for over 50 yards. That type of freak. So academic progress rate's still a thing. I haven't seen her to talk about in a while. Look, if you're good enough, they're gonna figure it out.
APR is still a thing. I don't think you get dinged for it anymore, though. Yeah. I think they keep track of it because that's still the list they pull from. Like if there's not enough bowl eligible teams, and you got to pick 5 and 7 teams to go to bowl games, that's still the list they pick from. CB said Adrian Peterson has said B. I didn't see Adrian Peterson play football. I saw him at a track meet, and that was another one. I'm like, dude, I need to look at your birth certificate. There ain't no way you're freaking 18 years old. Like you look like you're 30.
Yeah. So, who are some other dudes?
Boy, you know what? Other than the top end, like we can talk about in 2014, like Myles Garrett, Solomon Thomas, Jamal Adams. Those guys were top 10 guys that were first round picks. Samaje Perine down there at 21, which he would have been ranked higher. We were higher than he was 21 in the top in the state, and in the composite state rankings he was 31, so we were higher on him than the industry. He would have been ranked higher if he didn't just wreck his knee. I think his junior year at Hendrickson, he had a really bad knee injury, and that knocked him back. But he was a hell of a player in high school. James Washington at 27 ended up, it's not there's some wins in here for our scouting team at the time, but man, there's some cats in here that I haven't thought about in a long time, and dudes that I don't even know if they finished playing ball at some of their schools. Ty Barrett's on here from Skyline Product. He's the O-line coach, I think, at UTEP now.
Jamal Adams would have been a Longhorn if Mac stayed, according to him. Any thoughts?
Well, Jamal Adams would have been, yeah, I think so. Jamal Adams had one thing in mind when he was going to school. His dad played in the NFL. Jamal Adams was looking at who can get me to the league. And the thing that really intrigued him about Texas was the number of DBs Dwayne Akina had put in the league. But I think once Matt got fired, I think we kind of knew the writing was on the wall. And then once everybody found out that Dwayne Akina wasn't coming back, Jamal Adams just was not having it with Texas. I think had Mac stayed, now I feel more comfortable saying if Mac Brown had stayed at Texas, Solomon Thomas probably ends up at Texas.
Man, Solomon Thomas is a 49ers fan. Some mixed feelings there. But.
Hey, guess who was number 82 over? I just mentioned some wins. Guess who was number 82 overall in our state rankings, our in-house state rankings at 24/7 back in 2014?
Can you give me the NFL team he's on? Is he currently on a roster?
I'll give you a hint. He's playing this Sunday.
Fuck. I know it. There's no way it was Mahomes.
It was Patrick Mahomes.
What? They had him 82 nationally?
Patrick Mahomes was 82 in the state. Can I defend?
In the state. Okay. You said in the state. I thought you were saying nationally, and I was like, what?
He was 389 in the composite and a 3-star. Can I defend the Mahomes thing? And look, you can ask Gabe too, right? Like, Gabe wasn't working in the industry, but Gabe and I were on the same. I think I might have called Gabe when this happened. Nobody ranked Mahomes that high because we were all convinced he was going to get drafted and go play pro baseball. So we're like, why? But because like we talked about, Jordan, there's some things you got to take into consideration when you're ranking a guy. Like, okay, if we're looking at NFL potential, if he's never going to get there because he's going to go play pro baseball, why are we going to rank him that high? We rank Mahomes low, and then like he announces that spring that like, nope, I'm going to Tech and I'm going to play football. It was a collective like, yeah, we're probably going to regret that in a few years. And sure enough, we regret. It wasn't. He was a hell of a quarterback. It's not like he was just some unknown like plucky underdog. Like we knew he was a hell of a football player.
Wouldn't a lot of people talk about? A lot of people talk about how he was a pretty good safety too. Do you ever see him in at safety?
I never saw him in at safety. No, I don't remember. I'm sure he's got safety tape, but I'd be lying if I told you I studied Patrick Mahomes tape at safety.
Yeah. Who is the best?
Even at that age, he could fire piss missiles though.
Who do you think is the best two-way high school player you've ever seen?
Well, I never saw him, but those that did will say Sergio Kendall. The best two-way player. You know what? I don't, off the top of my head, and I'm sure I'll think about somebody else will come to the forefront. I don't know two-way player, but when I watched J.K. Dobbins at LaGrange, I don't think he took a play off. He was a Wildcat quarterback. He kicked extra points. He kicked off. He was on the kickoff return team. He punted. He returned punts. I think he may have taken like 1 or 2 snaps off on defense just to catch his breath. But if there were 200 snaps in that game against Caldwell, he played 180 of them, 190 of them legitimately.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too? J.K. Dobbins is making the drive from Giddings every day to get to LaGrange.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
committed to it. For me, it's got to be Terry Bussey. I mean, look at the stats in two-way. Literally definition of men amongst boys. But after Terry, it's got to be Harold Perkins. I saw him actually play Bridgeland and Connor Wigman. It was both their senior years. Connor Wigman only threw like 2 passes, though, because he tore his hamstring 2 weeks before and was trying to play on it, and the Bridgeland staff was letting him try to play on it. And that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. Like when you're the Bridgeland staff in that position with a kid who has this much in front of him, you can't let him fuck that up.
Sounds gross.
and that's almost what happened. He almost effed it up. But Harold Perkins probably had a dozen tackles, like 2 sacks, and like over 300 all-purpose yards on offense and like 4 touchdowns that night. Harold Perkins,
Jordan Whittington's up there for me too.
Okay, yeah. I never saw him, but I always heard at Cuero he was a straight dog. Someone said Jordan Shipley at Burn It.
Yeah, Jordan. Again, I never saw him in person because I was in high school at the same time. But Quan Cosby, Quan was one of those guys that had insane numbers on offense and had like 20-something interceptions in his career. And I'm like, you're playing 2A football and you're dumb enough to throw the ball at Quan Cosby? Like, okay, I guess that's the goal with God. Like, hope he falls down. Like, what's your plan? What's your plan there?
Yeah, like with Terry Bussey, I remember I kind of got chills. This would have been the semis for 2A last year, and it was at the Barry Center in Cypress in Houston, and it was Timpson versus Refugio. Refugio ended up winning and going to state and losing, but total banger of a game. He came down to the final wire or the final minute. Refugio won off a bomb pass to Ernest Campbell, who's the fastest kid in the state.
Yeah,
and he beat Terry Bussey on a route. That was probably the only time Terry Bussey got beat at corner all year. And I remember Baylor was trying to recruit Ernest Campbell at the time. So I was kind of huddled up next to him, trying to talk to him after the game. And they have a camera on the Refugio head coach. And the Refugio head coach said, like, I've been coaching however many years, he said. I've coached against kids who've gone and played at UT. I've coached against kids who've gone and played at A&M. People have gone to the NFL. I've coached against the Brooks brothers from Shiner that took Shiner to state 4 years in a row. And I've played those guys twice a year for the last 4 years in a row. And he said, I've never played somebody like number 10 over there, and pointed to Terry Bussey. So that was pretty cool. Terry Bussey, I mean, y'all have heard me talk about it. And I have this phrase a lot for guys like him where they don't come around often. There's only a handful across the country each cycle. And I mean, it's true. It really is. And it's God-given ability. And if you know Terry Bussey, he's a really special story as well. So, hope he achieves a lot of success in his career and, keeps it up.
Man, Patrick Mahomes has some kind of Benjamin Button thing going on in his mugshot on the site. But yeah, that was one that I knew once I knew he was going to Tech for sure. We were going to probably regret that. And I'm sure the industry as a whole does. Yeah. Jordan Whittington's up there for me too. Jordan, in terms of 2-way guys. Like, I watched him as a sophomore game against Yoakum when Yoakum had Joshua Moore and Jordan Moore, when those guys were getting offers. And after about the first quarter, I'm like, yeah, Jordan Whittington's the best player on the field here, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mahomes' profile. I'm pulling up the photos on our back end so I can see who took these and uploaded these. 3
offers. Trey, do you know what? Would you like to know Patrick Mahomes' 3 offers in high school? Again, nobody offered him because everybody thought he was going to go play baseball.
Texas Tech. Did I get that one right?
Yep.
SFA.
Nope.
Baylor.
No, but another Big 12 school.
TCU.
Nope.
Houston.
Nope. Think north of the Red River, but not Oklahoma.
Oh, God, what a perfect guy for Oklahoma State to offer.
Yeah. And then Rice was the other one.
Did he make really good grades in high school? I would assume so. If Rice is offering.
And like, I don't know if you heard Jordan and I talking, but he was a hell of a player. He was a hell of a quarterback in high school. It's just as an industry. I mean, I worked at 24/7, but I talked to guys at Rivals and Scout, but everybody thought he was going to go play pro baseball. Like, that was the word. Like, nope, don't even rank him high because he's never going to make it to Lubbock. And then he decided that spring, like, nope, I'm going to go to Lubbock and I'm going to play football. And collectively, we're all like, yeah, we're probably going to look really bad on that in a few years.
Yeah, where is this? I love how we do not have pro style or dual threat next to quarterbacks anymore, and we just rank them as quarterbacks only.
Yeah.
Much better. Same thing with like what the hell is Rivals doing with weak side defensive end and strong side defensive end in 2024? Just call it edge. Just call it edge.
Old. It's just an antiquated way of doing it.
Yeah. Yep.
Should have gone to Rice, boys.
Could have played for the great David Bailiff at Rice.
Yeah. You know, they hosted a Super Bowl in that stadium once. Never
They
did that
did.
in Lubbock or in Stillwater. So
I think the upper deck at Rice Stadium on one side is condemned now. I don't think it's actually safe for anybody to be there. So
that stadium is a piece of shit, let me tell you.
I don't know that they've done many renovations since they hosted that Super Bowl, BK.
Nope. Like JFK said, why would we renovate Rice's football stadium?
Because, well, you had to at some point, but now it's just way past the point of repair.
Yeah.
Did JFK really say that, or did I get taken for a ride?
Didn't he say something about Rice playing Texas in football?
Yeah. So why do we go to the moon? People ask why should we go to the moon? Well, why does Rice play Texas every year?
That was a poor attempt at a joke off of that.
Trey just heard JFK and started thinking Lee Harvey Oswald, and he kind of spaced out for a sec, I bet.
I love how somebody asked Brock Purdy at the media night extravaganza what he thinks of the Lee Harvey Oswald comparison, which I don't even think is that good of a comparison.
No.
There's other guys that he kind of looks like, and he's just like, eh.
Yeah.
I don't know. A couple of guys who are made famous because of their weapons. A couple of guys who probably couldn't do it on their own, but needed some help to make it happen. I don't think the comparison's about the looks. I think it's about their actions, boys.
Well, they both did their share to embarrass the state of Texas because Brock Purdy, for whatever reason, played really well against Texas other than that first game.
I also do hear that Brock Purdy spent a semester abroad in Russia his sophomore season. So there's another comp, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see it at all.
I don't see that's the problem. Like, people make the comparison like, nope.
That's a reach.
You guys heard the Blake Bell looks like John Wilkes Booth before?
No.
Yeah, that's not.
You could show me a photo of John Wilkes Booth, not tell me it's him, and I probably wouldn't be able to tell you it's John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah.
It's weird, Trey, you or BK, you guys ever do one of the school tours like to Washington, D.C., where like you go through all the museums and everything?
Washington, D.C., no, I've never been there before.
Yeah.
Want to take the kids soon.
It always weirded me out, like doing the Ford Theater bit, and then they show you like, oh, yeah, that's the bed where they tried to revive Abraham Lincoln and he died. I'm like, it's kind of morbid, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, I've been there too. I remember thinking the same thing. That was right after my 8th grade year, being like, what the what?
It's like, it's cool. And it's like, oh, Lincoln, that's where Lincoln died. Like, oh, God.
Yeah, but it's like 30 years from now, we're not going to be taking the elementary schoolers to the hospital and being like, hey, this is where Biden's last few breaths were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not doing that. So why are we doing it with Lincoln?
Trey, you went to a Dallas area school. They didn't take you like to Parkland Hospital and show you where all the stuff happened.
No, we did do the JFK tour though, and they took us to a broom closet where Lee Harvey apparently masturbated before taking that shot, which I thought was not only weird but inappropriate for high schoolers.
Really, he rubbed one out before.
Calm the nerves.
I mean, steady hands, I guess. Maybe that's what he was thinking. I don't know.
John
Is it
Wilkes
William
Booth.
Howard Taft we're looking at?
Ah, shit. Yeah, you knew. Damn it.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, that's a.
I was going to try to sell you on that.
recognize him. He looks familiar.
How do y'all know who that guy looks like?
Was it William Howard Taft or James Garfield? Which one was the president that was so fat he got stuck in the bathtub?
That was Taft, I think.
That was Taft? All right.
That's
I
so
remember
Taft.
that, and that always leads me to, I'll leave you guys with this. Have you guys seen the Bill Simmons, Andre the Giant documentary?
Great documentary, yes.
Great documentary. BK, have you seen it?
No.
All right. So Andre wrestled all over the world because he was an attraction, right? People would pay big money to fly him in. He spent a lot of time in Japan. Well, like the Japanese toilets were so small, Andre couldn't fit on the toilet. So what he would have to do is he would have to lay newspaper in the bathtub and do the devil's business in the bathtub and then clean it up.
What?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that, Jeff? When we took that tour of the book depository, they said Lee Harvey would also have to lay newspaper down before he would rub one out. Apparently, it was just that much to deal with.
There's John Wilkes Booth, by the way.
Is that really him?
What do you think people's beards smelled like back in the 1800s?
Oh, not good. Was that really John Wilkes Booth or was that Sigmund Freud?
That's James Garfield.
I was about to say that ain't. I recognize him too. I don't know who it is, but that ain't Wilkes Booth.
No,
that's. I thought
you're gonna show me a picture of Zachary Tyler or Zachary Taylor. Or...
BK, we're gonna play Guess the President. Keep going.
Oh my God, I only know like 3 of them. James Garfield and Taft are 2 of them.
Who's our president right now, BK?
Joe Burrow, I think. Joey Buckets, whatever they call him.
No, it's James Harden.
Joe Lunardi is the president of the United States right now.
All right, who's this, Jordan?
Shit. Isn't that what's it called? Damn, this is bad. Is that Samuel L. Jackson? Or am I tripping?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh man, not L. Jackson, not L. Jackson, not L.
Well, we gotta get that on a short. Good
no.
Lord.
Hey, that was a mistake. Come on now.
There's a history teacher at Lake Travis.
I know who it is. I
Their
know who it
existence
is
right now.
Were you going to say Sam Houston, Jordan?
I recognize the face. Hold up.
You already said one of y'all already said this guy's name. That's why I pulled him up.
Sam Houston.
No.
Okay, yeah. I thought it might have been Sam Houston, but I'm like, unless BK's really screwing me here and not doing presidents.
Zachary Tyler.
Zach Taylor.
Taylor, yeah.
There
John
it is.
Tyler was the president.
No, I was tripping.
All right, last one. Which president?
That guy looks like a pedophile. I don't care if it is the 1850s.
Looks like Edgar Allan Poe.
It kind of does.
No.
That was my first thought.
I don't know. I pulled up presidents that I still can't figure
William
out.
Henry Harrison.
No, this is actually John Wilkes Booth.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I figured you guys would know, but I guess this whole thing started because, Jeff, you said you wouldn't be able to tell what he looks like, so you were correct.
I had no idea that was John Wilkes Booth.
He looks like the type of guy that's going to shoot somebody from behind. He's got a very hipster vibe about him.
Yeah.
If John Wilkes Booth was alive today, is he like strolling down South Congress in a pair of skinny jeans right now?
He most definitely with a shirt that has very broad horizontal stripes. He's probably riding a bicycle. There's an outside chance he's riding a unicycle.
Drinking something that I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
What shoes does he have on?
Ooh.
Because didn't he like break his ankle because he jumped off like out the window that was like 3 or 4 stories tall or something?
Yeah. Good point, Jordan. Some Chuck Taylor Converses would have served him well there.
No, he didn't need to go Benny from the Sandlot. He needed to go PF Flyers.
Man, I'm telling you, I probably watched The Sandlot. My dad can attest to this. I probably watched The Sandlot 300 times growing up.
They helped Benny pickle the beast, then they might have helped John Wilkes Booth escape. I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. But all right, we've taken enough of y'all's time. We'll be back to do it tomorrow. Trey, BK.
Yeah, more John.
I don't know where you guys are going
tomorrow.
Have a good show.
I'll see you.
Man. Yeah, I think I've got to take the blame for that crosstalk. Jeff apologized, but I feel like that one is on me.
No,
right?
kidding me? Thank you.
Yeah. It's good random political talk to start off the show. You can find politics all over the place. You can't find that type of politics anywhere else. Only Texas.
Not only we're not only setting the landmines off, we're setting them at times, the political landmines.
Yes, that's what we do. We're going to be talking about that segment on Fox News later tonight. So be on the lookout for the Raiders kicker, Tucker Carlson. I think he does that. It's Daniel.
Carlson.
Daniel
Yes. I was thinking Justin Tucker. Good call.
That's my bad there. Hey, question for you to start off today's show.
Yes, sir.
First of all, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
I like how we're experimenting with not talking at all before the show and then just having fucking murderous shows. It's working well for us right now, so we're just going to continue.
I'm with you. I do not know where Jordan was on April 15th, 1865. Still haven't figured out where Trey was on Jan 6, 2021 either, but it's all right.
Oh, yeah, I did go to D.C. I'll have to talk with Jeff tomorrow.
Well, now you're admitting it. It took you more than 3 years to tell all, but here we go.
Oh, that was a totally unrelated to whatever it was you just said. I did not hear what you just said.
Where were you on Jan 6, 2021? You were in D.C.?
I think I was in Austin.
Okay. Didn't see you there that day.
If I was in D.C., I would have been yelling at those morons to stop. Hey, dumbasses, even if you don't think you're doing something, you're going to get in trouble for it.
Yeah, they got pretty good, too. Not a great bit there. All right, here's the real question. This was tweeted out by Texas Sports Unfiltered earlier today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that Steve Sarkisian will win a national championship at the University of Texas? I mean, right off the bat, we're hitting you with the sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that before his time in Austin is done, Steve Sarkisian will win a national championship at UT?
Boy, that accomplishment just got a whole lot more difficult as of this year with the expanded playoff. But I'd say I'm lingering somewhere around a 7 or an 8 right now. So maybe 7.5, I guess, is the succinct way to put that. How about you?
Yeah, the majority of responses we've gotten on Twitter are in that range, right? A lot of 7s, a lot of 8s. Those have been the two most common replies that we've gotten to this point. And that feels pretty accurate. Man, I'm at an 8.
Okay.
And I'm the eternal pessimist. But with Nick Saban leaving, I think that honestly changes my number by 1, if not 2. With Nick Saban being gone, Jim Harbaugh being gone, and we talked about it last week, right? We looked at a rankings of the best coaches in college football, and I mean, Brian Kelly was number 2. Like, Brian Kelly is a very good coach. He's the winningest coach in Notre Dame history, but he's never won a national championship. Like, he's not that great of a coach. And Steve Sarkisian, despite having 1 year of winning more than 9 games in a season, was in the top 5 of those rankings. So, yeah, maybe the sugar and the Kool-Aid is in me today, but I'm at an 8 right now, just with where college football is, with what I saw last year, with what Texas has going for it right now in the world of NIL and the transfer portal. Like, I'd put some money down on Sark finding a national championship before his time here is done.
Lots of people weighing in on the YouTube comments line. DJ has the 6.9. Nice. CB has the 8. Daryl has the 9. Our buddy Jason has an 8.5. So, yeah, the optimism is high right now. Maybe the most optimistic people have been about this program since, without that national championship, since going back to Vince's second year as a starter in 2004, I would guess, which people's hunches were correct back then.
I bet, Trey. Let me ask you this. Does the move to the SEC make you feel better or worse about Texas's chances to win it all?
Well, to the point that you just made, dude, like with Nick Saban no longer there and you realize that Kirby's smart as a behemoth, there is an opportunity, though. And Georgia, for as good as they've been these last 3 years, these things can be very fickle and they can move fast. Now, I expect Georgia to be one of the top teams in college football going forward for the foreseeable future. But Sark seems to be building things up right now in a manner that doesn't bulletproof it from SEC play, but makes you much more likely to withstand the rigors of one of the 2 toughest football conferences in America right now.
Yeah, it's weird. You could almost answer it both ways, right? Like, if it was still a 14 playoff, I would say the move to the SEC has me feeling way worse about Texas's chances to win a natty, because obviously the path from the Big 12 to make it to the playoff was significantly easier than the path from the SEC. But with 12 teams, I mean, there's going to be at least 3 SEC teams getting in every year. So it actually might benefit Texas. Texas might have a better chance because if Texas has 2 losses in the Big 12, they'd be out. Texas has 2 losses in the SEC. I think they're getting in without question more often than not.
So a one-off of that best coaches in college football conversation who are the 5 best coaches in the SEC right now? Number 1, Kirby Smart, of course, but Sark, even after 1 year of success at Texas, just with what he's done these last couple of off seasons, does have an argument to take that number 2 spot. Glad I said spot there. And, Brian Kelly's in that conversation. Lane Kiffin is in that conversation too. But if you have the second best coach in the SEC and you have maybe the best resources and NIL plan in place with regards to helping to restock that cupboard offseason after offseason, and a coach who does understand how to manage the roster, at least that's the way it seems right now, who is putting the proper resources into the recruiting sides of things and valuing both high school recruiting and the transfer portal, you should feel good about this. I think Longhorn fans sometimes have a tendency of getting in unison in a negative manner or in maybe a getting trolled manner. But in this case, I feel like we're all in the same direction for something positive, and that is this football program likely being good for the foreseeable future.
Does Sark also take his number 2s in bathtubs?
I mean, look, if he does, then I'm assuming that he has proper drainage at the end and there's not standing water in that bathtub afterwards. But no. Final answer.
Is Sark like Elvis Andrews, where he's eating that number 2 hole up? We've got to recut that drop. Do you remember that one from the old place?
No.
Steve Busby, the old TV voice of the Texas Rangers, during a game once said Elvis Andrews is eating that number 2 hole up because they'd moved him to the 2 spot in the lineup and he was performing really well. So I'll have to cut up eating that number 2 hole up and make it a drop again for us.
Didn't realize that Elvis was tossing salads during games.
No, but Bucky says Cliff Kingsbury smells like a freshly tossed salad. Don't forget about that.
Wow.
Yeah, quite a bit. A couple of texts on the Coda text line. Our man Tom McKay has texted in, loving some Trey and BK. Great show. Love you, Tom. Appreciate the kind words there. A 512 number says 11 out of 10 confidence that Sark is going to win a national championship. A 210 number says 9.25 out of 10. So, look, I think we're all riding high from what happened this past season, but I think you laid it out perfectly. Why Longhorn fans should be feeling optimistic about last year not being a one-off, about that being the standard and expectation for the future. Texas was 2 wins away from a national title in just the 3rd year of the Steve Sarkisian era. Feels like if he continues to do things that he has been doing, then they're going to find themselves in that spot and hopefully a couple more wins beyond that spot.
We regularly talk about how our UTSD, our University of Texas stress disorder, comes back and affects our thinking in modern times. And I think for me, without the UTSD, I'm probably putting that number a little bit higher, but knowing how often we tend to get over our skis when we start to sniff success, it's like an Aggie light quality about us. Light. It's not full Aggie. Let's be thankful about that. We want to be optimistic as Texas fans, but my UTSD is keeping me from going full throttle like 8.5 or 9 because I'm like, as soon as I start to believe in this shit, everything goes haywire and it returns to form. It returns to what it's been for the better part of the last 14 years.
It's kind of what that Washington game was, right? It's like a lot of people were starting to believe. We saw the 4 teams in the playoff, and it's like, oh, we already beat one of those.
Yeah.
And Michigan runs the ball really well. They can't really throw it, and we've got the best run defense in the country. And, we're 4.5-point favorites against Washington. Like, oh, my God, this is it. It's happening. We're going to win this whole damn thing. And then we kind of got brought back down to earth by Washington. I'll tell you this. Nobody asked me this question after the 2018 season, which culminated in that Sugar Bowl win over Georgia. But if someone asked me this exact same question, I probably would have given an 8 as my answer too. So yeah, maybe that goes to your point of let's hold our horses a little bit. It's not put the cart before the horse, whatever the expression is. Is it the horse before the cart?
Cart before the horse.
The cart doesn't fall far from the horse tree. I don't know.
Well, the cart and the horse will fall very close to one another if you put the cart in front of the horse, because then all of a sudden the horse is tripping over itself trying to get around the cart, but it's connected to the cart, though. See, there's the problem. The horse is just kind of fucked at that point, especially if it has blinders, because all it sees is what's directly in front of it, you know?
I feel like that Always Sunny meme where Charlie's in the mailroom trying to figure out where Pepe Le Pew is and what the hell's going on. That's where I am right now. So, yeah, I guess Tom Herman year 2 is a cautionary tale, but I want to let you hear from Sark. This is from his press conference yesterday. We'll play a couple of cuts, but this was like the money quote. Maybe you've seen this on Twitter. I know a lot of Longhorn fans have been kind of raving about this audio from the head coach yesterday. He was asked, like, hey, you're 3 years in. You had goals for the first 3 years. What are your goals for your next 3 years at the University of Texas? And here's part of Sark's response.
Like I said before, I didn't come here just to be a head coach again. I didn't come here to say that I'm the head coach at the University of Texas. Like, I came here to win a championship, and then if I can get one, I want to get two. And I'm borderline obsessed with it at this point. I know what it tasted like last year. I know how close we were, and I couldn't wait to get back. And hopefully that's what our team really starts to exude, is this obsession with being the best.
So there you go. There's Sark. And that's like the mindset of Texas after that 2018 season. They really took their foot off the gas, didn't they? I mean, you kind of heard it with the post-game press conference where Sam Ehlinger declared that we're back. Like, I don't think he was doing that on his own. I almost feel like the entire locker room was like, oh, yeah, once we won that game, we were good. Like, this is going to be easy now. We just beat Georgia in the second year of our head coach. We just played for a conference title game, and even though we lost the conference title, we had beaten that same team in the regular season. Like, we're about to coast, and this is going to be easy for us moving forward. And then, reality hit Texas like a Mack truck, and the Longhorns took a step back. Obviously, actions speak louder than words, Trey, but those are some pretty powerful words from Steve Sarkisian that make me feel like there's not going to be that same Tom Herman letdown that we saw a few years ago.
I agree. It's hard not to think that after hearing him speak like that. And back to your point on Texas post-Georgia win in the Sugar Bowl, Tom Herman, for all his warts, you could see him cringing in that moment. And I felt that. I'm like, Sam, like, I know you're happy right now and you're just speaking out of joy. And it does seem like everything is heading in the right direction, but you still have to put that work in. And it's not like we ever doubted that Sam wouldn't put that work in, but sort of complacency did seem to set into that program the next year. But there was a lot of other stuff going on too. Like, coaching was questionable. The defensive coaching, especially, they end up making a change a year later. And there was a bit of a rotating door at certain offensive positions too. I feel like, did Derek Wareheim leave after year 3? Is that when they got another offensive coordinator in there? Or was it Derek Wareheim who came in? I don't recall what the specifics were of that, but yeah, unfortunately that wasn't it. And I guess thankfully we're in the past with that now, because I feel better now than I did after 2018. And I realize it's easy to say that, well, yeah, they just made the college football playoff, but Texas had a lot going for it after 2018. They were returning a ton of dudes to the roster that following year. And this year's Texas team, they're returning some guys also. They're also losing a lot of talent, but you see how they're reloading, and you see the continuity on this coaching staff too that lends itself to more general overall optimism.
Yeah, and like you said, this past year's team made the playoffs. Like, that 2018 team had 4 losses. Like, they got their 10th win in the bowl game, but they were 9-3 in the regular year. They lost the conference title to drop to 9-4. Then they finished 10-4, which it had been forever since we had a 10-win season. So we were all pumped, and there were reasons for optimism, but not as many as there are right now. Steve Sarkisian's a good, genuine dude. He's not a piece of shit. Like, that's not revisionist history. Like, even when Tom Herman was winning games at Texas, everyone kind of knew, like, oh, this guy kind of sucks, and he's rubbing people the wrong way, and he better keep winning. Otherwise, he's going to be looking for another job. And you don't hear those types of stories about Steve Sarkisian. Like, people have nothing but great things to say about Sark the person. So that's another thing that I think is going not only in his favor, but the whole program's favor too.
It's such a low bar too. It's like Tom Herman. People were so scared of Herman his last year at Texas that they were scared to say hello to him in the football offices because he was marching around like this angry dictator. Like, how fucked up is that? That your own players and fellow coaches are apprehensive about saying pleasant words to you throughout the course of a day.
Yeah, you won't even call your players by their names. You just call them by their positions. Like, just bad bits all around.
Mince a meathead, dude. For every smart quality, there was just that complete meatheaded quality that not only neutralized it, but turned it into more of a negative.
Yeah.
Everything from not calling players by their names, including a guy who was your fucking bowl game MVP because your team was so shitty that year. And Michael Dixon is the best punter in the history of the world. And then headbutting helmeted players and all sorts of other shenanigans throughout his time here. God, I love reminiscing on those things now because Texas football is in such a better place, you know?
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit funnier at that point.
It does. Yeah, you can look back and laugh while you're still in rock bottom, still in purgatory. It's like, no, this sucks. Nothing is funny. But when you climb your way out of it, you can look back and kind of cry also. You're still sad that it happened, but you can kind of smile because it's over. Right? That was kind of gay. All right. Let's hear from.
Was it John Wilkes Booth who said that originally?
I think he said, "Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened." I believe that was John Wilkes Booth who dropped that one after he killed the president.
Well, yeah, I was about to say it does track considering what he had just done.
Yeah. They finished the rest of that play, by the way. Do we know?
If not, I hope the people in the audience got their money back.
I was about to say, it was probably 25 cents for that. Not even. It's probably 5 cents for that play back then.
I hope they got their 2 pence back.
I would have been like in this crowd, like, let's keep this thing going here. What are we doing? Come on here. I came for a show. Don't stop the show early. What's going on here?
Don't act like the president was just assassinated. This is all part of the performance art.
Yeah, it's part of the show, is it not? I bet there were people in there just like, yeah, this is a bit. Like, they're gonna fake a murder of the president. It'll be good.
What was the play that was going on at the time?
I think it was Cats. I think that was the first year that Cats started its ridiculously long streak. Or could it have been Hamilton? Does that track, or was that?
That did involve a duel and guns, so maybe so. Maybe George Carlin from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure came into the fray at some point with a time machine phone booth.
Wow,
takes Alexander Hamilton to the future, and he accidentally shoots Abraham Lincoln.
Great pull there. That's good reference there. Nicely done. All right. Before we let you hear more from Steve Sarkisian, hey, we already told you our guy Tom McKay is tuned in. We'll let you hear from our man Tom McKay from AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
35 years, not just 25 anymore. 35 years, going on 36 now for AV Consultations. Much love to Tom and some love to Dan and Hayden Covert and the entire team out of Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Covert Auto Group. Been around since 1909 here in the Austin area. Trey, Steve Sarkisian was asked about the quarterbacks. He talked about Quinn Ewers. He talked about Arch Manning. And there was a little follow-up question where he was asked if there was a competition for the starting quarterback job at the University of Texas. And Sark's response was short, to the point.
No, Quinn's our starter.
That was it. That was the start of the answer, and then that was the end of the answer. So, look, we as Texas fans, we as Texas media, we've known this for a long time. Obviously, the national media is doing whatever it possibly can to get Arch Manning some playing time, but we can hopefully finally put that narrative to bed about there being any sort of quarterback competition right now at the University of Texas.
Did somebody ask who your starting quarterback is?
Yeah, it was, the first question was just about the quarterbacks. How's Quinn looking? How's Arch looking? And it was kind of a combo question, and Sark answered about both of those guys. He talked about Quinn for a minute, talked about Arch for a minute. Then the same guy, couldn't tell who it was, but there was a quick follow-up, just like, so Quinn's the starter, right? And then he's like, yeah, Quinn's the starter. So it wasn't like,
all right.
But look, we look for clicks. We're not breaking any news to anybody. People get mad at the media for asking clickbaited questions, and that's low-hanging fruit if you're covering Texas right now, to post a tweet or write a story about what Steve Sarkisian has to say about Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning in the quarterback competition.
It wouldn't have surprised me if it was the New York Post asking that question. Who's your starting quarterback going to be next year, Steve? And I've written an article about Arch Manning potentially considering transferring because Steve Sarkisian has named Quinn Ewers a starting quarterback for 2024.
Oh, it's coming. I mean, if it's not already out there, it will be coming for sure. I mean, how about that? Great call. I literally just searched Arch Manning on Google. A couple of articles just talking about Steve Sarkisian announcing that Quinn Ewers is the guy. But the New York Post 2 hours ago, Arch Manning at crossroads as Texas commits to starting Quinn Ewers next season. That's
bullshit. Is that really a headline?
Yeah, 2 hours ago, posted by the New York Post. I'm telling you, I just Googled Arch's name, and that is like the top story that popped up right there.
It is the strangest shit, dude, because even sports sites don't obsess like the New York Post does with Arch Manning. It is wild. And look, I get a lot of news of the weird type stories, where are we at in society type stories from the New York Post, so I appreciate them for that. But that level of sensationalism is just fucking bizarre to me. Like, are you really getting that many clicks to where you're having to generate that level of drama on that bullshit?
I think at this point, Trey, they're getting clicks and impressions from Texas fans who are like, how are you so dumb? And those are still clicks. Like, New York Post is all pub is good pub. That's the way that they operate. So, I'm sure the replies to that article, and if there's an accompanying tweet, I'm sure the responses are, you're an idiot. He's staying. Shut up. But they're still getting responses, so they're still going to keep posting.
They're getting responses from Texas fans. I would actually be surprised if most of the people clicking on that story were Texas fans, though. I feel like Texas fans are so over that level of bullshit now that they're not even going to humor clicking on the article. Then again, it's also 2024. Nobody clicks on the article anymore. But if they are getting clicks, it's from national college football fans or people elsewhere in the Big 12 or SEC who are curious to see where Arch Manning might be going next, even though he's going to be right here in Austin next season and beyond.
That's a damn good thing. And he's going to play next year. Like Bucky and I were talking about it. Yeah. Quinn Ewers has gotten hurt in both of his years as the starting quarterback at Texas. So you're going to the SEC. You've got a tough schedule. You're going to be playing against some big physical defenses, including the defending champion Michigan Wolverines and the two-time defending champion before that, the Georgia Bulldogs. You've got some tough, hard-nosed defenses on the schedule. Odds are Quinn Ewers is going to take a hit that knocks him out for some period of time in 2024. I'm not wishing that, but that's just not only with Quinn, that's the way it's kind of been with QBs at Texas in recent years. So Arch is going to get the opportunity to get some playing time next season, and that's good. And then I think he committed to Texas in large part because Steve Sarkisian's the head coach here. Well, he still gets to be developed by Sark, even if he isn't starting all 12 games next season. So it's cool, man. I mean, I get why people want him to transfer because they want him to play. He's a Manning after all. And I get why people assume he might transfer, because like 50% of blue chip quarterbacks end up transferring now, and nobody seemingly wants to tough it out and actually compete for a job. They just want to go wherever they can play immediately. So it is rarefied air that Arch Manning is kind of entering. But yeah, I mean, it feels very obvious at this point that he's not going anywhere, despite what people outside of Austin want.
Thank you, CB, for tweeting me that article. I'm not a future teller necessarily, but I guess I'm a present teller for guessing that accurately. It's an easy guess. It's low-hanging fruit. The New York Post is shameless with their Arch Manning coverage. They will literally take any opportunity to post an Arch Manning story. Very sad. But my buddy Sam Panayotovich, who you know, Sammy P, I speak with him on the radio show, and he was asked by Fox Sports, who he contributes for, to write a gambling article having to do with Arch Manning and the 2024 Longhorns. And he's dialed in on this shit. He and I speak regularly, so he knows exactly what's happening. He knows that they're patient with all of this. So he's like, what the hell do you want me to write here? And they're like, I don't know, figure it out. So he actually wrote a really good article on it. And of course, he has to put Arch Manning in the title. But his point is like, bet on the Longhorns in the future, because they've got Quinn Ewers coming back as a third-year starter. Guys make that jump in Steve Sarkisian's system in their third year, and they have Arch Manning after him as well. And theoretically, he's going to be entering his first year as a starter as a third-year player in Steve Sarkisian's system as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Ewers' last year. I know he's got extra eligibility, but the hope is he plays so well that he's a first-round pick. But if it's like we're in the same situation where it's like, he's not sure if he leaves now, he'll be a third-round pick. If he comes back, he could be. Nah, like this is it. This is it.
If Quinn Ewers isn't an NFL player after this next season, he will have transferred to start somewhere else.
Agreed. 100%. All right. Keep the thoughts coming. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube comments line is open as well. One more from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked about the transfer portal just in general. Obviously, Texas hit the portal pretty hard. 8 additions to the roster from the portal this offseason. He was just kind of asked for some generic thoughts about using the portal to build this roster.
In the end, the transfer portal, I know there's a lot of, opinions on it. Is it a positive? Is it a negative? For us, it's a positive. We are never going to major in recruiting the transfer portal in a way that's going to make up our roster. We still want to recruit the bulk of our class from the high school ranks, highly competitive, high character kids coming from great programs, get them immersed in our culture, develop them in our program year 1, year 2, year 3. But what the portal does for a school like us, it can help you fill the voids when the voids happen.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, that's what I want to hear. Like, use the portal to bring in guys who can help you in the short term, but still recruit the high school ranks to make sure you're actually building the roster the right way. It feels like Texas has kind of mastered that, and I think that mastery is just going to continue going forward. So he gets it. It's good.
Something based on the transfer portal caught my attention yesterday, and that had to do with his comments. He commented on, I don't know if he commented on all the receivers that are coming in. I didn't see anything on Matthew Golden, but pretty much everybody else, including Niblack, the tight end from Alabama. He said something that did give me pause, though, based on what we discussed a couple of weeks ago, and that is wondering whether Texas fell a little bit too much in love with certain guys based on how badly they roasted the Longhorns in 2023. And it's like, is the talent actually there? Because the numbers don't completely bear it out. He did mention how they were in on Niblack after the game that he had against them, that long touchdown catch. Maybe play it again if you want to right now, if we want a good comedy of errors. But like, I did ask that question about Niblack and Golden. It's like, are we sure that these guys are this good, or did they just have their best moments last year against Texas and we're overinflating what their actual value is now? Now, Golden was a really good special teamer. He missed some games with injuries last year. When he was in there, he tended to be fairly productive, but the numbers aren't totally pedestrian, but they're not as good as you would think considering some of the hype both guys have gotten.
Yeah, I will say this. Number one, you're right. Number two, Amari Niblack was the number 1 transfer portal tight end. Right. That wasn't Texas rankings. That was like the national folks ranked Niblack as the number 1 tight end. So No. Did he play like he did against Texas for all 12 games last year? Absolutely not. He had 20 catches last season, 4 touchdowns. And maybe his best statistical game was that game against the Longhorns. But he still is like a highly regarded guy that other schools, other big-time schools were going after. And Matthew Golden was a top 10 wide receiver in the transfer portal this year. So, yeah, perhaps Texas overinflated those guys, but Nye Black was a no-brainer. He was the number 1 guy at his position in the class, and maybe I'd feel different if Texas only got 1 wide receiver. Like Golden was the only guy they went after instead of going after Bond or Bolden or any of the other top guys who were there. But Isaiah Bond was the number 1 receiver. They got him too. They got 2 top 10 guys, and they got Silas Bolden, who was really good at Oregon State. So because of that, I trust them. I feel like both of those guys were highly coveted by other schools similar to Texas around college football.
SD is quickly becoming our most hostile YouTube commenter. He says, if you can't see that Golden is a dog, you're a dumbass. Spells Y-O-U-R. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Bad time to call somebody else a dumbass, SD. I understand your point, though. Look, I only saw him play in 1 game last year, and I saw him absolutely torch the Longhorns all over the fucking field. So I feel like he does have that dog in him. But I do have to ask that question, though. And this is something that was originally brought up by Jeff Barker. I forget it was on our Monday or Friday 3 to 5 show. And he's right. Like, the numbers don't bear out just the confidence that we have that these guys are going to seamlessly step in for an Xavier Worthy or a JT Sanders and have a similar level of production.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question right now. I hope the question is put to bed very quickly in the spring, through fall practices and the first couple of games of the 2024 season.
Well, that's a very high bar, right? Like, if you're talking about these guys being good, or if these guys are as good as 2 receivers who might get drafted in the first round, like if that's what you're comparing them to, then I would say, yeah, they're probably not as good as X and Adonai Mitchell, but can they be really good receivers? Yes.
Well, with Golden specifically, we heard from the moment that they got him, oh, great, we have our Xavier Worthy replacement right here. And look, he's got some of that potential. I agree, but to maybe put him on that level, you're right, is a bit of an error. But there were people, though, who were saying, we've got our Xavier Worthy replacement now. It's like, all right, pump the brakes here. Like, he has the potential to be good. This may be more of a cast of characters this season than the last season. It does feel like you have 4 guys that you're comfortable putting out there. And some of these guys have injury histories too. So younger guys on the roster may get opportunities as well. I don't care if you corrected it at SD. You still put it out there. When you called anybody else a dumbass, you put it Y-O-U-R instead of Y-O-U-R-E. We're going to treat you, if you're going to be a shit talker, like a heckler in a comedy club. I still love you, though, SD. I like the hostility. Keep it coming.
Yeah, this ain't Twitter Blue. This ain't the new iPhone where you can edit your text. Once it's out there, Chief. You got to live with the consequences, all right? Them's the rules. We can't take back the stupid shit we say. It's out there. It's how she goes.
And SD, I do agree with you. Nobody will be better than A.D. Mitchell this year.
No one's going to be better than Worthy or Mitchell this year. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Like you said, I hope I'm wrong. But I think these receivers are going to be great. I think Quinn's going to be better. So this passing game is going to be just as good, if not even a tick better than what it was this past season. But like, I don't expect Isaiah Bond or Matthew Golden to be as good as Xavier Worthy or Adonai Mitchell were last year. I just don't. Prove me wrong, guys. It'd be awesome. Play this in the locker room. That'd be great. And call me a dumbass and spell your however you want. It's perfectly fine. This is a funny tweet I just stumbled upon. You know who Ed Cooley is? Basketball coach?
Yeah, I saw this comment earlier. What a bad fucking comment for this guy.
Ed Cooley, longtime college basketball coach. He was at Providence for a number of years. And this past offseason, he took the job at Georgetown, replacing Patrick Ewing, who's one of the worst Division I basketball coaches I've ever seen in my entire life. Legendary player, horrible coach.
Wait a second. He took over at Georgetown, though? He was an okay coach at Providence.
Yeah, he had some good years at Providence. Like, by Providence standards, they were very good, and they loved him at Providence. But he stayed in the same conference and took the gig at Georgetown. And Providence fans, like, when Georgetown came to Rhode Island, they treated him like Tech fans treated Chris Beard when he returned to Lubbock. It was pretty hostile. It was a big deal for them. Well, Georgetown's struggling this year. And look, Georgetown's got some history, but Ed Cooley walked into a pretty rough situation because they were horrible under Ewing for a number of years. But I guess a fan last night, Georgetown lost to Seton Hall, the Butt Pirates in New Jersey, to fall to 8-14 on the year.
I didn't realize they had changed their mascot, but that's cool.
Yeah, they used to just be the Butts. Now they're the Butt Pirates. They figured that was something that they needed to add to their list. And apparently some student yelled at Cooley, "That's $7 million per win." And Cooley ran over to the student and said, "You know what? I'm rich as a motherfucker. I'm rich as shit." That was his response to a fan who was chirping at him. This is hilarious. You're probably right. Bad look, but respect. Like, hilarious thing to say and kind of accurate thing to say too, considering the contract he got to go to Georgetown.
I think that's a pretty Bush League response myself.
It's objectively funny though, isn't it?
I don't know. I think it's funny that a fan got to him to the point that he's having to brag about money.
It's not as good as when the Texans were getting their asses kicked by Denver at halftime, and some Texans fan at NRG yelled at Bill O'Brien. He said, "You suck." And then Bill O'Brien said, "You suck too." Also insinuating that, no, the fan is right, that he did suck at his job. It's not quite as good as that altercation, but I don't know. I think it's pretty funny.
Oh, congratulations, Ed Cooley. You're swindling money from these programs that pay you millions of dollars a year to be a mediocre to bad basketball coach.
Yeah, he is doing that. They're 1-10 in league play right now, and he's one of the highest paid coaches in the country. So,
oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Good God, Georgetown. If you're going to go there, at least get somebody more established than that.
Yeah. So it's been a bad year, but I thought that was a good one.
Is there a comp for a college football program that overvalues itself like Georgetown basketball does? Like, Georgetown basketball was good through the 1980s. They had it a little bit with Allen Iverson being there. Was he there for a year or two, something like that? But they've also been mediocre to bad a lot of years since, the early 90s on.
Yeah, they made a Final Four late aughts of the 2000s, but they've got that one national title. They went to the title game a couple of years in a row. They lost to Nova in one of those years, 85, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say Nebraska, because Nebraska's got way more history than Georgetown.
Yeah.
And they were better longer.
Yep.
Like into the 90s, deep into the 90s. That's a good question.
Trying to think of a school that was relevant for a portion of the 80s or 90s. And Nebraska, in terms of the success and then the fall off, makes sense. But Nebraska fans aren't just completely belligerent like that unless they're playing Texas, because we finally figured out a way to get under their skin.
Colorado, maybe?
College football. Colorado. Oh, that's an interesting one.
They had that natty in the very early 90s.
Yeah.
And then just haven't been. They've had a couple of random years. Obviously, now with Coach Prime, they're talked about all the time, but their success isn't there.
I got it. It's not apples to apples because the success windows are a little bit different. Miami. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Success came a little bit later.
Miami had some success with Jimmy Johnson too. The success was spread out a little bit more, but in terms of how that fan base feels about its program versus how everybody else looks at it.
Yeah.
And look, they're spending monopoly money to try and get back into the game NIL wise, but when you keep missing on your head coaching hire, that doesn't matter a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cristobal. They had a top three. No, let me see. I had pulled it up this morning. Where was it? 4th ranked recruiting class this year in the 24/7 composite rankings under Mario Cristobal. But yeah, they've got to turn that into wins because recruiting has not been the problem there recently. They just don't have a coach who can develop that talent. Cristobal is a horrible game day coach. He's got to figure it out soon. Okay, there you go. Random college basketball tweet for you on a Thursday. Before we get to where we at in society today, Trey, how about a word for our great friends at Big Hat Spirits.
Oh, love to do so. Big Hat Spirits, redefining the cocktail in the can. Did you realize the Big Hat Spirits was inspired by legends? That's right. They were inspired by the stories of the original gypsy songman. That would be Jerry Jeff Walker, most famous for his song Mr. Bojangles, and pioneering the outlaw and progressive country genre that is alive and well today. And one of Jerry Jeff's songs, he tells the story of the man with the big hat, a legendary cowboy figure, not by fame, but by the unforgettable impression he left on others. This larger-than-life, genuine cowboy character tells the tales of cowboy life out living on the trail. The song portrays a picture of people at a bar gathering around this man with a big hat, listening and hanging on every word of his tales that are so worthy to be remembered and cherished. Now, were they likely drinking cocktails in a can? Probably not. But guess what? We evolve, we adapt, and we realize that the cocktail in the can concept can be phenomenal. And that's what Big Hat cocktails, Big Hat spirits are. They have so many great flavors, and they're also low on the BS as well. They are no syrup, no gluten, non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits, so many different great flavors. Ranch water, jalapeno ranch water, the margarita, how about the prickly pear paloma, the blackberry smoke, that Texas mule, and for you non-alcohol fans, they do have that margarita mocktail that you hear Bucky talking about in the mornings. They can be found all over Central Texas as well. Rather than try and tell you all the different places, I'm just going to encourage you to go to bighatspirits.com. Find out more info there. And they've got a map near the top of the website with all the markers. They've got a map of Central Texas, all the markers where you can find Big Hat Spirits to find that location, that liquor store nearest you, bighatspirits.com.
Yes, indeed. Also, some love to BetUS. If you're trying to make some money on the Super Bowl this weekend, you got to go to BetUS, the best online sports book and casino out there. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below. If you're listening on the app, click Explore Our Socials on the homepage of the app. Then you'll find the BetUS link right there. Deposit $50. They're going to match your deposit. They're going to give you free money, and you'll be on your way to winning just like that. It's BetUS, where the game begins. Okay, before we get to Where Are We At, a word from the sponsor of Where Are We At, our friends at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. I need to give this one some thought here, BK, because I've got a longer story that may be better for tomorrow. If we can maybe start the segment a little bit earlier tomorrow. Totally my fault, by the way. I should have mentioned this to you beforehand. I've got these 16 rules of modern dining that I'd like to go over with you, but that's going to take well more than the 3 to however many minutes that we still have. So instead, I will bring up this story of Calvin Johnson. Did you hear about the admission Calvin Johnson made? I think it was on Radio Row, perhaps, yesterday.
No, is he gay or blind?
Wow. The gay would be less impressive. If you were blind and becoming one of the all-time great NFL wide receivers, that would be impressive. Now, this wasn't on Radio Row. It was on Robert Griffin III's RG3 and the Ones podcast. And the Detroit Lions star was asked if he ever played any games high. What a question to ask, by the way. And he actually admitted that he did play some games. Now, the article, Larry Brown Sports, shame on you. You need to make this sound less bad than it actually is. Hall of Famer admits he played games while high on drugs. He had smoked weed before games his final year in the league. And he essentially admits, look, there were some games there in my career, man, where I was like, I don't know how I'm going to make it today. I don't know how I'm going to make it today. I need my mind right. And so Griffin followed up by asking Johnson if he was high for the 329-yard game he had on the Dallas Cowboys in 2013. God, what a crazy performance that was. And he said no, just as last year when he was barely hanging on. So does this impact your opinion on Calvin Johnson one way or another to know that he was getting high his final year in the league, where he was still a pretty damn good player, obviously, considering how surprising it was to learn that he was retiring after that 2015 season?
Yeah. Don't do drugs, kids. And another example of a guy throwing his life away because he wanted to get high. This dude was having an amazing NFL career, one of the best receivers in football, pretty much since he first stepped foot on a football field, and he decided to hit the ganj instead and ruined his life and robbed us of a few more years of Megatron.
And by ruining his life, you mean he had 88 catches for 1,214 yards, 9 touchdowns.
Yeah, but he quit.
Pro Bowl.
He stopped. He quit because he was doing too much pot. He was doing the pot. He shouldn't have been on the smoke.
I think people would be surprised to know how often athletes at the professional and college ranks are doing that before they play. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. I play a sport with sand volleyball where it's very commonplace for folks to do that. I actually don't, believe it or not. I would have no problem admitting to you if I did. It affects my hand-eye coordination too much, but I know people in sand volleyball that do, and I definitely know dudes on the NBA and NFL side who have, or maybe did, some may still do, get high before games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess playing for the Lions used to suck that bad, so he had to do something to deal with the pain.
No question.
Yeah, but like if you had told me he was doing this throughout his entire career, I'd be like, cool, awesome. But now you're telling me he just did it in his last year and then he decided to retire once he found weed. Now it's like, oh man, messed up. It cost him, and it cost all of us.
My guess is that he found weed prior to that, but he was, like he said, he was doing it to cope, to be able to get in the right frame of mind because he was getting so negative about shit. And so he was able to go out there and still put up great stats, still become a Pro Bowler. And then at the end of the year, he just realized that it wasn't worth it anymore.
It's, I'm very much kidding, by the way, for those of you who can't tell. It's got to be a little bit embarrassing if you're a DB that got torched by Calvin Johnson that year and you read this, right?
Torched in a couple of ways too now, apparently.
Nicely done. Yeah, during and after the game, perhaps, and before the game in Calvin's sake, or for Calvin's sake. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Everyone's different when they're high, right? Like I become the least productive person in the world. I envy like my friends in college who would like write papers or study when they were baked. Or, I have friends now who like clean, they like do chores when they're baked. They're productive. And for me, it's just like I have to melt in my couch and then Uber Eats $30 worth of fast food. So when I hear stories like, yeah, Calvin Johnson would get high before every single game and then he went for 1,200 yards on 90 catches, I'm like, how? That is so impressive. And also, if you're a DB guarding him, how do you suck that bad?
It's just I think it's more how good Megatron was and how bad the DBs were. But I'm with you, though. Like, I like it for relaxation or to open creative channels in terms of like focus and the need to focus like you do to excel at the highest levels of a sport. Yeah, it's just lost on me. Good for you, I guess, if you can get away with it. But that one is completely over my head.
I don't even get creative. My brain just stops working. It just become a total vegetable.
Just shuts down, huh?
Yeah. Probably should die. I feel like that's what would actually happen if that were true, but not much going on in there.
Let's hope you don't go Terry Shiva the next time you hit a J.
You've got a son named Calvin. Did you name him after Calvin Johnson? And do you nickname him Megatron?
More so Calvin and Hobbes. But he has noticed recently.
You named your kid after Calvin and Hobbes?
Yeah. And he looks like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes too. So it worked out really well. Our announcement that we were going to have
Did your wife sign off on this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was this your idea?
She was completely on board. It was both of our idea. We were both big fans of Calvin and Hobbes. Calvin and Hobbes books, very popular in the Elling household right now, once again, which I'm very happy about. But
this was your idea.
We like the name in general. It was both of our ideas. Why is that such a bad thing? That's a cool name.
That is a cool name, but it seems like it was your idea.
It
seems like the guy gets to name the son and the woman gets to name the daughter.
It was these things are not mutually exclusive. We both came together. We both proposed other names that the other person is like, no, this isn't going to work for one reason or another. And we came to a consensus on Vivian for my daughter, which I think is a pretty good name, and then Calvin for
Viv,
the son. And we actually repurposed an old Calvin and Hobbes comic strip to make the announcement on social media that we, as a matter of fact, got a reminder on yesterday. It's a cool moment. I want to blow that up and turn it into something that we can hang on a wall or maybe hang in his room or something. But Calvin and Hobbes. And actually, a couple weeks ago, he rented a book from the library. He's like, Dad, did you know that one of the best or one of the best wide receivers in NFL history was named Calvin too? I'm like, yeah, Calvin Johnson. I'm like, we call you Megatron because of your junk, but like we could call you Megatron because you've got the same name as that wide receiver.
I mean, that Lions team that had Stafford, Megatron, and Ndamukong Suh, they needed a coach who could wrangle all that energy. Caldwell was not it. They should have hired Mike Zimmer.
Hey, yo, Trey, you know Snoop Dogg's real name's Calvin?
Oh, yeah. Calvin Broadus?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good call. I hadn't thought about that. You're right, though.
Yeah.
I'll have to introduce my son to Snoop Dogg when he gets home from school today.
Kid's going to be a stoner, man. Snoop Dogg, Calvin Johnson, they all share the same name.
I do worry about that because you know how you, maybe not everybody does this. Maybe I'm just a fucking deadbeat, but occasionally you give your kids sips of alcohol so they can see how disgusting beer and wine is. Every sip that Calvin has taken in the last year or whatever, he's like, that's good. I want more. I'm like, fuck.
Well, that backfired.
Yeah. In a major
Now you're going to have to put like Tabasco in there or vinegar.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. Put some of the tahini on the rim. All right. Try it on this side now.
Yeah. Give us some Keystone. Yeah. Give us some Keystone and see what he says about that. If he likes that, then oh man,
I'm sure he likes water. Most kids like water.
Hey, college, man. Keystone Light.
Keystone Light, baby.
Lived on that stuff.
There was a lot of Keystone Light in my fridge, baby. Lots.
Before Altstad came around.
Yeah. And Altstad came around and turned out the lights, baby.
That was it.
Yeah, we went Bush.
Say good night to this one.
We went Bush beer. We go Miller High Life, the champagne of beers at times. Yeah, we found all the cheap options at the beer store on North Lamar.
Then PBR came back. PBR, Schlitz, Hams.
Wow.
There you go.
Old school.
I'll give you some Love Boat episodes too here in a second if you want to just get in the Wayback Machine.
Pearl in a can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man.
Y'all are making stuff up. All right. We will see you guys a little bit later today. Y'all have a great show.
All right, fellas. Appreciate y'all.
Love y'all. Have a good show.
Cheers.
Trey Elling.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay on an Off the Rails Thursday. And Zay, I am paying tribute to Kobe Bryant today.
Oh, okay. That's what you got that purple and gold on.
The Black Mamba, who will have his statue. I just call it Staples Center. I'm not calling it Crypto.com Arena. Who'll have his statue unveiled. And I got to tell you a story. So I am, oh God, where I got to find. So the year that Kobe retired from the Lakers. The Lakers were terrible. And my son and I were going out to California to see my uncle, who's a longtime actor, my man. CB is familiar. Garrett M. Brown. He was in Uncle Buck. He was, John Candy's brother, Macaulay Culkin's dad in that movie. And so I'm like, you know what? I should check on Lakers tickets, and I should take Tiger to go see Kobe before he retires. And so we got tickets for $100 under face value. So we sat 10 rows behind the Lakers bench. The tickets were face value $177. We got them for $77 a piece, or basically $150 for two. And they were playing the Raptors. The Raptors beat them. Kobe barely played, but he was up off the bench. He was trying to help the guys. I was a little injured. And I'm like, Tiger, are you getting this? It's Kobe Bryant. That's Kobe Bryant. Tiger was like 10. He's like, can we just go get some pizza? I'm like, all right. And then 10 days later, he announces he's retiring. And those same tickets were going for $1,500 a piece.
Whew. Wow.
To go see Kobe Bryant. And that ticket was the one of him laying on the ball. Where he's like laying down on the floor and he's got his head on the ball. And they're talking about, no one knows what the statue is going to look like tonight, whatever, when they unveil it. And people are speculating, is it going to be him, pulling his jersey? Is it going to be him hitting that fade away? Is it going to be him cradling the ball, going up for that dunk? Is it going to be him laying on the ground with his head on the ball? So, Zay, I'm asking you, what do you want to see for the statue of Kobe Bean Bryant tonight at Staples Center?
I'd probably say him getting into his jumper, whether it's a fadeaway or a pull-up. I think that was what he was known most for, getting the bucket. That's Kobe Bryant. So his go-to was that fadeaway or the mid-range game. That's what separated him for a lot of guys, just his 3 levels of scoring, getting to the rim, his mid-range game, and then the 3-ball. And man, that's I saw him once down at AT&T Center, which now is called Frostbank. They changed all these names at this point. But yeah, he's just an icon, man. I miss him every day. I remember CB, you asked me a while back where I was the day he passed. I was actually hanging with our guy Adam Wagner of the Chaos Theory, him and Double R. Like, I was on my way to Wag's house and we were just going to kick it and chop it up. And then my brother-in-law called me and let me know the news. And I was on Mopac and I had to pull over, you know what I'm saying? And just kind of very distraught and rattled and checking social media and stuff. And we all know that was a sad day, but I'm glad that we could celebrate him now. You always think about him every time you watch the Lakers and they go and show the rafters and stuff. Only person ever to have 2 numbers retired. That's just ridiculous because I don't know which one's better, 8 or 24. Like, everybody always says 24 because that's what he was after Shaq. Yo, man, that number 8 at 21 years old, 20 years old, dude.
That 8 was
a nasty mother effer, man.
That was the one.
That was the one. Like, 8, I don't know. I love 24 too, but 8, when Shaq would go down every once in a while, whether it was foul trouble or an injury or something, Froby, they put the ball in his hands and he would take over games. And 24 is probably a little better just because, I don't know, just probably a little better outside shooter. But man, I miss him and what he's done for the game, his influence to this day. He still has one of the greatest Nike shoes of all time, where you go and watch any NBA game on League Pass, you see multiple guys wearing his shoes. Like, yeah, man, Bean, he was serious. Yes, he did that dunk contest too, like his rookie season. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll say the fadeaway jumper. What do you think it's going to be? The statue?
It'll probably be the fadeaway.
Yeah.
You know, it. Yeah.
Man. So that last season,
are they going to put the statue next to Magic's statue? Like, is that the little like statue?
Don't they have Shaq's statue there too? Like,
yeah,
there's a few. Yeah, there's a few. So, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I've never been to Staples / Crypto Arena before, so I don't know where they put the Magic statue. But yeah, Kobe's my all-time favorite Laker. It's not even close. And I love Shaquille O'Neal, but yeah, what Kobe did, just his presence, just his mindset. Like, everybody quotes Kobe. Guys that don't even play basketball, guys that are swimmers and then cross country and crazy sports that don't even involve a ball, they quote Kobe. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just different. And yeah, he was the closest thing to Jordan CP, but he was also his own person. You know, like, he did a lot of things that were very similar to Mike, but he did a lot of things that were different, you know, than Mike. Like, it was just, man. See, now you got me going down a nostalgia rabbit hole, and yeah.
Well, I think Shaq's statue is like the craziest statue I've ever seen, because it's him, you know, dunking, hanging on the rim with both of his feet in the air. The Magic statue is kind of lame because it's him like dribbling and pointing. And I know that's like kind of an iconic image of Magic, but as a statue, it's kind of like,
it should have been Magic, the ball going this way, and
right,
his head going
it
that
should have
way.
been him looking this way.
Yeah, I'm throwing the ball to my left, but my head is completely looking to the right. That's what it should have been. Like, that's what I think of Magic, the spectacular passes and stuff. And yeah, I guess, you know, the pointing with the ball in your hand, that is an example of a floor general, which, you know, doesn't get more floor general than Magic Johnson. But still, come on, man. I'm throwing like a behind the back pass or something.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm trying to get some bootleg stuff here.
Okay. Yeah, back to Kobe a little bit. I think there's this stigma out there, which is fair because this is how good Shaquille O'Neal was, but the whole Kobe did it without Shaq thing, it's fair to a certain degree, because I think we disrespect how good Pau Gasol was. And like, Spurs fans know, Spurs fans damn sure know like how good Pau Gasol was and how dominant, you know, that trade was, bringing them over from the Memphis Grizzlies. See, yeah, that looks a little janky. You're showing the Magic Johnson statue right now for our people on the app. Yeah, it looks a little janky, Chip. I don't. Come on, Bus family. We could have did better. We could have did better. If Jerry was still living, I don't think he would have had it look like that. You know.
And then you've got the Shaq statue, which is just insane.
See, that's a lot better.
Where he's hanging on the rim. Oops.
Yeah. That's what he did.
Yeah.
That's what he did. Most dominant force in the NBA
So
history.
hopefully they do Kobe right today.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was so sad, man, because he's trying to do right, getting his daughter Gianna to her game with her teammates. Gianna's 13 years old. Her friends are on the helicopter. They all go down, and it's just, it was like, it was awful.
Yeah.
But
I still think it's crazy that the Lakers won it that year too. Like, that's some of the most craziest. I don't know what you believe in, but that makes you want to believe in something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes you a believer in something. As tragic as that was for the Lakers to say it, whatever you want to say about the bubble, they were 2020 NBA champions, man. And that January, wow.
Do we put an asterisk next to the Spurs
99 season?
99 season?
I don't.
No.
I don't.
I'm like,
especially because a lot of people say 50 or 50 game season, an 8 seed gets to the finals, so they'd like to put an asterisk on it with those Knicks teams. But you just saw it this past year, like 8 seeds, they could get to the finals. Miami Heat did it. You know what I'm saying? So it could happen. It just happened back then.
The Giants, who beat the 18-0 Patriots, were 9-7. They were a wild card team.
Yeah.
And they got on a run, baby.
Yep.
They got on a
sleeping
run.
on my boy Brock Purdy. I can't sleep on him.
Now he's your boy.
Brocky. Yeah, my boy Brock Purdy, baby. Come on,
tell me more.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
With his fine-ass mama that they be showing in the stands. Yes. The
I get his hot-ass mama. I thought you called him a mamba for a second. I'm like,
nah, he ain't that. We're praising Kobe today. We're not disrespecting him. He ain't that. But that underdog mentality.
You don't believe it?
I don't believe he's Kobe.
Purdy's not your boy.
He's kind of my boy.
Why?
Underdog, man.
Because he did beat my Lions, man. I mean, he ran.
Yeah.
He beat the Lions. He did it.
Yeah, people love to hate him. People love to hate him. All this Cam Newton stuff. Cam Newton's making so much paper of just hating on Brock Purdy, which whatever. It's conversation. This is why we get into sports. It's fun. But still, you know what I'm saying? The dude has gone to the NFC Championship 2 years in a row. Once as a rookie, now in the second season. Now he's in the Super Bowl. He's able to play. Who knows what would have happened if he didn't have that UCL injury against the Eagles in the 2022 year? Like, come on now. I ain't sleeping on him. I can't sleep on him. You know, that defense is tough for the Chiefs. Real tough. But I can't sleep on Purdy, man. Everybody trying to clown him, saying that he looks like a little kid and, his glamour photos and stuff like that. All right, keep talking. Keep talking. He needs that. He's always had that. He's always had that underdog role. He needs that.
I'm on usbet.com right now, where everybody needs to be. Just click on, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, just click on that US Bet link. That is the Texas Sports Unfiltered link. It'll take you to all your Super Bowl bets. They've got all kinds of promotional bets where you bet a little and have a chance to win a lot. Right now, the San Francisco 49ers are 2-point favorites.
Yep.
I will take the Chiefs. Hey,
man. Perse Hilton on your ass right now. You see Brittany Matthews, Sports Illustrated swimsuit? You see that? Rookie? No. Yeah, Brittany Matthews out here. So I'm just saying, you know me, I'm foul. I'll do whatever it takes to win. I love what Kevin Garnett said about Carmelo Anthony. He said his wife tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios. If I sack you, Patrick Mahomes, I'm letting you know, Patrick, I subscribe to Sports Illustrated swimsuit every year. I can't wait for this year's edition. You know why. Every time I get in there, Patrick, hey, Brittany Mahomes looking really good, Pat. Real good, bruh. I'm not saying it's going to phase Pat. It might actually, not be a good thing for the opposing team because it might piss Pat off, which I wouldn't want to piss off Patrick Mahomes. But still, anything to win. That might be that weak spot, Chip. That might be, the Achilles heel, the kryptonite. That might be it. Some men about their women, some men, they can't block it out. You get too personal. Some men don't like that. If you could get Patrick Mahomes with his drunk ass daddy, if you could get him distracted as much as possible, that plays into your hands. Nobody gonna care about how bad of a person you are. It's football. This is football. Ain't no love here. You know what I'm saying? I'm going back to the old school days. This friendly stuff, we all friends and, the camaraderie and we cool and stuff. No, we ain't cool. You in the way of me being a legend. We are not cool at all. So if I have to say something slick and slightly inappropriate about your wife in order to win the game, damn it, I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
Man, you are all in on these 49ers.
Oh, let's go, man. Let's go. They pissed off from losing in the Super Bowl. They be showing Nick Bosa the clip of him boo-hooing. He was only a rookie because like we talked about with Dan Neal yesterday, you get there and you think that, this is regular. It ain't. You never know when you're going to get back.
He's the one who said that the Chiefs hold a lot.
Yeah, smart.
Trying to get those seeds planted in that officiating crew.
Anything it takes. I don't mind that. Some people call it bitching. I don't mind that at all, Nick Bosa. How do you make your life easier? You know what I'm saying? This is war right here. How do you make your life easier? Some call it bitching. I call it, smart. Let them know. And the Chiefs,
Brittany Matthews, Mahomes, whatever. She's going to be in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
Yeah, man. She's looking good, too. I ain't going
You've already seen the pictures?
Yeah, I seen it. Come on, Chip. You know me. Know me, baby. You know I've seen the pictures. Homegirl looks good. And again, this is after baby number 2. So I'm really impressed. What women have to go through, having them kids, that's a lot. It's hard to get that snatch body back. Brittany Mahomes, she's been working out. She's been doing things. Yeah, man. Yeah. Patrick's doing well. And she's loyal, ride or die. That's the main thing. She ain't one of these, women out here that, once you get to the league, I'm checking out for you. Nah, she's been there for the grind. I respect
find these pictures.
See, Rex, you tripping. It's not in the bank. That's not in the bank. I got plenty of other things in the bank.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
I'll pass on that.
Is CC coming on?
No, we gotta wait till next week. CC,
what? It's his birthday week.
That's the thing. He's been celebrating, so we gonna wait till next week.
He's still celebrating.
He's still celebrating. He knows that we talking Super Bowl and stuff. He gonna wait till next week. But
all right, all right. You're killing me, man.
How am I killing you?
I was getting all excited. I thought we were gonna have
Stacy
on the show tomorrow.
It's not like he's not gonna come on anytime soon. I'm just, stay excited. Yeah.
How long we been doing this show?
Since the beginning of September or into August. I don't know.
We still haven't had CC on.
No.
CC, the legend. I mean,
yeah.
What do I got to do?
Pay him, knowing him. He always talks about that. He always talks about what he would have made in NIL. That's his big thing now. Ever since NIL's been booming and stuff, he always talks about what he would have made down in San Marcos at Southwest Texas State, which was the 70s. So who knows?
Well, what he's telling us is he'd have been banking.
He probably got a little coin. You probably got a little coin.
He'd be driving around in a Lambo.
Did Lambos exist in the 70s?
No, we're talking. We have to transport him into the NIL age. So now we have to quantify what his skill set would have brought him in today's NIL age. And if
Gotcha.
Jake Majors is strolling around in a Lambo, I think CC probably could have gotten him a Lambo.
Cadillac. Cadillac,
okay.
Cadillac. Yeah.
All right.
Big, long, Walt Clyde Frazier like Cadillac.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so yesterday, Steve Sarkisian kind of gave the State of the Union on the, first quarter, if you will, State of the Union speech on the 2024 Longhorns football team. We talked about how he said he was borderline obsessed with winning a national championship, and if he won one, he'd want two. One thing I liked about what Steve Sarkisian said yesterday, well, I like that he makes it about championships first and foremost. And, you get what you demand. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you demand. So he's, putting it out there, setting the tone. But he was asked about, the lawsuits over NIL and how you're going to adjust and how some coaches don't like NIL and blah, blah, blah. And Sark is like, I think I'm pretty good at this. And I kind of like it and I'm up for it. And we're built for this. I'm like, let's go, Sark.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't flinch. I like the way he rolls. I like the way he presents his message to the media. And that's rare for me to say, because I'm usually like, okay, there's usually all kinds of double talk and misinformation.
Yeah.
And what do I got to say to get through this press conference? Like, Sark puts some thought into it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, he just flat out said complacency is the devil. Like, when I heard stuff like that, certain words that he was saying yesterday, from complacency is like the devil to, borderline obsessed. Like, he is saying all the things that you want to hear from a head coach at the University of Texas, because he's right. He can't afford anybody in that locker room, from the coaching staff to the ball boys to obviously the roster, to think that they've arrived. Like he mentioned, like, that's one of the worst drugs you could possibly have for a team that has any success. I see it all the time in pro sports. Why do you think it's so hard for guys to repeat and go back to back? Well, a lot of the time it's because everybody starts getting endorsement deals and start getting different money, and you're getting pats on the back, and you feel like you're there, you arrived, as he said. So you're not working as hard. Nah, man, that ain't it. I'm not the biggest Urban Meyer fan, but one thing that I took from that Netflix special that he said, back in 2006 when they won it with Chris Leak, he was already worried about the next year. Literally that night, he's already thinking about, okay, where we got to go for recruiting. What's next? There was no time to enjoy it, which is really dark if you think about it, Chip. It's really dark. You know what I'm saying? I don't want Sark to get into that mode. I mean, obviously his lovely wife definitely helps him keep things in perspective, but I need some of that, though. I need some of that, like, damn, we were right there. If I would have made a couple of more moves, maybe he would have won a natty. We'll never know. But I don't want to make that mistake again, and I want to make sure I got guys on my team that understand that also. And yeah, I'm with you. Everything that Sark said yesterday in that 45-minute presser, was on point. It was absolutely on point. So yeah, I just think Sark in year 4, understanding where he's at with the resources and the ability to adapt to whatever college football may look like now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, he said he's up for it, and he looks like he's up for it. So, yeah, that's what you need going into the SEC. You got so many different leaders and guys coming back that make you feel good about this 2024 team. And, hey, every day we hear more information. We just got to see what happens from now to September.
I think Sark called Xavier Worthy at halftime of the national championship game in 2020. It was like,
stop it. From the locker room? You see this? Was that what he said? Was that what he said?
Yeah.
You see this, bro?
215 yards receiving already.
Yeah.
See these touchdowns?
Yeah.
Come on to
Also,
Texas.
way better than Tuscaloosa. Yeah. Why not be a start of something special? And look at
Not
Xavier
bad.
Worthy.
Not bad.
One of the top wide receivers taken in this draft this year. You know?
That was some solid recruiting.
Yeah.
So the full quote was, I think complacency is like the devil, man. I mean, I just cannot afford anybody in our building to feel like we've arrived, because this is a new team, and this team now has to develop their culture. This team has to develop their strengths.
Yeah.
And on the loss to Washington, he said, nobody likes to lose. Nobody likes to lose when it's the last play. I mean, everybody wants to win their last game, and we had an opportunity. Did not play our best game that night. It was almost good enough, but it wasn't good enough. And so I think everybody took their 24 or 48 hours to feel a little sorry for themselves, myself included, and then you get back at it.
Yeah. That's what it's about. Like, that's what it's about.
Get back at it, baby.
You know, everybody should be pissed off from that. As fun as last season was, you win 12 games, you win the Big 12. You know, that's what you expected. And he talked about that. That team from 2023, they could always come back to DKR and look up and see the success that they had going back to that year. But now, you're right. New identity. 2024, what, 30 guys? How many guys he said?
30.
Oh, yeah, 30. That's a lot. That's a lot of turnover.
30 rhymes with Purdy.
Yeah. And them 30 guys coming in, they're going to be hungry. So one thing that I found interesting, that if you would have asked me a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't even have thought, it would have been an option. But Silas Bolden, he's still in Oregon.
Yeah, he's got to graduate.
Huh. I mean,
he's got to graduate.
That's tough. Just because Sark's offense is so damn complex. And again, he might have a playbook right now. I'm sure Chris Jackson and Sark and AJ Millie are all been in consistent contact with him and trying to get him prepared as much as possible, even though he's miles and miles away. But still, he's gonna be behind,
Yeah.
And that's what, coming in June, getting prepared for September. That's tough in Sarkisian's offense. So hopefully they could simplify it for him at the beginning to where they're not throwing too much over his head. And as the season goes on, you could add more and more. And who knows, his football IQ could be out the ass, and it might not be a problem anyway, and it might fit a little bit of what Oregon State was doing. I don't know, but I wish he was an early enrollee too, so he could get a head start like the 30 guys that are already on campus.
Yeah. I mean, for some guys, it doesn't matter. Kelvin Banks, Derek Williams, Xavier Worthy, they just get it.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Sarkisian's pretty good at evaluating who loves the game, who's all about the game. And he talked about his two biggest, I think the question was, are there some weaknesses that need to be turned to strengths, which I thought that's a pretty good way of putting it. but he said his number one priority is getting rapport between Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and the receivers, that brand new receiver room outside of Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, and Ryan Niblett. You got 7 newcomers. And he said that is priority number one. We got to get rapport between Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and these receivers. And I'm told Quinn is running stuff. He's running the throwing sessions. Yes, Arch and Trey Owens are there, but Quinn is running the show, getting these receivers up to speed on what, developing rapport, obviously, just throwing the ball, getting comfortable, but also telling them, hey, man, this is how the offense goes, and here's what we need you to do. And so Quinn Ewers, man, he took accountability last year, raised his level, won a Big 12 championship. Now he's back looking for a natty.
Yeah. Yeah, when you go from your QB percentage in 2022, which was 58%, to 70 in 2023, he's gotten better the 2 years that he's been here. So we expect that in year 3. And yeah, I'm sure the coaches are going to challenge him to be more of a leader out there, more of a vocal leader. I mean, you and I talked about it briefly, the first week, or I want to say the first day of winter workouts, when they put out on the social media team, like that. What was it, a photo or video? I think it was a photo, but it was those guys doing the push-ups, and who was in the middle? QB1, Quinn Ewers. Looked like he was leading from right there with a very, demonic grin on his face, like, yo, dog, why you got that grin on your face? This is supposed to be hard. This isn't fun. January for football isn't fun. It's all conditioning. It's all about who wants it more. Like, there's really not much of a ball out there. So yeah, dog, for you to be taking this as something for a positive thing because you know what 2024 could be, I love that, man. Like, everybody has a sense of confidence that you need that wasn't here, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, etc. Like the confidence where everybody is, the guys that you have coming in, the freshmen that you have brought in, like it should be at the very highest. And it's due to what you've seen these last 3 years from Steve Sarkisian and just the progression from each and all of those players.
Remember how Herman was? He was like this pompous, my way or the highway guy. And he was condescending and smug-alicious.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like he was trying to be someone he wasn't. And he was trying to be Urban Meyer. And that just doesn't work, man.
No.
Like Charlie Strong was himself. I thought Charlie was awesome when, people would be like, what was with all those missed tackles? And Charlie would be like, I know, man. Like, we're trading them every day to make those tackles. I don't know what's going on. You're like, oh, man, Charlie, I love this. Because he'd be like, I know. Herman was like, have you ever been out coached? He was asked that after he got beat up in Ames, Iowa, when his team jumped off sides on a field goal attempt. And he's like, no. It was beautiful.
I can't stand Tom Herman, man. The dude knows football. I'll give him that. He definitely knows the game. But yeah, you're right, Chip. Just how you present it, like that my way or the highway shit, that don't run no more at all. Even Urban Meyer, when it was the best, time for him, like even he toned it down a little bit to where he allowed Tim Tebow to be the leader of the team. And, things like that, he didn't have to be bad cop all the time because Tebow was bad cop, in a way.
Well, and Urban recognized when Texas was playing footsie with him that, he was saying privately, I'm not sure my my tough love coaching works in the age of the transfer portal and NIL. So he went to the NFL and screwed it all up. Got paid to get gone.
Yeah,
but
treated grown men like shit. That's gonna make sense, Herb.
Yeah. So from that standpoint, I think Sarkisian's been kind of a good balance between Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. He said his second priority is finding, quote, the right combination in the secondary and finding a way to be more sticky in coverage, especially at the safety position. And then he talked about, because you need to slow down some of these high-flying offenses like Washington, who lit you up. Michael Penix looking like freaking Troy Aikman out there in the Super Bowl. And there we go, Zay. Safety position.
Yeah.
Everybody's on
alert.
alert.
Are you calling for Blake Gideon's job again?
I said everybody's on alert. We have an alert.
Oh my gosh.
An alert. I heard it.
Yo, I told you a while back, if Blake doesn't get this crew right, with all that talent, Andrew Makuba, Xavier Filsaime, Kobe Black, Wardell Mack, to go along with Derek Williams and Mookie Taft, it might be one of those, you know what, Blake?
Hey,
you might
pride
be
of the
better
Leander
off
Lions,
looking,
baby.
Yeah, you might be best off looking for another gig. I'll be, your recommendation. I'll do all that, but it might be his time to go. This is a big year for Blake and Terrence. Don't think Terrence, he's a part of that too. Not so much, because Malik Muhammad had that good of a year that you look at Terry Joseph and you're like, all right, Terry, Malik Muhammad was special, and he could be one of those special guys that gives you those DBU flashbacks. But
hey,
Blake Gideon, I'm right there with you. You got me on that. He's on the fence, that high alert.
Alert.
Because after the Sugar Bowl, I was with you the whole year. I was like, damn, man, they're figuring it out. Jalen Catalan, he's been hurt. This, that, and the third. Derek Williams doesn't play in the first half of the Sugar Bowl. Like, a lot's going on. And you're like, damn, why is Jaron Thompson still this inconsistent? Why is Keaton Crawford still this inconsistent? Like Mookie Taft, he's going to make his mistakes. The dude was a walk-on. He ain't going to be John Lynch out there. But most of the time, he's in the right spot. It's just the lack of athleticism sometimes is his issue. But some of those guys, it just wasn't clicking enough.
Well, let me take you back. Yeah. Because if we're doing a full evaluation, we're having a serious conversation. If I'm sitting down with the Texas safeties coach after year one, remember, that was the year that BJ Foster was just spreading cancer like it was Halloween candy. And yet he kept playing. Until finally they sat him down against K-State in the final game of the regular season, and he ends up, leaving. But why? Why was he playing the whole year and giving up? In that Oklahoma game, he gave up. And Jaron Thompson was like, I always said, Jaron kind of followed the flow of, if things were good, he was good. It was like an offensive basketball player who is missing his shot and lets his defense suffer. I don't think there was anything malicious with Jaron. He kind of followed BJ. So Jaron's playing terrible. And then the next year, Caleb Williams says, excuse me while I whip this out. And my man Jaron had him dead to rights in the hole on 4th and 1. Caleb steps right out of that tackle and goes 69 yards for a touchdown. And the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah. But if we're doing an honest evaluation of the safety play, 21, 22, 23, it ain't cutting it. And I don't know, Sark, Kwiatkowski, they got to make those big money decisions. And I'm not saying get rid of Blake Gideon. I'm saying Blake Gideon, get the most out of your guys, get the most out of your position. And I want to see guys playing with confidence. I want to see, and if they had to make wholesale changes, which they just did, then let's go. I want to see these wholesale changes. I want to see how Andrew Makuba gets coached. I want to see how Xavier Filsaime gets coached. I want to see how Derek Williams and Michael Taft continue to develop. I want to see my man Jelani McDonald, who looks like freaking the cover of a Muscle and Fitness magazine. So I want to see these dudes. I mean, look, Derek Williams developed quickly into a smart playmaker. Michael Penix threaded the needle between him and Jahdae Barron on that 19-yard touchdown in the second half. But I think Jahdae was trying to bait him. And then he threaded the needle before Jahdae could get back over there. Oh, man. That was crazy how laser sharp Penix was against Texas, and then how completely off he was. I don't know what to make of Penix. Like, I think he's going to be fine in the NFL because he's a survivor. He's been through hell. He's had, 4 season-ending injuries. I mean, the guy has – it's like I always say, man, I've been divorced. You cannot hurt my feelings, you know? Like, nothing. I am made of, rubber cement. Everything's going to bounce off of me. But this is going to be, this is going to be interesting because Michael Penix, man, he looks smooth. That lefty delivery, he carved Texas up like crazy. And then, he looked terrible in the championship game. But
yeah,
he can play. He can play.
Yeah, he can play. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll stick around, and I could see him potentially having like a Geno Smith like career to where it might not start off great, but if he gets a second, third chance, depending on the team, he could really show something in the right system. And just all the hoopla with him being left-handed, some guys, some GMs don't like that. And I think Tua is doing just fine. I mean, Tua could definitely be better, but hey, he was in Orlando this past week, so he's doing something all right. He just needs to quit eating so much. But as far as him getting hurt all the time, that's the main thing for me, Chip, when I look at Michael Penix on his cons. Like those first few years in Indiana, he was always in the tub. He was always hurt. And they weren't just little injuries. They were season-ending injuries. And then you saw how he looked in the national championship game against Michigan. Like he's hobbling off of that Houston Texans field into the locker room with the –
Looked like Caitlin Clark coming off the court.
Come on, man.
After a court storming, he was doubled over like Caitlin.
Come on, man. Why is Caitlin catching the stray? Come on, that's my girl. I love her. She is so
I loved her
cold.
until that. It was like, come on, girl.
Hey, so she don't got to be nice to everybody. She pissed off after a win.
Yeah, but why she doubled over? The girl, she barely got hit.
Huh? Sell it, Caitlin.
Yeah, sell it. Sell it.
He sold it. Yeah.
Get that whistle.
You're right, bro. Like it looked like he had some broken ribs in that game. And is he that fragile?
I mean, he didn't play in the Senior Bowl.
I wouldn't have played if I was him either. Like I'm not going to show any bad film. Like that's for guys like Spencer Rattler who needs to show all the. Yeah. If I was Bo, I would have chilled. I wouldn't have played if I was him. Which he's a guy that is going to be interesting.
He had a bad week.
He did. Like, I don't know. I don't know what Bo's going to be. I don't know what his NFL comp is. Like, he reminds me of Gardner Minshew a little bit. Like, but just a little faster. So,
okay.
Again, Gardner Minshew in Orlando. So, I mean, Gardner Minshew is putting out a pretty decent NFL career, if you ask me, coming from that Mike Leach tree back at Washington State. And he acts so much like Leach. It's insane how much he's like Leach. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. Bo Nix, I don't know how he's going to be with all these quarterbacks and stuff. There's so many questions. And also, you keep going back to Jaron Thompson missing out on Caleb Williams at the Red River Shootout.
Yeah, because that was
going to be the number one pick. A lot of people are going to miss him.
Guess what? He didn't need to get there that fast. He didn't need to have his first damn college game turn into freaking Kobe Bryant going for 81. I mean, good God. The man dropped a snap, picked it up off the ground. No one got any pressure on him, and he throws a laser to the back corner of the end zone to Marvin Mims. And I will say this, the catch that Mims made at the goal line.
Oh, that was crazy.
That's an all-timer. That's an all-timer. That highlight should be shown every year at the Red River Shootout. Sorry, I forgot who he posterized, but that was insane what he did. That was Odell-like. And
yeah, that's
what Marvin Mims was at the Pro Bowl. Marvin Mims, baby. Texas kid. Texas, Tom Herman passed on him.
That away, Tommy.
Thought he was too small.
That away, Tommy. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That was one of the worst things about Tom Herman. The big, slow wide receivers, how he would like those guys over the speedsters. Bro, what do you think this is?
I can't even remember the names of his receivers. They were so bad. Gosh, let's check in with our SEC insider and prognosticator, the one and only Lance Taylor of lanceslock.com, baby. What's going on, man?
Not much, man. How are you guys? Getting ready for a little Super Bowl 58?
Oh, yeah, man. We've been talking about it. Zay is all about the 49ers. I got the Chiefs by 10. What say you, Lance Dog?
I don't want to actually give the official pick out. We can dance around this. We can dance around it. I just will say this for effect. I am like the worst Super Bowl handicapper when it comes to a side. For whatever reason, I'm trying to remember the last Super Bowl I won. Last year I had the Eagles. I did have the Rams, I think. I can't even remember because I was so emotionally invested. But it's been an awful – if you go back to Super Bowl 34 from the Rams win, which that game was a push. They were a 7-point favorite against the Titans. But after that, I went on this incredible – I couldn't – literally, I think at one point I was 3-17. So for whatever reason, I cannot pick this game. So take that.
I love how honest you are.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be
real with us.
It's I cannot pick the Super Bowl to save my ass. So I have my dog. I put 2 dog bowls out, one with 49ers on it, one with Chiefs on it, and I see which bowl he goes, hey, there's a Super Bowl winner. But I'll here's how I break this down, Lance. No one's talking about this Chiefs defense. No one's talking about my man Steve Spagnuolo and how he blitzed the bleep out of Lamar Jackson and had his head spinning. And I think that's what he's going to do. I mean, he actually doesn't blitz. It's a zone blitz because he drops guys out, but he seems to have those zone dogs all lined up for the opponent. I just think it's going to be L'Jarius Sneed, Trent McDuffie. I mean, they're loaded on defense.
Here's the thing I would say. This is by far Mahomes' best defense he's had while he's been at Kansas City. And obviously the offense not nearly as good as it has been in the past. Now, Travis Kelce has kind of resorted back to his old ways the last couple of games. But as good as the Spagnuolo defense, and I love Steve Spagnuolo, back to the Giants days, was with my Rams for a while. He's one of the best defensive minds out there. They still were 27th against the run this year. And I don't think they'd be in this game if Todd Monken would have run the football. I mean, 16 attempts against that defense. And I just think when you look at Kyle Shanahan, this is his 3rd Super Bowl appearance. First as an offensive coordinator where they blew a 28-3 lead, abandoned the run altogether. And they went back, and there was numbers on that. If he just would have taken a knee, I think they would have won the game on every possession.
Right.
Then you go back to the 10-point lead they blow with Garoppolo, run the football up 10 against Kansas City. I just don't think history is going to repeat itself again in this situation. And I really believe Christian McCaffrey is going to be the difference. And this is what's kind of crazy. I've been studying all these props, and you guys know there's thousands of props now that are available. And Christian McCaffrey's rushing yards is 90.5. Kansas City has not given up a 90-plus yard rusher in 15 consecutive games. Vegas is always out in front of these things. I think the emphasis is going to be running the football, take the pressure off of Brock Purdy. Whether they can run or not, we'll see. But the Chiefs team I saw in the regular season gave up. People were able to run against that defense. So I think that's going to be the difference if I'm looking at something. And that prop to me really jumps out. I mean, to put that at a number higher than, Kansas City, again, holding 15 straight opponents to under 90.5 is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Lance, coming into this 2023 season, I thought the 49ers were going to take a step back because DeMeco Ryans going to the Houston Texans. Like, we know how good of a coach he is. Look what he's done in H-Town in year one. But Steve Wilkes, what he's done with this really good defensive group, I know Hufanga got hurt, ACL injury, but they bring in Chase Young, and they're back to causing havoc. They're back to looking like one of the best defenses in the league with Warner and Greenlaw. Do you think they will get enough pressure on Mahomes to muck up the game and have it go 49ers' favor?
Zay, I think that's the ultimate question. So I was talking to a guy that played in the league, and I really respect yesterday, and he's like, if DeMeco was still the DC there, I would feel much better about this situation. And look, DeMeco was awesome, and obviously we see what he's able to do as a head guy year one in Houston. But this defense, it seems to be off like a half a step compared to where they were last year. But I think Joey Bosa is a huge key because you look at what he was able to do against Detroit, getting multiple sacks. Pat Mahomes has only been sacked twice in 3 postseason games. He was only sacked, I think, 28 times in the regular season. And this is a San Francisco defense that can get after you. So I think Bosa and Young are going to be huge keys. And it's not only getting to Mahomes, it's actually getting him on the ground because he is a guy, the ultimate magician. Even if he's not creating and getting positive yards with his legs, he extends the play long enough to drive you absolutely mad with some of the dump offs and just some of the incredible touch passes he makes. So I do think it is going to be more than key. And I think that's one of those, it sounds easy on the surface if you're like total sacks. Obviously, the number is going to be bigger for Kansas City because Brock Purdy is not as mobile or as elusive, although he did have the 42 rushing yards last week against Detroit.
Beat my Lions' ass with his legs.
He did. And that's another
one. He won the damn game with his legs in the second half.
Hey, that's another one of those props that you could look at. His rushing yards, by the way, Brock Purdy's are 12.5. It has not been over 8.5 in any game this year. And he rushed for 14 against Green Bay and then obviously the 48 against Detroit. And this has really skewed that number up. So even if you like San Francisco, you might like the over in this game. I think under 12.5 rushing yards is a pretty good play out there for Brock Purdy. But I think when you look ultimately at the more sacks, Kansas City or San Francisco, to me, sacks are like turnovers. It's so difficult once you give up big yards on a second or third down to be able to get those back. So it's almost like a turnover. So I think that's going to be one of those key stats to look at. I'll be surprised whoever leads in sacks in this game doesn't win the game.
Okay. All right. My man Pacheco, what are his rushing yards over under 67?
Yeah, I think it's 67. And Pacheco's been good. I think he scored a touchdown in like 7 of his last 8 games. Can he do it against the San Francisco defense? We'll see. I mean, he's got the benefit of having, one of right now already one of the top 4 greatest quarterbacks of all time at Pat Mahomes. And it opens things up for Pacheco. So if you are Steve Wilkes, what do you do? Is it all about, I'm more like stop Pacheco, make sure you're checked out as much as you can on Kelsey, and then, Richie Lewis, Rashee Rice, those other guys.
Rashee Rice, baby.
Let those guys try to beat you, though. I don't want Pacheco being the guy that really opens things up for Mahomes.
I love that my man Clark Hunt, who was at SMU with me, is looking and found Rashee Rice and was like, yeah, man, we got to have Rashee Rice. Because I was like, well, I like that pick.
Who's living the better life, though, Chip? You were.
Oh.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yep.
I mean, look at me.
You don't want to be in a suite this weekend in Vegas, do you?
No.
Yeah.
No, I want to be at this Super Bowl party I'm going to that my wife has us invited to. People I don't even know.
Excited about that, I can tell.
I'm like,
you don't even know?
Yeah, I'm like, I actually care about the Super Bowl. I do care about it. Like every little thing about it. I'm kind of
But how different would your weekend be if Detroit would have held on?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to talk. I would just be like, I'd probably be there. I'd probably be in Vegas, like waiting for the kickoff to see if I could get a ticket for, after the game starts. But that, the whole scalping thing is gone now, Lance.
It's gone.
Like,
you can't,
you can't do that anymore. Like you could stand outside on the curb and watch that guy's price come down and then look at your watch and be like, oh, it's tip off. How about $20?
Doesn't happen anymore.
And
you've got to be
an old boy would be like, yeah.
Multi-millionaire to be at this game. And I told you guys Super Bowl 53 was the last one I went to in Atlanta where the Rams got beat 13-3. And I put way too much money on those tickets. I'll never do it again. I can't afford it. Like if I have some kind of major windfall, then maybe I would look at it again. But the thing, so one of our co-hosts opened up the show on Monday talking about it Super Bowl week. Are you excited? And I probably didn't give the best answer, but I was like, I'd be more excited if there was new blood. Like I know San Fran hasn't won a Lombardi in 30 years, but we just saw this matchup 4 years ago. And if Detroit would have been there, there would be something different, something more exciting about this Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're young guns. That's the other thing is, I mean, we were talking to John Brown, the dad of Amon-Ra St. Brown, and those young guys were all hanging out together at the Pro Bowl, Laporta, Gibbs, Amon-Ra. I mean, there's a Brian Branch. There's a movement there that feels good. Hopefully Dan Gamble won't screw it all. Lance, I brought this up, and this is the kind of masochist that I've been this week. I brought up Bill O'Brien and the Texans getting up 24-0 on the Chiefs in the divisional round, 4 years ago?
Yep.
And then O'Brien goes for a fake punt that blows up, and the avalanche of momentum, it was 41 unanswered points. And these fourth down decisions, man, it's real.
It's real. And I don't know if you guys were watching the Alabama-Auburn game on ESPN2, but they brought on Charles Barkley. He was in the crowd, and so they started to talk about him. And they had a good 10, 15 minutes with Chuck, but Super Bowl came up, and he was talking about Dan Campbell. And same thing we've said. He's like, I love Dan Campbell, but the regular season, this bravado, everybody loves the fact that he's got these huge balls and he's going for these fourth downs. It's different in the regular season to the postseason. And in the postseason, you've just got to be more of a gut feel. You got to throw the analytics out the window. You've got to take points when you can get them. And look, it's easy to say now, but I thought at that point, as I'm sure you guys did, take the points there. And if they would have taken the points, they would have won the game.
Against a defense full of first-round picks. Like, how did you just think it was going to go your way for 3.5 hours? I mean, like at some point you got to be like, my offensive coordinator is calling the game of his life. I'm not tempting fate here. We're going to take the points whenever we can get them because we're,
Wait, and here's another thing nobody talks about, guys. Like those field goals would have been like 48 and 46 yards, I think. But even if you pick up those first downs, it doesn't necessarily mean you're not in a 4th and 15 again and you're kicking the field goal. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to score a touchdown just because you convert those fourth downs. So, yeah, if I'm a Lions fan like you, Chip, I don't know if I could sleep unless you ultimately get a Super Bowl championship before you die. That's going to be a tough one to swallow.
I mean, the Bobby Lane curse was supposed to last 50 years, and we're on year 64.
No, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough.
And don't get me started on me telling my wife as soon as he went for it on that fourth down, I said, God bless it. Don't let this be the Bobby Lane curse. And sure enough, they don't get it. And all hell unfolds.
Yeah.
The worst quarter ever.
Lance, you hear this? It's Thursday of next week. You see how he feels? You see he's hurt, man.
Yeah, so do you pull for the Chiefs just because San Francisco actually took your spot?
I pull for the Chiefs just because I think that defense is, and I get it. Buffalo ran on them, but I thought Buffalo's running game was really good this year. They ran the ball down the Cowboys' throat for sure. I don't know that, and McCaffrey is awesome. Don't get me wrong, but Chris Jones. I mean, I just like Karlaftis, Bolden. I like this Chiefs defense. I think it's nasty, and then Mahomes. And look, all the issues that they were having during the regular season, all the drops, everything, and Kadarius Toney. I don't even know why you let him on the charter. Maybe it's just so that San Francisco has to think we got to prepare for him. Maybe
I don't know. Do you really have to prepare for Toney?
Yeah, but all his drops and bonehead stuff is gone away in the playoffs. They're catching the ball. Kelsey, 11 targets, 11 catches. So I just think the Chiefs are.
Yeah, that's another thing to look at. Kelsey's receiving yards, and this one's 70.5 at most shops right now. He's gone 70+ in 12 straight playoff games, longest streak in NFL history. So that seems like another one that's almost kind of a give me. Now, again, somebody can jam, a knee, turn an ankle, anything can happen. And, it might be Steve Wilkes, 100%. We're taking Kelsey out of this game. But 70.5 receiving yards, the way he's playing right now, it seems kind of a give me.
Do you have Rashee Rice's numbers there?
I don't have them in front of me. I just pretty much put down things that I kind of like. So I didn't really see anything that jumped out with Rashee.
Yeah. I mean, he's been so good for them. It's kind of crazy. Like I'm even blown away because that, I thought he was a good player at SMU.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was.
Nobody saw this. I mean, it's like Puka Nacua. I mean, this guy goes, I saw where ESPN redrafted last year, and Puka Nacua went 4th overall in this draft, and this is a 5th round guy. So, I mean, some of these guys, you just don't know what they're going to do when they get to the next level. Underutilized, good quarterback play, great system, all that kind of stuff. But as good as Mahomes is playing, this is pretty crazy too. So the touchdowns are 1.5, and over, I think it's -140, -150. But he's only gone under 1.5 touchdown passes in 6 of 8 starts, I think. Yeah, in 6 of 8 starts. So, 1.5. I mean, it seems like Mahomes will toss a couple of touchdowns, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he does. And thinking about Mahomes, Lance, if he wins this one, that's number 3. Obviously, he has a lot more football to play. But after Brady, where do you rank him? One of the greatest of all time.
Well, I mean, I think through the age of 28, he's number 1. But, somebody brought this up, went back, looked at it, and it's legitimate. Tom Brady won 3 and 4 years, and this is exactly what Mahomes would do. But then Tom Brady went 9 years without a championship. So it's going to be more about the longevity. And can Mahomes continue to be consistent and pick up Super Bowls in another decade? We'll see. And maybe he doesn't need to. I mean, they make so much damn money now. It just depends, does he have the desire to continue to play this game? But, if he plays it the way he's playing right now, I mean, I don't see any reason he can't win, 5 or 6, I guess, especially if he wins this weekend.
I mean, Tom Brady was so obsessed. He would bring his trainer and his stretch bands to go to a wedding. And he's out there on the beach. Giselle's probably like, hey, can I get some action here this morning? And he's out there like Apollo Creed and Rocky running the beach, doing wind sprints in the sand. So
and as good as, and Mahomes is a magician, but I was, for whatever reason, I was getting a workout in, and the NFL Network had a replay of Super Bowl 51, and where they're down 28-3. And I was watching the final drive in regulation, and it was the longest drive for the Patriots that year. They had to go, I think it was 91 yards or 89 yards to tie the game up and get the 2-point conversion. And
James
it's just
White.
like, it's unbelievable how good that guy was in the clutch.
Yeah.
And just didn't have the physical, the God-given ability that Mahomes was given. But I don't want to discount anything Mahomes has done because, I mean, he has been nothing short of sensational.
So that leading up to that Atlanta Patriots Super Bowl, I was on the radio nonstop saying the Falcons are going to win by 2 touchdowns, maybe 3 touchdowns.
Again, back to my terrible Super Bowl history. I had the Falcons plus points, and because it went to overtime and New England scored a touchdown, I ended up losing. Like, you're up 23. I think we were catching 3.5. I'm like, this thing's done. Like, even when it went to overtime, I was like, okay, we're going to lose by 3. But, yeah, that's how bad my Super Bowl run has been.
Well, Sean Adams, RIP Sean Adams, and I were at Cover 2 watching it with all our boys. And I've been on the radio all week saying Falcons by 2 touchdowns, maybe 3. Sean Irish goodbye at halftime.
Oh, wow.
Like he didn't want to hear it anymore. He was done. And then all of a sudden they're coming back. Sean comes back. Sean comes back to the restaurant. He comes back to Cover 2.
Was he just like sitting in his car, or did he go somewhere else where he just
went
didn't have to hear
home?
from you? Wow.
He went home. And then as soon as it started getting crazy, he came back. And I was like, this is so bleeped. I'm like, Kyle Shanahan is the dumbest offensive coordinator in the history of football. Run the ball.
Run the ball.
I mean, that strip sack. Oh my God. I was like, this is going to totally turn. And it totally turned.
At least we get good Super Bowls now. At least it seems like that. There was a time in the 90s where we had Dallas beating the hell out of everybody, San Francisco beating the hell out of everybody. And now at least we have Super Bowls that actually come down to one possession.
Yeah. All right. So you're a Rams fan. You're a USC Trojans fan. Are you a Lakers fan?
I am. The NBA kind of wore me out a couple of years ago. So I went and saw the Lakers in Atlanta last week just because it's such an easy drive. I mean, I am. I'm not there was a time where it was like Rams and Lakers. It was really close. And I would watch on NBA League Pass all 82 games, and I'm kind of past that now.
Because they're unveiling Kobe's statue today. And I'm paying tribute to the Mamba, but do you have any everyone's trying to guess what the statue is going to be, because if you've seen the statue of Magic Johnson, it's pretty lame. If you've seen the statue of Shaq, it's amazing. He's hanging on the rim with his feet in the air.
I don't have my Kobe book in here. We're in the green room. My Kobe book's out in the living room or out in the lobby of our company here. I wonder what the statue is going to be. I will tell you though, man, my younger brother still watches all Lakers games, and he actually works with us here. He had a dog named Kobe. I'll never forget when Kobe struggled in the Western Conference Finals against Utah in his second year, I think it was. I remember I sat down to write him a letter and mail it to the Great Western Forum, just to tell him keep his head up. You got a lot of basketball in front of you. I never did. He probably wouldn't have read it anyway. But I've just always been a Kobe fan. He's always been different, but you can't train yourself to be that competitive. He was born with that, an ultimate killer. I saw the video the other day of when they played Spain, the Dream Team, and he ran straight through Paul Gasol, his teammate, on the first play. I mean, that was the kind of stuff that was amazing about Kobe. We get asked a daily question around here. Our social media director, she asked if living or dead, if you could go to dinner with one person, who would it be? And this a couple of weeks ago, I was like, it'd be Kobe Bryant, just because I just appreciated how detailed and how driven to excellence that guy was. And I don't know if he had a ton of enjoyment, because it's almost like Nick Saban that we saw here for 17 years. You're so driven for everything to be perfect. I don't know if you can actually enjoy the moment.
So which form of Kobe do you like the most? 8 Kobe
number
or
8 or
Kobe?
number 24?
Probably 8.
Yeah. He said the same thing.
But I like both. And that's one of those things, you remember exactly where you were. I was in a car coming back from a wedding in Alice Beach down on the Florida Gulf Coast on a Sunday in January, right before the pandemic hit, right before we knew anything about COVID. And I remember getting the news, and it's just one of those, it really is surreal. It just, somebody that young, and just, God, it's so sad, because I just think that guy had so much other stuff that he was going to do in his life.
he won an Academy Award, right?
I mean, for that documentary, yeah.
For the guy was, and he, living in Europe, growing up there. The guy was a completely worldly Renaissance man. I mean, spoke 3 languages. Yeah, he was impressive. All right, let me ask you this, Lance. You got a Kalen DeBoer update for us? What's going on there at Bama?
Yeah, so I don't know what the organization is for Texas. Like, it's called the Red Elephant Club, and there's different chapters all over the state. And so yesterday in Tuscaloosa, National Signing Day, one of our co-hosts, Jim Dunaway, who you're really familiar with, he was down there hosting with another guy that's part of the collective. And so all of the coaches went on at some time or another in front of the Red Elephant Club, and they all spoke. And I mean, DeBoer seems to be very comfortable where he is right now. They have been crushing, like just going out and making sure they're, in the faces of high school coaches and some of these big prospects. They had a really good signing day yesterday. And the big news was, Mike McDonald gets hired from Baltimore to Seattle as Seattle's next head coach. And the thought was Ryan Grubb was in the mix, and he could possibly come back to Seattle and be the offensive coordinator. And there were a lot of people reporting that last Friday. And some people I talked to said Seattle is really serious about this. And I still thought it was a conversation until yesterday when Ryan Grubb got up in front of the Red Elephant Club for the first time. And he said, "I'm Ryan Grubb. I'm your offensive coordinator." And I think that was so definitive. Like, it tells me that Ryan Grubb is going to be there, and Caleb DeBoer is keeping this together. And he signed what a lot of people viewed the top recruit in the state, and Ryan Williams, a wide receiver. And that was back and forth between Alabama and Auburn. And so that was a big get for him. But I think Alabama fans are settling in. They know it's not going to be Nick Saban, but, I'll stand by it. I think it's a great hire. We'll see how it plays out. I know Vegas is down a little bit on Alabama. Typically that win total is 10.5 or 11. It dropped to 9.5 when it was released this week, but it's a brutal schedule. And I think that's kind of the line. I think if he goes 10-2, I think Alabama fans are going to be like, okay, we're in a college football playoff. Good first year. If he goes 9-3 and they miss the college football playoff, I think Alabama fans are going to be like, told you, this isn't going to work out.
You like his staff?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. Kane Womack coming in, a sitting head coach at South Alabama, to be able to get him to leave that post, because South Alabama, like the facilities, my daughter was there her freshman year. Beautiful place, beautiful campus. He was making 7 figures down there. For him to leave that and have the confidence that there's no way he's going to leave as a sitting head coach if he doesn't think Kalen's going to have a lot of success. And he coached with him in Bloomington and Indiana. So, I think Womack getting him is huge. Linguist, another sitting head coach at Buffalo, bringing him in. You keep a guy like Freddie Roach that was on that staff. Yeah, I mean, all in all, and I can only go by, the big names, Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb, but when other people close to the program say these other, assistant coaches are the glue that holds it together, and these guys have come on board, I think it's a really good staff.
How do you think Saban's going to do with College Game Day? I mean, we kind of knew that was going to happen months ago, or basically when he retired, we knew he was going to be on that crew. But you think he could do a good job? He clearly knows the game, but
I think he will. He's got a little bit of a personality. He seems really robotic. He's loosened up over the last couple of years. But, when he's been in that situation, what was it? David Pollack that said Georgia's kind of the standard now, and Saban was sitting right there on the desk. So, he's been in this role before when Alabama hasn't played for national championships. So we've seen him, be an analyst before. And I think he'll do a really good job. The only thing is that desk has gotten so crowded on game day, because when you added McAfee and you've still got Reese, Kirk, McAfee, Desmond, Corso, and now Saban, that's a big-ass desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of Pollack for McAfee, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So, look, Corso, it's a great tradition. Sooner or later, that's going to go away, though. And I would think sooner
he's
than
88.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
crazy.
Corso's, he's got, he's on his 9th life, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe he's 100. Maybe he's in a blue zone down there in Florida. Is Saban going to keep coming on your show?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I would say it would probably be more difficult to get him on. Part of that deal, and you guys probably saw this because I know y'all will be at SEC Media Days this year, is he is going to be part of SEC Media Days, which really surprised me. But I don't know. I mean, we might get opportunities to get him on. I do know this, like, with Saban and some of the other coaches in their programs around college football have started to do this. And I guess Sark is probably like this too. One voice, one program, one voice. Assistants don't speak. Kalen DeBoer is not like that. He allows his assistants to talk. And, in the media, obviously we want that. I get the one program, one voice. But I'm kind of excited about getting to know these other guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, Kalen DeBoer, all he's ever done is win
everywhere.
So he's like, I'm good. I'm comfortable in my skin. Maybe he's just got it wired like that. Maybe he's being naive. We'll find out. But yeah, it's good to have some personality. We're always like, we love Sugar Bowl Media Day because we actually got to talk to these other coaches.
Right. Yeah.
Like they don't have a choice.
Yeah, we never got to with Saban ever. Like I can't remember the last assistant we had on. It was a situation like that at one of these college football playoffs, but yeah, it was far and few between.
Where it's mandated. All right. Well, any other Lance's lock little nuggets?
So as you listen right now, we've got 6 plays up tonight. We've got a free play, the Orlando Magic -10.5 against Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs, and we've got 5 college plays up. So we'll have props up. We'll have a side and total. 1-day packages available for Super Bowl Sunday. Jump on board, try us out, see what you think. But again, free play every single day at lanceslock.com.
Yo, don't sleep on those Magic boys, Lance. They make the playoffs. I don't care who plays them. That's not going to be an easy out. Bancaro, Wagner, them boys.
Bancaro's been lights out. That kid can play. I didn't know what we would get after one and done at Duke, but you're starting to see Bancaro, a guy that's led the Magic in scoring 12 of the last 14 games, and he's a player.
Yeah. Hey, last one for me, Lance. What do you think of Kingsbury going to Washington? He kind of hit the Raiders with that okie doke. We thought he was going there, but now
he said they wouldn't give him a 3-year deal.
Well, I think Antonio Pierce, he held it together well as the interim coach, gets the job. The Raiders, that's just one of those organizations, and I'll say the same with the Commanders, but you're kind of hamstrung with Jimmy Garoppolo. I've heard they're going to make a move, possibly even Justin Fields. We'll see, but Aiden O'Connell is not going to be the guy long-term. And if you're Cliff Kingsbury, who I don't think is a good head coach, I think he's a really good offensive coordinator, him going to Washington now, you get that 2nd overall pick, and maybe if Chicago wanted to stay with Fields, they trade that away and get the number 1 overall. And if you could reunite him with Caleb Williams, then you're on to something. And even if not, I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a stud. A lot of people think Drake May is going to be that guy. At number 2, worst case, you're going to get that 2nd guy that you want. So to me, it made more sense. And especially right now, you look at the West, the AFC West, you've got Patrick Mahomes, who is going nowhere. I think with Harbaugh coming over, I think the Chargers are going to be much better. And
they're a playoff team.
You go to the NFC East, the Eagles, they started to really take on water. The Cowboys are the Cowboys. They can't get over the hump. They might win 13, 14 games a year, but you guys know this. You just feel like in the NFC East, it's so wide open. And if you get quarterback right, that could be a little ride there. We'll see.
Would you trade Dak Prescott for Kirk Cousins?
No. Because I go back to this. I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's underrated. And Dak may be overrated because of the lack of getting it done in the postseason. But what has Kirk done in the postseason?
I know.
Yeah. So
I know.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Dak. I'm done with Dak. But I was done with Dak before they gave him the big contract. So
you got Jared Goff now. You don't need to worry
about it. Hey, Trey Lance. He's sitting back there on that Cowboys roster.
I'm going to say no.
Get him up. Get him in the bullpen, baby. Let's see what we got. Time to look under the Christmas tree.
See, all right. That's how I know you're blowing smoke when you start going Dick Vitale on us. That's how.
Super Bowl 58. You guys enjoy. If you get a private jet, some tickets, and you have extra room, let me know if that comes down last minute.
We would have had that if the Motor City Kitties were in the Super Bowl.
I get it.
We'll hope for next year.
Yep. Always fun. You guys enjoy the game.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Lance Taylor, the Lance Taylor on social media and lanceslock.com. Hey, Apple Leasing kids, Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. Not that pile of bolts that you're trucking around right now, miserable, but you're unwilling to go buy a new car because you don't want to pay for the future trade-in value of the car. Guess what? When you lease from Apple Leasing, you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new, under warranty. And 2-3 years into your lease, you want to change make and model of car? No problem, because Apple Leasing leases every make and model of car. So they don't care what car you pick. They just want you to be happy. If you had a bad leasing experience in the past, probably because you leased from a dealership. The dealership is not going to let you out of the contract. They're going to impose the penalties because they don't want you to leave. Apple Leasing, you can move from make and model a car, no problem. Everything is about you and your happiness at Apple Leasing. Give them a call, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Brain Vault, the mouth guard that is patented, proven to protect your competitor from the effects of concussion. And that is what it's all about. You want your competitor to play hard, but you want them to play safe. There is only one mouth guard, folks. It's not one of those that you buy at the store and boil a pot of water. You go to the dentist's chair, or they come to you for group fittings because Brain Vault was developed by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. And it is the preeminent mouth guards, changing the game. And this is what the pros are wearing, the college athletes are wearing. You got a cheerleader, lacrosse player, flag football player, make sure that they're protected. Brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And Cover 3, folks, if you haven't made your Super Bowl reservation, we need to get going here. Give a call to Cover 3, the Round Rock location, Anderson Lane. If you've never been to Cover 3, oh my gosh, and you're a sports fan listening to this show, oh man, I mean, you are going to love Cover 3. High-end food, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Parmesan fries. Oh yeah, go get it. The brunch on the weekends, come on, do it yourself, Bloody Mary bar. That's what I'm talking about. Zay, I'm feeling stronger about the Chiefs.
What?
Yeah, man. Like this, to me, this is a no-doubter. So if the 49ers win this game, I will legitimately be like, wow, okay. Okay. Because after watching, maybe I'm biased because I watched the Lions just run right through them. And every time Amon-Ra needed a 3rd and 9, a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 12, a 3rd and 18, he got it in the first half. And if you watch the first half against the Packers, like you're going, this 49ers team, there's something off. And I'll give it to Brock Purdy, man. He bailed them out. Running around, making those plays with his legs. That is what that and fucking footballs bouncing off a guy's face masks into the hands of Brandon Ayuk. And, oh, here I am on the 1 yard line. Our punter punted it 74 yards. Let me field the ball and step on the end zone line. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, what was going on in that NFC Championship game. It's ridiculous. But I just look at the Chiefs, man. L'Jarius Sneed, was that a play at the goal line with Zay Flowers? Was that a play?
Yeah.
That dude came swinging. He was throwing haymakers, and he got it.
Yeah. I know. Zay Flowers, it's going to haunt him for the rest of his career, hell, rest of his life. I mean, especially with the big catch that he made in the first half when Lamar was running for his life. And then
I love Zay Flowers.
Game. I do too. You know, I hope I hope he uses this as motivation and comes back even stronger. And, oh, by the way, I just saw a rumor on my phone saying that Odell Beckham Jr. and Kim Kardashian might be dating. So if I'm a Baltimore Raven fan, it might be time to let go Odell Beckham. Snip, snip, because that's a cancer. Anytime you have a Kardashian on your arm and you're an athlete, they don't win very much. They don't win very much. Like, you go, oh, what about Lamar Odom? Lamar Odom got with Chloe after the championships. So, yeah, a little different. But, yeah, the Baltimore Ravens, hopefully Todd Monken could figure it out and not be a dumbass next time around, and maybe they could get back to that spot. But, yeah, for the 49ers, man, I'm telling you, like, people like you is the reason why I'm feeling good about them, because it's so easy to look at what the Chiefs have done these last few years. Andy Reid, Mahomes, Travis Kelce, the fact that if you're a conspiracy person, Taylor Swift, they want the Chiefs to win, blah, blah, blah. Yo, Brock Eli Manning Purdy, with all those weapons, he got way more weapons than Eli had. Way more.
Hell yeah.
Come on now. So life should be a lot easier. But that defense for the Chiefs, Spags, they ain't BSing. They ain't playing.
Yeah,
but,
Willie Gay is also healthy and ready to go.
Okay. Bring it on.
Willie Gay don't play.
I get it.
Like, their run defense has been a little lacking without Willie Gay.
Yeah. How healthy is he, though? How healthy are you?
He says he is good to go.
Yo, former Texas alum Charles Omenihu. He ain't playing.
Yeah, that's
big. Charles has been big for them.
Oh, man. He had to
huge.
play the game.
Yeah.
Strip sack last week or 2 weeks ago.
Got to worry about Charles no more. Nick Bosa, those dudes.
You still got to worry about my man, Drew. I'm going to make you tranquil. And my man, George Karlaftis. Looks like a
Karlaftis. I like
that dude's got the head of a whiskey barrel.
him.
Karlaftis looks like he got
Karlaftis. I like.
He got made. Yeah, man. I don't know. Actually, I think
what
I do.
About the distractions, though. The drunk ass daddy, Patrick Mahomes, drunk ass daddy. There's distractions. This ain't like it's an easy week with where you can just focus on football. That's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Let me tell you something. At this point in Patrick Mahomes' life, he's like, I know how important this week is. It don't matter if daddy's been out drinking at the bar or daddy's been running naked in the streets. I am about this business. I'm about getting this done because I am getting compared to Tom Brady, and all I do is go to AFC Championship games, and it is time for me to put this down. Just excuse me while I whip this out.
That's where I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree, because Patrick Mahomes is human. Patrick Mahomes has a heart. It has to be somewhere in his mind.
This week.
If not, he cold-blooded.
Not this week.
It happened this week.
You think Kobe Bryant would have a heart? Hell no.
See, that's the difference. That's the difference.
What are you talking about?
That's
Mahomes
one of one.
Booker's third Super Bowl by age 28.
That Kobe Bryant comparison, that's one of one dudes. No one is as nuts as Kobe Bryant. Nobody is up. People are taking them to court for rape, and this dude's dropping 50 the same night he's going to court, flying from Colorado to Sacramento to play the Kings and dropping 50, flying from Colorado to Miami to play the Heat and dropping 40. Nobody was like that. That comparison, I get what you're trying to do, but come on, Kobe was different.
But listen,
I don't know if Patrick has that.
Mahomes is going for the same kind of championships. I mean, Kobe had 5, but let's look at it. Did Kobe have 3 at 28?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. He had 3 at like 22, 23. But again, you can't come out of high school in the NFL. So if you look at it like that, like first 6 years in the league, how many years has Patrick been in the league?
Yeah, he had 3 at age 20. He won them at 22, 23, and 24.
By the way, how old was Lance when he was writing that letter? That's because Lance, he be talking about his daughters in college. Like Lance, man, Lance be looking like he 38. I'll be doing the math in my head when you be telling me stuff. I'll be like, yo, Lance, stuff's not adding up here. Like, what are you? How old are you?
I mean, Lance looks like in his 30s, which works well as a single man. But he's 50.
He ain't single.
I mean, he ain't married. What are we doing?
What are you doing?
Hey,
what are you doing?
Hilton me.
Don't put me in this. What are you doing?
Don't you Hilton me.
We've literally had Lance on the show when he's with his woman driving. And you're out here calling them single and that, trying to get him in trouble, Lance. That ain't all me, Lance. That
in my mind, single.
On ship.
Okay, all right. I better keep my voice down because I don't want. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. I should have said there's no ring on his finger.
See, that's out of pocket. That's out of pocket. Jonathan, what you talking about?
You think I'm hating?
Brittany Mahomes' mama acting the fool. Brittany doesn't stop for nothing. Patrick seems like he has a heart. That's what I'm saying. Pat has a heart.
Not this week.
You heard him on that.
Did you? Hey, did you see how he was kicking around Justin Tucker's stuff and Kelsey?
I saw Kelsey. I saw Kelsey being ignorant. Now he definitely has no heart. He wasn't paying for his ex-girl's food and stuff like that. Like he has no heart. We know that. Which he might have more of a heart now that he's with Taylor. So, people could grow. But Patrick Mahomes, you heard him talking on the Netflix special when Brittany Mahomes was pregnant. He was like, hope she's not pregnant while we're playing or anything like that. He has a heart. He has a heart, Somebody else would have been like, shoons.
You're just trying to make excuses. I don't really know why.
Who's Brock Purdy's woman? Does he have a woman? I don't think he does. I've never seen her. They don't show her. They always show mom and pops. Locked in. He don't want no woman locked in. He don't need that.
Kevin Durant had his mom living with him.
See, that's weird.
Like his first, however long he was in Seattle, she was living with him. I was like, KD, you are, I love it. He's so obsessed. He didn't have his driver's license. He didn't have his driver's license when he left Texas. He didn't get his driver's license till he was like 20. I always said they should have done a commercial with Kobe and LeBron in a car and KD on a bike with like tassels riding his bike. And LeBron and Kobe go, hey, KD, you want to ride? And KD's like, no, man, I'm good. And then he just starts pedaling his little bike down the road.
You should have sent that to Phil Knight. You got a little Nikes commercial.
I think that commercial would have killed. I have these great ideas, Zay. I don't know.
I know that.
I
know that. Okay,
I did have the patent. I did have the patent for the copyright, for Legion of Boom.
Did you really?
I started, me and a guy named Larry Peoples, who is the father of baseball players, Nick Peoples. I came up with Legion of Boom for Will Muschamp because I thought he was going to be the head coach at Texas. And so copyrighted it, ended up selling it to a group in Seattle for good cash.
Wow. That's impressive. I didn't know that story. That's impressive. Yeah.
A little hustler back in the day.
Yeah, man. Hey, that's why we call you the 8 Mile Hustler. That's why we call it 8 Mile Hustler, baby.
Mom spaghetti. Gosh,
that's funny.
Got a little throw up on my sweater. One chance, one opportunity.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it was so close, Zay. Oh, hell. We would have had Eminem.
Man.
Huh?
I know you hurting, man. I get
Well,
it.
I mean, think about. Well, no, I don't. No one else cares, but
what you mean? I care.
You'd have had Eminem. I mean, we would have been listening to "Lose Yourself" on a loop on this show, just nonstop. It would have been so great, and the Lions' defense would have had me chugging Tums like nobody's business. But it would have been fun as hell to be in the mix. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
I didn't like the matchup with Kansas City for Detroit. I did not. They played in the first week of the season. Chiefs didn't have Kelsey. They didn't have Chris Jones. And the Chiefs were still playing with point shaving Kadarius Toney.
Damn.
Who had 3 balls go through his hands, including one right to rookie Brian Branch, who scored a pick 6 in his first NFL game. But I got to give it to my wife, because when the Lions won that game at Arrowhead, she scrapped plans that we had for Texas's off week and immediately planned the trip to Tampa for the Lions-Bucks game.
Yep.
And that was awesome.
Yep.
Bucks
moves
more
like
the
that. Moves like that is why you go on the pit bull tomorrow night.
I'm getting fired up, baby. Fireball. Mr. Worldwide, give me a break.
Coolo. I'm not gonna say anything else.
Everything tonight.
Yeah, man.
know.
Hits.
Party like no tomorrow.
That Jersey Shore type music where you're pumping your fist and stuff. Yeah, man.
Hey, Enrique Iglesias is performing. I'm wondering if Anna Kournikova is going to be there.
They're not still together, are they?
Aren't they?
Really?
Do you know something I don't?
I mean, when I think of celebrity, matches like that, they usually don't last 20 plus years.
I thought they had kids together.
Just because you got kids don't mean it work. Will and Jada, look at them.
All right. Hold on. No, they're still together, playa.
Wow, Enrique. That's impressive.
2-decade-long relationship.
Wow, man. Yeah, I remember her in his video back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're like playing tonsil hockey in that video.
Wow, gross.
And remember, so I'm a Red Wings fan, huge Red Wings fan. And Sergei Fedorov, remember? He was like, he was crazy for her. And he was like 23, 24, one of the best hockey players in the world. She was like 16.
Ugh.
It's like, dude, that's against the law.
Yo,
I don't know what's going on in Russia.
Relax.
Not quite sure what's going on in Russia, but here you're going to the pokey.
Yeah.
If you're trying to do the pokey,
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was like one of those Josh Giddey situations where the rules are different, in Russia and in Australia than they are in the States. I don't know, but yeah, it's not a good look.
Sergei Fedorov is doing. We need to do a wellness check on him.
Yeah, because that sounds very down bad. Like, I get it. She was attractive, but.
All right, Sergei is still with us, and he is married? Not married? Wow.
Yeah.
He's not still holding a torch for Anna Kournikova, is he?
I hope not.
Oh, wait, he is married. He is married to someone named Karina, who kind of looks like Anna Kournikova.
Yep, that's how it always goes.
Yeah, that was like Reggie Bush married a girl who looks exactly like
Kim Kardashian. Yeah, Kanye's new wife looks like Kim. It's weird, man. Odell Beckham.
His wife looks like Tara Reid. Oh, maybe this is Tara Reid. Oh, this is from a long time ago.
He was with Tara Reid?
Yeah, he dated Sergey Fedorov, dated Tara Reid.
God, Tara Reid, horrible actress, but
horrible actress, not good looking.
Not good looking?
Tara Reid from American Pie?
Yes. Are you kidding me? I'm still pissed that Kevin got to hit that at the very end.
She got a bad boob job. She looks like she got 2 tennis balls in the bottom of a sock.
Oh, I'm not saying, not everybody has LeBron James longevity, but, she had some runs where she was second team All-American at least, a couple of years. American Pie 1 and 2.
Yeah, American Pie 1 and 2. She was on top of the world.
She was on top of the world. Yeah.
Now she's doing reality shows with Flavor Flav and Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, you could just tell Tara Reid it was gonna be tough for her to keep that. She's no Heather Locklear. She didn't gracefully age,
right?
Like you would have thought she could.
Heather Locklear.
Woo! Woo!
She was a smoke show through the 90s.
Woo!
And then she lost her mind. She went like Martin Lawrence crazy. She went like, who's that other gal? Little short-haired gal.
Hold on. Why? Martin Lawrence, why is he catching the stray? What?
Remember when he was out homeless on the streets talking crazy?
Martin?
Yeah. He was like,
what's up, Martin? That Martin?
He may have been on one bad trip, but he was,
he just
was making
did the last Bad Boys movie not too long ago. I want to say it came out right before Will Smith slapped the hell out of Chris Rock. And, he looked fine. I'm not saying he's going to win any awards, but he didn't look like he lost it. But you know what? You say that now, and I saw Martin, one of the award shows.
Yeah, 1996. Martin Lawrence was picked up for standing on a busy Los Angeles intersection, screaming obscenities at motorists with a loaded pistol in his pocket.
That was just a bit. That had to be just a bit. I don't know. I was 5 years old, so I really don't know. I've never heard this story before. He was still making movies after that, like Big Mama House came after that, and Blue Streak, all of those hood classics.
No, I love Martin Lawrence. I love Martin. Like, I could watch a marathon of Martin, no problem.
Tisha Campbell, Tashina Arnold. Come on, man. There's greatness on that. I love Tashina Arnold. Every single show that she's been on, she started off on Martin. She probably started off before that, but she became famous for being Pam and Martin. And then she was on the show Everybody Hates Chris, which was Chris Rock as a child. She was the mom in that. Hilarious. Her husband was Terry Crews. They have a good chemistry in that. And now she's with Cedric the Entertainer on a show called The Neighborhood that comes on CBS. That's pretty damn funny too. So talk about longevity. She's been in the game for 30 plus years and she's always been funny. And she still looks good too. She still looks, that black don't crack. She's one of them. She's one of them.
So. Oh hell, it's 10 up. We gotta get cracking. All right. Audiovisual consultations, kids. This is where you go. And you don't go anywhere, actually. You just pick up the phone. Just like if you know you need a new big screen, then write this number down or just dial it right now. 255-8678. And just make the call because the first thing you're going to get is a free consultation. My man, Tom McKay, is going to come to you. He's going to size everything up, what you want to do. He's going to tell you how great it's going to be. And then he's going to bring his crew and they're just going to whoop, whoop, whoop. And it's like magic. So there you go. Thank me later. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. Of course, they got the surround sound, the surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Hey, Thursday night, date night, Friday night, weekend. Take your person, your partner, your special someone to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking if they love oysters, and those are apparently an aphrodisiac. They have dollar oysters during happy hour. There you go. Salt Traders, Zilker, and Round Rock. From our man, Jack Gilmore, who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen. All right, Zay. Super Bowl. I'm not going to lie. I love the story of Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice, my man from SMU, who no one was talking about coming out of SMU, and he ends up going in the second round to the Chiefs. And do we remember life after Tyreek Hill for Patrick Mahomes? And by the way, did you see when he answered that little kid? They're putting together fantasy football teams, and you can pick anyone in the history of football. And Patrick Mahomes took Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
they were on an odyssey. I kind of don't know how the Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
But Rashee Rice has come in, and he is now wide receiver 1. And it's a great story. I mean, this is a kid who, ended up going to high school in Richland, Texas. And he, was just a steady producer at SMU. And of course, the dude can move. I just didn't know that he would be able to be the third down catch guy in the fourth quarter with the game on the line and do it over and over and over again. Like this dude wants the ball, and you can't put me in enough difficult situations. So I have a little bit of a soft spot for my man Rashee Rice, who I know the NFL honors are tonight. I'm going to watch because I do like me some, some of those awards are pretty fun. And Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football is pretty funny. He's going to present the Angry Run of the Year. But yeah, man, Rashee Rice, I'm pulling for you, baby. I'm pulling for you. And I'm also pulling for a really, really good looking Kobe Bryant statue tonight at Staples Center. Zay, let's get to the right call.
All right. Before the right call, though, got to shout out Covert BK, Covert Auto Group, family-owned automotive dealership that have been getting folks out of those beat-up Pintos and hoopties and all types of just BS. Y'all been driving around the ATX area for over 100 years, and they've been providing the people with a high-quality selection of pre-owned and new vehicles. So you're going to be satisfied once you get your whip at Covert BK, and they got 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Ram, Cadillac, Jeep. You're going to find exactly what you want. We were talking about Cadillacs earlier, man. Cadillac is a classic. I'd love to get me a Cadillac. Well, if I wanted to get one, I'd definitely go to Covert BK to get one. And if I need to go look at all the latest specials and inventory, I'll do that at covertbk.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today. It is about the NBA trade deadline, and teams are out here making moves, specifically the Dallas Mavericks, who got a lot better today, in my opinion. The Mavericks traded away Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, and Seth Curry to get Daniel Gafford, who's a 6'11" big man, kind of one of those I wouldn't say old school back to the basket bigs, but he's a really good pick and roll big and a good defender from Washington. So him and Luka should have very good repertoire because it's.
What about Royce O'Neal to your Phoenix Suns?
Good pickup. Good pickup. Royce O'Neal, Harker Heights High School. Yeah, man. Texan, Central Texan. I like Royce
Our man
O'Neal.
Mike Harge coached him on an AAU team.
Yeah, that's kinfolk
and
for Harge.
didn't play him enough. And I'm like, Royce O'Neal hates your guts. Like, you're that coach. You're the coach that inspired him to become great because you weren't playing him enough because you were too busy playing your own son. Like, Junior.
Wow. Jeez, man. I know he's no longer with us, but wow, what a stray Harge is catching right now, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Harge is laughing because I did it on the air all the time. I'm like, Royce O'Neal, you bench that guy.
Yep, sure
like
did.
You're the only one. All right, so you like Royce O'Neal to the Suns?
Yeah, I like him to the Suns, but back to the Mavs. They got PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. The Mavs got a lot better. They thought Grant Williams was going to work. It's not. Grant Williams, it just hasn't worked out. I don't know why. Grant Williams, I think he's a solid player. Came from Rick Barnes at Tennessee. He's only 6'6", but, he's not shooting the ball where the Mavs need him to shoot it. And PJ Washington, him being around 6'8", the same size, he's a way better shooter and way more athletic than Grant Williams. So it will make sense with him in the two-man game with either Luka or Kyrie. So the Mavs sitting at the 8th seed, I really like the moves that they made today. Patrick Beverley going to the Bucks to, team up with Dame Lillard, which that's going to be interesting because Pat Bev and Dame have not liked each other throughout their careers because they've been battling. Like Pat Bev's one of the best point guard defenders in the association. So every time they play a Dame Lillard team, that's who he matches up with. And we know Pat Bev, he's on borderline dirty patrol. So, yeah, I get it. So they're going to have to squash.
Those are the players you hate to play, but you love having on your team.
For sure. Absolutely. Like when Patrick
Dame and Giannis need to get over it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
they need some.
Do you say the G in Giannis?
Giannis. I say the G. I say the G in Greek Freak.
There we go. Yeah.
So. Sorry, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
He needs to get over it. Like Pat Bev's going to come in, and he's also going to be a lieutenant for Doc.
Yeah, which Doc's been horrible since he's got to Milwaukee. He's 1-4, so that's not working right now. I mean,
you called that too. You called that.
Yeah.
Doc Rivers said this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, Doc Rivers ain't it. Doc Rivers ain't it. He's one of the most overrated coaches of all time. Again, if you and I were the coaches for that Celtics team in 2008, we're at least getting to the finals. Come on. We got Ray Allen. We got Rondo, KG, Paul Pierce. That's 4 Hall of Famers.
You want to coach the offense or the defense? I'll take the
other. I mean, I won't have to do both or do much with both. So probably the offense just because it's more fun,
Yeah.
Just, hey, Ray, run off screens. Oh, okay. KG, take your man. All right, cool. Paul Pierce, take your man.
He's with that kind of fire and passion, Zay. They need to run through a wall for you.
Hey, that's what it was. That's what I'm saying. Like, how hard did Doc work? How hard did Doc work?
Right.
Like, that's what I mean. Everybody loves that dumbass.
Who do you have to manage? Kendrick Perkins?
Yeah, we'll give him some Boudin. What is he, Belmont boy? Yeah, get him some Boudin.
Len Big Baby Davis?
Get him something to eat too. Manage his weight. He'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that team was good as hell. Yes, Doc has been riding that for a long time. I need those guys. That have done great with less. That's why I put Larry Brown on my NBA Mount Rushmore of coaches.
I love Larry Brown.
He always did it with less. 04 Pistons.
And
that 01 Sixers team.
SMU to legitimacy in basketball.
Exactly. Like, I'll take that any day. So Doc, he'll probably continue to struggle. Milwaukee, they'll get ousted in the playoffs earlier than they should because we don't know why, just because it's a Doc team and this is what he does. He just can't keep all of those guys happy like he mucked up with the Clippers team of Blake Griffin and Chris Paul. I mean, come on.
Have you seen Barnes' new guy, Dalton Connect?
Yeah, I seen that white boy, man. He's serious.
That dude is fun to watch. That dude is fun to watch. He came from Northern Colorado.
Yeah.
And he's averaging 20.2. He might just drag Tennessee to the Final Four like TJ Ford did. Right, BK?
Don't sleep on Tennessee this year. I know it's a Rick Barnes team, so they'll probably flame out earlier in the tournament than they should. But if
he has a player who will go above and beyond like TJ Ford, TJ took Texas to the Final Four.
Yeah,
not Rick.
I think Connect should be the first college player drafted this year. He's that good. And I think Tennessee's a top 3 team in college basketball. Like, I could make a case that they are the best team in college hoops right now. So if I was filling out a bracket today, would I pick them to win it all? Probably not, because that's my UTSD from Barnes kicking in.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, do they have the talent capable of making a very deep tournament run? Absolutely. It's a good squad.
That dude Connect gets whatever he wants. I mean, he's like doing Jordan okey doke stuff where he looks like he's dribbling back out to the 3-point line, and then he turns around and splits dudes and goes in for a dunk. And I'm like, damn, why can't I see that at the Moody Center?
From a who?
Exactly. They don't have Dylan, but he can't handle like that.
Dylan who?
Dylan Mitchell would try to dribble while turning around, and it would be a dunk on the other end.
Dude, he's had back-to-back, like in back-to-back games, he's had turnovers where he dribbles past half court and he'll just stop. BK, he'll just stop and he'll get
pick
stuck.
up your dribble like a 8-year-old girl.
Yeah, what are you picking it up for? Dribble the ball. Dribble the ball.
Actually, don't dribble the ball. Pass the ball.
Don't dribble it and get into like those.
Right, but if you're bringing it up the court.
Yeah, don't get into like the worst spots on the court, which is like right after you cross the line at the half and then you're on the sideline. That's a horrible spot to pick up.
Horrible.
And he's done it twice, and they both resulted in the turnovers.
It's annoying. A guy who's that athletic needs to be a get the rebound and find an outlet guy. That's him. Like, I don't want him dribbling at all. Just get the board. You're great at that. Find a guard and then go down the floor. Because bad things happen when he tries to dribble at 94 feet.
I broke down the numbers for the inside of this morning at Horns 24/7. And Tyrese Hunter, you thought he was bad in Big 12 play? Look at his second half numbers in the 9 Big 12 games. Let me tell you, he is in the second half of the 9 Big 12 games. He is averaging 3.1 points on 32.4% shooting, 2 of 14 from 3. And he's averaging almost as many turnovers, 1.4, as assists, 1.8. I mean, it falls off a cliff. And he's not getting to the free throw line. Hasn't been to the free throw line in the last 5 games. And Tyrese Hunter can get to the free throw line. Like, he can get in the lane, draw contact, and get to the line.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you do. You got to get him going. You're only playing. You got A. Smith, Kendall Weaver, and Hunter in the starting lineup. And IT Horton is your only either that or Chris Johnson, which now I'm starting to understand why. And I know, Zay, I'm with you. But now at least I know why, like, RT takes him for a little, heat check every once in a while to see if what he's working on in practice is starting to develop, because they don't have any guard depth. Yeah. Zero. And RT's subbing Weaver for Brock Cunningham, which I'm good with. I think that's good. But that means Hunter and A. Smith are staying on the floor.
Can we get Tyrese Gibson instead of Tyrese Hunter? I mean, I always hate saying this about a college kid because it feels wrong, but he sucks. Like, Tyrese Hunter sucks. And I hope he uses this as motivation. It's nothing about him as a kid. He sucks right now. as a basketball player. He's a total
Zay
liability.
was saying that maybe he's perfect for the TJ Otzelberger system.
Maybe.
And that that's the best we're going to see of Tyrese Hunter was his year at Iowa State.
Yeah. It's we've seen guys a lot, right? If they're struggling on offense, that impacts their defense, and that's what's happening with Tyrese Hunter too. Like he hasn't even been able to hang his hat on defense the last couple of games, which that's disappointing because even when he was struggling to score the ball, and Zay, you tell me if I'm wrong, he was still playing some pretty high level defense on the perimeter, and Texas needed it because of what A. Smith doesn't do on that end of the floor. But now it's just a few games in a row, like late in games when he needs to get a stop, he just can't do it. He's not doing anything to help the team win right now.
CB says Hunter played better when he had the cramping problems.
Damn, that's cold, CB.
And then it was totally out of line for people to say that Tyrese Hunter needed Midol because that's just wrong.
Yeah, that's cold. That's cold.
Whoever said that, they should hang their head in shame and slap themselves across the face because that's just, come on.
Every single point guard needs a floater. Every single one. Every single
my man Jalen Rose, baby. Oh,
that's the guy you named, Jalen Rose. His float game,
his little lefty.
I mean, he was like 6'8", so that's the point guard for Jalen Rose.
Jalen Rose. I thought you maybe misspoke and meant Jalen Brunson. You mean Jalen Rose?
Hey man. Fab Five, baby.
Hey, Jalen Rose was cold.
Yeah, sure.
I'll give him that. But
point guard with the floater? That Jalen Rose?
He was like 6'8". That's not what I'm talking about exactly, Chip. I like where you're going.
Okay, that's fine.
But yes, give me a floater, Tyrese Hunter. Something. Once you get in that paint and the big man steps up, before you go right into him and fall on the ground and throw up some bullshit, stop, play off 2 feet, play off 1 if you're nasty. You're not, so let's play off 2 feet. Nice little soft floater. Very elementary, right, KD?
The thing is, if you stand next to Tyrese Hunter, he's broad across the shoulders. Like he's thick. He's got some. He'll go in, draw contact, and he's okay. Like he can get that shot up.
But he's
not hitting any.
He's not Derrick Rose. Like Derrick Rose has that same body. Same body.
Well,
I just watched that.
We don't know because Tyrese Hunter doesn't go to the rim, but when he does, he draws contact. And if I'm him right now, he does not want to shoot. Like he turned down 3 wide open shots in the Iowa State game, and
I wish he turned down 8 more.
But if that's happening, you go to the rim. You start going and attacking and trying to draw fouls. He did kind of get fouled, I thought, on 1, and they didn't give it to him. So then he stopped doing that. He hadn't been to the free throw line in 5 games. All right.
God. He's got to figure it out. He's got to figure it out. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Yeah. Because they're going to be on an 8-9 line with Ole Miss. Book it.
Oh.
Book
Ole Miss or A&M?
Ole Miss.
Now A&M needs. They got some work to do, don't they?
They beat the bleep out of Missouri.
Mizzou's 0-10 in the SEC.
Yeah, Missouri's terrible.
Yeah, I thought that
dude
work.
looks like he's getting fired.
Yeah, Dennis Gates. They were a good story last year. They were a solid team, and then they can't beat anybody. So
he's walking around. He's like telling the refs, "Dude, I think I'm going to get fired. I'm 0-8. It's not going well."
Should have hit
him.
All right, Ed Cooley. I'm rich, MFer. That was great. All right, y'all get out of here. Great show.
See you guys.
KD.
Yo, Jalen Rose. So what Chip was thinking of, that was actually Jalen's jump shot. His jump shot looked like his floater.
6'8", lanky, weird form.
Boy, he had an ugly jump shot, bro.
It worked, though.
The jump shot really didn't. But, yeah, everything else did. You're right.
Yeah, he wasn't in the league for as long as he was because of the jump shot, I guess. But he made it work.
God, I love that team, man. That was so much fun.
Yeah. I watched.
I picked them both years to go to the finals.
There you go.
Picked them to beat Carolina on the Weber Travel, and it was a Merrill Lynch pool. And my parents were divorced, so I left my sheet. I was watching 100 games a week at that point. Like, imagine how much college basketball I don't watch now. I was watching that much then. And so I knew my shit and filled out the whole pool, had Michigan and Carolina in the finals. My dad was working a ton and wasn't watching a lot. And we happened to have the final 2 brackets in the Merrill Lynch pool when I had left my whole bracket with him for a week. We had a lot of the same picks, a lot of the same upsets that Bob wouldn't have known about.
Plagiarism.
But Bob took Carolina over Michigan. So we get to the finals, and I could tell he felt kind of bad. I mean, just like probably was like a, $1,000 or $800, lottery. And for me at that age, I mean, it's like getting a $100,000 deal right now, right? I mean, I needed that. Bob didn't need it. And he also knew he had cheated off me. And he said, well, I'll make a deal with you right now. Whoever wins, we split it. And I went back and forth that weekend, back and forth. And I go, you know what? I'll take it. Glad I did.
Yeah, the right move.
He's still never copped to that too. He kind of has, but not really.
That was my next question. He never fessed up?
Kind of a tongue-in-cheek hoodwink,
Yeah.
I may have looked at it a little bit. All right, shut up,
Yeah, you had every single pick identical to me except for the national championship. What do you mean you might have looked at it?
Yeah, and there were a couple. It'd be like you. I'd took a San Diego win then, but like here and there as a 13, and he took them, and I'm like, Dad, you never watched them all year.
Yeah. He's like, I just had a feeling, it's just a lucky guess, I suppose.
And he was at the office saying, look, my kid, just pretty much did everything I did.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, taking all the credit for it. That's a good move. That's what you're supposed to do as a dad.
I mean, I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah, how she goes. Oh, man. Trey will be with KD at 4 o'clock. Trey's out for the first hour. I don't even know what he's doing, but he asked me to fill in for hour 1 today. So you and I will roll till 4, and then you and Trey will get your hour in from 4 to 5 this afternoon.
I'm doing cryo, Plyramics, and Synergy, Sunkafa, Lika, which really focuses on the hip and the knee, and hopefully it'll open up a little bit.
Well, Kevin will be joining us at 4 o'clock. It's another hour of Trey and BK right here. Didn't even realize what was coming today. Yeah, I mean, that's probably not too far off from what he actually is doing. I don't know. Hopefully it's something child related, but it could be volleyball or workout or cryo or any of that shit with him. You never know.
I'm doing open reflexive, strength, cardio, reverse training.
Reverse cowgirl training? He's doing that? Probably not. It's not for me to ask.
Trey hasn't done cowgirl in a long time.
No, I can't imagine.
I was probably the one he did it with last. We were in Mexico. It was a bachelor party. Relax.
I was just going to ask you to elaborate a little bit. I'm very calm here. Oh, man. How you doing today? You good?
Yeah, I am. I know a lot of people have had this. Like my allergies are hitting me, but it is what it is. So, but yeah, good day. Long ass day, but good day. So it's always fun to finish off with this, man.
Yeah, I hate saying this after your cowgirl comment, but my throat has been killing me the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, my throat, my eyes are on fire. You'll probably see me. I've got medicated eye drops now, so you'll probably see me throw those in there. So I'm not stoned, but I wish I was.
Yeah, I did too. Be great.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
I may actually even hit that up at 4:30.
There you go. Go with me. Let me ask you this. Trey and I were talking about this earlier today. It was a tweet we sent out, and it's generated lots of reaction on Twitter.com. You familiar with that website?
Twitter.com. I got ESPN, CBS, Pornhub. Oh, is that X?
X, yes.
Sorry, I'm kind of a new age type of guy, dude. Like,
Wow. Modernized.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah.
You've evolved a little bit. Didn't
Like
expect that.
I don't say Town Lake, I say Ladybird Lake.
Yeah.
I call it Miller, like all you oldies do. I call it Mueller Development.
Dude, how much would I have to pay you for you to actually do that the rest of your life? Like all the old Austin terms that people have unnecessarily modernized, like for you to start calling them by their new names, how much would it take for you to, without any jokes or sarcasm like that, like how much money would it require to get you to be a 2024 Austinite instead of the 80s one that you are right now?
It should take a lot more. It really should. But I'm such a slut that probably not as much as it should. So I don't know. Give me a number and we'll negotiate.
10K. Wow, I thought it would require way more than that.
Can we go 15? That was my dad's high number in bowling.
Yeah, he copied that from you too, I'm sure.
Do you remember Costanza whenever he's selling off his dad's stuff and he lied that he was dead? He goes, and he was just trying to get like a couple. It was like, 120. He's like, can we do 125? That was my dad's high in bowling,
I don't remember that one. That went over my head. Well done.
Yeah.
Shoot.
10K. Hell yeah.
You do
and
it.
I would just lie to you and not do it.
Nah, that checks out right there.
That checks out.
God. All right, man. What's so a couple of thoughts, couple of Twitter experiments from the last couple of days. I want to get your takes on. These are one current Texas football related question and one blast from the past Texas football question. And I think I know your answer to this one, but we'll start with it anyways. If you were given the choice, would you rather take a mulligan on the 2001 Big 12 championship game for Texas football or the 2008 Texas Tech game in Lubbock for Texas football?
Not even close. Easy. 2008.
Yeah.
We ain't beating Miami, dude. I was at a TCU house, Johnny Rogers, who of all people, his apartment, and we're all about to go to the game, and we're watching would have been Nebraska, Colorado, right? And the counter tray they're running and just blowing shit up against Nebraska. We knew at that point, if we win this game, we're in the championship game. But it was kind of it was really exciting for us because none of us in our lifetime have been in that spot. I mean, you say 83, but we knew that, dude, no one's beating Miami. And that Texas team, which was a good team, but soft and had a lot of Greg Davis vibes and Mad Dog vibes in it, they weren't winning that. 08 could have won it.
Yeah, that's sort of been the consensus response on Twitter, right? Like, even though 2001 was a conference title game and 2008 was a regular season game, I mean, look, Texas beats Tech. They played for the conference title. They win that conference title. They're in the national championship game, and they're playing a Florida team that was very good. And I want to ask you this, too, because Trey and I got into this yesterday. Like, 2008 is the first real season of Texas football I remember vividly. It's about 14 at the time. I remember like bits and pieces of previous years, but like from start to finish, that's like, I guess when I hit that age where I really started remembering sports shit. But I 2008 Florida. Like, I remember them as being a really good team, right? Urban Meyer, coach. They had Tebow, who was awesome. They had a murderer who was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, all sorts of NFL, Percy Hart, like ridiculous NFL
They had
talent on that
they had
team.
like 9 of them, dude.
Yeah, you're right. No, they had a whole roster of criminals.
You talking
really.
Forrest Jenkins? You talking Hernandez? Who are we talking here?
Yeah, it's true. You can probably keep going. I'm sure there's a few more that we haven't thought of. But would you have picked Texas to win that game? Like, I almost feel like there's a little bit of revisionist history going on with Longhorn fans. I mean, if you compare 2008 Florida to 2001 Miami, 2008 Florida is the easier opponent. There's no debate there. But like, are you confident that if we got a UT-UF matchup instead of the Florida OU matchup, which we did get, would you have felt good about Texas's chances to win that one?
Oh no, they lose by 10 or 14. No, I mean, you have to go back to Florida and the defensive line they had with Carlos Dunlap and guys like that. They would have eaten that Texas offensive line up. It wasn't just the 09 offensive line, which was shitty, or for that type of national team. The 08 team was pretty close too. No, they lose, but I'll take my odds over 01 Miami.
Yeah. Okay.
And that 01 Texas team, which really still had a lot of stuff to figure out as a program. A lot of talent and just, they just weren't that great. I mean, they were really damn talented and good, but they wouldn't have beaten Miami. But great question. But no, I'd take Florida and Miami to beat both those teams respectively.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of. I mean, Florida beat OU 24-14. That was the final score of that national championship. And since that tweet went out a couple of days ago, there's been a lot of like, oh, we would have beat Florida. And I'm like, I was 14, but I remember that Florida team being really good, like really, really good. And I think it would have been a close game, maybe closer than 24-14, but we would have been underdogs. Florida was number one for most of that season. Like, I can't sit here and be like, that loss to Tech cost us a national championship, like without question. And I feel better about Colt getting hurt costing us a national championship in 09 more than that Tech game in 08 costing us a national championship.
Yeah, I agree. The 08 thing sucked because they should have played for it. And at that point, who knows? I mean, they were talented enough. Problem too is the Ahmad Black, Janoris Jenkins, like their secondary would have locked down Jordan, Quan, and what really made that team go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's random thought.
I love it.
The other one,
Chris Obanaya. Shit. I mean, heck, I would have loved to have seen it. I don't know, but I would have gone in there feeling like a true underdog.
It's good to hear you say that because that's kind of how my memory remembers things too.
You're right. I mean, it's easy for us to go back and look at stuff. I mean, there are a lot of other, baseball and football, not a lot, but definitely baseball teams where I'm like, fuck, they were the best team. They should have won it. And they, but not that team. But I wish they would have played for it because they deserve that.
How many should Texas baseball have?
I went through it the other day, 13.
And they've got 6 and they should have 13?
Yeah. In my lifetime.
God.
Right. I'm not even talking 70s, 60s, 50s. Yeah. Should have won it in 82. 82 is the best team in my lifetime, funny enough. Should have won it in 82, won it in 83, lost in the championship 3-1 to Augie in 84. They were a better team. 85, they were easily the best team in the country. Had 2 chances to beat Miami. Lost 2-1 on a Bill Bates dropped foul ball, fly ball in foul territory. Then lost 10-6 in the second one. 89, they weren't the best team in the country, but they got to the championship game, and CBS had just changed it that year to where, even if you're undefeated, the other team has 1 loss, unlike 85, where Miami had to beat Texas twice. You only had 1 game, and Texas couldn't throw Dressendorfer, and Wichita State throws their ace, beat Texas 5-3. Should have been 1 more game because we each have 1 loss at that point. We're going with Dress, and they're going with the typical Wichita State number 2 guy who's, Peter Pockendock. Threw with his left foot. 2004, obviously. 2009. Yeah, anywhere from 12 to 15. But I don't think.
No, not at all. What was the Wichita State? Yeah, that was the CBS TV deal that just
89.
after. Yeah.
Fuck you.
They had a guy that threw with his left foot, too. That would have been great television.
It had a lot of movement, though.
Yeah, they missed out on that. It really should have been a second game. That would have been great for TV ratings.
It was Jim Abbott's brother. Too soon.
Not soon enough, someone
Did
argued.
you ever see Jim Abbott? Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
You're not talking about the Texas Hammer, are you? It's Jim Adler. Sorry about that. Different guy.
No.
Yeah. We are actually, Bucky and I are talking to David Pierce tomorrow. You have any questions that we should ask him about this year's team. I mean, opening day is literally a week from tomorrow. It feels like college baseball starts earlier every single year.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a sport that should start in February at all.
Right.
I'm not too upset about it. I'm excited to watch the team, and they've got a shot to be really good again this season.
Yeah.
But like February 15th or 16th, I guess that's a week from tomorrow. Feels so early for any sort of baseball. But anything you want to know from David Pierce tomorrow morning when we get the chance to talk to him?
Yeah, ask him if he's still going to coach third base.
Okay. He is, right? Always. Your favorite?
Yeah, man. He's not, Ask him if they could run the bases this year.
Okay.
No, actually, don't.
That'll be my first question.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You going to wear the John Olerud hat helmet again this year?
Yeah. Oh, God. All right, hold on. You there? There we go. Okay.
You're taking for a ride over here.
Yeah, cowgirl style.
There you go. Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of what questions. Maybe relief pitching. I mean, a serious question to ask about that because, it looks like they got all the starters set up, but kind of how is all that playing out? How are they defining roles and stuff like that?
Okay. Very good. That's a conversation coming up tomorrow. I think you and I will be out there next Friday doing a little pregame show.
I know. I'm looking forward to it, buddy.
Yeah, with the Occupy Left Field folks. Got to make sure they've got power out there. I was texting Pena, and he's like, yeah, last year we had power, so we should be good. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm going to drive by just to make sure.
Power, he means they have a lot of fireball shots.
Yeah, I got a hunch like as soon as the broadcast wraps up, you're going to be on your way out. And you're hopefully going to Irish goodbye just so you don't happen to get handed a fireball shot before you leave.
No, I'm gonna. I mean, it's one of those things now. Like I'll go out and like not even drink, but I'll, if I'm trying to Irish goodbye and do what I do and be the homebody that I am and go back home, I'll still Uber places because I know there's a good chance that a situation like that, it's because they're all great people and I actually do love hanging out there. That we're probably gonna have like 4 or 5 fireball shots during that telecast.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah, during. Yeah, not even after, right? What am I talking about? Like.
Yeah. And when I say have, meaning that you and I will be called pussy and loser, and we're not mature enough to handle that, so we're going to take the shot, as anyone should.
It's accurate. Yeah. No, bullying works, kids.
It does. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, we need more bullying. No, I'm kidding. Trace, last show.
Yeah, some people can be bullied. I don't know if we like this guy. Did Trey show you this?
Yeah, no, this guy needs to be bullied.
Yeah, this guy can get bullied. There are certain people out there.
He needs to get his fucking ass beat is what he needs.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps doing that in the middle of parking lots, he might get run over by a car, which probably do the trick.
I saw a guy today. I'm off Lamar, like turning on 45th. Younger guys got the headphones in. As he's crossing the street. So of course I can't help myself, and like, he's crossing the crosswalk, and as I'm taking a right, I look at him and just go, and all of a sudden he got real subconscious. I'm like, dude, there are a million cars around. You didn't know that people were looking at you, that you look fucking ridiculous.
It wasn't like a druggie, right? Like it was just a
no. Probably 25-year-old Asian kid who, nice clothes and lived around there, but was definitely feeling the jams, brah.
Was he grunting and moaning like that too while he was walking?
I don't know. Window was up, but I assumed he was.
And you did it too, and he's like embarrassed.
We kind of looked at me, he's like, and I started laughing. I'm like, well, dude, we all saw that. Like,
right.
I wasn't like, I wasn't peering through your window there.
Right. Yeah. Did he forget he was out in public? It sounds like he literally just thought he was at home.
I guess. I don't know.
Dance like no one's watching, but people are watching.
Yeah. I mean, I almost wanted to pull over and be like, dude, what are you listening to?
Yeah.
Do I need to listen to this? Taylor Swift. All right, never mind.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, honestly. That'd be my guess. 25-year-old Asian guy. I don't know. I don't know if that would be a Taylor Swift one.
I have no idea. Yeah, who are the Swift? I mean, they're like, do white guys 25, Asian guys, black guys 25-year-olds, dudes, do they listen to Taylor Swift?
I mean, depends on how much they're trying to get laid.
Probably not brothers. And I mean, that is a total respect to brothers.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how much you're trying to get laid, and it depends on how good your game is. Like, you could be trying to get laid a lot, like I am, but have good enough game to where you don't have to stoop to the level of doing stuff like that just to get women to like you. But
that was always a good feeling whenever you got to a point where it's like, I don't have to go 100% to get this done. I'm still going 80%. I'm still doing stuff that I wouldn't tell a priest, but I'm not, I'm not wearing grandma's panties anymore.
Oh, you were doing that for a while too?
Yeah, and it would have been to get laid. It was more of a emotional attachment, like a security blanket.
Yeah, just felt good, man.
It felt good.
100%. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
it's 30 minutes and he's like, dude, I forgot. I hate you.
I miss this shit, dude. Although we couldn't say most of this shit on the radio when we were rocking together.
No, we kind of would, but we'd say it during breaks for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Good times.
Like, people have asked me, I was like, you get more of what was in breaks for the radio shows we did right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Well said.
You get it.
That's a good way to describe kind of what we are, because people were always, we'd come back from breaks, especially towards the end when we were on Twitch and like people could see us.
Yeah.
And we'd come back and we'd all be cracking up. It was every show. I mean, obviously you, me, and Rod at the end, but you and Chad and Trey when y'all were together. I mean, Trey and I when we were together, like every show. It was just, we'd come back from break and still be cracking up, and everyone would be like, what the hell is so funny? What were y'all laughing about?
Yeah.
We're like, we can't tell you. We wish we could.
Yeah.
But we can't. Now we kind of can. I like that.
Not kind of can. It's all we do.
That's true. Yeah, it's literally the 9 hours of programming that we have every single day right here on TSU.
I have something that I think is going to be good for us in TSU. And you and I'll get into it off the air, but was meeting some guys last night. Some of the stuff they're doing that's going to, I think we can all, work together and have some synergy. And but there were a lot of people that are really fired up about TSU.
Yeah. The reaction's been great, and we're up over 7,300 subscribers right now in less than 6 months, which is awesome.
That's
and I love that. Yeah, there's still people finding out about us, like I know we've got a good product, but it's any new business I'm sure deals with this, just making sure our name gets out there a little bit. So we've got some things in the works. I mean, a lot of the people who are watching and listening to us right now have done a great job telling their friends and families. And we can't thank y'all enough for that, and we hope you continue to do that. But big pushes coming up in 2024. But excited to grow this thing. And the athletic department's in a good spot right now. Some things, you and I talked about it either Tuesday or last week. I can't remember, right? Some things are still up in the air in terms of if you have the right people in place for certain jobs, but a lot of things are going really, really well for UT, and this is a good time to kind of do what we do and get this thing rolling. It's been fun.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, even with, you would say right now, and we talked about it last week, the two would be Rodney Terry and David Pierce, probably in that order. I'm definitely in that order. Let's give David some love here. But it's not like we've been in worse spots as Texas fans with coaches in those sports. Maybe not those sports, because once again, baseball's so unfair, dude. Like, having the baseball job is like, oh, the previous 4 guys coached here for 100 years. And they're all Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
David
Pierce could win a title at Texas, and people would still think that's not enough. Like, if it's just a singular title, that's the standard with Texas baseball. And you look at his predecessors, and obviously they won more than one.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Billy Dish would have won. God knows how many he would have won. And getting back to it, if you want to really count and go back to 1900, Texas would have like 28.
Yeah.
Fuck you, LSU. Fuck you, USC. I don't want to fucking hear any of it. We are the Yankees.
All right. Yep. Yeah, we don't claim we don't go Aggie on that deal. Although we could, because they're actual championships, but we don't do it, I guess.
What how did that even come up? Was he
that is, we were talking about Asians and Taylor Swift and getting laid, and then we got to We're the fucking Yankees, bro.
No. I'm sorry. I meant how did Elko even bring that up? I thought you were referencing that.
Oh, when he what did he say? The flagship university of the state the other day. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, no.
I mean, you say, I guess you say what you say in those press conferences to try to get people to like you, but you sound like an idiot when you say that. It's not only Texas fans who think he's an idiot for saying that. Like everybody in the world who doesn't root for A&M is like, what are you doing, dude? Why are you lying to the people like that? Come on.
Yeah, at some point when you're so oblivious to stuff as a person or a group, I've been there personally, you've been there, we've all been there. When you continue to be that oblivious, someone needs to wake your ass up and say, hey, if you want to get shit straight, maybe stop being so oblivious to everything. Or stop living in this fantasy world. Because there's no you're right. There's someone in Maine who doesn't give a shit about either and be like, well, I can look at it. No, you're not. What?
It's like it's a clickbait comment. Like, does he need to be doing stuff like that? You know, it's the same with any coach, right? If he wins, it doesn't matter what he says at the press conference. But like, do you need to be just drawing attention to yourself and to your program like that? Or should you be focused on, maybe trying to find ways to win games and do better than the guy who just got fired before you?
Yeah. And I think because he hadn't coached the game yet. And I mean, he doesn't sound like an Aggie. He sounds like a Yankee. And he's just getting used to it that, throw that out there. It's some easy chum for them. But I would hope any Aggie worth their salt would be very embarrassed by that.
I feel like most of them were not. Most of them probably ate it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's also one of those, I guess my point with the being oblivious is you can eat all that stuff up. At some point, you're going to put some cold water on your face and realize, the reason we've been such a fucking national joke since 1939 in almost everything, their baseball program is easily the biggest joke of big time programs who should have been to.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Got you now. You got me?
All right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just it keeps on rotating, but hopefully we'll be good to go. Their football program, and I mean this in a weird way as a compliment to A&M. Like, they should have done a lot more than they have, right? And they know that. If you secretly know that, get some cold water on the face and say, you know what? No, none of this. We're going to call it like it is. We've been a fucking joke. Let's turn that around right now. Because if we keep on telling ourselves that we've been better than we actually have been, and everyone's laughing at us, but we can just kind of hide underneath our blanket and go, everything's okay. I'm doing well in life. It's going to continue. So as a Texas fan, keep it up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if Elko did say something along those lines at either his introductory press conference or the NSD one he had yesterday, that worried me a little bit. If he's just like, I'm here because this program has failed miserably for a long time.
Yeah.
And they felt like they had to turn to me to make things right. And that is my goal, like to get us where A&M fans feel like we should be.
Right.
That is why I am here. That is my goal. Not to make these clickbait comments, not to just say stuff to try to piss the T-Sips off. Like, just, we've sucked. My job is to make sure we don't suck anymore. If he said that, I'm sure a lot of Aggie fans would be like, dude, how can you say that? How can you say we suck? But the real ones, like that you talked about, they'd be like, no, shit, this is cool. This is what we've needed. We've needed this around here for a long time, and we finally have a guy who's going to do it. Uh-oh. Back-to-back freezes from KD. Now we've lost him for a second. All right, well, we effort to get KD's, I think he's on an iPhone when he does the show these days, because that's usually better than his computer's Wi-Fi, which that doesn't make any sense. Maybe he's on LTE. That would make a little bit more sense. But so you guys don't have to see just my face for a moment. Let's let you see the faces of Dan and Hayden Covert. A word from one of our great sponsors, Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Covert BK. Also, some love to Bet US. If you're looking to make some money on Super Bowl Sunday this weekend, make sure you get over to Bet US. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below. If you're listening on the app, just click Explore Our Socials on the app and then hit the link for Bet US. Make an account, deposit $50, and well, they're going to match your deposit. They're going to give you free money so you can win more money. And yeah, you'll be on your way to cashing in on the biggest sporting event of the year. But you don't have to wait till Sunday to get involved. You've got NBA tonight. You've got the NHL. You've got college basketball. You've got golf going on. If you want to bet on all of it, you can do so at BetUS, where the game begins. Once again, click the link below in the description, and you will be on your way to winning. Also, some love to audio visual consultations, 512-255-8678. That's the phone number to call. You see the TVs behind me. These were hooked up by AV Consultations, and I didn't buy these TVs. Like AV Consultations, they got me a great deal. They got the TVs. They can get all the equipment at great prices because they buy them in bulk, and then they'll hook you up. They install it professionally. You don't see any wires sticking out. TVs look great. They're super easy to use. They answered every question that I have. They're the very best at what they do. So don't mount your own TVs. Don't buy your own TVs. Let them literally do everything. You will thank me later. I've been a proud customer of audiovisual for a long time now. They've been around since 1988. KD's gone through AV Consultations. Trey, Bucky, all of us, man. Chip has had 3 houses hooked up by AV Consultations. Tom McKay and the crew at AVC. Nobody does it better. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. Oh, KD is, I see his screen, but don't see the visual yet. See if we can get some things set up there. Shout out to AV Consultations, though, and also some love to Altstad Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. If you got Super Bowl parties coming up, of course you have Super Bowl parties coming up. Make sure you show up with some Altstad Beer, the best beer that you can find. It's easy to find, too. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go. Get you some Altstad Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. Oh, you're on mute on the computer now. We see you, which is good.
So the phone like was fucking up, and computer like that, baby. God is great.
I don't even know. It's amazing. It's like Russian roulette trying to figure out what device is going to connect at your apartment these days.
My work one's coming in. Should be in, I think, next week. So, and then at that point, I'm going to take this one in. You know, it's funny. I act like, I mean, it's mainly for work, but I act like, hey, I could do anything without technology. But like, I didn't want to give this one in and not have anything, you know?
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about a computer, right? Not a phone.
Oh yeah. I mean, the phone's fine, you know, but obviously StreamYard maybe a little bit too much for the phone.
Yeah. Do you have a work phone too, or are you just one phone guy?
No, I was a 2-phone guy for too long, especially at Morgan, and I hate having 2 phones. I mean, at some point I needed a Merce, you know, or a fanny pack, and I'm not that old yet. So no, I only have this phone, which is great. I only want 1 phone. I didn't want 2 computers either, but you know, with all this going on, and so kind of is what it is, but. Getting back to it. So
yes,
A&M, and I really do mean that as a compliment, but I mean, I think you mentioned it, you go, you TCIP, you know, TU, they're 51-year-old guys who make $2 million a year and own 3 corporations and say TU. I can't even say University of Texas. That is your problem. If you went to a really good shrink and said, so, what are all the issues here, Gerald? And you kept on saying TU. And she goes, well, you keep on saying TU. Yeah, Texas University. Oh, you mean the University of Texas? I went to TCU. I'm not a Texas fan, but like that's what they're called.
Yeah.
And you're in your 50s. You have 3 kids. That is the crux of their problem. I know it doesn't sound like it, but like you could start there and right away just unravel everything that they've been going through.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, how is TU even insulting? Like,
that's the other thing.
Like, I get you and I are in the same boat with horns down. We don't give a shit. I think it's hilarious. I think it should be promoted, right? Like, stuff.
It's a compliment.
It's a compliment. And I'll say this about any trash talk in sports. Like, that's what makes sports great. It's the competition. Like, yeah, exactly. In college sports, like, rivalries are awesome. So if your rival is doing horns down, then cool, beat them, shut them up, whatever.
Right.
But like, I get why some Texas fans out there don't like horns down. I can't sit here. I wish I could sit here and say 100% of this fan base feels like we do when it comes to horns down. It's not true. There are some Texas fans who don't like it, and I get why they don't like it. I don't agree with it at all, but I get it.
My mom, 8th generation Austinite and Texan, and is kind of a country girl, and God bless anyone who ever tries to break into her home. She answered the door the other day and had a gun behind her. It's like, Mom, she's like, oh, they were trying to, she's like, I didn't know who it was.
When you showed up?
No, someone else did. Someone was, going around the neighborhood in Taylor, and my mom answers and has, her right hand behind her, and she had a fucking Glock. Like, she's got guns everywhere. But she's the type, that kind of person that it doesn't keep her up at night. But she doesn't like it.
Look, is it disrespectful at its core? Sure, it is. And I think it's cool. Like, I think disrespect amongst sports fans should be promoted. You're repping your team. You're talking trash about your rival. That's fine. I'm also not going to visit your mom without you ever. Not that I was going to do that before I heard that story.
You've been there.
I know.
She's a sweet woman, and she's all of 5'2", 100 pounds.
I love her. She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's like so much fun to talk to and hilarious. But yeah, make sure when we go visit her next time, we call her like 3 times on our way just to let her know that we are coming. It is us.
Well, if you remember, you and I were out with rest in peace, John Miller. And John loved you and I and wanted to bring us to his barbecue spot. We sat there and drank some beers and ate a bunch of incredible brisket and just shot the shit. But it was close to Taylor, so we're going to stop by there. And I did call a couple times.
Yeah, you did, just to make sure. Oh, God. All right, so long-winded way of getting to I get how you find horns down offensive. How is TU offensive at all? Like, what? That's just, you sound like an idiot. Like you said, you're just saying it wrong. Like, are you talking about Tulane? Like, Tulsa? Who is TU? What is that? And why is that? Like, is that the bit? Oh, we're calling them by the wrong name, and that's gonna really stick it to them. It's like, no, you literally sound dumb as shit. When you say that. Like, what is the goal there? You're embarrassing yourself way more than you're embarrassing us.
Yes. And I've taught, look, we all have Aggie buddies, Sure. That's a funny thing. I thought about it. Like, a lot of my friends ended up going, or a lot of them, ended up going to A&M, or, I knew Aggies growing up. I've dated Aggies. I never had anyone who went to Oklahoma. That's changed a lot, obviously, from 97 to now, from Austin schools. A lot of kids actually do go there. But I've talked to some smart Aggies about it. They're like, well, actually, technically in the Constitution it was. And I'm like, all right, dude, it's the University of Texas. Like, and you're Texas Agricultural Mechanical. Like just, it is what it is. Just beat us on the field and no one will care about what the name is.
Yeah. Like most of my Aggie buddies, like they think it's a joke too. Like, I don't know if it's a generational thing. Like maybe as we get the old heads start to die off a little bit, then that insult won't be as prevalent as it has been. But like the guys my age who went to A&M are just like, you're Texas. We hate you, but you're TU. Right. What is that? Yeah. Like T-SIP, I guess makes sense because that's, I don't know, a personality shot.
Yeah. I get that.
That one actually is like, okay, like not a great insult, but an insult that has some legs to it. Sure. That's funny.
Yeah. There's some truth there. There are some very T-sipping Texas fans,
1000%. But like the TU, it's like, what do you, I'll never get it. I'll never get most of what they do, but that's at the very top of the list of things that I just don't understand about the cult that is A&M.
Yeah, and not to come off as too sexist here, but
that's a good start.
Put some fucking broads for your cheerleaders. Come on, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but the funniest thing ever would be to see USC and A&M play in football. Because whatever you think of USC year in and year out in my 45 years, holy fuck balls.
Dude.
At 12, I wanted to nail all of them. At 45, I wanted to nail all of them. They are year in and year out fucking smoke shows with their sweaters and their little boobies popping around. And then you've got, woo, and grabbing ass Rick Perry style.
I'm surprised. Like, there's obviously been a push for male cheerleaders on like NFL teams, right? In recent years, we've seen a few NFL teams like add a male cheerleader to the squad. Yeah. Has there ever been a push at A&M for the opposite?
Oh yeah, no, I've got
like, yeah, but obviously because they want women, like they want to look at women, but it's not like a culture like equality. Like I'm talking about in terms of equality, like. Well, for the other way, it's like, why don't we let a man be in there? They can be cheerleaders too. Like at A&M, why is it not? Or I'm surprised it hasn't been. Like, why can't we have a woman in there at the A&M cheerleading squad? How has no one stepped up? And I guess it's A&M, but it still feels weird.
The problem is they haven't gotten a lot of interest from the women that are there because women are like men. And if you're going to be in a social organization like that, you want to have an opposite sex is actually into you. Getting back to Rick Perry.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, USC. So Texas, we had that home and home against USC, right? It was towards the end. Maybe it was right after I graduated college. It was in the last decade, maybe
Was that Sam game that they should have won like his freshman year?
Yeah, 17-18. We played out there first.
Sam Darnold, right?
Sam Darnold. Yeah, we should have beat them.
Yep.
They had that.
Michael Pittman.
Yeah, that last second. It wasn't a Hail Mary. Remember at the end of the first half, they called like a screenplay, and we couldn't tackle the.
Oh, was that Roland Jones?
Yeah, it might have been Charlie Strong's favorite, Roland Jones the second. He probably called him the fourth or something on that. Email too, idiot.
I called him Trey.
Ridiculous. And then we beat him the next year in Austin. We beat the brakes off of him the following year. It was, I think, JT Daniels. That was a JT Daniels team that came to Austin.
How many times did we fucking play JT Daniels? Like 3?
Yeah, we played him at 3 different schools, SC, West Virginia, and Rice. Yeah. Amazing. I think he's done. I think he has to be done at this point. But
everything I heard, I think him and Brock Cunningham are starting a real estate firm. They've been doing it for 10 years. So, I mean, they have experience.
Yeah. They both have like at least 3 degrees to their names at this point. But USC, yeah, I mean, obviously the cheerleaders, but just that campus in general, like walking around. I was right out of college too, so I was as horny as you could possibly be.
Yeah.
But just the pregame, just walking around the tailgates at USC, it was like, dude, I could count on 2 hands the amount of girls I did not find attractive there.
Yeah.
And there were like thousands of them walking around, and it was just like it'd be mystifying if I found one that I didn't want to sleep with. That's how insane all of them are out there. It's ridiculous.
So junior year, my dad takes me, I'd been a couple times, but takes me to South Bend, right? Notre Dame game.
Sure.
And, just to see, I mean, if I did get in, it's a place you want to go to. And I was pretty sure I wanted to go to UT, and he knew that. But, I also respect Notre Dame. It's a great school. So we're walking around campus all weekend long, go to the game. And like on the last day, we're walking by, and the hottest chick I'd seen by far is walking the other way. Dude, I was a junior in high school, and there weren't many girls my age who looked twice at me. So I looked second trimester and, still had slime on me like the nurse had and wiped me off. That's what happens with babies, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. So we're walking by. I'm just like, and she doesn't even look at me. And I look at my dad and I said, that's the hottest chick by far I've seen all weekend. He goes, what would she be in Austin? I don't know, 6 or 7. And he looks at me, he goes, you're not coming here, are you? And I go,
Decision's been made. He do.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. No, because we played
Dad,
Notre
I
Dame.
respect your alma mater. I'm going to root for him. I ain't coming here.
Yeah. Because we played Notre Dame 2 years before, right? 2015, up in South Bend. And that was my senior year. So I made that same trip. And did not have a similar experience as I did at USC.
Beautiful campus, though, right?
Gorgeous campus.
Yeah.
Linebackers was the cool bar.
Yeah.
Awesome spot. People there were not. I mean, there are some stories like everyone tries to generalize every fan base. It's the stupidest thing ever. Like, I love Texas fans, of course. I love Texas, but we have some shitheads. Every fan base has some great fans that are fun to be around, awesome people, and every fan base also has like just a-holes.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
Yeah.
It's just you get lucky, right? Like I know people who went to South Bend.
Every race has everything.
Bingo. The hasty generalizations we all make, and we're all guilty of it. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I've never done it.
Right.
Whatever. It's bad. It's a bad bit. I wish it's something I didn't do. It's something we all should do a lot less of. But yeah, it's like I had a great time at Notre Dame. There's some people who were like, oh, they were a-holes, they were jerks. Everyone who talked to me was incredibly nice, incredibly welcoming. Like I walked into the basketball stadium and like just walked around there, and everyone was like, oh, come in, like come check this out. Here's this. And I'm like, this is fantastic. And then I got back and people were like, oh, they sucked. But anyways, the women up there, all the hottest women who were at that game were wearing burnt orange.
Yeah.
Wasn't even close.
Yeah. Or she's 35 and her husband and her took a private jet from Chicago. It's like, that's an hour long trip. We didn't want to do it. We just took the, whatever. They flew in from LA.
Yeah.
And, she's married with a huge rock and you ain't getting in on that until the prenup's done.
Yeah. If even then, because she's probably got a
no,
list.
you and I aren't. Someone else is.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I don't even know how we got down that rabbit hole.
This is why I love talking with you, talking with Trey. I have no idea how Trey, we just had an hour-long car wreck. We don't know what the fuck we talked about. So
it's good. It was a good car wreck, though, I think. Nobody died. No serious injuries. At least I don't.
Oh, no, it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. I like car wrecks. Minor ones.
Like to be in them, to watch them, to
more to be in them.
Okay. What were some of the topics?
A&M, TSIP, BK. We got into sexual stuff, fat girls at Notre Dame,
hot girls at USC.
Yep.
Rick
Perry and his tendencies.
The girls at USC and Notre Dame are wearing sweaters and sweatshirts for completely different reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
That was right in front of me, man. I talked about the USC sweaters, and I thought in my head, I was like, BK, in the winter, they're wearing a lot of sweaters. Fat girls are good at that, really good at hiding stuff like that. And we're guys, we're fucking stupid, so we don't care. And, once you get in the bedroom and all the layers are off,
It's too late at that point, right? What are you going to do?
Well, it's not too late, but we're pigs, so.
Yeah.
You just deal with the squishiness at that point, I guess.
Yeah. And by the way, bigger girls are better lays anyway.
More cushion for the pushing?
Yeah, and they're given a little bit more.
Trying harder?
Yeah. Blowjobs, all that.
Yeah. Checks out.
Well, they do. Never mind.
All right. You guys talk for a minute. Give me a goddamn second.
Wait a second. I thought I was the one who was supposed to be leaving right now. What happened?
All systems go, it sounds like.
Only two technical difficulties for Kevin in hour one. He froze once and then froze a second time and had to switch from his phone to his computer. And you just never know what device is going to be working for him. But I think we're on computer now.
Phone to computer.
Phone to computer. Yeah, he started with the phone, which has been working well for y'all the last few weeks. That crapped out. So he made the switch to the computer, which I think is where he just was. And so far, so good, but knock on wood.
Yeah. Thank you, Longhorn Bear. What's a computer? It was a blast from the past.
What's a computer?
There it is.
Oh, you got it in there. I didn't realize that.
What's a computer?
Yeah, I haven't played that one as much. That commercial is like old. That has not been a thing in years. So you got to be a true fan of ours to remember that drop, because even towards the end of the time at the station, I wasn't playing that much because that commercial was old then. So I don't know. What were you doing? You told me what you were doing. Family stuff, gym stuff.
Yeah, so the girl has her tumbling practice on Thursdays now. She just got moved up a level. Unfortunately, we were on Wednesdays previously, which is when I'm not on from 3 to 5. So I have more flexibility, and it's when we try to schedule stuff. But the new class is only available on certain days, not including Wednesdays. Well, Justine works from home on Thursdays, and so she has some flexibility with regards to rides to and from. But she had a work call that was just unavoidable this week. So I appreciate you guys helping me out there. So I dropped her off at tumbling and then went and grabbed Calvin from something called Run Club, which they hold after school on Thursdays at Rick Perry Elementary School. Hey, speaking of Rick Perry, in Cedar Park. And so, yeah, it's just them running around a field for like 30 to 45 minutes, which is good exercise. It's nice to get them outside if the conditions allow. And so I scooped him up and then just got back home a few minutes ago.
There aren't too many clubs that I don't have any interest in, but a running club, no chance.
I have already been the asshole in my household and going old man on running clubs and how stupid and pointless the act of running is. Understanding that running can be good for a person mentally, physically, like in terms of the effort exerted, it is not as good as plenty of other exercises. And you actually get to a point of not just diminishing returns, but where you're breaking your body down to the degree that it becomes pretty harmful for you too. And that's around it's different for everybody, but around the half marathon or marathon distance that people like to run.
Why would you ever run a marathon?
I don't get it, dude. There are people that run like 50 and 100 miles. There's something called the Death Valley 100, I believe, where you're literally running through Death Valley for 100 miles out in California. And you have to run. You have to run on the paint on the road, on the white on the side of the road. Otherwise, your shoes will melt to the fucking pavement.
All right, whatever happens, yeah, I don't care. You fucking deserve it.
I'm not rooting for it, but when it happens, it's like
I didn't say I was rooting for it. I said I didn't care. Whatever.
No. I agree. You did not say. I was clarifying for me. I'm not rooting for it, but I do laugh at it's not even irony, the stupidity of a person seeing what the risks are and just being like, you know what? Fuck it. This is going to be worth it. No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for it.
I'm glad one of us has the guts to say it, you know?
Yeah. By the way, Austin Marathon a week from Sunday. I look forward to seeing you guys there.
When's the kite festival?
Easy on that.
Kites
with the T.
When's the Rabbit 69 Puppy Bowl that we're gonna have in Soaker Park? That actually, I would go to that.
Yeah, hold on. Is that a real?
I take that back.
I'm gonna see if they'll sponsor us.
30 broads looking for a first date. I literally had a girl that was like, "Do you want to go to the kite festival?"
I mean, Jewish?
No, I wish. No, wasn't that wet. But but she, you know that, BK. You know what I'm talking about there,
Of course
brother.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. First Jewish girl I was with, I was like, yeah, maybe she's really into me. Apparently, they're just built like that.
Oh.
Jewish girls are, in my experience, abnormally. I'm gonna go ahead and say it just to piss them off. Moist.
Yeah, they're chosen down there too. You know. Yeah. Amazing. Okay. I will leave on that, I guess.
Yep. I hope mom's not watching.
I'll quit while I'm behind.
I'm talking about mine, Trey's, and yours.
Yeah. God bless.
My mom has had to accept not watching this channel.
Yeah.
Good, very glad about.
That's one good thing about Cindy. Cindy's watched before and been like, yeah. I'm like, Trey and I were kind of going off today. She's like, yeah, it was funny.
Of course. I tell my mom, who's like, you don't have to go certain places. I'm like, yeah, but I like doing that. It's amusing. And it's about the amusement of the two of us.
Right.
As much as it is anything else. Like, I hope that people are entertained by this. I think they will be, because you and I are both good individually, but we also have just fucking wackadoo conversations.
Yeah, we do.
That crack me up hours after they've happened. So I know they get at least a couple of other people,
Dude, I'm going to go back and watch the probably 50 minutes that BK and I did, or 55, whatever. And like, I mean, I'm kind of sure what happened, but it was just, I mean, all three of us have those. I mean, I hear y'all, and y'all do the same fucking thing. We're like a trio of people. We can just interchange our parts, and God knows what's going to come.
Yeah, I feel like the channel on the whole is getting like that, generally speaking, but it's at an extreme degree with you and me, or either of us with BK.
Yeah.
Like Jeff, I love Jeff Howe for a lot of reasons. He's got a great sense of humor, though. He's got a sense of humor that I probably slept on a little bit when I first met him, but
totally agree.
He has a very demented outlook and sense of humor on things as well. That's a lot of fun to play with when we do the crosstalk between the 11 and 12 o'clock shows.
Jeff Barker's pretty funny too, from what I've heard.
Jeff Barker, man, I've liked my conversations with him for a long time before we ever did anything into a microphone and camera, which sounds weird. But yeah, I'm glad other people are getting to see that side of him, because as you know, as someone who worked in television, you don't get the opportunity to really show your personality. He's a really cool, smart, and funny dude too. A lot of old man in Jeff Barker.
Yeah.
That I really appreciate. A long time old man.
Kind of surprised me. I do get a kick out of, though, when you're in different mediums, and like the shit I do now, and this is more me than anything, whether you like it or not. But people that only watch me on LHM, they're like, I really liked you doing baseball play-by-play, and they're listening. They're like, holy shit! Like, and I'm like, yep. And here you go. Hey, Hey, I took the 4 sweaters off. This is what you get.
Well done there.
Yeah.
Well done.
And I'm wetter than a Jewish chick.
I learn something new on this channel every day. That's it for me. I didn't realize
that was kind of a little bit of a, because as a guy, especially early on, when you haven't done a lot of stuff and you're gaining your confidence, and girls are actually saying yes to you, or that, like, there's a little bit of a, hey, I'm doing something right. She's into me. And I talked to a Jewish buddy with BK's fraternity. He's like, nah. He's like, dude, that's not, He's like, that wasn't you. He's like, that wasn't you, bro.
Good for them and their partners, I guess. Are there
right. No, it's a great, it's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Are there any other stereotypes? Yeah, that's good stereotype. Are there any other ethnicities, religions?
Oh, I think you say stereotypes with Jewish women. Yeah, I got a couple, but I'm not going to go there.
Judaism is ethno-religious. So are there any of either that have a similar reputation? Because if so, I'm not familiar.
No.
Okay. You and I did not talk at all about Super Bowl 58 on Tuesday. Why would we? The game is nearly a week away at that point. But I did want to get your thoughts on it now, since this will be our last chance to talk into a microphone in front of a camera until the game on
We're
Sunday.
talking before then. We're going to talk tonight, you and I.
You and I, yeah, we talked the other night. We are going to talk between them. I'm just saying in terms of like other people getting to eavesdrop on this conversation. So you are a 49ers fan. You're not as big of an NFL fan as you were 20 plus years ago, let's say, but you're still rooting for the 49ers. You are a fan after all.
Yeah.
Where are you with this game right now? San Francisco is a slight favorite, of course. It is Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. What do you think ultimately ends up happening on Sunday?
Wrong team's favored. It should be close, though. There are a lot of advantages I see with San Francisco. I mean, who's Kansas City's right tackle? Just a big lump of dog shit. 77, a sack of fucking potatoes, dude. And he's been going up against Bosa. So there are definite advantages I see with San Francisco in this game. And I like us 1 through 53 more. The problem is 1.
Right.
Or 1-5 or 1-3. And in the current day NFL, like, I'm not going to pick fucking Brock Purdy over Pat Mahomes. Sorry, I'm just not.
That's a tough one.
I think it'll be tight, and I think the Chiefs will win.
Yeah, it's going to be one of two things, in my opinion, because the Chiefs are really good defensively, but they have struggled a little bit against the run. It's either going to be a Pat Mahomes game or a Christian McCaffrey game, with Brock Purdy doing some complimentary stuff through the air.
Yep.
But it also seems like this is the time where we see some of those. I don't know how many it is a game. It feels like 5 on an average game. Like Brock Purdy has these plays where it feels like it should be pretty catastrophic for his team.
Yep.
Teams haven't cashed in on those things just yet. And this does feel like a game where that ends up happening on the biggest stage. But hey, maybe he will continue to have luck on his side. So I think Kyle Shanahan knows that. You see Kyle Shanahan not wanting to throw the football too much, but you can't become that one-dimensional. But I do foresee them really trying to get Christian McCaffrey going. He had some really nice runs last week as well, obviously. And again, you were playing into what is the weaker aspect of this Chiefs defense and doing that. And they're one of the best teams pass coverage wise all season long in the NFL.
Yep. No, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I like the matchup and everything. I mean, at the end of the day, I know how important quarterback play is. And the reality is that, you know me, I am the last guy to be, too prisoner of the moment. And prisoner of the moment can even be real time within 10 years. So Pat Mahomes is the best quarterback I've ever seen in my life. Montana, Brady, Elway, Marino, Randall Cunningham was probably my favorite as a kid. Steve Young, you can go through the whole fucking list. Warren Moon was tragically underrated. He's the best quarterback I've ever seen. In an era where it's just everything's put in front of them. Like all the rules are in favor of you. They can't touch you. They can't touch your receivers. Go play some 7-on-7, bro.
People in that prisoner of the moment way, when Tom Brady was starting to win more and more Super Bowls, wanted to crown him as better than Joe Montana. And I will give you credit. I think ultimately you did end up on that side, but we're like, hold on now. Let's not diminish the accomplishments of Joe Montana. Tom Brady is good, but there's still a little bit more that needs to happen here. So for you to say that about Pat Mahomes is a huge statement.
Yeah. I mean, he's that fucking good. And we haven't. So I rewatched Texas, Michigan 2004 last night, Rose Bowl. 2005 Rose Bowl 04 season. And just the beauty and the brilliance of Vince and Dan Fouts, who was so good. And Keith Jackson should have hung it up in 95. He was so awful late. And I love Jackson. So it's not blasphemy. It's a compliment to him and how great he was that I could see the slippage.
I guess he would have been doing the Rose Bowl game in 2004. I don't even remember. We were watching it at Antonio's off of fucking 35 and 183 in the audio. If it wasn't off, maybe it was the Craig Way broadcast or something. It was a radio remote. Got it.
But just the brilliance of him, and Fouts said a couple of times, he goes, people ask me, who does he remind you of? He goes, nobody. Because I've never seen anything like it. Quarterback, running back, receiver, I've never seen anything like it. And Mahomes is kind of that.
Yeah, because you see guys being compared to him now that can throw from different arm angles.
Yeah, right. I know.
Move around and will move like a shortstop going to the right or going to the left and still make a really accurate throw. Just figure out the right angle that he needs to use to get it past the defender and complete to one of his receivers. Yeah, it is otherworldly in a lot of ways. Like it's not a fluke that we're seeing him in his 4th Super Bowl now with a chance to win a 3rd. Going 3 of 4, by the way.
Right.
For his first 4 Super Bowls is amazing.
No, I mean, it kind of reminds me of, and I'm giving Pat a lot of love here. Although it's one of the great things about doing this for so long. I've been so off on guys, and then the ones you get right are really cool too. But you remember Pat Mahomes, his old junior, the last 2 years, I was coming in every day with a 5-7 tech team on Monday and talking way too much about Pat Mahomes.
Yep.
And not because I'm Bill Walsh. Because no one was watching tech, and he was making 70-yard throws like off one fucking foot, and he was just at it. He had a game where he had 800 total yards, and they lost to Baylor.
Yep,
like he was that good, and he really is that special. So hey, speaking of, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask you because we're hearing this narrative a lot this week with why am I forgetting his name now? The former Tech coach who is now an offensive
Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury, thank you. We're hearing this narrative a lot now because Cliff Kingsbury is the OC with the Commanders, that he was instrumental in Mahomes' development. How instrumental do you think he was in Mahomes' development? Look,
not much at all.
We all understand Cliff Kingsbury should not be a head coach again at the NFL or college level. He is a shitty head coach. He might have it as an OC. I think he does. I think it's a worthwhile risk that's being taken. There's a risk being taken by Dan Quinn in Washington right now. But I keep hearing that. I'm like, I don't know how true that is. I think Pat Mahomes would have gotten this good with or without Cliff Kingsbury in college.
Yeah, I mean, I would give Pat Mahomes shortstop coach as much credit. Kingsbury did a good job. Obviously, he did a good job with Manziel. He's a good coordinator, good quarterback coach, but you don't teach a lot of that. I'm sure there was development and stuff that he got better at. But one of the reasons why people laughed at me when I'm like, Mahomes should be a first-round pick. You remember Pat Mahomes, October before he went out, hell, in November, people were saying he's a 4th or 5th round pick or a 3rd round pick. Like Pat, it was never. So me even saying, hey, I'd take him in the 1st round, kind of got laughed at a little bit. Dude, he's a gunslinger. He lets stuff go too much. He doesn't really read the field. There's all this stuff. So I'm sure he helped him out a little bit, but it's not like Mahomes was crystal clean coming out of Tech and really refined.
No. Sitting that year was a huge benefit to him.
Huge benefit. That is, if y'all listen to me, I hear talk about Dylan Mitchell, college basketball. I love what's going on with Arch. Anything in life. As someone who's been thrown into the fire most of my life, and I've thrown myself into the fire. I'm the one at 15 that said, put me on the radio, right? I mean, I've done that. I'm the one that said, real world, let's fucking go. And I'm glad I did that. But if you can sit and learn and develop before you actually get live bullets thrown at you, do that. You'll be better with the first 10 rounds of bullets. And you may not have confidence issues or whatever, all the stuff that goes into the very beginning of, oh shit, I got live bullets thrown at me. There are no psychological issues. And I think he's a great example, man. He was ready to go. Hey, Brock Purdy, I saw this on Twitter. Brock Purdy looks like?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, did you see that?
I did. I don't really see it though. Like I see what people are talking about.
Is it more the hair?
The hair a little bit, but even the hairline is not the same. There's like a little bit going on with the muzzle, like the mouth into the nose, but I see the differences there too. It was amusing that he got asked a question about that at the Super Bowl media night extravaganza. Yeah, of course, because people are asking the most random stupid shit there. And he gave a great response though. I mean, he doesn't need to give some long-winded 30 to 60 second response on it unless he's a big fan of the details surrounding John F. Kennedy's murder.
Can you imagine my answer to that?
I know that's why I said that. It's like it was a good answer for him, I guess. But if it were you, man, I would have loved that one so much more.
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, I've seen it. Like, what do you think of it?" That was the crux of it. Yeah.
Apparently, he lives with two buddies who are Niners. Like, one's practice squad guy, one was drafted in front of him, like in the 5th round, and they live in an apartment, 3-bedroom apartment.
Which probably runs them about $100,000 a month in San Francisco.
That's the whole thing. People are like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Dude, on his budget, yeah, that makes sense."
Exactly. Yeah, until he gets hooked up with a slightly bigger deal, yeah, he's going to have to split rent with a few others.
Yeah.
Also dealing with massive amounts of human excrement outside his front door.
Yeah, I said 2 of them were his buddies. One's a squatter, but they're in.
One's somebody who broke into the house and just took the empty bedroom, and they're unable to kick him out now because San Francisco police are like, "What? He's homeless." Well, technically he has a home now, but we still consider him homeless, though.
I've been here for 96 hours. I'm in. I'm on the lease.
I talked to Steve Byrne, the comedian. Are you familiar with him?
Steve Byrne.
Half Korean, half Irish. You may have seen him at the Comedy Store when you were a frequent visitor there.
Comedy Cellar.
Or Comedy Cellar, excuse me. Yeah. He's a
half
really
Korean, half Irish. I bet you he's fucking funny as shit.
Dude, he's got this soft exterior, as you can imagine from that description, but
Are we talking North Korean or South Korean? Yeah, it's probably South
Korean, just Korean.
There we go. Okay.
But he's got this soft exterior, but man, he fucking lets loose on stage. He's going to be at Creek in the Cave this weekend. Highly recommend you check him out. 2 shows tomorrow and 2 shows on Saturday, 7 and 9 o'clock. But
where's Creek in the Cave again? I've heard you mention that before.
It's where we went and saw Louis C.K. So it's next to, or it's between Red River and 35 on 7th Street.
Yeah.
Across the street from the sidebar near where Beauty Bar used to be. There's something else there now. I'm not
That was a cool little spot.
Yeah, it's like the CrossFit gym for Austin comedy clubs. I like it though. It's got this dinginess about it that can play really well. There's that stuffed bear in the corner that looks like it's about to attack the comedian. It's a cool little spot.
Was that Bob Popular's who was right near there, or
no? Bob Popular's is on 6th. This is on 7th. I'm trying to think.
What was the 7th? Side Street Bar, and then you go up and take a right. What were the 2 bars there? Jeff King owned them, I think, or
like further up Red River, like towards the street on Red River. One was Lone Star, I believe. Okay, the other had a red painted facade, or maybe that was Lone Star that had the red painted facade. I don't remember the other one. It was like a punk rock club, though, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to get at different spots, or else it would have been before that. But yeah, Creek in the Cave was pretty cool. That was a good little spot there.
Yeah, I saw Lewis Katz there a few weeks back. Yeah, it's a solid spot. So anyhow, he moved from LA to Nashville in 2020. He had 2 young kids then, and they were already thinking of moving away before the pandemic hit. But after the pandemic, they're like, "Oh, this is batshit crazy. We got to get out of here." And part of it was their kids' school. He's got kids that are around my kids' age, and like some of the shit that they were trying to teach him, he's like, "This is just completely unacceptable." Like, not that you shouldn't have that conversation. I shouldn't learn about it at some point, but there is an age range where it is highly inappropriate. But
and it's up to the parents. Period.
Yeah, no question about that. But he said that he talked about the homelessness too, and he said he realized that it was time to go when he and his wife were walking to go eat at a restaurant, and in the couple blocks that they walked, there was a homeless guy who was taking a shit while hitting on his wife. He was shitting just onto the sidewalk like a fucking wild animal. And then he looks up at Steve Byrne's wife and just gives her a line. They get to the restaurant. She's like, "I can't fucking eat. That's like the most disgusting I've ever been in my life." And he said, like, he's a comedian, obviously, so he's got a fucking demented sense of humor. He was just fucking scarfing down. He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life."
So, honey, you going to have any of those fries there?
Yeah.
Chili cheese fries?
So they're walking back to their car after that, and this guy is being questioned by LA's finest, LAPD. Of course, they're not going to arrest the guy. They're just going to make sure that he doesn't need any fucking pillows or blankets for the night. And as he's being grilled by the police, he looks back over at her from across the street as they're walking on the sidewalk and delivers the same fucking creepy hitting on her line with the cops just right there. And they just look confused and then start talking to him again or whatever. He's like, it was fucking nuts. And he's like, and that was the point where we realized it was time to go.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, God bless. I mean, obviously a lot of them are dealing with super addictions and
addictions. Yeah.
You can't say that because not all homeless people. I know not all homeless people. Let's get fucking real about this though. And a majority are, and it is what it is, and so we can either placate it and continue to add to it, or we can put some hard lines down like a parent, hard lines. They'd probably do those right away. You know what I mean? Boundaries down and be like, hey, we really want to help you. We're going to spend a lot of our money that we earned that you didn't because you've been lazy and a fuckhead and had some other issues. But we're humans. We want to help you out. We would like to get you to the good side. But there are going to be some rules here. Okay. And if you break them, we're just going to lock your ass up. All right. Because you're not good for society. You're not good for you. You're not good for me. And you're not good for Steve's wife.
Yeah. Look, those hard lines have been stepped on and are probably being burned up in foil by the time they get to that point. But addiction is a big part of it. There is abuse in a lot of people's backgrounds that have led to mental health issues, but the addictions also lead to mental health issues as well.
Right. And look, and I'm not saying they've had an easy path. I haven't had an easy path. Okay. You have it. A lot of people, you may look at it and go, oh, you've had an easy road. Fuck you. You want to read my autobiography? No, I haven't. And most people have it. It's called life. It's not an excuse to still be a fuck up at a certain age and be just a total drag on society.
Yep. Thank you, Rodney. Red Eye Fly. That's the name of the other place that I was thinking of.
Okay.
That I think is the place that you're envisioning too. I think. So homelessness is a big problem in Seattle. I'd say so, considering that in the COVID era, they shut down an entire city block, including a police station, and came up with their own cute little name for that area that was no police allowed. Oh, until really fucked up shit started happening to people there and they needed the police's help to get people out of there to provide medical assistance. That was,
majority of people want to help. There was a woman who was at Walgreens over here forever, and a lot of us helped her out, and she wanted to get help, and she got help, and now she's working at Walgreens. It is clean. And like all of us are like incredibly proud and will do anything now, if she needs a recommendation or whatever. But like I've lived here for 12 years. So, it's been a long time. And like, those are the stories. I mean, most people are good people and want to help. We do feel, I think a lot of people feel taken advantage of, that you're working hard and paying taxes and people are taking advantage of you, either your heart or your wallet. And that's not fair.
Yeah, that's where the whole idea of everybody getting the same share, like everybody contributes to work and everybody getting the same share, is completely ridiculous, because you need to incentivize hard work. You do. Yeah. Otherwise, people are going to do the laziest fucking job possible.
Go to Europe, dude. I mean, I know people in America. My dad did this for a little while. If my dad would have hit a certain point, he was still going to bring home the same amount of money that he was already making, because it would have put him to a different tax bracket, right? I mean, you have to incentivize people to do stuff. Now, I also think there's a huge, obviously, wealth disparity gap that has only grown in 30 years. We've essentially just cut out the middle class in a lot of places.
Yeah.
And the middle class is what makes everything run. And the middle class is what, you can live a great life in the middle class, put money away, retire, take some vacations. Like, you're not living like Bill Gates, but none of us are. and they've kind of taken that out. We need to bring back the middle class. That should be a bumper sticker.
It's a great point. A lot of American cities that are dying are just very weird spots to go to. Miami is more third world than it is first world because there is that huge disparity between the rich and the poor without much middle class. The middle class left places like Detroit and has left Cleveland more recently. And so, yes, a healthy middle class is hugely important for a democratic or republic society. No question about that.
So who are you taking? You taking the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm done betting against Pat Mahomes. Back to your original point. Like the Brock Purdy thing, I've watched it all season long. I've fucking watched it for 6 years now. I've watched what that guy is and how he will occasionally shoot his team in the foot with just these bizarre plays that he likes to make. He's gotten really fucking lucky these last couple of weeks. And that luck has to run out eventually. Or it doesn't. And San Francisco probably wins a championship.
Yeah, but it will at some point. Like, Brock,
yeah, maybe.
I don't think Brock Purdy will be the quarterback in 4 years.
Agreed. Yeah, he is a guy that shows just how important a system can be for a QB.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder because I saw flashes with Sam Darnold with the Jets a little bit, but more with Carolina. And then he got hurt with Carolina and it all went sideways because Matt Rule had just pissed everybody off there. He pulled a Tom Herman act, but in Carolina. And he was on the way out. He was throwing everybody possibly under the bus. And then they trade Christian McCaffrey away. And that was it for them, obviously. But like, I wonder what a guy like Sam Darnold could do. I thought that at USC, the trait that impressed me the most was his pocket presence. And if you've got good pocket presence at the NFL level, it gives you a chance.
Yeah.
And so I think that combined with the arm strength, combined with, speaking of really good developers of quarterbacks and guys who craft their systems around strengths of that QB, I'd be curious to see what he could do with Kyle Shanahan as the starter on that football team.
Agreed. It's one of the things I love about the shows we do that we can say, hey, I told you about Pat Mahomes. I thought Darnold was going to be a really good pro quarterback. So
I did too, but then he got fucking saddled with the QB screamer, Adam Gase with the Jets. That was a fucking no-win situation for him. And then he goes in for the end of the Matt Rule era in Carolina. He's gotten dealt a pretty shitty hand up to this point.
You're right. God, how did Adam Gase, how is that guy not with those eyes, not in prison?
Yeah. I don't even know if he's in the league anymore. I assume he's somewhere, but
serial killer eyes, man.
Yes. Serial killer eyes, or he has a serious thyroid issue, or both. He is. Oh, wow. He hasn't been in the league for a while. Last time he was in the league was with the as the coach of the New York Jets, which ended following the 2020 season.
Apparently he's in Wyoming and he hunts a lot now.
And by hunch, you mean write threatening letters.
Yeah.
People who are advancing technology.
Oh God. Hey, so I saw this on, I forgot where I saw it about a week ago, but it made me think I wanted to bring it up. You mentioned Kyle Shanahan, who's fucking been brilliant. So I watched number 87 as the 4th or 5th receiver. I never thought it would have been this guy, right? But Mike Shanahan's not a Hall of Famer. He's not in the Hall of Fame.
Really?
That surprised me. And look, the overall record's not very, and the playoff record is not like, won't blow you away. But when you're looking at Hall of Fame for a GM or a coach or anyone who wasn't a player, you've got to take into account to a lot of stuff. So he was the OC for the Niners in '94 with one of the best offenses of all time, and Steve Young in that team that won it. And everything you see right now, the outside zone stretch scheme with boots and waggles off of it and zone blocking and the one cut, let's go. That's Mike. Mike gets that love. His coaching tree the 2 championships, obviously, as a head coach, 1 as an OC, but more importantly,
those championships were back to back too, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. John Elway, yeah.
Elway, 2 rings before the end of that illustrious career.
Mike Shanahan needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
I am in complete agreement on this. It's a no-brainer to me. It's bizarre that he's not in the Hall of Fame. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I saw the article and I'm like, he's not in the Hall of Fame. And I'm going through it. And this guy's made a lot of the points I made. I knew him, but he did a good job of laying them out. And I was like, yeah, motherfucker should be in. And as I'm reading it, I'm like, what is this? And the next, line is, well, he was OC with a 49. I'm like, and he didn't touch on the zone scheme as much, but that is the biggest thing of everything to me. I mean, that is like that's like Bill Walsh type shit. Your legacy is really living on well past your due date.
Thank you for the reminder, CB. Steve McMichael is getting into the Hall of Fame now, which I really don't remember if he's a Hall of Famer or not. Personally, I'm glad he's getting in as a Longhorn, and a guy is going through hell right now, health-wise. I believe it's ALS that he's dealing with. I mean, he's by all accounts very, very close to death here.
Yeah.
But do you have a favorite Mongo story from his time at Texas?
Yeah, I've never given this one. Why not? Robert Brewer told me this way back in the day because Brewer played with them. So McMichael and those guys are just drunk as piss on 6th Street. Get home or get back to the 40 and had keys to the weight room and go in there like at 3 or 4 in the morning, just drunk as shit. And I forgot what Brewer said, but Michael put like 400 or 450, whatever it was. It was stupid. And it's just benching it, and they're screaming and yelling. Like, that was Mongo. Like, the story that Brewer gave, and I don't want to get into it, because I probably missed a couple parts. But that was essentially the story, and that was my favorite Steve McMichael story. As a kid, I heard that. I'm like, it's 4 in the morning, and you're drunk, and probably, maybe some other things in that time. And you're like, bench pressing and trying to do a personal record, maxing out.
Weren't there stories of him firing guns late at night outside of Jester too?
Yeah.
That was a different fucking era, man.
I think he had a huge pet snake. Like Michael was different, dude.
Minus the ALS, should he be a Hall of Famer?
No.
Honest assessment. Oh, cool. Jarrett Payton will be introducing Mongo.
I saw that. I saw him in front of the hospital bed. Yeah. And that's just me being cold-hearted and a doctor there. I love Mongo, and I'm glad he's getting in and let's fucking go, man. I love you. But no, I mean, for me, no. And maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, I watched him obviously with the Bears, and he was really damn good. Played next to William Perry. Would add Richard Dent. God, that was a good fucking team. What other tackle am I missing on the 85 team?
Dan Hampton.
Dan Hampton. McMichael was really damn good. But
the 4th best player on that line, though.
One of the best lines of all time. So
true.
That's
cool for that Jarrett Payton is going to do that. I had the pleasure of knowing Jarrett when I worked for WGN and then the sports radio station that they tried for less than a year. He is truly one of the great individuals on this planet. All hard.
You got him on the show when you came back.
Walter's son. Yeah. You know what? I could probably get him on the show again. It might be as we create this list of people that we may talk to throughout the off season. He is a great name to include on that list.
He was, and by the way, I thought about that. I'm going to give Eric Metcalf a call. Let's get Metcalf on.
Cool. Let's do it.
Yeah. We should do that this spring and start to utilize our phone books here. Not phone books. What do they call it now?
Rolodex.
Yeah, but they don't call it that. I was going to say Rolodex and
our contacts.
Contact info.
Our iPhone contacts.
No, but I mean, I remember I was already impressed by him, and you obviously knew him, but I was, we had him on the show for 15, 20 minutes. I forgot what it was for. I mean, you obviously got him on, but
It may have been to talk about, because I think you and Chad were going through the best college football teams of all time. We were trying to get guests.
Miami, you're right.
Yeah, we were trying to get guests associated with those teams, and
Yeah.
he's the obvious one for me with Miami, especially a few years after we had moved back from Chicago. I have not been in touch with him in a long time, although, again, he's a great dude, so I'm sure
He was uber impressive. It was one of those you never know with radio interviews, and like you get 20 seconds in, and I looked at you and Chad. I was like, "We're good, bro. Let's let this roll."
A great memory. His sister is a really good broadcaster too in Chicago. I forget if she's with WGN or somebody else, but yeah, that family. Who knew that Walter had good broadcasting genes? Very soft-spoken in interviews, like shy to the cameras, but his kids are not that.
Sweetness.
Sweetness.
Oh, God. He was the guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
God, he could run, too. There's something else I wanted to ask you. No, I guess it was Shanahan, so I'm good. What else you got?
Let me go to my thoughts. Digital notebook.
Yeah, I don't do digital notebooks, baby. It's just got nothing but material in here, the good old way.
See, here's the problem, dude. I would love to write stuff down instead of type it into my phone. I think I
got them everywhere. I got like 4 of these, dude.
If I don't have something with me in the moment, though, it will be in and out, and I cannot keep track of the notebook. I hate myself for that, but that's how it is right now. I played beach volleyball a little bit earlier, and I realized I'm at the point in life where ibuprofen is a performance-enhancing drug. Like, my body just generally hurts too much otherwise, but I take the ibuprofen, I can reclaim my youth in a sense.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So
I love some of the stuff that you'll write down. Like, I wrote this down, woke up and just wrote it down. And like, it's funny, like either late at night, but certainly early in the morning too. Like, you'll just write ideas down, and you'll look at it and you got to workshop it. This is something I could make this funny and workshop it. It takes some time. Young people are so health conscious, yet they're fatalistic and hate the world. The whole country is shit to them. They don't fuck or talk to each other. Why not smoke and drink yourself to death at 35?
I don't feel like that really needs to be workshopped. I feel like that one's good.
Ta-da! Hi, Mom.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. I don't know if I want to do this one or not.
I just gave that. It can't be that bad.
It's political, but here's the thing. I don't want to be accused.
People know. If you don't know yet, Trey and I don't have a side. We're going to rip on both of them, so fucking deal with it, all right?
Presidential elections are patriotism for people who are bad at math. Okay, here we go.
Is that what you said?
No, I've said that before.
Okay.
Presidential elections are patriotism for people who are bad at math, just like the lottery is gambling for people who are bad at math. All right, here we go. How do these retarded Trump supporters who think everything is a conspiracy not realize that Trump is part of the deep state?
That's good, dude. That's good. Hey, can I add to that just to make sure it's even here?
Yes.
Biden already forgot what you just said. I did see Trump the other day doing the dance. Have you ever seen him do the?
No.
Where he's dancing like I guess he's out campaigning or whatever, and they're playing music,
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not good. And then I had a buddy of mine who's like, who Biden reminds me of? He goes, he's a fucking Roomba. Every press conference he finishes off with, dung, 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 dung. Oh, can't go there. Dung, 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 dung. Dung, 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 dung. Boom. Dung, 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 dung.
I feel bad for the guy. I mean, I guess
I feel bad for him too.
He doesn't know any better, but everybody around him clearly does. Like, Jill is bolting onto the stage whenever he's done with speeches now to try and keep the Roomba bit from happening. Like, everybody around him realizes he's tripping over sandbags and turning every which way except the way he needs to go.
Yeah. And what kills Biden, and look, I mean, there's been stuff, Biden's changed a ton, like all politicians, but Whether you agree with him, and I disagree with a ton of what he said, even in the 90s, and agree with some shit too.
Yeah, he was the author of that crime bill in 1994 that fucked a lot of people over.
Right. I was left of him, and now I'm probably right. I'm definitely right of him. You know, it's like, I'm like, all right, you know, on some stuff. But he, regardless of what he said, he's a politician. He's been full of shit forever. And, you know, yes, him and his family have made money off that. And Trump and his family made money off that. And they've all done that. But if you'd actually just listen to, take away what he said, just how he says it, he was pretty quick and sharp.
Yeah.
And when you're quick and sharp and you decline, it's much more noticeable. So I had 3 grandparents that went through Alzheimer's and or dementia, right? 2 of them were pretty obvious. One wasn't, because they were already, you know, a little loosey-goosey. I mean, even when the brain, the synapses were firing, I mean, that's why we loved her, you know? And so it wasn't as apparent.
I'm letting the raccoons from outside use our bathroom. What, Grandma? Is that you just being like real loose with stuff, or do you have Alzheimer's now?
That's gonna be my mom.
I don't think fingers crossed. No Alzheimer's for Cindy.
Probably not. Cindy's just a fucking robot. Like, I was laughing with my dad. You know, my dad's taken much better care of his body throughout his life. My mom's done a great job the last 15, 20 years. You know, she doesn't do anything. She smokes, but that's it. Like, doesn't drink, doesn't, you know, really is pretty sharp about shit.
Sharp as a fucking tack too, by
yeah, she's pretty
whatever your the differences are for your parents as to why they broke up. Like, they both have high level intellect. It's not surprising you are who you are.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, they're both pretty bright and are still there. My dad's still there physically. He's just got balance issues and he's taking care of his body. We were laughing like at dinner about a month ago, and I go, he's like, "How's your mom doing?" I go, "She's doing great." You know, I go, "You know, she's rocking and rolling." And he goes, "She's gonna fucking outlive me, isn't she?" And I go, "Yeah, yeah, pretty much."
I don't mean to laugh at that, but
no, I know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Bob and I were howling.
Yeah.
Like, he loved my reaction. He was like, "Fuck." I was like, "Dad." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "It's like she may outlive my ass."
Crazy. What's up, Mike? Always good to hear from you, my man.
I'm good to see his wife, man. We need to go out with Ike and her.
Agreed. I have one.
That's a cool couple. That's like you and Justine. That's a couple I'm around, and I'll drive home and like, you know what? I need to be in a relationship. Yeah, they're not all like y'all's.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
then I get in a relationship and I'm like, fuck, I don't have what Ike and Trey have.
Sometimes our relationships aren't what they are either. Just the ebbs and flows of things. But ultimately, we are all very lucky to have one another.
I'm not saying 100% of the time, y'all. I mean, I know it's work, but like, overall, y'all both have really good relationships, at least seemingly. I mean, maybe you're beating the shit out of each other behind closed doors. I don't care.
I can't speak to Ike and his lovely wife, but that is not happening in the Elling household. I am on record as saying that we're not beating the shit out of one another physically, thankfully.
Are y'all at a point, and go as far as you want with this, because I mean, we do this probably too much, and I should probably check with you before, but I know couples that try and spice it up, you know, spice up different parts, certainly maybe in the bedroom, after a little while together. Like, are y'all, I mean, do y'all talk about that? Is that something that, you know, you guys are trying to, because I get it. Like, if you're fucking the same person for 15 years, you probably need to, you know, you don't want to put her in missionary like you did, you know, first time you ordered her off the website.
Things have been, it was a catalog, to be fair. It was the analog way to go about these things. Things have been a little bit spicier recently. Yeah, it's not something that is always on the agenda, because I think it can go too far in the other direction too, to where it becomes a distraction. My issue with spicing things up in the bedroom is I don't need a bunch of fucking accessories, you know? Like, sometimes you have You have the ways that you're comfortable with, and you can mix it up from time to time, but trying to add too much can become a problem. Like, whatever reason, this is so weird because Oregon is such a granola place. Massage therapists in Oregon, and I am apologizing for pivoting from sex to massage therapist. I never.
Where the fuck are we going? But bring it.
Got the rub and tug in Oregon. I assure you of that. It only happened one time. That was in New Orleans around Mardi Gras, and unfortunately, it was just one of those thick rubber bands being stretched out over and over again. But the massage therapists in Oregon.
Hey, kiddos, that's why you never do. And I don't think Trey was doing that, but like when I've done cocaine way back in the day, don't do it. It's worthless. You wake up with like the smallest dick you've had since you were 6 in your hand, on the couch. It's like, what? And it was like that. It was like a thick rubber band.
Yeah, and this was not that, although there was a lot of alcohol that had been consumed, so maybe a little bit, but it was more just about the bizarreness of this whole scene, and like there's a little bit of an audience here, and anyhow. So in Oregon, the masseuses there, they all have.
Now go ahead and stretch that like the rubber band. I want to get every deet here, every deet, as the kiddos say.
At one point, I just had to be like, look, this isn't gonna. I'm sorry, this isn't happening. Do you want to come back to Austin with me and be my wife? And she said no.
You're kidding me. You didn't fucking say that. No, I don't care how drunk you were. You did not fucking say that. I know you.
So in Oregon, the massage therapist.
And also, it's New Orleans. She would have said yes.
Yeah, true. That would have been an offer that I regretted immediately. But so in Oregon,
you would have dropped her off in Lafayette.
Yeah. Or Baton Rouge. The masseuses in Oregon, they all use accessories. They all use like extra tools to help with the massage. It's like, no. You're complicating this entirely too much. This just needs to be about you understanding what's going on with the body, things connected to other things, and using your hands. You can use your elbows. You can use your forearms. In the right setting, you might be able to
walk on my back.
Knees too. Yeah, sure. Walk on my back. If you have the Thai massage setup where you can actually support a little bit of that weight so it's not full on 100 and whatever pounds walking on the back. Those things are all in play.
I did have a big Chinese woman in New York City, man, who didn't have that in play. Stood on my goddamn back, and I thought, Jesus Christ. Got out the dumplings, prod.
Yeah, that hurts my back just to hear that a little bit. But they pull out just the most random shit, fucking rocks and sticks and things that they're probably getting it relaxed the back. And it's like, why are you trying to complicate this? This is
so. What's your energy? Do you remember the?
Yeah, exactly. Crystals, I'm sure, were there too. That
you remember the really good massage therapist we went to back in the day?
Christy, yeah.
Big old jugs.
Torpedoes.
She did have torpedoes. But she was great. And then it got really into, so what's your energy today? Like, no, I'm not paying you for that. I'm paying you for your fucking thumbs and just to destroy me for an hour. All right.
I don't want you to sell me
on the torpedoes.
I don't want you to sell me on your religion. I just want you to do what you are really good at, and that's give me a great massage. That's it.
Torpedoes. I remember back in the day you saying that. Remember she invited me to a couple things?
Yeah.
And I had to make that call. Like as shallow and as, guy as I was back then, she was good looking enough with the torpedoes and was cool that I would have said yes, but I was starting to learn not to shit where I eat, and slowly, and not learn very well because I did it a million times after. But it showed you how much I valued the deep tissue massage, man. That's what it was.
So I think I had left Austin by the time that this turn happened. And so I found this out secondhand through. I was so disappointed about that, about how there were crystals and energies and other things being discussed with this massage practice. It's like, you're trying to evolve, but you've gone too far now. And so this is probably it for us too. I should look her up though and see. Maybe she's had to.
She was really cool, man. Really cool person.
I liked her a lot. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I'm going to look her up after this and see.
I felt bad too, because I was like, hey, I'm attracted to you. I was like, but I know we're going to break up because I'm fucking all for a relationship. So it's going to happen.
And then I don't have you as a fucking, deep tissue person. And even if I do, we've already fucked. And at that point, I'm naked. And it's like, I like to keep it professional.
There was a Seinfeld episode. This may have been post.
Yeah. Come on. Just give me a little right here. That one.
Yeah.
And Kramer came in after. Oh, he took care of me, boy. And Jerry treated it like she was a hooker. Stop saying that!
That'd be really funny if that happens. Say things were to work out between y'all and like, hey, I got a massage from Christy. What? Why didn't you run that past me first? I feel like there's a line that is being crossed here now that you should at least double check with me.
Yeah, no, but me, I'd have fun with it. Be like, oh, she gave me a hand job before and didn't wash her hands, and I told her not to. So that wouldn't fucking gel on your back, bro. You and I are closer than you think.
Oh, yeah, well, but I'm already familiar with that body.
Yeah, look her up, see what she's up to. You think those torpedoes are down to her waist now?
It's possible. It really is.
I feel bad for chicks with big tits because it naturally, like, I would definitely get breast augmentation.
I
had wrinkles at 22. I'll probably end up getting some Botox down the road or something like that. I'm already doing skin stuff and it's looking better, but there's some things in life that you just can't control. I couldn't control that. I have an expressive face and my parents have wrinkles and I had wrinkles at 22. So
I feel like that's an Irish thing too, because Justine, love her, she's gorgeous, but she's got a little bit of that going on as well.
Yeah, Justine's got much better skin than I do, but I get what you're saying.
She does, but she's also several years younger, and she holds on to a lot of anxiety though. And I'm like, you've got to relax because part of that is like you being stressed out.
Yeah, which is an Irish thing.
It's an Irish thing, and it's a productivity thing too, by the way. She is infinitely more productive than I am, and that's probably part of it. She's
more productive than you and I combined, and you and I are actually pretty productive, dude.
She clears that bar, but that's how insanely productive she is. I did have one more thing written down that we can get to before the end here.
Okay.
So, who was it? Who died earlier this week? Toby Keith. There's somebody else too, though.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm so glad you said this. As you're thinking of that, remember we talked about Eric Montross dying, and I was trying to remember the other person, college player who died.
Yeah.
Did we mention Ryan Miner? Do we mention that or no?
No, we didn't.
Dude, Ryan Miner is my favorite Oklahoma athlete of all time.
Because he was insane as a baseball player to go along with his basketball skills, right?
So All-American in basketball and was fucking good. A 6'6" white dude who had brother's game and was smooth and could shoot and ended up playing with the Orioles, was a great baseball player. His brother Damon probably was a little bit better on that 94 team. But yeah, Ryan died. I think a lot of this too, you've been a lot. I have to give you a ton of credit too, because you've been such a great best friend to where, I've been wanting to get a lot of this shit fixed, and you've kind of pushed me, but you haven't pushed me too much, but you've been really supportive, but I think a lot of it is seeing people like that are close to my age that are dying. I'm like, bro, like get your hip fixed, bro. Like let's get some shit in order here, like it's weird.
It can happen to anybody, but there are certain lifestyles that you lead that leave you much more likely to suffer something unexpectedly.
And by the way, I don't think that was the case with Eric Montross or Ryan Miner. Sometimes, I wasn't leading a lifestyle where I almost died at 18. Sometimes it just hits you, Right. But I think there are things like with my thing, like, what if I had to get, what if I didn't deal with this and have to get hip surgery? And then there's just a lot of shit that can spiral down with that. So I think your overall point's correct. I want to make sure with those two guys, I didn't see anything that was, he was doing heroin or shit like that.
Right. I cannot remember. Somebody else did die. It was over the weekend. It wasn't Toby Keith. We'll use Toby Keith as an example. No, it's somebody fucking else. Who is it? Now I've got to figure this out.
There we go, baby. There we go. I'm in a good mood now, baby.
Died
Let's
unexpectedly.
do another hour. Who was it? Yes. Yeah, so how did Toby Keith die? I'm guessing on that one that probably was a little bit of lifestyle.
Died of stomach cancer.
Okay.
Whatever that's worth. I don't know. Is that lifestyle? Maybe he had.
I don't mean that as a knock. I mean, there's a lot of Toby Keith and the way he lived that I look at. I mean, hell, let's go back to my line earlier there. Like that that he let it go and lived a great life. So I ran into him once. Did I ever tell you that?
No. Where was this?
The Sugarland Skeeters. Remember the ESPN games I did with Clemens?
Yeah.
On his, little return. So him and Rocket were like good buddies. So he was down in the clubhouse. We was just boozing up at, the red Solo cup or whatever. I used to use those all the time, but I never had liquor in them. But I mean, maybe on the lake we did. But
wait, was he holding on to a red Solo cup? See, if I'm him with the popularity of that song, it's probably got to be in a Yeti or something.
Yeah, but I mean, someone probably gave it to him too because it's him,
Yeah.
But rest in peace, man. Like, I hate to see anyone die. And I'm not a huge. I didn't listen to his music, but I knew Rocket really loved him. And for all the shit Roger gets, and I'm not super tight with Roger at all, but I've hung out with him enough. Like, Roger Clemens is a really good fucking guy, actually.
That's good to hear.
Or he has been to me. So,
How did Toby Keith seem to you? Was he decent to you?
Yeah, he was fine. He was drunk as shit.
Okay. I remember who the person is that I want to make this reference about. Apollo Creed.
Carl Weathers.
Yeah. Carl Weathers died over the weekend. So here's my question.
Played for the Raiders, didn't he?
Yeah, and I didn't realize that he had played in the NFL before he got the acting career going.
That's how good Bob Dunn is. You guys wonder where this shit comes from. Like, I remember like the first Rocky I saw him. He's like, hey, he played for the Raiders. I'm like, what?
It's a cool little trivia nugget.
Yeah.
Thought he was throwing that out there to you. I don't know if the first Rocky I remember watching with my dad was Rocky 5.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth. I don't know why that memory just popped into my head.
Rocky 4 was good.
Yeah, Rocky's 1 through 4.
Rocky 4 may be the best, actually.
Supposedly, Creed is a good movie. I do not watch enough these days to know, but I like Michael B. Jordan a lot. And
was Weathers in that?
Nope, because he was already dead from Rocky 4.
Oh, shit. I'll bring him back. I mean, shit. How many times has Susan What's-Her-Ovaries, the one who could never win the Emmy or the Oscar or the Golden Globe or whatever?
Susan Lucci?
Yeah, Susan Lucci for the soap operas. She was probably raped and murdered and thrown in like 19 ditches and always came back.
Oh, yeah, and whatever soap opera she was in, you're right about that.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe they do some flashbacks, or maybe they have the ghost of Apollo appear to try and help his son out. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know. But so the reports that said that he had died over the weekend, spokesperson confirms, family confirms, said that he died in his sleep. They didn't say died surrounded by family, died suddenly in his sleep. Died suddenly and peacefully in his sleep. Excuse me. The peacefully part is where I have the question. How do we know that he died peacefully in his sleep? How do we know that he didn't die screaming at the top of his lungs, terrified that his life was about to end?
Great point.
What does it take for somebody to not go with the died peacefully in their sleep bit? I mean, obviously, if you're in the woods and you get torn apart by wolves, you can't say died peacefully in his sleep. I don't know how you try and spin that one. It's a horrific death. But yeah, if you are technically in bed, you do die peacefully in your sleep, according to whatever story you want to tell yourself. But
it was a bad dream.
Was there evidence of otherwise? Yeah. Was it a bad dream? Was there some sort of...
Did it scare you so much that that little trigger of your heart, boom? You don't know.
Golly, can bad dreams cause heart attacks? They might.
Have you ever seen kittens and puppies that are having nightmares?
Yeah, where their legs are jittering. Does that happen to cats too? I only know of dogs.
Yeah. And a good mama dog, good mama cat will go over there and start licking them and wake them up, you know.
So
I had a female cat, Jane Ann, the one used to lick my tears. I was born like Jane was Jen was just maternal as hell. But she would, with a puppy we had, he would go through that and she'd go over there and wake him up and lick his eyes and, you know, kind of get him up, you know. Nothing like a maternal, I'm say maternal animal, but any mom, you know, I mean, that feeling is different.
The maternal instinct. It is. Should I be waking my dogs up when they're having nightmares?
Your dogs now.
Okay. Just checking.
I mean, I don't think so. There was one thing I wanted to get on that. What was right before? Rewind like 45 seconds.
Apollo Creed dying and dying peacefully and wolf attacks and rewind more.
10. What now?
I said rewind more.
No, fast forward more.
Oh, dying of a heart attack because of a nightmare.
Yeah. All right, I'm all done. We're good.
I suppose it is possible. People die in their sleep when we don't know why, and they die of a heart attack. Maybe that. I mean.
Oh, I know what it was.
Yeah.
So I had a long conversation. I've had this conversation with plenty of people, and it was a woman who I really respect, really awesome, and she was trying to hook me up with one of her friends, and she goes, "Kevin, I mean, do you really want to die alone?" And I'm sure, I mean, a lot of people in relationships will say that to single people, and I get it, you know. I mean, and if I was really all by myself, that would be fucking lonely. But I'm not. I'm, you know, I surrounded myself with a great group of friends and family and support system, and at the end of the day, would I like to die with someone? Yeah, I would. But because you really want to die alone, I go, we all die alone. You die alone. I don't care if there's fucking 10 people in the fucking room on the last breath. You die alone. You know what I mean? It's not like they come with you and like, hey, we'll be back in 10 minutes. We got to take a little trip here. We see a light and apparently gone. We're going to get to the gates and we'll be back though. You hold parking on that? You die alone.
What if you die together in a plane crash?
Still die alone. Split second. I love that. It'd be like, they were together since they were 15. They died at 94 in a nursing home. Within 20 seconds, still died alone.
The die alone thing does have a lot of
die alone.
Big bang appeal to it, even in the plane crash. Because you're right, there is that split second where one person dies before the other, and you have technically died alone. I'm with you, generally speaking, too. By the way, the whole dying alone thing is an amusing conversation to hear that you're having, because I know how you'll respond to that. You'll respond with a very bright.
Oh, and she's known me forever. She was like, "Bring it," and I go, "Here you go." And she goes, "That was pretty much what I expected."
Okay, well, what? I guess you still need to ask the question. You don't want to make any assumptions. You want to ask the important questions. You gave a good answer. You gave your answer.
And she's just like, we've been friends forever, and she's just, you know, she's married, and so maybe there's some misery loves company there, but she just wants the best for me. And so, you know, it's like you or Justine or anyone. It's like, hey, I may have, you know, we would like to see you in a happy relationship. But you've got a lot of friends who are in bad relationships. You'd rather deal with me than that, right?
Yeah. It's why you should not make any compromises with the life that you are comfortable living until you meet that person who makes you want to do less of those things to make the accommodations for her.
Yeah. Hey, did you see the Tracy Chapman, Luke Combs deal?
Dude, that was fucking awesome.
I mean, you know that's what is that one of my top 10 favorite songs of all time, probably.
Oh, I probably have learned that before. I did not remember that though.
I mean, I love Tracy Chapman, love that song. I've always loved that song. And I saw Luke do it, and I wasn't very familiar with him. But it's a great example, too. I mean, you've got this country, pudgy white guy and this older black chick. And it's what I always get into. It's not a racism deal. Racism still exists. It's not a sexism deal. It's a socioeconomic deal. And that's what both sides don't want us to talk about. And there are more poor people than anything. And the fact that you can get an older black woman like that, who's so respected and so cool. And by the way, it was all white libs that had issues with Luke McCombs doing that. Tracy Chapman was supportive the whole time. And she's going to make some coin off of it too. It seems like, has always seemed like a really fucking good person. And then he's as poor. There are more poor white people than there are any other race in America. There's more everything of white people. But it's a socioeconomic deal. And I love seeing those two get together and do that. And just as a reminder, this is a 99% to 1% deal, which is why the 1% wants to split it up into everything else.
The race baiters tried really fucking hard, but sorry, y'all lose. That was bullshit, and people sniffed it out the entire time. Tracy Chapman included, by the way. And
Tracy was the key there. She's the older black female who wrote the song and created it. If she would have had an issue, she goes, no, we're good. And guess what? Luke and I are going to go fucking play it at the Grammys. And guess what? I'm also going to make some coin off this, which I should, because it's one of the best songs that's ever been fucking written.
I believe he got her permission before he recorded that song. So the fact that people trying to create drama out of it was just laughable. And in the end, they and people who know better get a sort of last laugh. And that was a beautiful performance. Actually, there was another great performance of the Grammys. I don't know if you saw Miley Cyrus. I'm not a fan of her music necessarily. I hadn't even heard that song before. Justine said it is insanely popular. That was like an iconic performance she put out there for the song that ultimately won her the Grammy.
I didn't see it. I didn't watch it, and there was nothing on. I mean, that was as barren as me beating off at 10 years old with no mental material, and Scramble Channel and maybe like a Sports Illustrated. There was nothing on, but I turned on for a second, and it's, Trevor Noah, whatever, and he's not funny. I mean, no one's funny anymore. And
especially not in that fucking crowd.
No. Yeah. And I'm sure he's a funny dude. I mean, he's got to be but he can't be in that. I don't know. I mean, I've never really seen him. So.
He got neutered whenever he made a fat girl joke in his stand-up before he got on the Daily Show, and they tried to cancel him when he got on the Daily Show.
He made a fat girl joke in his stand-up?
A fat joke in his stand-up, and they tried to cancel him for that. So after that, it almost completely neutered him. The Daily Show wasn't funny anymore by the end of his run there. There were funny people on the Daily Show, but it's like it wasn't even trying. It's like what the fucking Onion is doing now.
Is the Daily Show done?
No, it's coming back with Jon Stewart as an executive producer and a part-time host. He's going to host.
But it's been done with Noah?
Once or twice a week. Yeah, no, they've had guest hosts like guys like Roy Woods Jr., who is hilarious, by the way. They screwed up not giving him the job on more of a full-time basis. Tried out for the gig, and ultimately they settled on Stewart doing it once or twice a week, and then the correspondents coming in and filling in on that desk on the other nights. So the Daily Show is going to try and become funny again because it became sadly unfunny, much like the Onion, by the way, which doesn't even try and throw out ironic headlines anymore. It just throws out like fucking very politically one-sided headlines that are just like, oh, okay, you've lost your sense of humor now too. That's sad because I loved the Onion back in the day because they used to love to go after whatever side. It was about the creativity and not making a point politically necessarily. Sometimes they would make social points, but it's social points that really appeal to that gray area versus one extreme or the other.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who worked there, like number one was it's got to be funny. There were some things after that, and most of them were obviously left, but it was about being funny, and they've gotten away from that. And I mean, I thought the Daily Show back in the day was really fucking funny.
Oh yeah.
And I disagreed with a lot of it too.
Yeah.
God, like that's okay. I mean, you know, it's okay to laugh at shit that you may not totally agree with.
Satire, man. That's why whenever Ed Helms joined The Office, you were like, who the fuck is this dude? I'm like, I've been watching this guy on The Daily Show. He is hilarious.
Yeah.
An episode or two, you're like, yeah, you nailed that one, dude. This
No,
guy,
you did.
You've got that comedic timing.
Because you know me, I'm always waiting to jump off my sitcom that I think is so great. I jumped off The Office like I did Seinfeld, like I did everything, Arrested Development, at the right time, in my opinion, because I'll go back and watch now, and I'm like, how the fuck are y'all still watching that shit? It's like watching the Roomba.
What was that jump the shark moment for The Office? Because obviously it's LD leaving for Seinfeld. Is that when Will Ferrell showed up? Because he became sadly unfunny over the last 15 years.
I was out before then. Whoever Aaron was who came in.
Oh, the redhead?
Okay.
Yeah. And
not because of Aaron or whatever her name is. I'm just giving you a marker, a mile marker here. Yeah. Arrested Development was quick. I mean, Arrested Development it's like a 12-year-old. It was short, but man, it was explosive. But Arrested Development to me after 4 seasons was done. The Office, probably that was 5 seasons. Seinfeld got to 6 or 7. Yeah, I'm very British in how I watch my sitcoms. But you did mention that. You're like, so I thought it was going to be with him. And he came in, and his character is so douchey that obviously the first time you see him, you're just like, oh, God. But then, I started to watch, I'm like, Trey's right. Like, that was a great addition, you know?
Yeah, they gave Dwight another foil, too, which was necessary. Because, part of them jumping the shark was letting Pam and Jim get together and advancing that relationship and having them get married and start to have fucking kids.
Yep.
Then they
I think the marriage was the last one I saw.
Makes sense.
And it just kind of felt like at that point I was like, all right, you guys got married, so we're done. And then I've seen on a couple reruns for 2 or 3 minutes Ferrell and the other shit. And I think Will Ferrell's funny. But no.
Yeah, he ran out of gas at some point. All right, great job today, buddy.
Love you guys. It's only one. I love you. And love you guys. Plurally speaking, all y'all for listening.
I love you too. No, not you people. Well, some of you people, but I do love you, KD. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. If you are on YouTube right now, please click that thumbs up button. Hit subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube if you have not already, and do download that free app as well. You can do so through the Apple or Google Play stores. Search Texas Sports Unfiltered to snag that. For Kevin and everybody else here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. We will talk to you tomorrow. Full slate, 8 to 5. I will be on with Jeff Barker from 3 to 5. It starts with Bucky and BK at 8 a.m. In the meantime, have a great rest of the night and hook 'em. And